Chapter 1: The Extra Money. Looking at the text message on top of his cell phone, Xiaoye's eyes are now straight. Originally only $3,500 of salary this month. Now for no reason at all more than twice. What the hell is going on here? Xiaoye was really not able to understand everything that was happening right now. It was obvious that it was impossible for the finance office to make such a blunder, to give out over $10,000 in salary to an ordinary employee, unless everyone in the finance office had their brains burnt out. Only then would they be able to do such a stupid thing. A monthly salary of over $10,000? This was to catch up with the income of a department manager. Could it be that the beautiful boss had taken a liking to himself and wanted to adopt him? Xiaoye stroked his chin and recalled the situation at the last dinner gathering. At that time, it seemed that the boss had been eyeing himself. Could it be that he was really greedy for his body? We are all adults. Well, WeChat above said a good. Where there is a need to be so troublesome it? Xiaoye thought, if you can really get the beautiful boss's favor, then he really is going to be the future of the world. However, the dream of what is still put aside. If this is really the finance office sent the wrong, sooner or later have to check to their own head, then it is better to confess to leniency, but also able to leave a good impression to the boss. Xiaoye took the cell phone and walked directly to the door of the general manager's office and gently knocked on the general manager's office. Come in. Shinsini's sweet voice came out from inside the office. After Xiaoye got Shinsini's consent, this was the only time he pushed open the door of the office. Shinsini was now sitting at the table dealing with the documents. Although Shinsini was the general manager, but her age was not big, only 28 years old. At the age of 28, it was not too big to say big, and not too small to say small. Moreover, Shinsini was a famous beauty within this circle, but everyone had never heard of her having an intimate relationship with any man. This also makes everyone talk in private. Shinsini will not be a lace. Shinsini today just put on a light makeup, but it looks counterintuitively very pleasing to the eye. Such a delicate face, coupled with just the right amount of makeup, so that Xiaoye look at it is also a bit dumbfounded. Something? Shinsini knocked on the table, pulling Xiaoye's thoughts back immediately, but from the moment Xiaoye entered, Shinsini did not even raise her head. Looking at this, it didn't look like she was interested in herself. Boss, my salary is a bit of a problem. Xiaoye fixed his mind and hurriedly said to Shinsini, there is a problem with the salary, directly go to the finance. Come to me for what? My salary seems to be more. Xiaoye found out the text message that the salary had just arrived, and then respectfully pushed his cell phone in front of Shinsini. Shinsini just glanced at the text message, then directly dialed the finance office, and within a few minutes, a greasy man with a big back comb walked into the office. Dai Hong, Shinsini's dog licker. Of course, which man inside the company didn't want to become Shinsini's licking dog? Even Xiaoye also wanted to lick but he himself had to have the opportunity to do so. What's going on here? Shinsini pushed her cell phone in front of Dai Hong. This is simply impossible. Dai Hong hurriedly pulled out the financial expenditure information from inside his own cell phone, which clearly stated that only $3,500 had been transferred to Xiaoye. Boss, I think this person has ulterior motives, and intentionally made this kind of trick, just to be able to get closer to you, boss. Dai Hong originally had some issues with Xiaoye, so now he just seized the opportunity to throw stones at Xiaoye. Where's your niggas fart? You're the cutie. I'm a little cutie. Seeing Dai Hong talking like this, Xiaoye was now also completely enraged. Originally, he just wanted to check the authenticity of this money, but as a result, he was actually splashed with dirty water. How can one swallow this breath? I've seen a lot of some of you. What can't you do in order to flatter the leaders? Dai Hong laughed with a cold snort. You're damn well talking about yourself, aren't you? Enough. Do you really think I'm a vegetable market here? Shinsini frowned, and both Dai Hong and Xiaoye didn't dare to say anything more. Xiaoye, if you have these little thoughts, use them more on your work. Your business level is not good, but you have quite a lot of flowery thoughts. Shinsini threw the cell phone back to Xiaoye. Boss, it's really not like this. Xiaoye still wanted to explain, but was directly interrupted by Shinsini. Alright, don't waste my time, Shinsini said impatiently. I see that your performance in these months has been at the bottom. Why don't you pack up and go back? Originally Shinsini wanted to find a time to talk to Xiaoye about work. Did not expect Xiaoye now even directly to the muzzle of the gun. Then it is just right to just take the opportunity to clean up this idle person. Dai Hong, turn around and give him a settlement. Okay. Dai Hong had a smug look on his face. Lousy came to find you to ask about money. The result is damn good and bad not to say. But also let Lousy get lost? Xiaoye was also completely blown up now. Lousy is clean and innocent, and when it comes to flattering the leaders, then I can't compare to this greasy ghost next to you. Shinsini, I admit that I have some thoughts about you, but now that I think about what I jerked off to you before, I am disgusted. Anyway, it's not an employee of this company anymore. so it's just as well to say what should be said and what shouldn't be said. After Xiaoyi came out of the office, he packed up his things and left directly. Before going in, it was fine, but when he came out, he blew up. It seems that he didn't flatter the general manager, and asked for trouble. This year is really what people have. Just said so loudly what Tishan always have ideas. Really disgusting. Absolutely. I'm afraid it's not a pervert. Some of this behind their own comments, Xiaoyi are able to hear, and listen to a clear. People leave tea cold. This may be human nature. Before and their own playful colleagues, see their own accident immediately after the well. This feeling is really some people's stomach. Xiaoyi holding his backpack standing in front of the company's gate. For a moment there is some trance. Just a moment. He lost a stable job. Ding dong. Xiaoyi felt a vibration on his cell phone and opened it to see a new message. You have received a transfer of $50,000 from Camping C. The current account balance is $60,517. Is it hitting evil today? Xiaoyi looked at the text message in his hand, raised his hand and touched his head, confirming that he hadn't burnt himself out. I sent it. Chapter 2, Doing Business on Your Own. Xiaoyi still couldn't believe that so much money had actually appeared in his account for no reason at all. However, since the money had come into his own hands, then of course it was his own. Goo at this time. His stomach grumbled at the right time. It was already a little after lunchtime, but Natsuno hadn't even eaten a bite of food until now. It was just right to go and eat something delicious first, so he could treat himself. This side is a commercial area, so the prices of many stores are frighteningly high. Some of these places Xiaoyi did not have the opportunity to go in before, but now that he had money, he could naturally go in and taste the flavor. Xiaoyi picked a high-grade restaurant that he had seen on the internet before, and walked in to order a table of dishes. Looking at the exquisite dishes in front of him, Xiaoyi did not hesitate to take selfies and eat. It is not easy to come to such a restaurant trip, not send a circle of friends to show off how to do it. You've made a fortune? Some people, for the sake of pretending to be a bully. I'm afraid that afterward, they will have to eat instant noodles all the time. Are you crazy after being resigned? Planning to get drunk afterward? Looking at everyone's message, Xiaoyi will be on their own cynicism of the guy all black. Anyway, but also just praise of the fellowship. Keep what for? After the meal checkout, a total of $2,000. This little bit of money for Xiaoyi is not much money at all. Direct WeChat transfer. Eat also ate, happy also happy, but Xiaoyi now walking on the road but began to be confused. They cannot be able to keep this sum of money after sitting on the mountain, right? Being so looked down upon by them, at least have to make a name for themselves and hit them in the face. But where can he go? In the next few days, Xiaoyi really felt the cruelty of this society. Better companies, people do not see their own diploma. The poorer companies, simply cannot earn money. As for those medium companies, then it is even worse to find. Xiaoyi also has wanted to go over to do hard labor work, but who let himself look like a white boy? The other side is not willing to accept themselves. Ugh, might as well do it myself. Natsuo looked at the money inside his bank balance and murmured in a small voice. And at this time, Xiaoyi saw that there was a fruit store ahead. Might as well go over and buy some fruit. This fruit store was quite big, but although it was opened in front of the hospital, there wasn't much business. The owner was a middle-aged man wearing a sweatshirt, now lying on a rattan chair, listening to a play while gently patting his stomach with a fan. Very cozy. Xiaoyi walked up, ready to pick some fruits, but he saw a piece of paper pasted on the doorway, which said store transfer. Boss, you're transferring this store? Xiaoyi looked at the boss and asked with a smile. What's the matter? You kid is interested? The boss raised his eyelids and looked at Xiaoyi, asking nonchalantly. Yeah, a little interested. Xiaoyi lightly laughed. His parents were the ones who grew fruits, so if he could open a fruit store to help them open up sales, then it would be a good choice. I wonder why the owner is transferring this store. This kind of thing must be asked clearly. If the boss is because he wants to run away, then this store is a trouble. Can't make money. What else? Last year, I saw the fruit sellers are making money. Think also make a profit. The result of ing pork prices. Next door that sells pork grandson every day in front of me hanging around, looking at the damn angry. Ha 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 ha. Boss, you are funny. I wonder how much you're going to pay. If you are sincere, $30,000 to shoot here. This store I rent you a year. The boss knocked on a side table and said, if you intend to sell fruits, feel free to use the tools in here. $30,000. Will it be a bit expensive? Xiaoyi smiled sarcastically. $30,000 to rent a storefront storehouse of this kind for a year was indeed not considered expensive. But, can cut the price a little bit is a little bit well. No money, get lost, not two prices. The boss is a straight temper. Completely do not give Xiaoyi any face. 28,000. Into it? 29,000. Love it or not. Deal. Xiaoyi can see that the boss is a person of nature, and for the price is also very satisfied. so it is directly clapped the decision. Xia and the boss signed a good contract, put the money to the boss card. This store is even handed over. In the future, the owner of this fruit store will be Xia. I see that you have a good face. I also quite like you, young man. I have some fruits here. If you like it, I will give it to you. I also save shipping it around, the boss said with bravado. Okay, then thank you, boss. Come on, this store is yours. The boss stood up, grabbed a set of keys from the counter inside, and humming a little song, he opened a Maserati at the entrance. Selling fruits in a Maserati. This boss was not an unusual person. People are more angry than people. Xia helplessly shook his head, briefly looked at the configuration inside the store, and changed the boss's collection code into his own, which is considered to be the official opening. However, the business of this fruit store is really cold enough, although the hospital entrance to the people come and go a lot, but this come to see a glance to ask the price of the people are not. The start is unfavorable. Xia is bored playing the game, but a figure in front of the store stood, open head to look in. Xia raised his head to look, only to see that it was a nurse from the opposite hospital. This girl looks good, and the body is also a great, and even leaned close, but also be able to smell her body a little light fragrance. What are you looking at? Xia looked at this nurse and asked, Uncle Lu? The nurse looked at Xia and asked, but seeing that Xia did not have any reaction to this name, she changed her statement. Where is the original owner of this fruit store? Just left today. From today onwards I am the owner of this store. Hearing Xia's words, the nurse couldn't help but pfft and burst out laughing. You actually dare to take over Uncle Lu's store? I think you really have money to spend. What do you mean by that? Xia was puzzled. Uncle Lu, the mouth is very powerful. The neighborhood basically have been scolded by him. Who still dare to come to this store? Xia head too big. This boss's mouth is indeed quite powerful. They are also considered to have seen today, but their own business this can do. Hey, little brother, how do you sell this red grape? The nurse looked at Xia and asked. Xia, this is to look at the little nurse. This is not their own business? Chapter 3, Cutie, or the rich second generation. Red grapes are $13 a pound. That expensive? The little nurse tapped her lips with her finger and deflated her mouth. This little girl is quite cute, Shano said heartily in his heart. Seeing as you're my first customer today, and you're also a superb beauty, I'll count you in for half price. How about it? Xia looked at the little nurse and smiled. All for half price? I'm happy in my heart to be able to chat with a beautiful woman for a while today. All fruits are half price. Xia replied with a smile. Anyway, some of these fruits were given to him by the boss. He didn't have any cost. Being able to sell some is some. It's better than letting them rot. You really are much better at doing business than Uncle Lu. The little nurse smiled and picked a bunch of bananas, 2 bunches of red grapes and a bag of apples. And you can also coax girls. I'm telling the big truth. Xia helped the little nurse load up the fruit, a total of 31. Good Lu. The little nurse scanned the code to pay, carried the fruit and went back. Beauty, have time to come off and in the wind and rain, here waiting for you. Looking at the little nurse a twist and a twist away, Xia also did not forget to yell a sentence. Okay, waiting until the little nurse completely gone away. Xia this is excited to pull out his cell phone. Just $30 transfer to his cell phone actually turned into $310. Thinking of today's extra salary and contract balance, Xia then reacted. Could it be that he opened some kind of golden finger? His future income will be randomly doubled? If that was really the case, then it would only be a matter of time before he became a rich man. Thinking of this, Xia hurriedly hung out a sign. On the first day of opening, all fruits are half-price discount. I have to say, the discount is just attractive. In a short while, the store entrance was surrounded by a lot of grandparents. Young man, this fruit are half-price? That's a must. It's all fair game. Aunts and uncles can pick whatever they want. Hearing Xia say this, these uncles and aunts were not polite, and immediately snapped up the fruits inside the store. Some of these uncles and aunts are usually thrifty, and now that they heard that the fresh fruits are also half off, this wool is not gathered for nothing. Uncles and aunts of the fighting force is really amazing. In less than a moment, not to mention the fruit on the stall, even the inventory inside the warehouse were all snapped up. Looking at a sum of income inside the cell phone, the smile on Xia's face never disappeared. Young man, do you have any more goods? We'll leave if there isn't. The admiring aunts urged. It was only less than half a day and the fruits were already sold out, which made them who didn't get to enjoy the discount really uncomfortable in their hearts. Don't worry, since I promised everyone that today is a discount day, then I will definitely honor my word. Natsuno shouted to the uncles and aunts who were already lined up in a long line. Everyone wait for me for a moment. Xia hurriedly ran to the fruit store next door and shouted to the boss at the counter. Boss, I'll take all the fruits you have here. Hearing Xia say this, the boss's entire body was dumbfounded. He didn't know if he had misheard. Not only did this kid rob his own business, but he also came to buy his own fruits to sell back? Was this something a normal person could do? Boss, are you selling? My side are all still waiting. Xia urged. Sell, sell, sell. Of course, to have business and not do it, that would be really stupid. The boss hurriedly revealed a smile to Xia. I'll let the fellows move it over for you. There are still fruits inside my family's warehouse. Do you want them? I've said it all inclusive. Money is not a problem. Xia looked at the boss and said, this is some fruit. How much money is it in total? Anyway, by the time he resold it, he would not only get back his capital, but even have a small income. Watching Xia happily return to his store to continue selling fruits, the boss and the fellows of this family were completely puzzled. Buying at the original price and selling at half price. What kind of path is this? This kid is afraid that he's not a rich second generation. He's probably here to do good deeds. Doing good deeds? Why don't you just give it away? People have to live face. Other people give you directly. Which you have the nerve to want. This good thing to do is really absolute. There is no problem. For this wave of Xia's operation, the boss and the fellows were convinced that Xia was not sick in the head, so he must be a super rich second generation who did good deeds. Xia was now receiving money softly. Where could he think that he would somehow become a great benefactor in everyone's eyes? Time passed, gradually came to 6 o'clock in the evening. Fruit sold wave after wave, but the fruit store door is more and more uncles and aunts. Greedy cheap mentality who have bought the summer wild home fruit people go back after a past 10 pass 100. Directly let the summer wild fruit store completely famous. Xia has already emptied 5 fruit stores around here, and is now talking business with the 6th fruit store. All he can do now is to transfer fresh fruits from other fruit stores. However, today's harvest was quite fruitful, and in one day today, Xia had already arrived at more than $900,000. It was simply a great deal of money. Just at this time, the little nurse from before passed by from work. Seeing that this fruit store was so hot, she couldn't help but be curious now, so she rushed over to take a look and see what was sort of going on. Half price for the whole field, so it's not specifically for me. The little nurse looked at the sign in front of the door and pouted her small mouth. Yo, this is not a big beauty? Off duty? Xia saw the little nurse and hurriedly greeted warmly. Yeah, then come help quickly. I'm too busy. Wouldn't you be a little too familiar with yourself? We haven't even known each other for a few minutes. Girl, quickly help me weigh this apple. The little nurse just wanted to reject Xia, but she was stuffed with a bag of apples in a confused manner. Just like this inexplicably, she became Xia's employee. She is really crying without tears right now. The two of them worked together until 10 o'clock in the evening, until the last wave of fruits were sold out. Phew, exhausted. Xia sat paralyzed on a chair and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You still know that you're tired? I was just curious to take a look at you, and as a result, I was dragged here to be a laborer. I'm aggravated to death. The little nurse pouted her lips and pouted. He. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner in a while. You can eat whatever you want, as long as you can name it. Xia grinned at the little nurse. He now has more than $1 million in his pocket. So much money. What do you want to do can be done. Chapter 4, Cold Sneers. Say, I still don't know what your name is until now. Xia looked at the little nurse and asked with a smile. Don't even know people's names. Just pulling people to help for so long. The little nurse pouted her lips and said, if it is not to see in Xia half-price sale of fruit to help a lot of neighbors, the little nurse is lazy to take care of him. After all, the money earned and not share her half. He. I was too busy to ask before. Xia looked at the little nurse and laughed. I think a girl as good looking as you must have a very nice name. Humph, it's nice to talk. The little nurse took out her cell phone, and Xia took the initiative to add a friend. My name is Li Jin. Li Jin. Sure, sounds good. Xia agreed to Li Jin's friend request. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Then just find a small restaurant nearby to eat. Li Jin spread her hands. You've helped me a lot today. How can I just treat you to a small restaurant? Xia laughed. I'll treat you to a meal at the Imperial River Hotel. Imperial River Hotel? Are you a rich second generation? The Imperial River Hotel was considered the highest specification hotel here, and the spending in there was not something that ordinary people could afford. Every time Li Jin passed by there, he was only able to take a look from afar. No, I'm just a second generation farmer. Xia shrugged, but Li Jin didn't believe it. Today he was selling fruits at half price and treating himself to a meal at the Imperial River Hotel, and now he still dared to say that he wasn't a second generation of rich people? Then don't. It's too expensive there. Okay, listen to me. Xia directly pulled up Li Jin and then took a taxi to the Imperial River Hotel. Although it was true that Li Jin was embarrassed to let Xia treat herself to such an expensive meal, but there was no way she could help Xia's enthusiastic invitation. and since she had already acquiesced to Xia Ye's rich second-generation persona now, her heart was slightly less overjoyed. A few tens of minutes later, they arrived at the Imperial River Hotel, and just after entering the hotel lobby, they saw 3 women. These 3 people were wearing and using extravagant things, but Xia Yi knew that they were just puffing up their faces. After all, these 3 people were Xia Ye's co-workers from his time at Inghai Company. Yo, isn't this Xia Yi? Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw Xia Yi. Sister Zhou, Sister Han, Sister Lu. Xia Yi didn't hide and went forward to greet politely. Come less close. Zhou Ying waved her hand and sneered. What, mister? Yao also called out to you, a poor devil. For dinner today? Xia Yi knew who the Yao general manager Zhou Ying was talking about was. Yao Jiali, the vice president of Inghai Company, was considered an old-timer of this company, and was also Shen Sini's right-hand man. Previously, Xia Yi was able to enter the company thanks to the help of Yao Jiali, but then Yao Jiali had a surgery. The contact faded. Today happened to be the day Yao Jiali was discharged from the hospital, and it coincided with Yao Jiali's birthday, so Dai Hong had organized such a bureau, euphemistically called it a birthday celebration for Yao Jiali, but in fact, it was just wanting to flatter Yao Jiali. I wasn't invited. I came to invite my friend for dinner. Invite your friend to dinner? Hanwan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xia Yi, you don't really think you've taken off just because you ate a few $1,000 meal at Dream, do you? It's true that a few $1,000 meal at Dream isn't much, but I don't think Sister Han has ever gone to eat there either, right? Xia Yi laughed lightly with a slight provocation. You. Hanwan was now so angry that her face was red, but she couldn't think of anything to say to retort. Isn't this Xia Yi? At this moment, a woman walked out from inside the private room, and that was Yao Jiali. Sister Yao, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. Yo, isn't this Nurse Li? Yao gently noticed Li Jin beside Xia Yi and immediately the smile on her face became even brighter. The hospital that Yao Jianli stayed in during the period of time she had surgery was the First People's Hospital where Li Jin was located, and the one responsible for taking care of Yao Jianli for this period of time was Li Jin. Are you two dating? I do think that you two are quite compatible. Xia Yi and Li Jin were about to explain, but Yao Jianli didn't give them a chance. It just so happens that I'm having dinner here today. Why don't you guys come along too? We're all acquaintances, so don't be polite. Xia Yi had planned to decline. After all, he really didn't want to see that group of eccentric guys inside the company, but Yao Jili couldn't help but greet him warmly, and Li Jin also didn't have any resistance, so they went into the private room together. Yao Jili brought Xiano and Li Jin together into the private room. Now the position has basically full. Come to the people are the company's employees. However, Shinsini was not here, saying that there was something going on at home, but the hearts of those present were clear. Shinsini, such a high-cooled person, definitely would not eat with everyone. When they saw Xia Yi and Li Jin walk in, the private room that was still bustling with activity instantly went cold. Xia Yi was originally an old colleague, and Li Jin is even my friend. Yao Jiali greeted. I'll go to the restroom first. You young people have a lot to talk about. Chat first. Waiting for Yao Jianli to walk out the door, Dai Hong was the first to speak. Xia Yi, you really are good at this. Knowing that Mr. Yao is having dinner here today, you came over to rub your nose in it? Then what else could it be for? This kind of thick-skinned one is also really the first time I've seen it. Everyone followed and responded. Don't worry. Anyway, it's not to rub up against your meals. Xia Yi was indifferent and took Li Jin and sat down. Dilly-dallying? Xia Yi, he's a rich second generation. Where does he need to dally? Li Jin also finally couldn't help herself at this time. From the time he entered the hotel, Xia Yi had been sneered at. Xia Yi had this endurance, but she couldn't look past it. Rich second generation? Everyone present couldn't help but laugh out loud. If Xia Yi he's a rich second generation, then I'm Ma Yun's own son. Ha 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 ha. Beautiful girl, don't be fooled by this big-tailed wolf. You guys are bull asterisk 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 ting. Li Jin stifled her red face. The way Xia Yi behaved today was not at all what only a poor asterisk S would look like. Even if he was pretending to have money, this was pretending a little too much, right? Alright, beautiful girl, if you really decide that he, Xia Yi, has this kind of money, then why don't you let him cover the expenses here tonight? Dai Hong leaned back in his chair and smoked a cigarette and laughed. Hearing Dai Hong say this, Li Jin was also momentarily speechless. How big the expenses here were she had no way to imagine, and naturally did not dare to help Xia Yi to agree to it. Seeing that Li Jin has nothing to say, the people present laughed even more recklessly. Chapter 5, Treat Together. Brother Dai. Look at this kid, from the time he came in until now he didn't even dare to say a word back. Where can he shell out the money? That's right. A few employees who were usually on good terms with Dai Hong were now laughing along with him. Girl, if you want to find a rich man, why don't you follow me? Dai Hong ruffled his big back hair and winked colorfully at Li Jin. Li Jin was really completely pissed off right now. She wanted to retort right now, but she couldn't find any suitable words to argue. This meal, I can treat, but you and these few juniors of yours, I don't want to see. Xia Yi stood up at this time and gently pulled on Li Jin's hand. It was just an unconscious action, but it made Li Jin's heart not help but heat up. Li Jin had helped herself with so many words. What kind of man was he if he didn't stand up for himself at this time? What did you say? Can't understand human language? Mister, Yao treated me well before. I can treat this meal, but I don't want to see someone who recoils. Xia Yi lightly laughed. You guys get lost, I'll pay the bill. The fact that he himself would leave Yinghai Company had a certain relationship with Dai Hong, and now Dai Hong was mocking and molesting his friends. How could he endure this? Holy, what the hell are you talking about? Dai Hong is also a person with fire. If you say go, then how can he still mix in the company in the future? Don't want to go? The corner of Xia Ye's mouth hooked up a charming arc. Good, then why don't you big boss Dai and I come together to treat this meal? What? Knowing that you have limited financial resources, you want to find someone to help share it together, right? Dai Hong raised a ruckus, instantly filling the room with laughter. Think what you like, stay if you're willing to pay the bill. If not, hurry up and take your little brother and get out. Xia Yi did not budge. Good, I'll see how long this big-tail wolf of yours is going to pretend. Dai Hong knew that the entire room was looking at him right now, so he crossed his neck and slapped down his chest. Dai Hong at least is also the Yinghai Company's finance. Monthly salary of 7 or 8,000 is still there, and this time also brought a lot of money, so even if the meat now hurts, but also able to harden a little, he is now waiting to see how Xia Yi will make a fool of himself in a while. Soon, Yao Jianli was seated and everyone started to order food. You young people can eat whatever you like. Yao Jianli handed over the power of ordering to everyone, and everyone tacitly handed over the power to order to the two people who were paying the bill today. Dai Hong took the menu and just by glancing at the prices, he immediately wanted to die. Xia Yi, why don't you take the order? Dai Hong pushed the menu in front of Xia Yi. In his heart, he decided that Xia Yi didn't have any money in his pocket and would definitely order cheap dishes, so that he wouldn't have to shell out too much money himself and wouldn't be humiliated. Good. After Xia Yi took the menu, he pointed out to the waiter a few cheap dishes on top of the menu. Sure enough, it was the same as what he thought. This kid would only order cheap dishes. Dai Hong was secretly happy in his heart. He must satirize this kid in a while. I said no to some of these. I'll take the rest. Xia Yi closed the menu. Your sister's husband. Dai Hong almost had an expletive come out of his mouth. Which person orders food like this? Seeing these dishes ordered by Xia Yi, Yao Jelly also felt that it was a bit outrageously expensive, but she didn't make a sound to stop it. She just watched so quietly. What's wrong, boss Dai? I see that your face doesn't seem to look very good. Xia Yi looked at Dai Hong and laughed lightly. Is it because you blame me for ordering too expensive? This is only a few dollars? Dai Hong hands clasped his chest. The heart cannot say, although the meat pain, but also to maintain their big brother image. Right, today Mr. Yao's birthday. Everyone should be happy. Xia Yi turned to ask the waiter, how much is the best red wine here? Sir, a bottle of 19,999. Oh, then let's start with 2 bottles to appetize everyone. Xia Yi replied without blinking his eyes. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. Is Xia Yi crazy or is he mad? Everyone here is white collar. Usually the monthly salary may only be able to buy a few cups of red wine, even if it is Mr. Yao shelled out money to buy a bottle of red wine also have to meet pain. As a result, Xia Yi now comes up with 2 bottles of red wine. This kind of boldness made everyone feel inferior. This Xia Yi, is he really a rich second generation? Dai Hong now panicked in his heart. The situation has become like this is really more than he imagined. He had just calculated that the food and drinks added up, and he was afraid that there must be 70,000 to 80,000 dollars. Even if it's equalized, he'll have to shell out at least 40,000 dollars or so, but his pocket adds up to more than 30,000. Then at that time, not to mention letting Xia Yi disgrace himself, he would have to lose a wave of people first. You bastard, it's all your fault for coming up with this Thai idea. Dai Hong furiously yelled down at the little brother at his hand. This little brother was called Zhang Han, but he was just an ordinary employee. But he was shrewd, and this year, he was rumored to be about to be promoted to department manager. Brother Dai, we also did not expect this kid actually dared to be such a jerk. Besides, it's still not the blame for your own promise to pay the bill equally. This kid has ridden to the head of the old man. The old man can endure? Brother Dai, don't get angry. I have inquired. This kid is still looking for a job in the past 2 days. If he really has money, what is he looking for a job for? If he really has money, why is he looking for a job? The balance of the contract and his salary for this month will amount to more than $20,000 at the end of the day. Don't worry, Dai. I still have $40,000 here. Borrow it first. We can't lose our momentum today. At that time, Mr. Yao will think highly of you, and the beautiful girl beside that kid will definitely be able to see through everything, and will probably watch the sunrise with you, brother Dai. Alright, then let's him tonight. Since he was destined to hemorrhage money tonight, he would simply fight to the end. Not long after, the food and drinks were served. What with the big lobster, abalone, king crab, a table full of them. Everyone here, I'm afraid that besides Mr. Yao, no one has ever seen such a scene, so everyone rushed to take pictures before eating. Waiter, how much does it cost here when you do the math? Dai Hong opened his mouth to ask a question. Sir, it's around $80,000. Only this much? You go and help me add a few more dishes and a few more wines, and make up a whole $14,000 for me. I like the number 14. Seeing Dai Hong with this look of wealth, the people present once again sucked in a breath of cool air. Li Jin was a bit worried and looked towards Xia Yi. The scene turned out like this. Even if Xia Yi is really a rich second generation can't withstand so made Xia Yi is not the slightest bit panicked, but instead is showing a smile on his face. You Dai Hong wanna play big? Then I will accompany you to play well. Chapter 6 Snapping Face. 140,000 This is 140,000. Our brother Dai is just so courageous that he is willing to shell out 140,000 to treat everyone to dinner. Zheng Han seized the opportunity to fan the flames and said, Xia Yi, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Dai Hong revealed a villainous smile. Not satisfied. Xia Yi deliberately frowned and shook his head, then pointed at the lobster on the table and asked, Waiter, how much does this lobster cost per plate? Sir, 2,000 whole. This stuff everyone usually has fewer chances to eat, so just follow the head count here. 2 plates for each person. Hearing Xia Yi order this much, the waiter was a bit bewildered. Sir, we haven't served it this way. That's because I didn't come. Am I not setting a precedent for you guys? Go ahead. Hurry up and serve on. The smile on Dai Hong's face had completely solidified. He was now staring at each other with Zheng Han, his mind blank. With 30 people present, 2 plates per person. That would be 120,000. Plus the $80,000 of wine and food ordered before. That would be $200,000. Not a moment later, the lobster that was ordered later was also served. All of them ate and drank. This kind of banquet is not something they often have the opportunity to eat, so no one is willing to fall behind. Only, now there are 3 people above the banquet who are eating absent-mindedly. One is Mr. Yao, and the other 2 are Dai Hong and Zheng Han. Mr. Yao now had his eyes on Xia Yi the whole time. This kid was really not simple. And Dai Hong and Zheng Han are now even borrowing money from all over the place, just thinking to hurry up and make up for the insufficient money, but borrowing $20,000 to $30,000 in a short period of time. Where is it such an easy thing to do? After eating, everyone went to the front desk to settle the bill, totaling 220,000 yuan. Xia Yi paid 1,100,000 yuan in a very dashing manner and said that Dai Hong would pay for the remaining 1,100,000. Dai Hong and Zheng Han had been completely petrified. This kid actually could really pull out so much money? But Dai Hong and Zheng Han can now be miserable. Their whole body added up to more than 70,000. Where to take out so much money? Can that be credited? Dai Hong looked at the receptionist with a bitter face and asked, I'm sorry, sir, this store doesn't take credit. The receptionist said the toughest words in the gentlest tone. Dai Hong, what about it? Didn't we agree to treat you? Xia Yi shouted loudly. Dai Hong's heart trembled, and now he could only look back at the others. But everyone was a white-collar worker. Where did they get so much money? Moreover, it was you, Dai Hong, who promised to treat the guests. And now that you can't shell out any money instead, who would be willing to help? For a while, Dai Hong and Zheng Han, the person who organized the game, became a joke. It was already late in the day. Everyone couldn't wait for Dai Hong to borrow money. They left first, and now only Dai Hong and Zheng Han were left in the hotel lobby. Brother Dai, what should we do now? I see that Xia Yi seems to be quite rich. Why don't we let him advance us first? What are you talking about? You don't think I've been humiliated enough today, do you? Dai Hong was furious. Remembering the disgusted look in Yao Jianli's eyes before she left, he was even more enraged now. That can only find your father. Dai Hong dad is a contractor. Sure, pocket inside money. Okay, I find my dad. Dai Hong picked up the phone. Although today's more than 30,000 or their own dad to give, but now in addition to looking for dad is really no other way. What? Do not give? I'm your own son. You think clearly. Believe it or not, I will tell mom that you are engaged in the matter of broken shoes. Be sharp. Leaving aside Dai Hong and the others, Li Jin walked to the street to take a breath of fresh air. Just now inside the hotel, She didn't even dare to take a breath. Xia Yi, obviously you're so rich, why do they look down on you? Hearing Li Jin bring up this issue, Xia Yi explained to her about the things he did in the company. They're so excessive, actually bullying you so much. Now that they know that you're a rich second generation, they must be too late to regret it. I'm really not a rich second generation. Alright, don't pretend. I also have to hurry home and rest. Otherwise I'll be in trouble if I can't get up and go to work tomorrow. Li Jin waved her hand and said, I'm sorry, I let you see the joke tonight. Xia Yi said with some embarrassment. It's okay, I'm very happy tonight. And it's really rare to see a true-hearted boy like you. Handsome looks, and money. The point is to have a kind heart. I'm glad I got to know you. When the time comes, if there are any more activities to help the elderly in the community, be sure to send me a message. Li Jin mischievously pointed to her cell phone, meaning see you on WeChat. Good. Xia Yi lightly laughed and stopped a cab for Li Jin, looking at the rear end of the faraway car, revealing a smile. A lively and cute girl like Li Jin really made his heart flutter. The next day, Xia Yi walked out of his smelly rented room and stretched his back. He had to think about today's money-making plan. He already had more than $1 million in his hands now. If he still went to sell fruits, then the gain would really be too small. Now what in this world is worth a lot of money and still retains its value? That was undoubtedly gold. Saying yes, Xia Yi immediately rushed to the nearest gold store and asked the receptionist, how much do you pay for a gram of gold here? 300. The attendant shot his eyes at Xia Yi, saw that the other party was nothing more than a poor ghost of a floor stall, and his attitude was extremely disdainful. Then how much do you charge for a gram of gold here? 206. You want to sell gold? The other party got slightly more energized. No, but in a while. Xia Yi smiled slightly. I want to buy $900,000 of gold. Are you sick? Once the waiter heard Xia Yi's words, he immediately became nonchalant. $900,000 to buy gold. Either you are sick in the head, or you are here to smash the scene. Miss, put your mouth clean. Oh, I really want to buy gold. Security, kick him out. You people are sick, right? I really want to buy gold. Xia Yi was completely anxious. Wait. At this time, the manager of the gold store came out from inside and called out to the security guard. At least she was the manager. What kind of tycoon hadn't she seen before? So she was also not daring to be slow now, and hurriedly greeted Xia Yi. When seeing Xia Yi transferring $900,000, the entire staff of the gold store was completely shocked. It turned out that this young man standing in front of them was really a living ancestor. You are welcome to come back next time. The manager helped Xia Yi pack the gold and respectfully handed it over to Xia Yi. What, come back next time? I haven't left yet. Xia Yi placed the gold in his hands on the counter. These gold. I don't want them now. Chapter 7, Counting Money Until You Get Cramps. These gold. I don't want it now. Natsuo placed the gold he was holding back on the counter. This, sir, may I ask what you just said? The manager now had a slight suspicion of his own ears, so he hurriedly was to confirm with Natsuo that he hadn't misheard. I'll resell some of this gold to you now. Sir, you are completely losing money like this. The manager reminded with a trembling voice. This was really the first time she had met a customer who played like this. What's the need for your nonsense? If you guys don't take it, I'll sell it to someone else as well. Take it, of course. The manager nodded his head in a busy manner. With a purchase price of $900,000, selling it would only be $780,000, which was considered a loss of $120,000. But this is just a scene in the eyes of others. Xia Yi is now earning a lot of money. 7,800,000. 10 times. Other people are wrestling. Bike into a motorcycle. He is directly towards the level of supercar. The money has arrived in the account. Xia Yi swaggered away, looking at Xia Yi's back as he left. All the employees of the gold store were now wide-eyed. Manager, what's this kid's path? Haven't seen it before? It's probably which rich second generation with a sick brain. Love how it is. Anyway, we make money on it. The manager was in a good mood, and waved his hand. Get together tonight. My treat. Manager is mighty. Right. The manager glanced at the front desk at this time. Because of your lack of knowledge, you almost made us lose such a big customer. Pack up and leave. Manager, don't The receptionist wanted to cry. To know, in order to this job, she was with the boss for a night of effort. Xia Yi is now also a shot for a place. Has bounced around a lot of gold stores one after another. In this little half-day's work, he was already worth more than $200 million. He had originally thought that Wang Jianlin's small goal of $200 million was nothing more than a lie, but now it seemed that the world of the rich really wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. However, with the money coming in so quickly, Xia Yi was also a little flustered. After all, in such a short period of time from a penniless poor boy shifted to a billionaire, if the relevant people viewed their own flow of funds, suspecting that they laundered money, then it can be a big trouble. But on second thought, since the golden finger can make himself worth over $100 million, then naturally it will also help himself to smooth out some of the stakes. Moreover, it's useless to think about this kind of thing by himself. As long as he has income he will definitely double it, which is not something he can control. Then, he would just need to look at everything in terms of money. Natsuno's thoughts were correct, because no matter from any aspect, there was not the slightest problem with the growth of his funds and flow channels. Now that he had money in his pocket, Xiaoyi felt that he was able to float up even when he was walking down the street. Since he was a child, he had never even seen $100,000 in cash, let alone counting money until his hands cramped. So, what he is going to do now is to go to the bank to withdraw $1 million to count it properly and feel the fragrance of the banknotes. In the final analysis, Xiaoyi was nothing more than A** silk, and the thoughts of I** silk were just so simple and unadorned. After taking the number, Xiaoyi obediently waited in line to withdraw money. At this time, a middle-aged fat woman behind Xiaoyi patted Xiaoyi's shoulder. Xiaoyi looked back. This woman was carrying a leather purse, a brand-name dress, the watch on her hand and the gold necklace on her neck were also worth a lot of money. There was a kind of thug sense of vision. Kid, change places with me. I'm in a hurry to talk about billions of dollars of big business, the woman said anxiously while looking at her watch. She just didn't need to look at Xiaoyi squarely, speak nonchalantly even if, actually also dare not to use the eye to look at people, is a good big wind. Xiaoyi heart inside uncomfortable, immediately disliked back. Billions of bed business? Although Xiaoyi is a poor silk, but rich people have seen a lot. Like this dress. Where will be a really rich people? Rich does not show wealth. Such a person also talk about billions of big business. Partial ghost? You Yakuza. What are you talking about? The woman immediately became anxious. Be a good boy and line up. I'm in a hurry to withdraw my money. Just how much money can you have in your card? You poor SS? It's not for you to bother about how much money I have. Xiaoyi gave the woman a blank look and raised a middle finger. Anyway, I'm here to withdraw 1 million in cash. 1 million in cash. Are you lying to ghosts? The woman cursed. It was Xiaoyi's turn, and Xiaoyi handed the bank card to the clerk. Tell her, do I have $1 million? There is. The salesman looked at Xiaoyi's bank balance. His hands had begun to tremble. Can I withdraw $1 million? Natsuo didn't even look at the woman behind him now. I'm sorry, sir, because the amount is really too big. Please go up to the second floor to find our bank president. We can only release the money after the president agrees. Okay. Xiaoyi retrieved the bank card, and under the fat woman's dumbfounded eyes, he went to the second floor in a dashing manner. May I ask what kind of business you want to handle? Hearing the salesman ask, the fat woman hurriedly pasted on a smiling face. May I ask how much overdraft your credit card here is able to? Xiaoyi knocked on the governor's office, walked in and looked, but could not help but be shocked. This bank president is actually a super beautiful woman. Although your bank president, but the age of only 27 or 88, and was born extremely beautiful and moving, a pair of eyes as if they could speak generally. The most common professional clothing worn on her body is to let her in the charm of more mature flavor, so that people simply cannot hold. Such a woman, typically is dodgy reincarnation. After stating the intention, the bank manager inquired about Xiaoyi's account, and instantly lost color. This wearing a cheap man will actually be a billionaire. This is really a shock to her cognition. Jinling City is so big, there are a few tycoons and a few sons. She is naturally clear in her heart, but Xiaoyi she has never seen. Could it be that this Jinling City is still lurking in the great man? Although the heart is shocked, but as a bank president, the basic professionalism is still there. What should be asked? What should not be asked? This point she is clearer than anyone. Soon, $1 million in cash was placed in front of Xiaoyi. After seeing the money, Xiaoyi's eyes were even more glowing. Directly grabbed a bundle of banknotes, leaning on the sofa in the governor's office above the count-up. Chapter 8, The Great Mall Purchase. Sir, what are you doing? The banker looked at Xiaoyi with some surprise. Counting money, haven't seen it before? Xiaoyi continued to count the bills without lifting his head. The banker was completely speechless. What kind of living Buddha did he need today? I'll be honest with you. I take this 1 million just want to pass through the dry addiction. Since childhood I really have not counted so much money but so much money. I take away also afraid of losing. In your here I can rest assured count. Looking at Xiaoyi so concentrated on counting money, the banker has been exasperated and laughed. She really is the first time to meet such an interesting person. Taking money simply to count it for fun. Is there anyone more interesting than him in this world? The governor did not bother Xiaoyi. He counted his money. She did her business on it. Counting money is indeed a great pleasure. But Xiaoyi counted for a while and got annoyed. So he just directly redeposited the $999,000 back into the card and took $10,000 and stuffed it into his pocket. Just in case. I'm happy today. I'll come back to count money for fun sometime. Xiaoyi did not forget to flirt with the bank president when he left. But don't. Bank president helplessly bit her smile. But she is now also not small interest in Xiaoyi. Whose family's son is this rich man who suddenly appeared before? After coming out from the bank, Xiaoyi went straight to the mall. From just being middle-aged fat woman looked down. He made up his mind to buy himself some good clothes. People rely on clothes. The whole body only added up to $100. Can let people look up to the strange. And now that he has money, he should enjoy the things that he has not experienced before. This body has been washed. White clothes should also be retired. Xiaoyi walked into a high-end clothing store. In the store around, the owner of this store is now in front of the counter while high on melon seeds while watching the video. It sees Xiaoyi into the door, but also just to lift eyes, revealing a disgusted expression. He had already seen too many people like this who just looked and didn't buy. This kind of guy whose whole body is washed white, and can afford to buy anything? Hey, what's the point of getting on? This is not a place where you can afford to shop. There is a store downstairs that is having a discount sale. To buy on there to buy. The boss saw Xiaoyi was ready to get his hands on a sweater, and hurriedly scolded loudly. Listening to the boss's shrill voice, Xiaoyi also frowned, impatient. I'm a customer. What's the matter? Now it's popular to look down on people? How many years have I sold clothes? What kind of people have I not seen? What I hate the most is troublemakers like you who just look but don't buy, and still want to try this and that. Get lost, don't affect my business. The boss spoke louder and louder. Although he was a man, he really wasn't ambiguous at all when he cursed. Mother asterisk her chirpy stuff. I won't buy it if you want to sell it. Xiaoyi poo-pooed and walked straight to a clothing store across the street. The owner of this store had obviously gone out, and now there was only a waitress here. The waitress who had witnessed everything just now was now very enthusiastically introducing each and every dress that was suitable for Natsuo, not looking down on Natsuo at all. You little girl, why do you bother to greet this kind of person? When the time comes to dirty the clothes inside your store, will you pay for it? Silly, turn around and I'll talk to your boss. Hurry up and sack you for not having eyesight. Xiaoyi had already come to this side, but the boss on the opposite side was still crossing his fingers and not relenting. Our boss has said, the customer is God. As long as one enters our store, we all have to be warmly entertained. The waiter retorted. You're a fool. Your boss is also a fool. Just like you guys. It's strange that you can earn money, and this kind of person to bother with. I think you are just idle. Listening to the boss this broken mouth, Xiaoyi is also completely fire. He casually pointed to a piece of clothing that he had just watched and asked, Beauty, how much is this clothing? Sir, $6,000 a piece. If you sincerely want it, we can give you a 10% discount. Alright, don't discount it either. It's weirdly troublesome to do the math. Xiaoyi waved his hand. Give me 30 sets of the same clothes first. Okay. The waiter was just about to go pack the clothes when he suddenly reacted and asked with wide eyes. Sir, what did you just say? I said, give me 30 sets of these clothes. Sir, are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Xiaoyi glanced at the waiter, knowing that the other party still couldn't trust himself right now, so he directly was scratching the other party $180,000. Seeing Xiaoyi so generous, the opposite side of the boss's also scared eyes are staring straight, just into the mouth of the melon seeds are now stuck in the throat, so that he almost did not give choking death. 1,800,000 so much sales, they have to sell a few months to be able to earn The boss at this time also hurriedly thought face to accompany the smile. Master, just now as my eyes have no pearl, how about you come to my side to see? This side of me is also quite good. You can look at anywhere. No, I can't afford to pay for it if it gets dirty. Xiaoyi didn't even look at the boss, and directly asked the waiter, can you take me to another store to take a look and give me a recommendation? Of course. The waitress hurriedly nodded her head and agreed. After all, without Xiaoyi today, she couldn't earn so much money. According to the rules, a 10% commission on a piece of clothing, then she would have $18,000 today. This was something she never dared to think about. The boss across the street was now also dumbfounded, unable to speak. Who let himself just be so mouthy? Today Xiaoyi is not so much here to buy clothes, but rather to make a big purchase. 30 pairs of shoes, packed away. 30 pairs of pants, pack and take away. Bra silk asterisk socks, come 30 sets, pack and take away. What if there's too much stuff? It's okay, directly inside the mall to find a few pretty ladies to carry for themselves. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Sir, do you have a girlfriend? The waitress saw Xiaoyi bought bras, silk asterisk socks and whatnot, and couldn't help but be curious. No, but I'm happy today. I bought it for you guys, Xiaoyi said to the waiter and a few young ladies. Hearing Natsuo say that, their faces could not help but blush. By the time Xiaoyi left the mall, All of the young ladies had added Xiaoye's microsignal and were explicitly and implicitly all scratching their heads at Xiaoye. Only, although they looked good, they still couldn't compare to a big beauty like Li Jin, and Xiaoye naturally had no feelings about it. Xiaoye held a large pile of clothing back to his own rental room, instantly caused an uproar. Chapter 9, Be My Girlfriend. Xiaoye, are you getting rich? Bought so many things? Didn't you get fired? Why are you still buying so many things? Is it a discount sale somewhere? A few roommates saw Xiaoye come back. They also hurriedly gathered around and helped Xiaoye put down the things in his hands. This is not thinking that I haven't bought clothes for a long time? Just went to the mall to look. If there is something you guys like in here, you guys just take it. All brothers, no need to be polite. Have a say. These few roommates are still good to Xiaoye. After all, we all work together in Jinling City, and we all help each other on weekdays. Now that he had money, buying a few clothes for everyone was nothing. Xiaoye, some of your clothes must cost quite a bit of money, right? Wang Jun asked as he picked through the clothes. That's not true. I saw it before when I went to the mall. The price tag was several thousand. Li Su echoed. Xiaoye was about to chime in, but Sheng Hui grabbed his words. How is it possible? Buy so many clothes for these several thousand? Isn't that sick? Hearing Sheng Hui say this, Xiaoye is also a face of black lines. Actually said he is sick. However, don't rich people just do whatever they want? Maybe it's just a bunch of psychopaths in other people's eyes. What's wrong with buying some of these clothes? Xiaoye has spent $11,000 to treat someone's old boss to dinner. The matter of Xiaoye spending $11,000 to invite General Manager Yao to dinner had now completely spread. But, Xiaoye, where did you get so much money? I heard someone say that your side of the family seems to be acquiring land. Does it mean that the demolition money was sent down? You can't spend money like this even if you have money. You don't have a job yet. Seeing the roommates you a word and I a sentence said, Xiaoye is also in a good mood. At this time they will still care about the fact that they do not have a job. Is indeed let a person's heart warm, but Xiaoye is also lazy to explain where his money actually came from now. One is not able to explain. Two is that even if explained they may not necessarily believe. Therefore, it is better to default on this. At this time, Xiaoye felt a tremor in his cell phone. It was a call from Li Jin. Xiaoye, are you not opening the fruit store today? Yeah, what's wrong? Xiaoye was a bit strange, listening to Li Jin's tone. She seemed to be quite anxious. Then some of the uncles and aunts are now waiting in line for you to come. It seems that because of yesterday's discount promotion, it made some of these uncles and aunts taste the sweetness. So they are the ones who will be lined up early in front of Xiaoye's fruit store. Okay, I'll come over right away. Xiaoye changed into his new clothes and hurriedly took a taxi to the fruit store. Carefully think about it. He seems to have no car and no house. He is now so rich, or have to hurry to buy a car and house is right. Always live in a rental house and fight is not a matter of awe. However, this matter is an afterthought. Now the priority is to rush to the fruit store. When he saw Xiaoye get down from the car, the whole street had their eyes on him. Not only the uncles and aunts in line, but also the owner of the fruit store next door. All of them are waiting for Xiaoye's relief. Xiaoye took a deep breath. Although the fruit earns a lot of money, but this will spoil them is not the same thing. So Xiaoye immediately said that the fruit store stopped for a few days, next Monday to reopen. Seeing Xiaoye so firm, the uncles and aunts who were sure that there was no chance were only then reluctant to leave. What's wrong? Not doing good deeds today? Only after the uncles and aunts dispersed did Li Jin appear in front of Xiaoye with a bounce. I just reacted now. Selling fruits like yesterday will make this market completely bad. And at the same time it will also encourage some people to be greedy for small bargains. Natsuno moved a stool and sat down. That's true. And you can't keep losing money like this. Li Jin also obediently sat down next to Xiaoye, and chatted with Xiaoye one by one. From the chat, Xiaoye learned that Li Jin knew an aunt. This aunt was originally their hospital cleaning aunt, but because of a little mindless small error, was fired by the leadership. This aunt is now worried about finding a job. She also has a stroke partner and a son who is not normal in the brain. The economic pressure of the family is on her, and now it is also very miserable. Xiaoye immediately stated that the fruit store can be given to this aunt to operate. Generally, this kind of aged aunts are honest and decent for their whole life, and Li Jin also said that the auntie is very reliable. So, by letting her help him run the fruit store, Xiaoye could also rest assured. Soon, under Li Jin's lead, Xiaoye met his aunt. After a brief chat, Xiaoye immediately said that he could pay the aunt $7,000 a month, and if the fruit sells well, there is also a bonus. Xiaoye and the aunt signed a simple contract, directly paid the aunt 3 months of wages in 50,000 yuan payment. Xiaoye said the next fruit by the aunt to buy their own sales, but must ensure that the fruit is fresh. As long as you do a good job, the bonus is absolutely not less. See Xiaoye so generous, and in their own so critical time to give such a big help. Aunt is also grateful. said that will certainly run the fruit store, will not let down Xiaoye's trust. At the same time, Xiaoye also determined the rules of the fruit store next, Monday to Saturday all as usual, Sunday half-price sales. Of course, Li Jin is a special case, no matter when to come is half price. And there are also two not for sale, not for those who jump the queue, and not for shopkeepers who take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage. Auntie wrote it all down one by one and said that she would do her job well. When she was leaving, the aunt did not forget to praise Li Jin, saying that she had found a reliable and good man. Being said so by the aunt, Li Jin also blushed and hurriedly waved her hand to explain. But where would the aunt believe it? Why didn't you just help me explain together? Li Jin pouted and looked at Xiaoye with her arms crossed. Just now when Auntie was teasing herself, Xiaoye was smiling happier than anyone else, but just didn't help herself to explain clearly the relationship between them. Hey, so do you have a boyfriend? Natsuno suddenly asked. No, Li Jin subconsciously answered, and immediately afterward her face reddened to the roots of her ears. Why are you asking this? You don't have a boyfriend, I don't have a girlfriend, so why don't we get together? Xiaoye lightly laughed. Mr. Yao also said that we are a perfect match, how about it? Are you willing to be my girlfriend? At this moment, Li Jin felt that the breeze around her carried a hint of sweetness. Chapter 10, Talking Business. Be my girlfriend, okay? Xiaoye looked at Li Jin and asked softly. Li Jin blushed and deliberately looked away. No good. Don't. Why? We've only known each other for 2 days. I don't even know you as a person. I'm not going to agree to you so casually. Li Jin turned around and walked in the direction of the station. I'll treat you to dinner tonight? No, I'm getting together with my sisters tonight. Li Jin left with a bounce in her step. Fine, fine. You get together with your little sisters and I'll eat with my big old men. Xiaoye scratched his head, took a taxi to a small fry store near the rental house he lived in, and called out his roommates. After he had money, he also had to let some of these roommates of his taste some oil and water. It was a period of time when everyone had a bucket of instant noodles, and it looked shabby. Not a moment later, the roommates arrived. All of them were wearing the clothes that Xiaoye had sent them today, and all of them were red-faced. This brat, he's quite good at amusing himself. Not far away in a cafe, Daihong looked at this side viciously. Ever since that dinner invitation, he had been disgraced to the core, and now his situation in the company was getting worse by the day. This breath he cannot swallow. Have to give Xiaoye a little powerful look is. Daihong took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The phone was quickly connected, and a series of sounds of touching mahjong came from that side. Brother Long, where are you? Playing mahjong? Ah, can't you hear me? Have a fart quickly put. Do not delay the old man who card. Guo Chunlong, a famous snake in Jinling City, usually specializes in collecting protection money with his minions to do private work for a living. Brother Long, please bring some brothers to Minghai Road and help me teach a lesson to someone. It's a law and order society nowadays. Do you know how strict the top is? I don't want to go in for a few days in jail. I'll ask my dad to get you some work at the construction site after it's done. What about cigarettes and alcohol? Don't worry, there's definitely enough. I'll invite a few of my brothers to go on a healthcare trip after this. Okay. Who let you be my brother? Come in a while. Who? Not long after, Guo Chunlong came over with 5 or 6 fierce brothers. Where are they? Guo Chunlong asked in a rough voice with a cigarette in his mouth. Brother Long, this kid is having dinner with his brothers now. I'll have someone go transfer him out later, and we'll give him a good beating. Snappy, Daihong probed his head to the street, casually grabbed a man and gave him $100 to go and trick Xiaoye out specifically. You're Xiaoye, right? There's a girl outside looking for you. The man went in and called out Xiaoye in a serious manner, and it really looked like that. Sister? A few roommates immediately cajoled. Looks like your peach blossom luck has come. Alright, I'll go take a look. You guys eat your food. Xiaoye persuaded his roommates not to come out, and then he walked to the door, but he didn't see any girls. At this time, a big hand directly covered Xiaoye's mouth, pulling Xiaoye to the side of the alley. Xiaoye looked at Guo Chunlong and a few of his juniors and was still a bit confused, but when he saw Daihong he immediately reacted. Daihong, you can even use this kind of despicable tactics. You are also a talent. Xiaoye looked at Daihong and sneered. Aren't you very powerful? You give me another awesome one to see now. Daihong slapped Xiaoye's cheek with a villainous face. Come on, hurry up and finish moving and go. Guo Chunlong looked like he was about to make a move, but he was stopped by Xiaoye. Wait, I want to talk business with you. What the hell business? The fist that was swung in midair also stopped at this time. Help me to beat up Daihong, and I'll give you money. Xiaoye could of course shout a voice right now to get his roommates to come out and help, but it was hard to say if a few of their small bodies could beat this group of people. Besides, wouldn't it be more fun to have them turn around and fight Daihong? Laozi came out to mix. Speaking of a righteousness, do you think Laozi is so good to buy? Your several little brothers, one person 5,000. You 6,000. Xia hurriedly added. The old man came out to mix. Little brother 10,000. You 30,000. Guo Chunlong has put down his fist, but still grabbed Xia's collar. Little brother 30,000. You 60,000. Transfer first. Guo Chunlong pulled out his cell phone and showed Xia his collection code. Xia quickly transferred money to each of them. Guo Chunlong also didn't expect Xia to really give when he said he would. This was the first time he had seen someone so wealthy and generous. Playing a person has 60,000 into the account. This can be much higher than collecting protection money. Dragon brother. You will not see the brotherhood of righteousness. Dai Hong has now soft legs. Fei, what words? Who comes out to mix is not for a Mao grandpa. Guo Chunlong turned around and picked up Dai Hong. If you can give more than this kid, I will give you the job. Don't bring this kind of an on. My father's worksite work you also do not do? Your father can give what good work? Which time is not that a little loose work? Hearing Guo Chunlong say this, Dai Hong is also no trick. He now how money to Guo Chunlong The old man that a little thing is not enough for him to extort, so, if really pissed off the old man, then they also have to eat and take a walk. Dai Hong cried out, his hands protecting his face. Brother Long, brother for a time, don't hit the face. Do it, not with any ink. Guo Chunlong and the minions together on the hand. Hit that called a tragic ah. Dai Hong wail throughout the sound can be heard. Don't hit the face brothers. Pain pain pain. Look at Guo Chunlong, they hit almost. Leaning against the wall, cold eyes watching everything. Xia again to each of them transferred $10,000. Big brother, what do you mean by this? Guo Chunlong was puzzled when he heard the sound of the PayPal arriving. Seeing that you guys fought well, I'm very happy. This $10,000 is considered an extra reward. Thank you big brother. Big brother, from now on we will follow you. Guo Chunlong smiled nervously at Xia. Let's talk about this later. My brothers are still waiting for me to drink. Let's go. Glancing at Dai Hong, who was already bruised and swollen, Xia was now secretly happy in his heart and directly turned around to leave. Looking at the back of Dai Hong's departure, a little brother even probed in Guo Chunlong's ear and asked softly, Brother, this kid does not show the mountains and not show the water. Actually is a so rich lord. Do we want to take advantage of this opportunity to scrape a little bit of oil and water? Chapter 11 surely won the jackpot. Hearing that his little brother had this idea, Guo Chunlong was directly a violent chestnut. Do you think I'm Dai Hong, this stupid kid? He has the money to hire us to teach Dai Hong a lesson. Then there must be money to hire someone to teach us a lesson. All give me to put smart point. This kind of does not show the mountain, does not show the water. Do not provoke, or how to die in the future do not know. Guo Chunlong taught his juniors once again, and then left straight away, leaving Dai Hong alone in the alley, groaning in pain. Zhang Han is now driving BYD. While humming a little song once dialed Dai Hong's phone. Hey, Dai brother, how is this kid's lesson? What about? Lousy got beaten up. Quickly come to Minghai Road to save me. I'll put it together. What's going on here? Zhang Han is not dare to be ambiguous. Hurry to drive to pick up Dai Hong. Dai Hong body is not much serious injuries. Is the face broken? And the body of the expensive clothes is completely scrapped. Dai brother, this Guo Chunlong so not stuff. You do not go to the police? After hearing Dai Hong say the whole process, Zhang Han asked, this Guo Chunlong is not a simple character, and he has people he knows in the police station. It's useless to call the police. Dai Hong leaned on his chair and said helplessly, then, brother Dai, do you still report this revenge? Report? Why not report? Dai Hong responded viciously, but I'm also wondering, what's going on with this Xia kid? Where did he get so much money? I heard someone say that his family was expropriated before, but it doesn't make sense to think about it. Where did this expropriated land come from to get so much money? I heard yesterday that someone won the lottery a few days ago, a total of $14 million. Do you think it was Xia? It must be this guy, or else where did he get so much capital to be cross with me? But you said he gave Guo Chunlong $311,000, and spent $11,000 on dinner that day. That's $420,000, and that's more than $1 million. Not to spend it like this, right? This kid loves to pretend you're not unaware of, before in the company in order to flatter Mr. Shen, even out of his own pocket to say that the wages were sent out, wrong thing to do. What else is he can't do? Also, Dai Hong tightened his own fists. Xia, this revenge will not go unrewarded, is not a gentleman. I must make you pay the price. On the other hand, Xia's side, after returning to the small fry store, continued to eat and drink with his roommates as they should. It was quite cozy. Among them, Xia also asked everyone for the idea of entrepreneurship, but everyone is empty ambition. There is no startup capital to support their ideas. Xia also just smiled at this, did not say anything more. His heart has a big plan is quietly generated. After dinner, the roommates all went out to accompany their girlfriends, leaving Xia himself a single dog alone and lonely back to the rental house. But the couple in the next room seemed to be fighting right now, loud as hell. Rental houses are like that, poor soundproofing, and there are all kinds of people. There's no way. Cheap places are like that. Natsuo had thought of enduring it, but the one next door didn't seem to be ready to surrender for a while, so Xia simply left the rental house, went outside to find a hotel, opened a presidential suite to sleep. Hearing that Xia wants to open the presidential suite, the front desk lady immediately eyes glowing. In giving Xia room card, one also quietly stuffed to Xia a small note. Above the small note was a string of phone numbers, and there was no need to say more about the deep meaning of this. Xia lay down on the bed. Growing up so big, he really hasn't experienced the feeling of the presidential suite. This rich feeling can be really good. Originally some sleepy Xia, but now is tossing and turning, cannot sleep. Full of brains or just that a couple of screams. Xia casually opened a live platform, casually began to watch the live room. Brush and brush. Xia is just to see an old acquaintance of the live room. This live named as Rabbit Little Sister Anchorwoman. Is Xia high school flower Cici? People beautiful song sweet, and speak in a soft and sticky voice. Named Rabbit Little Sister is really right. In high school, Xia also had the chance to see a few times Cici. Every time to see her smile up the corners of the mouth side of the two small dimples, let a person in a good mood. Moreover, in high school Cici liked to dress up herself, and the crisp sound of that pair of high heels hitting the ground was considered a sweet spring in the hearts of all the men in the school. Xia, of course, also had some ideas about Cici, but back then he was a poor silk, where dare to hit on the whole school flower so until graduation, and even a contact information do not dare to ask. However, now is really fate. Actually let himself here to see Cici's live room. Cici, although people beautiful song sweet, but in the huge live platform is really nothing, so has always been a lukewarm state. The entire live room, although some people constantly send pop-ups, brush small gifts, but smash big money is no one. They are all old classmates, so let's show them the meaning first. Xia casually is 10 rockets sent. Live room inside is also instantly exploded. Visitor 1. What is the situation? There is a tycoon looking at our anchor woman? Tourist 2. This hand is $10,000. Tycoon greatly really is trenchless. Looks like our wife will be famous soon. Cici was also startled by the 10 rockets. She had planned to finish the song and go off the air to sleep, but she didn't expect that there would actually be a tycoon rewarding her. She hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for the 10 rockets sent by my brother. Refill. The voice was still so sweet, and soft and sticky, making people protective. Reward. Another 20 rockets were brushed up, and the live broadcast room was completely blown up. Cici was also busy saying thank you, but after singing one more song for Xia, Cici also said she was sleepy and directly closed the camera and went off the air. Cici went off the air. Instantly tasteless up. Xia casually threw the phone to the side, but at this time, Cici added Xia's WeChat through the platform account. Xia immediately came to the spirit, hurriedly agreed to the friend application. Thank you brother for sending the rockets, but it's too late today. Tomorrow please brother come to the live broadcast room early. Oh, love you, Jumi. Cici sent a voice. Her voice was doubly sweet, making people fall completely. Xia now also had to sigh. Money, this thing really is omnipotent. In order to avoid exposing himself, Xia just typed a response, casually brushed. I will come back tomorrow when I am free. Seeing Xia replying like this, Cici couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This person definitely has money. Chapter 12, Picking a Fight. In fact, recently Cici's financial situation is very unsatisfactory, and coupled with some changes in her life, it is now the time when she is in urgent need of money. So now a rich big brother has appeared. How can she not seize the opportunity? Cici, what does the brother do? Xia, poor people. Cici, brother jokes. Casually 30 rockets. Brother must not be simple. Xia, then the average person has a shallow point. Xia didn't want to get too far away from the matter of his own identity, and immediately changed the topic. At first, the topic of conversation between the two of them was still very shallow, but as the topic of deep asterisk into, Xia realized that this school flower seems to be not so uninviting as he imagined. In the process of chatting, Cici showed a completely different state from the previous reserved and cold in school. Even on some sensitive topics, Cici was able to quickly pick up, which made Xia even more excited now. Originally high above the saintly girl, Bai suddenly found, the original is also able to when you drive a car. Even car skills are very sophisticated. This experience is really unprecedented cool. The two people chatted very opportunistically, until 2 o'clock in the morning. Xia, this is to say that sleepy, put down the phone into the dreamland. Early the next morning, when Xia woke up, he saw that there were 2 missed calls on top of his cell phone. and there were also unread messages on top of his WeChat. These 2 missed calls were from Lee Jin, and there was also a message from Lee Jin on top of WeChat asking where he was now. And above WeChat, there is also a message from Yi Cece. Good morning, brother, sister misses you. I don't know if I want to think about it or not, but I think about my money for sure anyway. Xia Yi lightly laughed, and then dialed back a phone call to Lee Jin. Lee Jin quickly answered the phone, saying that she was on vacation today and didn't know where she could go to play, so she looked to see if Xia Yi could take herself for a bit of fun. Xia Yi was originally a loner, and now that he had a beauty to keep him company, of course he would welcome it. So Xia Yi immediately sent Lee Jin a current location of his own, and not a moment later, someone knocked on the door of the room. Xia Yi went over and opened the room door, and Lee Jin and a girl were currently standing in front of the door. The girl who came with Lee Jin was called Wang Wan, also a nurse at the hospital. Because Lee Jin had unintentionally chatted about Xia Yi last night when she and her little sisters were gathering for dinner, it quickly caught Wang Wan's attention. Today, when she heard that Lee Jin was coming to play with Xia Yi, she immediately pestered her to come along. Wang Wan's figure was still very hot, only that her face was not considered exquisite, especially when she stood together with Lee Jin. She was immediately pressurized head over heels, so Xia Yi naturally had little interest in Wang Wan. Young Master Xia, you are really rich. You can even afford to live in a presidential suite. It's all small money. Xia Yi waved his hand and laughed. Staying here for one night can cost quite a bit of money, right? Where did you get so much money? Robbing a bank. Natsuno smiled and shrugged. Idiot. Lee Jin gave Xia Yi a glance. That look was really cute to the human heart. If not for the presence of others, Xia Yi might want to pounce on her directly on the bed. Xia Yi asked the 2 of them to sit for a while, and went to check out of the room after he simply washed up. After treating Lee Jin and the 2 of them to breakfast, Xia Yi asked them if they could accompany him to buy a car for transportation. Lee Jin was fine anyway, so she naturally agreed. However, Xia Yi, this money of yours didn't come from the wind. Don't spend it indiscriminately. Well, at least keep some of your wife's capital for yourself. Lee Jin spoke out and reminded. Don't worry, I can't spend all my money. Xia Yi winked at Lee Jin, the one who said it had no intention, but the one who heard it had the intention. Xia Yi's sentence about not being able to spend it all was a completely subconscious reaction, but it reached Wang Wan's ears as a completely changed flavor. Last night at dinner, when Li Jin said that Xia Yi was a rich second-generation man with a good sense of humor, love and responsibility, Wang Wan was still reluctant to believe it, but now it looked like the other party not only lived in the presidential suite, but also made such a wild statement, so it was obvious that he had a not-so-small family background. Moreover, looking at the relationship between Li Jin and Xia Yi, although close but only stayed at the level of friends, so this also made Wang Wan's heart inevitably have some small thoughts. Xia Yi brought Li Jin and Wang Wan together to the 4S store. Coincidentally, now just met Dai Hong and Zhang Han. Of course they are not here to buy a car. The one beside them is the real protagonist. This person is called Lin Jian. The family has quite a lot of heritage, is considered to be Jinling City, a small famous rich second generation. Of course, Xia Yi does not recognize is. Recently, there happened to be some business disputes between his old man's company and Shinsini's company, so he was also asking Dai Hong and Zhang Han to help out and see if they could beat Shinsini with a bit of inside-outside cooperation. Once things succeeded, he would poach both of them and directly pay them tens of thousands of dollars a month. Dai Hong and Zhang Han passed a look at each other after seeing Xia Yi and immediately planned. Young Lin, do you see the guy over there with the two girls? He's the Xia Yi I was telling you about. When I mentioned you to him earlier, he was so arrogant. He didn't put you in his eyes at all. And the words he said were quite unpleasant. What did he say? Lin Jian raised his eyebrows and looked at Dai Hong and asked. I don't dare to say. Dai Hong pretended to look embarrassed. Just say what you have to say. I don't care. He said that you're just a son of a who goes around barking on the strength of having a little money in the family, and that this Jinling city still has to look at him Xia Yi in the end, and that Lin Jian or whatever isn't even in the mood to recognize him. He really said that? Lin Jian's face, which had just been somewhat smiling, suddenly clouded over. Of course, Zhang Han also seized the opportunity to fan the flames at this time. When I introduced young Lin to him earlier, he didn't even bother to listen, saying that this bit of broken silver you have really doesn't count for anything in his eyes. That's not all. He even had someone beat me up. I still have scars on my body. The two of them, Dai Hong and Zhang Han, you said one thing and I said another. That acting skill was really explosive. It was hard to not believe it. Lin Jian is now also frowned. Since childhood who was not following behind himself as a tail, now actually come out a guy does not put himself in the eyes. This lad a person how can tolerate. What's Xia Yi? He really hadn't heard of this character. Dare to go wild in front of him. That definitely must make him suffer. Come with me to meet him for a while. Dai Hong and Zhang Han knew that the ploy had succeeded and followed behind Lin Jian with a dark smile. Alright, Chapter 13, The Naughty and the Naughty. Are you Xia Yi? Lin Jian walked up to Xia Yi and stood in front of him with a disdainful look on his face. Yeah, who are you? Xia Yi didn't have a good face either. Originally, Xia Yi didn't know Lin Jian, and now that he saw that Lin Jian was so rampant, and that he had the two guys Dai Hong and Zhang Han behind him, he naturally wasn't going to greet him with a smile. In this Jinling city you actually haven't even heard of my Lin Jian's name? Sorry, really haven't heard of it. Xia Yi frowned. If you don't have anything else to do, don't affect me from looking at the car. Not giving Lin Jian any face at all, Xia Yi directly was leading Li Jin and Wang Wan into the 4S store, and when he passed by Lin Jian, he even intentionally bumped the other party's shoulder. Young Lin, did you see that? This person is just so arrogant, simply arrogant to the extreme. How dare he not put you in his sights? It's really abominable. The two people, Dai Hong and Zhang Han, seized the opportunity to fan the flames. What exactly is this kid's origin? Actually daring to be so arrogant with me. I've never heard of this character in Jinling City before. Although he was angry, Lin Jian was not a reckless person. The other party was so arrogant, so he must have arrogant capital. So now he was also careful to ask one more question. This kid was working in a company with us 2 days ago, but it's just that he won a lottery ticket of over $1 million in the past 2 days. How dare you be so arrogant even with just over $1 million? Looks like I really need to teach him how to write the word respect today. When Lin Jian heard that Xia Yi only had over $1 million, the big stone in his heart was put down. Last night on his birthday, his dad had given him $5 million to spend. A whole $5 million. I'm still afraid that I won't be able to fix this big-tailed wolf of yours. Be smart for me in a while. I'm going to make this kid never raise his head in front of me again. Lin Jian instructed, walked straight into the 4S store. Alright, Lin Xiao is mighty. Lin Xiao handsome, teach this kid a good lesson. Xia Yi walked into the 4S store, began to look left and right up. He is not very understanding of the car, so now can only be to see which one car is better looking. This 4S store is a superstore that deals with all kinds of high-grade luxury cars, and there is a wide range of luxury cars inside this store, so people can't help but look at the eyes. At this time, a salesman with a hot body came up and showed a professional smile to Xia Yi. Xia Yi smiled and wanted to talk to the other party first to see which car was better, but the other party walked straight to Xia Yi's back and directly took Lin Jian's arm. It turned out that what the other party welcomed was not Xia Yi, but Lin Jian behind him. Young Lin, you've been looking at cars for so long. Is there one that strikes your fancy? The salesman said and even squeezed Lin Jian's arm with his part. There's no rush. Let's first see what car this kid in front of us is buying. Lin Jian stuck his hands in his pockets and looked intently at Xia Yi's back. Lin Xiao, what are you buying a car to look at this poor kid for? This guy won a lottery ticket and doesn't know north and south. I'm here today to teach him to be a new man. Lin Jian purposely pulled his voice at this time and shouted to the entire crowd. Trouble everyone to be a witness. Today, whatever car he buys inside this store, I, Lin Jian, will buy a car that's one grade higher than him. If I can't do that, then I'll kneel down and call him grandpa in front of everyone. Lin Jian's sentence instantly stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone, and everyone now had their gazes fall on Xia Yi, who was within Lin Jian's gaze. Young Lin is mighty. Young Lin is the most handsome. The two of them, Dai Hong and Zhang Han, were also busy waving the flag for Lin Jian, feeling that he had become the center of attention. Xia Yi now frowned and turned around to ask impatiently, are you sick in the head? You buy your car, I buy my car, you then hairline calling grandpa without moving. Are you an elementary school student? What? You're afraid you can't beat me, so you're conceding? Lin Jian was even more condescending now. Just simply don't want such a big unfilial grandson. And compared to me, I advise you to better think it over. Fine. I'll see how much money you're able to shell out for a car today. Lin Jian was now furious, so angry that his eyes were glowing red. Young Lin, this kid is too arrogant. We must give him a little color in a while. Right, let this kid see why flowers are so red. A few stinky. Xia Yi had been in a good mood now also by Lin Jian and the others. Xia Yi, don't pay attention to them. It won't be good if they get enraged and lose their minds. Li Jin softly consoled by Xia Yi's side. Don't worry, I know in my heart. What's going on? Have you watched it yet? The salesman from just now chided Xia Yi with an impatient face. This sales clerk had been following Lin Jian closely on this big order, and it turned out that Lin Jian was about to look at the car, but now he was postponing the purchase of the car because of Xia Yi, which naturally made her feel uncomfortable. And Lin Jian put words only than Xia Yi to buy a higher grade of car. Then if Xia Yi choose a cheap car, then she can be a lot less commission. I just came in with this front foot. What can I look at? Xia Yi saw the salesman, or so a set of people do not put in the eyes of the appearance, is more angry. And, what the hell is your attitude? Your store salesmen are all as unqualified as you are? ? quality is not for people like you. The salesman sneered and stroked his hair. Just as Xia Yi was about to lose his temper, another salesman came over, and after persuading this salesman away, he smiled respectfully at Xia Yi and said, "This gentleman, I'm deeply sorry for what just happened. May I ask what kind of car you want to buy? I will introduce it to you in detail next." Hearing the salesperson's gentle voice, the fire inside Xia Yi's stomach immediately subsided by half, and now he also took a good look at this salesperson. Her appearance and figure is more outstanding than the woman just now. Just the whole person is a little bit smaller, but it does not affect her overall beauty at all. Looking at such a beautiful woman, Xia Yi's mood was also slightly better. Casually pointed to a car and asked, "What is the price of this car?" "Sir, this one car is Audi S6L, now only 541,800. This one car's cost effective is very high, or more recommended to start. This one car." The salesman was very enthusiastic to give Xia Yi an introduction. Seeing that the car Xia Yi was looking at was so cheap, Wang Wan, who had been following Xia Yi, took a step back and tried to keep a distance from Xia Yi, pretending that she didn't know him. Chapter 14, All Dumbfounded. Wang Wan is a very realistic person. Originally came to find Xia Yi just to recognize the rich young man, but now that Xia Yi was looking at such a cheap car, he couldn't help but compare it with Lin Jian, who was not far away, and immediately chose to clear the air, avoiding a fire at the city gates in a while, which would bring the fish to the pond. "I say Xia Yi, you just look at such a cheap car? $50-something thousand. This is afraid to be the cheapest car inside this store, right?" Zheng Han pretended to say. "That's right. How dare you come to this kind of high-end store to buy a car without this ability? There has to be a limit to pretending, right?" Dai Hong shouted after him. Listening to the words of these two, Lin Jian was now also getting more and more inflated. "A little bit of money and you dare to call my bluff? I'd like to see how you're going to end up today." Xia Yi has just calmed down. The anger instantly rekindled, directly turned his head to point at Lin Jian, yelled, "Who the hell and you call the shots? You're the one who wants to get entangled with me, aren't you? Are you sick?" "Right, I'm sick. You pick your car." Lin Jian now had a plan and felt that he had one. Naturally he didn't care about some of Xia Yi's words. "Good, you want to compete, don't you? Then I'll have a good competition with you today." Xia Yi's winning heart was also completely aroused, being targeted so much by others. If he still didn't give some response, he really wasn't a man anymore. "Xia Yi, calm down." Li Jin worriedly discouraged. She didn't want to watch Xia Yi lose his mind and make some kind of impulsive decision. "Don't worry, I'm calm." Xia Yi smiled at Li Jin, turned to the salesman and asked, "Which grade of car here is the most expensive for you?" "Sir, it's the Bugatti Veyron, and it's a customized model, quoted at 43 million. It's considered the treasure of our store. Our boss is not prepared to sell this one car, but if you need it, I can say hello to the manager. It doesn't matter. If this gentleman sincerely wants it, then 45 million will be sold to the gentleman." At that moment, the manager of the 4S store slowly walked out. He had watched this side of the farce throughout. Only as a manager it was not good to step in and intervene. But now since Xia Yi named the Bugatti Veyron, then it's a different story. "Okay, you open up quickly. I'm also happy. 45 million on 45 million. Xia Yi agreed with a light smile. "Then sir, I will now take you to see the car." The salesman was ready to lead the way for Xia Yi, but Xia Yi raised his hand. "I won't look at the car. There will be plenty of time to look at it after the purchase. Pay first." Hearing Xia Yi say this, everyone was shocked. Paying without even looking at the car? What kind of car buying operation is this? "Then may I ask sir, are you paying in full or in installments?" "What's the word installment? How come I've never heard of it before?" Xia Yi took out his bank card. "Full payment." Hearing Xia Yi's words, everyone present was even more shocked. $45 million of car directly pay by card. This must be how rich and generous people can do things. This kid is designated as pretending. Dai Hong was now weak in his heart, but still had a disdainful look on his face. When Xia Yi swiped his card to pay, Dai Hong's face immediately stiffened, and now he couldn't laugh at all. What kind of path is this Xia Yi a god? Right now, everyone in the room had their eyes on Lin Jian. The slap in the face had come so quickly, they wanted to see how Lin Jian was going to end it. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Jian's expression was already hard to see. The face slapping came so quickly, it really caught people off guard. Lin Jian turned around to viciously look for Dai Hong and Zheng Han's silhouette. If they hadn't said that Xia Yi only had more than $1 million, he wouldn't have so desperately messed with this character Xia Yi. But now Dai Hong and Zheng Han had long since disappeared without a trace. After all, they had pitted Lin Jian, and according to Lin Jian's vindictive character, they definitely didn't have any good fruit to eat afterward. "Lin Jian, isn't it? I wouldn't need you to buy a car that's one level more upscale than me. As long as you're able to come up with more than $40 million to buy a car that's on par with this one of mine, I wouldn't need you to call me this grandpa. Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Jian, who was trembling not far away, and laughed. But where could Lin Jian take out more than $40 million to buy a car? He only had $5 million on him right now, and even if he could barely make the down payment, how would he have the money to make up for the installments afterwards? If this is known by the old man inside the family, will not give him peeled layers of skin down? I'm not feeling well. I'll go to the restroom first. Lin Jian wanted to excuse himself to escape. Going to the toilet is fine, but first call me this grandpa. Xiaoyi stopped Lin Jian. I can't make it in time. I'll withdraw first. Lin Jian fled in a hasty manner amidst everyone's laughter. After Lin Jian escaped, the salesman who had just given Xiaoyi a sales pitch came forward and handed Xiaoyi a business card with Lin Ying's name on it. Sir, this is my contact information. If there are any problems with the vehicle following up, you can contact me at any time. Also, your car needs to go to the relevant departments to provide information and taxes. And of course there are insurance and licensing matters that need to be dealt with. That's a bit troublesome. Why don't you help me out? Xiaoyi looked at Lin Ying and laughed. I don't know much about some of this. How much money you say to me? I'll scratch it off to you. Just give me a call when you help me deal with it. This, mister, you believe me so much? Lin Ying looked at Xiaoyi in front of her with some surprise, and was a little speechless for a moment. I trust you. Just tell me roughly how much money you want. I'll transfer it to you now. Almost $5 million. I'll give you $5.5 million, and the extra will be counted as your honorarium. Xiaoyi then transferred $5.5 million to Lin Ying's account. Lin Ying was now completely shocked. Her entire body was involuntarily trembling. She really hadn't seen such a rich lord. Just this single business alone, she had earned quite a bit of commission. Sir, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the money? Lin Ying was surprised. It's just a few minutes of income. Xiaoyi lightly laughed. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. So much money was actually just a few minutes of income. What kind of god was this Xiaoyi? Originally away from Xiaoyi's Wang Wan at this time is also rushed to come forward. On Xiaoyi is now also a high regard. The heart is moving up some of the small nine. Perhaps they can therefore evening on the big money. Become a rich wife is also not certain. Chapter 15, Jinling Famous Mansion. Xiaoyi and Lin Ying left each other's phone numbers and then prepared to get up and leave. At this time, the salesman who had just ignored Xiaoyi hurriedly came forward to curry favor with Xiaoyi, handing over his business card. Xia Xiao, in the future, if there is any need, you can also find me at any time. Forget it, you'd better serve those some broads. Xiaoyi laughed lightly and left the 4S store straight away. The salesman stood at the door with a lost face. If he had just treated Xiaoyi a little bit better, then there wouldn't have been such a thing to happen. The manager now even came forward and made a dismissal treatment for the salesman. I've seen everything you've done in my eyes, and your service attitude like this is simply a black mark on our store, so I'm informing you now that you're dismissed. And, because of Lin Ying's outstanding performance, she is now promoted to be the assistant sales manager of our store. Lin Ying now felt as if she was inside a dream. Just one morning, not only did she sell the Bugatti Veyron, but she was also promoted to become the assistant sales manager. All of this was because of that man called Xiaoyi. Maybe he is his own lucky star. Since you have already bought a car, then the house is naturally a rare thing. After living in the presidential suite for one night, Xiaoyi now wanted even less to return to his own stinky rental house. Moreover, if he was really able to make it with Li Jin, then he would always have to find a place to applaud his love in the future, right? Is it possible to go to a hotel? That's not as comfortable and free as one's own home, right? Therefore, this matter of buying a house really can't be delayed. Where are you going? The cab master asked. Master, where are the most expensive prices here? Xiaoyi asked directly as soon as he got in the car. That must be Jinling Mingfu. Many rich people live there, but just the suite is 30,000 square meters. That's not a place that ordinary people can afford to buy. Then let's go there. Natsuno determined the destination. Xiaoyi, you're not planning to buy another house, are you? Li Jin inquired. She was mainly worried that Xiaoyi had spent too hard today, thus reminding him to spend wisely. Of course, I've bought a car of more than $40 million. Is it still bad enough to pay for this house? You don't want to spend impulsively. I know. Don't worry. Xiaoyi turned to look at Li Jin. You're so worried about my money now. Are you trying to be my housekeeper? Screw you. Li Jin beamed and ignored Xiaoyi. However, it would be quite good if she could really marry Xiaoyi. First of all, Xiaoyi was good looking, and he was also a humorous and straightforward person. These points were enough to make Li Jin moved. Secondly, although Jane herself didn't really value money, the fact that Xiaoyi was super rich was of course a big plus. After all, wouldn't marrying a rich handsome guy be the best of both worlds? Listening to the conversation between Li Jin and Xiaoyi, The cab master now just smiled and shook his head, turning on the radio. Spending more than $40 million to buy a car. Young people nowadays are really capable of bragging. If they had a car, why would they still take their own cab? However, what the cab master doesn't know is that this is true. Just got off the car. Wangwan preempted Xia Yi to pay the fare, and then followed Xia Yi towards the inside of Jinling Ningfu. Seeing someone enter, the security guards standing guard on both sides also stood even straighter, and their attitudes were all very cordial and respectful. It is said that the security guard is the face of a neighborhood. Now from the essence of some security guards can be seen, this neighborhood is definitely not bad. It is said that the security guards of Jinling Ningfu are all veterans, and their fighting strength is quite considerable, and now it seems that it is really true. After entering the neighborhood, Xia Yi was also quite satisfied with the surroundings. First of all, the greenery here was really good, and there was also a rather large artificial lake in the center, which looked like it put people in a much better mood. At the same time, the pattern of the whole neighborhood is very large, not like the general neighborhood as the road is crowded. Drive a car to be careful. The first impression is good. Xia Yi is now directly leading Li Jin and the girls towards the sales office. Xia Yi, what exactly do you do? Wang Wan was also more curious about Xia Yi's identity now. I'm just a wage earner. That means your family is rich inside? My family has been farmers for generations. Liar, either your family is rich or you are in big business. Otherwise where would you get so much money? Wang Wan was incredulous. I'm telling the truth. A few days ago I was selling fruits. Don't believe me? Ask Li Jin. Xia Yi smiled and walked directly into the sales office. Wang Wan looked at Xia Yi's so casual appearance. Now even more in his heart muttered. How in the world do you want to be able to get on with this rich young man? Li Jin didn't have the eyesight, but she had to seize the opportunity to grasp it. Do you have a villa here? Xia Yi began to inquire as soon as he entered the door. Xia Yi originally intended to buy a villa. After all, if you live in a suite, you will have to squeeze the same elevator as everyone else. And if you don't handle the neighborhood well, then it can be quite troublesome. Moreover, the sound insulation of the house may not be very good. If he and the beauty of the clap for love was heard by others, it would be embarrassing. So, if you want to buy a villa, and it must be a big villa. Sir, are you sure you want a villa? The manager of the sales office directly gave a blast and looked at Xia Yi and asked. Yeah, is there one? Villa words temporarily no more. But sir, if you want to figure convenient, we still have quite a lot of good type and high-rise. I can take Mr. to take a look at the. Forget it, if it's not a villa, I don't want it. Xia Yi didn't wait for the manager's introduction before directly waving his hand and saying no. Since there was no villa, then it was only possible to leave. Xia Yi disappointed out of the sales office, but did not think that he could actually run into an old acquaintance outside the sales office. Yo, isn't this the rich brother? This old acquaintance was no one else, but the sister of the bank president that Xia Yi had met at the bank. She was called Jin Yuxian, and was considered a famous beauty in Jinling City's noble circle. However, although the person was bewitching and moving, she kept a distance from any member of the opposite sex, which was a bit like Shinsini. There were rumors that Jin Yuxian's background was not simple, but no one was able to verify this. Sister Governor? Xia Yi was also happy to see Jin Yuxian and hurriedly greeted her. Did you come here to buy a house? Yeah, came to buy a villa, but unfortunately it's sold out. If you want, sister here has Chapter 16, Buying When You Say You'll Buy. Sister, are you telling the truth? Hearing Jin Yuxian say that she had a villa there to buy, Xia Yi was also immediately interested. Does your sister look like the kind of person who casually opens her mouth? Jin Yuxian said with a smile. If you really want to buy a house, then follow me. Alright, Xia Yi, who is this one? Wang Wan asked as she looked Jin Yuxian up and down. Oh, let me introduce. This is a friend of mine, now a bank president. Hearing Xia Yi's introduction, Wang Wan's heart also trembled. She didn't expect Xia Yi to actually be able to recognize a bank president. Inside her cognition, to be able to recognize a character like a bank president, that was quite impressive. Combined with Xia Yi's behavior of buying a car and a house today, Wang Wan's heart was moved by this second generation of rich people. Looking at Xia Yi and Jin Yuxian chatting quite familiarly, Li Jin, who was following behind her, also fell into silence. Xia Yi was so rich that she couldn't lift her head up, not to mention the fantasy of being his girlfriend. Even as an ordinary friend, the pressure is also quite large. Perhaps, the one who had the qualifications to be able to accompany Natsuno should be a good-looking and dignified girl like Jin Yuxian. However, Xia Yi's entire mind was on the house, so he didn't notice some of Li Jin's thoughts, and instead, he chatted with Jin Yuxian while walking towards her house. Once they entered the door, there was a not-so-small garden, and inside the garden, there were hanging chairs and exquisite tables and chairs, which was quite charming. At the back of the house, there was also a not-too-small swimming pool, and there was also a gazebo and some entertainment facilities. It looked very nice. Xia Yi was already fantasizing about himself and a beautiful woman frolicking and playing here. When he opened the door, a Chinese-style decoration came into his eyes. Since the first floor was the living room and kitchen and other daily areas, Xia Yi just took a brief look and followed Jin Yuxian up the stairs. On the other hand, Li Jin and Wang Wan stayed on the first floor and didn't go up. The decoration on this first floor was enough for them to look at their eyes. The second floor was the entertainment area. Not only was there fitness equipment, there was also a very large game room. There was even a swimming pool above the balcony, and the opposite side of the pool was the sea. I personally supervised the decorations here, so there's no need to worry about the quality at all. Jin Yuxian smiled and took Xia Yi up to the third floor. The third floor was the living area. There were 3 rooms on this floor. One was the master bedroom, and another was the second bedroom, which was equivalent to a guest room. There was also a room that was a simple resting area. There was also the 4th floor area above it, but since Jin Yuxian lived alone, the 4th floor was simply decorated and not furnished. This house also had a home elevator added to it, which allowed for easy access to the upper and lower floors. Xia Yi was still quite satisfied after briefly looking at the rooms. Brother, what do you think of this house as you look at it? I think it's quite okay. I just don't know how much money my sister is planning to offer. This house is about $50 million when I buy it plus decoration. For the sake of our sister and brother, I'll count you 48 million. Is that okay? Then thank you, sister. Xia Yi laughed. I'll transfer the money to you now. Are you sure you're about to buy it? Of course, there's no taking back what I said. Sister, you just hurry to report your bank card number to me. Look at you anxious. I'm going to the bank in a while. It's just right that you go with me to the bank to handle it. Jin Yuxian laughed lightly. I'll go and pack up my personal belongings first. Almost you can move in tonight. Okay. Xia Yi followed Jin Yuxian to the master bedroom. Jin Yuxian also did not have any avoidance, so she took out all her things from inside the closet. Xia Yi is not intentionally just happened to gaze at, is Jin Yuxian's underwear and a few pairs of black silk. Looking at some of these things, Xia Yi also can't help but gulp, hurriedly retracted his gaze, fled to the downstairs. Jin Yuxian naturally also noticed Xia Yi's gaze just now, just gently smiled, and continued to pack up his own things. Seeing Xia Yi come down, Li Jin and Wang Wan, who were sitting downstairs waiting, also immediately dropped their gazes on Xia Yi's body. Xia Yi, you're buying this house? Wang Wan couldn't wait to inquire. Right, how much did you buy it for? Sister counted me cheap. 48 million. Xia Yi replied. 48 million? This was not a small amount. To say that you can shell out, this Xia Yi is indeed not a simple character, and coupled with the money to buy the car today, before and after must add up to a small 100 million. 100 million. This is the average person to spend a lifetime or not necessarily able to earn the money. Actually was Xia Yi so easy to spend out? In Wang Wan and Xia Yi conversation, Li Jin but has remained silent. She now realized, the original themselves and Xia Yi is not at all a world of people. They also counted ridiculous, before actually still delusion will have any future with him. After about half an hour or so, Jin Yuxian dragged the suitcase from the elevator inside came out. Let's go. We now go to the bank. Okay. Xia Yi stood up and followed Jin Yuxian. Xia Yi directly got into Jin Yuxian's white Land Rover and went to the bank. Wang Wan originally wanted to go and join in the fun, but Li Jin excused herself and said that she wasn't feeling well and wouldn't go, so she was too embarrassed to follow. Inside a small restaurant in Jinling City, Dai Hong and Zhang Han were currently sitting together drinking wine. Brother Dai, according to me, this Xia Yi really isn't something that we can afford to offend. A car that costs more than $40 million is bought whenever he says it's bought. Even Lin Jian isn't his match. I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation in Jinling City is really his match. Zhang Han persuaded in a serious tone. Money, money, money. Open your mouth and shut your mouth is all about money. Didn't you say that this kid only has over $1 million? Where did he get so much money now? Dai Hong gas is not smooth. A bottle of beer directly down. Brother Dai, you also sober up. This kid is so rich. How could he have won the lottery? I think this kid might have been hiding his strength before. His background might be quite uncomplicated. Moreover, he's so rich now. We're still fighting him. Isn't that eggs touching stones? PFF- Dai Hong was not able to smooth out his breath, and directly sprayed a mouthful of blood on Zhang Han's face. Holy, brother Dai, are you alright? It's not like you're going to die of anger, right? Zhang Han nervously held Dai Hong. Your brother-in-law. You're the one dying. Chapter 17, Kidnapping Natsuo. Brother Dai, what the hell is going on with you? Zhang Han asked as he nervously looked at Dai Hong. It's fine. I'm a person who has this problem. Every time I get a lot of gas, I'll vomit blood. Once when I asked my old man for money and didn't give it to him, I threw up. The last time I applauded with that Zhang Yuan from personnel. I also spit. Dai Hong wiped the corner of his mouth and said, however, I'm really pissed off. Why is this Xiaoyi kid able to be so rich while I'm being screwed over by him so miserably? Lao Zi is not convinced. Dai Hong viciously slammed the beer bottle on the ground, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. Brother Dai, you also calm down. Zhang Han apologized to the guests at the other table, then continued to persuade Dai Hong. This Xiaoyi isn't someone to be messed with. He's so rich that he's casually able to buy out that engineering team of your dad's. I think why don't we just admit our weakness and play the grandson when we meet in the future? Pretend to be a grandson? Have you ever seen me act like a grandson? Dai Hong reached out and slapped Zhang Han's head. This revenge, I must report. I'm no money, but I have people. I'm not able to find someone to give him a beating even if the money is above Xiaoyi's kid? Brother, you are not forgetting the last time when the dragon brother, mother her, don't mention Guo Chunlong that to me. This time I'm going to do it myself. Definitely won't let go of Xiaoyi this bastard. As soon as Guo Chunlong was mentioned, Dai Hong was furious. Moreover, if I still don't do it, according to Lin Jian that person's character, he definitely wants to get me killed. Even if I die, I have to pull it back. Brother Dai, this rich people are not short of fighters. We are not his opponent. You have to think twice. Zhang Han continued to persuade. And, Xiaoyi that boy is actually nothing. I think so many things are actually I think all this is our own fault. What's the matter? You still help that kid to speak? I see you this kid is afraid of it? Okay, I'll do this on my own. You love to help or not? I don't need you. Dai Hong waved his hand and directly left to go shout at someone. Looking at Dai Hong's back, Zhang Han also frowned. He was not as shafted as Dai Hong. He didn't know what kind of character Xiaoyi was, but he knew that it was definitely not someone he could provoke. It is just a pity that his previous $40,000. Zhang Han picked up his cell phone and dialed Guo Chunlong, on the second floor of the bank. Inside Jin Yuxian's office, Xiaoyi and Jin Yuxian had already completed the house transfer and other formalities, and Jin Yuxian's set of villas was now considered Xiaoyi's. Brother, this house is now yours. However, my sister is a person who misses the past. It's not certain when I'll want to come back to see my old house, so you can't turn my sister away at that time. Jin Yuxian threw the key to Natsuno. Of course, I'll welcome my sister whenever she comes. Natsuo smiled and collected the key. In case elder sister arrives late at night one day, is it okay if I want to spend the night with you? Jin Yuxian got close to Natsuo's ear, wriggling around him and exhaling like an orchid. Sister, I can't stand it if you're like this. Xiaoyi somewhat shyly lowered his head and said, you can't top it like this? Then you still need to exercise more when you turn around. Jin Yuxian came a few points closer again, smiled and lightly scratched at his body. Then what? I'll leave first. Xiaoyi was now completely unable to top it, and hurriedly fled the office in a hasty manner. Wait until Xiaoyi left. Opposite the office inside came over a middle-aged woman. Jean total, you this house before and after can be considered to put in nearly $60 million. Now only sell this kid more than $40 million. Will not be too loss? Smashing some money for your favorite man is not considered a loss. Jin Yuxian clasped his hands on his chest and smiled as he sat back in his seat. Aren't you not interested in men, Mr. Jean? I'm interested now. Jin Yuxian picked up some of Xiaoyi's documents from the table, because she had heard that Xiaoyi had just bought a Bugatti Veyron today, so she was now taking the initiative to help him with some procedural things as well. After coming out from the bank, Xiaoyi is now also beautifully rushing towards his rental house. The day before, he slept in a rental house, but today he was able to move into a large villa. This feeling is really quite good. He now is to go to the rental house to get some belonging to their own things, although it is not what valuable items, but for him is also very precious things. Just as he got down from the car with his front foot, someone stepped forward to frame Xiaoyi with his back foot, and a small knife was already pressed against Xiaoyi's back. Xiaoyi, if you want to live, be obedient and come with me. Xiaoyi could hear that the one who spoke was Dai Hong, so now he also nodded his head. His days were just now getting nourished. He didn't want to die here just like this. Dai Hong led the people to frame Xiaoyi to a nearby piece of wasteland. A few people framed Xiaoyi while Dai Hong was looking at Xiaoyi with a vicious face. His hands were now holding a small knife, completely a ruthless look. If his feet were not shaking right now, then it would be completely shocking to others. Dai Hong himself didn't expect that in the end. There were only 3 brothers who were willing to follow to kidnap Xiaoyi, but now it was already an arrow on the string and had to be sent. There was no turning back for him now, so this one thing had to be done no matter what. Xiaoyi, you are very arrogant now. Buy a car more than 40 million said to give? You are very powerful. You now let me in the company cannot even lift up my head. And also by Guo Chunlong gave a beating. And now Lin Jian all over the city to find me. Is to want to waste me? You say how to do it? Listening to Dai Hong stumbling to finish his words, Xiaoyi also can't help but laugh. This guy is definitely the least imposing kidnapper he has ever seen. What the hell are you laughing at? Are you looking down on me? Daihong's face was now red and he waved the knife in his own hand at the air. Nothing. Natsuo collected his laughter. So what do you want to do now? That's good. Don't you have money? Compensate me for the mental damage fee. This matter is over. It's unlikely that we can still be friends when we see each other on the road in the future. Otherwise, I'm not bluffing. I can find someone to kill you in a minute. I have people in the society. The relevant departments also have people. You are not my opponent. Hearing Daihong so say, Xia Yi will be more happy. This if there is really someone in the society. Also not to bring 3 people dare to come to find their own account But Xia Yi did not laugh this time, just looked at Daihong and said, how much do you want? Chapter 18, follow you. How much do you want? 1 million. You have to give me 1 million. Daihong pursed his lips and held it for half a day before saying this one number. Ha 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 ha. You held your tongue for half a day before releasing a dud? Xia Yi was really amused this time. Is $1 million also considered money? Hearing Xia Yi say this, Daihong then reacted and hurriedly shook his hand. No, 1 million is not enough. You have to give me 10 million. Right, that's $10 million. Say such a number. Even if it is Daihong himself have some heart face weak, he is from childhood to the big have not seen so much money So much money. His father had to work for how many years to be able to earn hand And just as Xia Yi was about to agree, Zhang Han's voice came from the distance. Chao Nima's Daihong. I can't imagine that you're really capable of doing this kind of unethical thing. And extortion? You're really bold. Zhang Han directly rushed down from above. Zhang Han was already fat, and now he rushed down without charging his speed. Just like a humanoid tank, he ran straight towards Daihong. And Guo Chunlong and his minions at this time also then appeared. Immediately as to Daihong brought these few minions to dry down. What's going on here? Xia Yi was also confused now, looking at everything in front of him and blinking his eyes dumbfoundedly. Brother, I didn't come late, right? Guo Chunlong patted Xia Yi's shoulder and laughed. What the hell is going on here? Hey, it wasn't that Zhang Han called me and told me that Daihong was preparing to retaliate against you. So we came here to squat and keep watch. And it just so happened to be that we saw that you were kidnapped, so we rushed to help. Zhang Han? Isn't he wearing the same pants as Daihong? Looking at Zhang Han, who was now wrestling with Daihong, Xia Yi was also completely confused. He and Daihong had just broken up not long ago, and if it wasn't for him telling me about this, I really couldn't rush here so quickly. Guo Chunlong laughed. Soon, Daihong and a few of his minions were completely beaten into submission, especially Zhang Han, presumably because he had eaten too much today, coupled with the strenuous exercise he had just done. He was now directly vomiting all over the place. However, what he threw up really wasn't wasted at all. It was directly directed at Daihong's body. Now Daihong's body was full of sticky stuff. It looked really disgusting. Boss, are you alright? Zhang Han wiped the corner of his own mouth and ran over naively to inquire about Xia Yi's situation. I'm not your boss, Anan. Xia Yi waved his hand. It is now. I, Zhang Han, used to have eyes that didn't recognize Tai. And even though I reacted a bit slower, I'm not stupid. You are someone with great ability, only that you usually keep a low profile. I, Zhang Han, will follow you from now on, as long as you say so. I can do whatever you want. Boss, what do you say about this person? Guo Chunlong asked, pointing at Daihong on the ground. This still needs to be thought about? This is kidnapping for ransom. Send him directly to the police station. Xia Yi made an instant decision. You dare to move me? Xia Yi, do you know who my dad is? My dad is Daigang. Do you know? My dad knows people in the relevant departments. They are all big shots that you can't afford to mess with. You can't touch me. Try touching one of me? Daihong roared loudly. Soon, Xia Yi made a good statement. Because there is also Zhang Han, they shot the follow-up video corroboration. So Daihong this time the kidnapping for ransom is considered completely situated, and now can only be honest in the police station to stay. After coming out from the police station, knowing that Xia Yi is going to the rental house, Zhang Han and Guo Chulong, 2 people, are now busy to help Xia Yi move things. With Xia Yi's consent, they help Xia Yi send the things to Xia Yi's villa. When seeing Xia Yi now living in such a luxurious villa, the 2 people's mouths were almost closed. And now they are also more determined to follow Xia Yi's determination to continue. Today's matter is also thanks to the help of the 2 of them. So Xia Yi gave them a person 100,000 as a thank you to them. At the same time, Xia Yi gave Guo Chulong an extra 100,000 so that he could distribute it to his juniors. Seeing so much money, Guo Chulong and Zhang Han were now screaming even more cheerfully as this old man. This time the thing also let Xia Yi more a hard eye. He is now indeed rich. But the problem of security is still no way to solve. He is also time to hire a few powerful bodyguards to protect himself. This if by some red-eyed people on the eye, then he can be dangerous. Those who are greedy are capable of doing anything. After sending off Zhang Han and Guo Chunlong, Xia Yi ordered a takeaway and ate it at home. While eating it, he was drumming up his own way of proceeding. The money earned from selling gold last time, today is also spent. He can't just sit on his ass. He has to find a way to make money. But is it possible to buy gold again? Last time he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy gold has been treated as a monster. Now take tens of millions of dollars to buy gold. That is also too much for himself to attract the wind. Moreover, he now has money. This if still go to do things that have already been done, that is also too boring. So it is still need to reconsider the method of making money for oneself to follow. Gold, silver, jade. If gold doesn't work, then why not try jade? This was a good idea. Xia Ye's eyes lit up and determined his next goal. It is said that good jade can be worth tens of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. If you go to dump a few handfuls of jade, then neither appear to be yourself, but also to be able to make a big fortune. Why not do this? He is now for jade is really know nothing, so tomorrow might as well go to find Jin Yuxi and ask. This Jinling city in the end where can have jade to start, can also let himself have the opportunity to learn. Just when Xia Yi was thinking, a phone call came in. It was Aunt Lin. This Aunt Lin is the aunt that Li Jin introduced to help Xia Yi sell fruits. Now call over. Afraid not to report the fruit store things. As expected, Aunt Lin told Xia Yi on the phone, because the fruit store's previous discount promotion made everyone feel good, so now even if they sell at the original price, business is still very hot. Today just in one day alone, $4,000 were sold. Not knowing exactly how the money should be credited to Xia Yi, but Xia Yi now also does not care about this little money. Told Aunt Lin after not need to report to himself every day, as long as every month to show himself the account book, and then once a month to transfer money to himself is good. Hearing Xia Yi say this, Aunt Lin was even more touched. She did not expect Xia Yi would actually believe in himself so much, and now is even more determined to do a good job of it. Chapter 19 Rocket Bombing. After hanging up Aunt Lin's phone call, Xia Yi flipped through the address book and turned to Yi Cici, but the result was that this girl even turned off her phone. Looking at the large room empty, really not much fun. Xia Yi thought about simply clean up the house. Right in the process of Xia Yi cleaning up, he inadvertently found a cell phone. Whose cell phone is this? Xia Yi unlocked the phone and looked at the photo on the phone's screensaver. It was clearly Jin Yuxian. It should be her old cell phone from before, right? Surprisingly, it doesn't have a password? Thinking that this was Jin Yuxian's cell phone, Xia Yi ghostly clicked into the photo album in the phone. When he saw the pictures in the album, Xia Yi was stunned. The pictures inside were all of Jin Yuxian wearing different styles of clothes, posing in poses some of which looked very blood-curdling, and Xia Yi was stimulated after seeing them. Holy! Xia Yi instantly froze in place with a blush on his face. At the age when he was just at his prime, how could Xia Yi stand all this? Just as he was looking more and more mesmerized and breathing heavily, WeChat rang. Yi Cici, brother, people open live. Today do not come to see people live? Xia Yi, okay wait a moment. It didn't take long for Xia Yi to take out his cell phone and lie on the bed to watch the live broadcast. However, Yi Cici's live room is very cold. Xia Yi looked at the number of viewers displayed in the upper left corner of the cell phone screen. But 2 digits, but also completely no pop-up interaction. Direct rocket bombing. Xia Yi's money comes fast. A rocket of $1,000 is nothing but a trifle. In an instant, 200 rockets were brushed out. At once, the live broadcast room was flooded with many viewers. Yi Cici's brain was blank, completely at a loss, covered her mouth and froze in front of the screen, even forgetting to sing the song. 200 rockets, equivalent to $200,000. Thank you brother for sending the rockets. Thank you. Yi Cici breathed in sharply. Looking at the school as an iceberg goddess like Yi Cici, because of their own 200 rockets and excited red face and ears in addition to the delicate, but also associated with the photos in the old cell phone of Jin Yuxian just now, a wave of evil fire surged up Xia Yi heart. Exit the live broadcast. Use WeChat to send a message to Yi Cici. Are you in Jinling City? Yi Cici, brother, are you also from Jinling City? It is too coincidental. Some nervous Xia Yi. Fingers are trembling to send another message to Yi Cici. In that case, tonight also do not live. Come over to me. Maybe it's too direct, but that's what Xia Yi thought in his heart. Then, where does brother live then? Yi Cici's tone seemed to reveal a hint of hesitation. Jinling Mingfu, Villa 6. Yi Cici's beautiful eyes lit up after seeing the message, but she knew that people who could live in Jinling famous mansion were either rich or noble, and were by no means ordinary people. Then what is brother calling me over to do? Xia Yi, you should understand what I mean. I am more direct. If you are not willing to come, I will never force you. After a while Yi Cici replied with voice, then I will come over now. Brother, wait for me. Seeing Yi Cici's reply, this time can be Xia Yi excited bad. Yi Cece was the school flower of their high school, the iceberg goddess in the hearts of countless people. Now that she agreed to her request, it was unimaginable. Some calmed down, immediately rushed into the bathroom. After washing up, Xiaoye's mood is still very apprehensive. Picked up the phone and sent a message. Where are you now? Yi Cece replied to, I have entered the Jinling Mingfu neighborhood, soon to the 6th villa. The thought of his goddess is about to come. Xiaoye at the same time in his heart thought, if Yi Cece knows that his mouth brother is actually my high school classmate, I do not know what will think about it. A few minutes later, the villa's bell rang. Xiaoye hurriedly ran downstairs to open the door. However, when Yi Cece blushed and walked into the villa and saw Xiaoye's appearance, her pupils violently shrunk. I seem to have seen you somewhere? Yi Cece said with her small mouth open in surprise. Changlin High School. Former classmate Xiaoye. Xiaoye? Right, I remember. But how come it's you? It's me. Xiaoye smiled somewhat embarrassedly while looking Yi Cece up and down. Before Yi Cece came to Jinling famous mansion, it was obvious that he had done some careful dressing. His slender jade legs were wearing a tight black hip-wrapping skirt, which emphasized his figure to the fullest. Skin as delicate as sheep's fat, long eyelashes embellished with clear eyes like water, sexy red lips slightly upturned, immediately let Xiaoye heart beating wildly. She was even more gorgeous than in high school, with a body that had never been better. Don't stare, come in and sit down. Xiaoye waved with Yi Cece and signaled. Oh, but I really didn't think it was you. Say your family is so rich, you can afford to live in a villa here? Don't mention it, I just bought it. Xiaoye smiled and said with full disinterest. Yi Cece smiled at Xiaoye's words, looking as bright and charming as a flower. In fact, she didn't know what kind of person she would meet today. 80% was an old man, although she knew what would happen, but she had no choice but to live, and she didn't want to lose the dirt that was so hard to reward him. However, from the current situation, in front of the despite being her former classmate, although a little embarrassed, but it is much better than the previously expected results. Such a big villa, take me on a tour? Yi Cece proposed after looking around. Okay. In this way the villa's up and down several floors. Xiaoye took her to see all of them. When she reached Xiaoye's bedroom, Yi Cece, as if she had made up her mind, gritted her teeth and her cheeks reddened as she burrowed into the quilt. Yi Cece's action instantly made Xiaoye react. If he still didn't know what to do at this time, then he was a cutie. Xiaoye's beautiful dream was finally about to come true, but to his surprise, he did not get what he wanted, because Yi Cece came to the aunt. Some are wild, some doubt life. She is not aware of the relatives, so dare to come to him? In the second half of the night, the two embraced each other to sleep. The next morning, Yi Cece snuggled in Xiaoye's arms, looked at him, hesitated for a while, and finally opened his mouth and said, Old classmate, can you help me with one thing? Why don't you call me brother anymore? Xiaoye touched Yi Cece's agitated nose and teased her. Aya, you are bad. People are talking to you about serious things. What is there to say straight? That. I want to find you to borrow money to save an emergency. Borrow? We are already in this kind of relationship now. How distant does borrowing seem? You can just ask me directly. Say it, how much do you need? It's a bit much. Don't be angry when you hear it. 600,000. Chapter 20, Jade Market. 600,000. Xiaoye frowned after repeating the sentence and glanced at Yi Cece. Yi Cece thought that he had upset Xiaoye by asking for a large sum of money, and hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, I know I want a little too much, but I really need this money to save my life. What are you thinking? Am I such a petty person? I just think that 600,000 is too little. Why don't I just round it up to a whole number? 1,000,000. Add another 1,000,000, and give you 2,000,000. Ha! Yi Cece almost exclaimed in shock. Of course, I also have conditions attached. Then Xiaoye whispered softly beside Yi Cece's ear. When your great aunt is gone, be at your beck and call. Good. Yi Cece's cheeks blushed as she nodded her head in agreement, and the two of them once again made out. After another while, Yi Cece served Xiaoye to put on her clothes, and after the two of them ate breakfast together, Xiaoye transferred the money to Yi Cece. Yi Cece was full of gratitude. Thank you so much. This is not necessary. There is an agreement between us. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised. However, if I tell you, I used to like you when I was in high school, would you believe me? After saying that, Yi Cece turned around and happily left. Che, I don't believe it. It's not like I'm some kind of 10,000 people fan. Yi Cece had just left when Lin Ying, the saleswoman of the car sales store, called. May I ask if it's Mr. Xia? Your Bugatti Veyron procedures are done for you. Only the license plate needs 2 days. Where are you now? I'm at Jinling famous mansion in Jinling City. Okay. In less than a quarter of an hour. The Bugatti Veyron that Xia Yi had purchased earlier was delivered to the Jinling famous mansion. This car was also too handsome. With its black body and flowing lines, it made Xia Yi's eyes look straight. The interior is incomparably more luxurious, sitting up as if wrapped in general, very comfortable. After the car delivered to Xia Yi, female saleswoman Lining respectfully said, "Your car is no problem. If you have other questions, you can call me at any time. I will come over in time to help you deal with." However, after Lining left, Xia Yi looked at this behemoth beside him, somewhat at a loss, wanted to drive the car to the villa's underground warehouse, but it seemed like he didn't know how to drive himself either. He has driven all kinds of cars, bicycles, broken three-wheeled, and such a top sports car and automatic, completely do not know how to start. Forced to do nothing, Xia Yi can only call for help. That is the security guard in the neighborhood. The security guard was a little confused after hearing Xia Yi's request, not to mention driving, is to see have never seen such an expensive sports car. After being pushed into the sports car by Natsuo, the security guard's hands shook incessantly as he held the steering wheel. "I say this owner, you don't know how to drive. Why do you want to buy such an expensive sports car?" The security guard was obviously a bit confused by Xia Yi's behavior and asked cautiously, "Alas, don't mention it. I didn't want to buy such an expensive car in the first place, but there's always someone who wants to disgust me, so I'm just here to punch him in the face and show him what it means to be outside of the human race and outside of the sky." Just thinking about Lin Jian's defeated appearance, Xia Yi felt a sense of relief. The security guard, after listening to Xia Yi's words, obviously also froze. The rich in this neighborhood, he has seen a lot of people in order to pretend to be very low-key, very vulgar. Never like this owner. Pretend so extraordinary, unique. When the security guard parked the car steadily in the underground garage of Xia Yi's villa, he let out a long breath. Xia Yi, on the other hand, dialed Jin Yuxian's phone. "Beauty, did I get my driver's license?" Xia Yi first casually found a topic. "I'm looking for someone to get it for you, but it will take a week at least," Jin Yuxian explained. "So that's how it is. Oh, by the way, beautiful girl, do you know where there is a place to get your hands on jade in our Jinling city? Recently, I've suddenly become a bit interested in the jewelry industry." "Interested in the jewelry industry? Let me tell you this then. You found the right person. My side business is the jewelry industry." "What? Did I hear you right? Aren't you working in a bank?" Xia Yi was a little surprised by Jin Yuxian's words. "That's for sure. If I don't have some side business, just with me being a bank president, how can I live in a villa, drive a luxury car? That's a good feeling. If you're free, you take me to see it." "Okay, bye now. Wash up at home and wait for me to pick you up." Xia Yi was a bit speechless at Jin Yuxian's words. 20 minutes later, Jin Yuxian came to Xia Yi's villa in Jinling Ningfu, and his eyes lit up after seeing Xia Yi's brand new Bugatti Veyron sports car in the underground garage. "Your car formalities are done? How is it?" "Not bad, right? I asked you to help me get a driver's license just because I just bought this car." Summer Night responded with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be so rich. No one in our Jinling city can afford to drive a car of your price. Not much more expensive, but just over $40 million. That's fine. Who told you to be rich? But why don't we drive your car? Look at the jade in a while. Drive your car out to support the scene." Jin Yuxian proposed to Xia Yi. "That's fine. I don't have a license. You drive." Thus, Jin Yuxian drove the Bugatti Veyron and took Xia Yi to the jade market in Jinling City. On the central street of Jinling City, a brand new black Bugatti Veyron was exceptionally eye-catching. When he reached the traffic light intersection, the driver of an Audi A6 looked at the black sports car beside him and almost drooled. And when he saw this driving a Bugatti Veyron female drivers, the heart is even more angry. How I did not catch this good thing, next to the white boy if I would be good. Surprisingly, it is a rich white beauty on the back. This kind of sports car should be a few $1 million, right? If I can have something with the beautiful girl driving in this kind of car, that would be. The jade market that the duo came to was not very far away from Jinling City, and the duo only spent an hour to get there. After arriving at the market, they parked the car, and Jin Yuxian wrapped her arm around Xia Yi's arm and walked into the market together. Xia Yi felt the gust of body fragrance from Jin Yuxian beside him, and the soft body, instantly remembered the pictures from her old cell phone earlier, and immediately became a bit unable to hold on. Jin Yuxian did not directly take Xia Yi to buy jewelry used jade, took the lead to the market, used for gambling area. At this time, there were quite a few people in the gambling area, and the sound of people was booming, making it look lively. Xiaoyao. The neighborhood of this gambling area is full of people who gamble for a living. If you want to play stone gambling, you must have 3 conditions. One is an extremely strong ability to withstand. The second is to dare to gamble. And the third is an old and skillful eye and experience. In the business of gambling on stones, getting rich and losing your family is often just a thought away. Chapter 21, Gambling on Stones. Jin Yuxian explained in detail with Xiaoyi while a group of people next to him started gambling on the stones, getting ready to go under the knife. I'm going. No way. It looks like it's going to come out green? Alas, the watercolor is not too good, but also with some impurities. It seems to be worth little money, but all in all, no loss, no gain. Originally gathered in the neighborhood to watch the people, more or less some sigh. At this moment, from the opposite side of the gambling area, came over an old man with a shaved head. This old man upper body wearing a vest, left hand holding a string of Buddha beads, right hand picking a smoking gun, enough a Republic of China old man's shape. However, his appearance immediately triggered the attention of everyone in the gambling area. Oh my god, look, it's Master Zhao C coming. It can't be? It's that fourth Master Zhao who made his fortune in the gambling business and has opened sky-high priced Class C jadites? Of course it is. What other fourth Master Zhao could there be? Now we're in for a treat. However, Mr. Zhao had long been accustomed to the crowd's boasting, and didn't listen to their words at all, still slowly pacing over from the other side of the room. However, after he saw Jin Yuxian, his eyes immediately revealed a glimmer of essence asterisk and he walked towards Jin Yuxian and Xiaoyi. Who do I think this is? Isn't this the Golden Ridge City's golden beauty? Fourth Master Zhao didn't hide his blunt gaze, looking up and down on Jin Yuxian back and forth. Greetings, Elder Zhao. Jin Yuxian was at ease and greeted Fourth Master Zhao. Fourth Master Zhao snorted and asked Jin Yuxian, "What? You're suddenly interested in gambling on stones?" Fourth Master Zhao is joking. How would I know about this? It's just that I have a few jewelry stores under my name that need some good jade, so I came over today to pick out a few pieces and bring this younger brother of mine to open his eyes. Yo, do you want Fourth Master to teach you a few tricks? The conditions, but also simple. Fourth Master Zhao said with an even more lewd smile. Seeing this bad old man being so reckless, Xiaoyi almost couldn't help but roll up his sleeves and go up to teach him a lesson, but he was quickly pulled back by Jin Yuxian. Seeing that Jin Yuxian did not respond to his words in the slightest, Fourth Master Zhao let out a cold snort and walked away, somewhat making a fool of himself. After Fourth Master Zhao turned to leave, Jin Yuxian whispered beside Xiaoyi's ear, "This old thing has a very deep background in the jade business around Jinling City. Don't offend him easily, but to say that his eyesight in the entire Jinling City is also one of the best. He opens the stone is a rare scene. Go, let's follow up to see." The two of them, Xiaoyi and Jin Yuxian, turned around and around behind Fourth Master Zhao. I saw Zhao finally walk to a stall that he had noticed for a long time, pointing to a piece of its appearance of the original stone, to the boss of the stall and asked, "How do you sell this piece of stone?" The stall's owner immediately came to life when he saw that it was Zhao Si, stood up from his pony and held out 3 fingers to Zhao Si. "Are you bluffing your fourth master? This stone is $3 million. It's not worth it, is it? This stone is very good quality. You see yourself this python skin this head of water. This is a piece of good raw stone. The chance of green is very big, and today is the fourth master you want this piece of stone is this number. If it were anyone else, I would have to sell at least 5 million. Okay, 3 million is 3 million. We are not bad money lord," Master Zhao said, transferring the money to the stall owner. Xiaoyi looked at this scene of the two, secretly staggered. He recently this is rich, if it were before, must be shocked off the jaw. No wonder it is said that this line of gambling stone, one cut poor, one cut rich, the richer the person is more likely to lose their fortune. This casually buy a stone is a few million. The average person really cannot play. Although Xiaoyi was surprised, but the heart is still a little eager to try. How to say also when Jin Yuxian came to the gambling area, how much to buy a piece of play? Try your luck, as the right to make a scene can also be, the emphasis on participation. While thinking, Xiaoyi pointed to a stone he saw on the stall boss in front of him and asked, "Boss, how do you sell this piece of stone?" "Ah." The owner in front of the stall looked at the stone Xiaoyi was pointing at and then looked at Xiaoyi again, obviously not slowing down. The stall owner froze for a few more seconds, thinking to himself that there was even such a rash person. This is a piece of waste stone before someone opened. Cut several cuts cannot open green. No one wants to be thrown aside, and then was picked up by him. Thought of one day pit a fat sheep, but this stone has been displayed for a long time, no one to buy. He was about to give up. Did not expect this time Xiaoyi actually want to buy. He quickly reacted, "Little brother, you want to buy this stone? Ah? If you want to take $100,000, no second price. $100,000? Xiaoyi hard a pondering. This in Zhao 4 masters that can easily be a few $1,000,000 compared to the original stone is not really expensive. Is looking to buy it down. Was a sight of the Jin Yuxian stopped. "Do you think my brother is a little cute? This is obviously a cut stone. How dare you sell $100,000 for such a piece of crap stone? 10,000 is too much for me." Although Jin Yuxian didn't know the way of jade, but at least he had been in the jewelry business for many years, so he still knew some of the skin. Seeing that his own asking price was broken down, The stall owner's face was immediately embarrassed, but he immediately found an excuse and explained with an unnatural look. "Oh, I thought that this little brother wanted that stone. Dare to say that this piece of 5,000,5,000 to take away, 5,000? Xiaoye's look of surprise. This price drop is also too fast, right? Feelings before really treat him as a fat sheep slaughter? The distant Master Zhao Si heard the conversation between Xiaoye's duo and the stall owner. His eyes filled with disdain as he scoffed. Jean, this brother of yours doesn't know anything. I think it's better not to come out and embarrass yourself, right? Is a stone from a latrine worth spending $5,000 on? Is this not a street full of people?" After Master Zhao Si's words, unrestrained laughter came from the entire gambling area, looking at Xiaoye as if he was looking at an idiot. "Forget it, this stall owner, this stone of yours, the account will be on my head. Since this little brother likes it, count me as giving him face. Send him to play. Agu fourth master, how can I trouble you for a mere $5,000? The stall owner revealed a fawning smile to fourth master Zhao, and then said to Xiaoye, "Come little brother, since you like this stone, I'll give it to you for nothing." Seeing that he was being treated as the butt of everyone's jokes, Xiaoye looked a bit unhappy and retorted, "Don't everyone's stones look pretty much the same from the outside? So what makes you think that the one in my case isn't as valuable as the one in Master Zhao's? Wouldn't you be losing a lot of money by giving it to me for nothing?" However, after Xiaoye finished his words, the laughter in the gambling area intensified. Just such a piece of broken stone, and still dare to compare it to the fourth master's stone. I think this stupid kid really doesn't know anything. Simply ignorant. This kind of waste stone also dares to bring it out to disgrace others. It's really laughable. Xiaoye to the surrounding people's mocking voice ignored. He does not know anything about the gambling industry, but everyone's stone looks similar. How to see his stone cannot come out of the greenet. Zhao heard the people around him touting himself and Xiaoye's disparagement. A moment of complacency even more. With this kind of dumb goose, he also dared to come to gamble on stones. "Little brother, I see that you are a bit unconvinced. Why don't we bet on it?" "How to bet? Just bet on the stone in your hands. If this piece in my hands out of the high goods, you give master from the gambling market rolling out. If you hand this stone out of the high goods, you can casually pick another piece of stone here today. Buy one get one free, even in the account of the master. How about it? Bet or not?" The hearts of the surrounding spectators sank. Master Zhao Si's experience was far above Xiaoye's, and Xiaoye didn't have an advantage in this bet anyway. Jin Yuxuan tugged on Xiaoye's coat corner, signaling him not to agree. However, Xiaoye does not feel so. Everyone's stones look the same. The odds of winning are 50 to 50. What's more, he had long been looking at this old thing with a bad eye. Betting is fine. However, if I win, you roll out. You win. You pick any stone you want, and I'll pay for it. Fourth Master Zhao's face turned blue, and Xiaoye sneered. What? Fourth Master Zhao wouldn't be unable to lose, right? Chapter 22, Out of the High Goods. The surrounding spectators have been uproarious. Zhao Fourth Master face is very ugly, kid. The Fourth Master today mood is good. With you bet this hand. He did not believe. Just with this do not know where to come out of the small hairs and the hand of that piece of padded thatched stone. Can also win him? Today, he must teach this kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth a lesson. And let Jin Yuxian know who can say who is in charge of the gambling market in Jinling City. Come quickly. Fourth Master Zhao has made a bet with someone and is ready to open the stone. One of the stall owners yelled out at the top of his voice, and the crowds of people in the gambling area all rushed to the Fourth Master Zhao's neighborhood from all directions. These crowds not only included vendors from the nearby raw stone stalls, but also mixed in some jewelry line bosses. I have to say that the Fourth Master Zhao opened the stone is the main event of the Jinling City Jade Market. Countless people pay attention to the Fourth Master Zhao's piece of raw stone has been put on the decomposition machine, are looking forward to this piece of stone can come out of the high goods. After Master Zhao nodded his head in agreement, the master who cut the stone made a cut, and the surface of the original stone immediately revealed a hint of green. My goodness, green came out after just one cut. Master Zhao Fourth deserves to be Master Zhao Fourth, that goes without saying. I'm afraid Master Zhao has made a fortune this time. I don't have Master Zhao's eyesight. I'm so envious. Fourth Master Zhao glanced at Xiaoye triumphantly. The smile on his face was hard to suppress. This little bastard, he's bound to lose. Dared to bet with him. However, the next time the second blade went down, Fourth Master Zhao's face changed. Not only Fourth Master Zhao, the spectators who had just bragged about him were also dumbfounded. From the second knife down, the third knife, fourth knife, no longer seen a trace of green. Zhao Fourth Master some incredulous, looking at his piece of raw stone, face more and more ugly, cut from the center. Zhao's face is so ugly that it is going to drip water, intends to throw everything. With the master of the stone cutting said, The master who cut the stone heard Zhao's words also realized that he was going to make a break for it. Now that only a quarter of the original size of the original stone is left, the master of the stonecutter puts the last bit of stone on the stonecutter. The master's hand shivered and put down the knife. He was afraid that this piece of raw stone cannot come out a little bit of green. The fourth master of the Zhao angry at him. Forehead are because of nervousness covered with fine sweat. Finally this last knife down, but really out of the green. But after seeing the last bit of jade color, the surrounding spectators again look embarrassed. Have not dared to squeak. Zhao for master is more red face. This point is the size of the pebble jadeite. Even like Xia Yi, such a layman can see that the color is quite general. This point of jade is worth a maximum of 2 to 300,000. Zhao for masters close to $3 million of capital compared to, almost is considered to have hit the water. The master of the stone will be the jadeite handed over to the hands of the fourth master of Zhao. Rather nervous, said, unfortunately, four masters. Then they did not dare to make a sound. However, on the other hand, Xiaya's front of a stone machine once again issued a piercing sound, and then broke out a huge cry of surprise. Good, it seems to have been shipped? Xia Yi's side of the stone master froze. So a waste stone, but can out of green? He did this line of work for so many years. This situation is still the first time to see. Simply see a ghost. His voice instantly attracted everyone in the gambling area again. This little brother, do you think we should continue or? After the master of the stone decomposition swallowed a mouthful of saliva, he asked Xia Yi cautiously. After all, such a small piece of raw stone can produce green. It is not guaranteed that there can really be goods inside? Okay, come on. Xia Yi is extraordinarily relaxed. Anyway, Zhao for masters of that stone is already waste. He this piece out of no matter what. Now out of the green instead of a windfall. The master took a deep breath and started to polish the edge of this piece of waste stone in his eyes, as the outer skin of this piece of waste stone was grinding thinner and thinner, while the green inside became more and more verdant. Finally this piece of raw stone is displayed in front of the crowd. Let the entire gambling area of people jaw-dropping. The green color that had just been cut out was only a thin layer, and hidden underneath the green color was fluorescence with a glass-like texture. My god, this fluorescence, it's hard. Is it hard to believe that it's a glass variety? Surprisingly, it's the glass variety with the highest transparency. I can actually see a glass seed jadeite cut in my lifetime. The gambling area was thrown into a frenzy. This kid is rich. This is obviously a waste stone. How there is glass seed emerald inside? What kind of luck is this? I'm afraid that the boss who sold him the stone would have to cry to death. People marveled for a short while. On the spot there was a boss and the crowd called out, "Little brother, you this piece of glass seed jadeite for sale? I'll buy it. 100 million. $100 million just want to buy a piece of glass seed jadeite this big? You can't treat people's little brother as a cutie. I'll offer $120 million. Listening to the people around the constant offer, Xia Nomad stupid brain did not react at once. He could not think to. A few $1,000s netted more than 100 million. This money came simply easier than the wind, until the final offer climbed all the way up until 150 million. Only finally stopped. Xia Yi this time also slowed down the god. This final offer of their own surprisingly seen, only on TV, is one of the heirs of the provincial capital Sun Group, Sun Chang. Sun Group and the provincial capital is very energy, is the absolute top family. There is this absolutely rare glass seed emerald present. Sun Chang thought, must take it down. The two talked about the transfer of funds on the spot. Soon, $150 million of funds flowed into Xia Yi's account. But wait until Xia Yi checked the phone text message, found that he arrived at the real amount is 600 million. Double the whole 4 times. It was already beyond his imagination. Seeing Xia Yi was so happy that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Zhao fourth master almost spit out blood in anger, before he even made a bet with him, but as a result, he was now slapped in the face instead. He has never felt so humiliated. Angry even asthma attack, covered his chest while Xia Yi has not noticed him quickly sneak away. Left the jade market. Previously sold to Xia Yi, this piece of waste stone boss at this time even more paralyzed on the ground, depressed to home. Such $100 million stone, but almost gave it away for nothing. Even if it was sold to Xia Yi, it only earned $5,000. The boss took out his cell phone and looked at the previous transfer records, angry straight to take his head to knock the table behind him. Go home if his mother-in-law knows. Must kill him. Xia Yi's piece of glass seed emerald also surprised the sight of the genius Yen. This piece of emerald fluorescence after her mouth did not close. Engaged in the jewelry industry, she has long known what this means. Chapter 23, Natsuno set up. For this kind of thing, even though she was a bit incredulous, she was nevertheless not in a position to say anything more. Taking advantage of the fact that Genius Xian went to buy the jade he needed for his jewelry house, Xia Yi quietly began to carry out his own plans. The reason why he asked Genius Xian to bring him to the jade market was precisely to make money. And the method was also very simple, just like the setup in the gold store last time. He was going to utilize this heaven-defying plugin of his to make a huge profit. Xiaoyi began to slip up in front of quite a few stalls around the gambling stone market. How do you sell this stone? Xiaoyi randomly picked a jadeite raw stone that looked like it had a good color and asked, "This piece? I'm not selling this piece." The stall owner looked at the jadeite raw stone Xiaoyi pointed to, rolled his eyes and waved his hand. This piece of raw stone, but he just from a young man hands, spent more than 3 million to buy, on the basis of people inexperienced, do not know the market. Picked up a big bargain, hand over and then sold out, at least can sell a 5 million. Why don't you sell it? You don't have to worry about the money. Despite the price, Xiaoyi forked his waist burst of gas full of said, "Yo, earned more than 100 million. Talking bottom is not the same. Tell you the truth. I bought 3 million. I opened 6 million. You buy?" Xiaoyi's matter had long been spread in this urban area, and this boss naturally knew about it. But even if he made $100 million, even if he was a little cutie, wouldn't throw out an extra 3 million for no reason, right? But Xiaoyi's next words made him dumbfounded. Only 6 million? 6 million is 6 million. I'll buy it. As long as there are goods, anything can be said. One really did not put this amount of money in his eyes. The stall owner in front of Xiaoyi had only one thought in his mind. This is a big profit. He really doesn't consider money as money. After buying this stone, in this stall owner's shock, Xiaoyi began to buy jade again at different stalls. Let's say 8 million. That's my bottom line. I might as well be honest with you. Just this piece of material I bought is more than 8 million. Xiaoyi walked up to a stall and happened to hear a jewelry house owner haggling with this stall owner. "You two stop arguing. What's there to argue about? $10 million, I'll take it." A $10 million stone sold out by itself novel would also have to earn several times. Xiaoyi heart is beautiful. This jewelry store boss quit. Do you know the rules? First come, first served. Don't you understand? $10 million? I'll offer 12 million. This jewelry store boss clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, and began to fight with Xiaoyi for this piece of jadeite. Right at this moment, Sun Chang appeared beside the trio with his secretary. Although he had previously auctioned off Xiaoyi's piece of IC jadeite, but it was still far from enough to satisfy the jewelry house under his group's name. He was equally very interested in the piece of jadeite in front of him. However, just as he was about to bid, Xiaoyi stopped him. "Don't bid. I'll auction it for you. $14 million. Ah." Sun Chang didn't understand what Xiaoyi's words meant at all, and was confused on the spot. However, the boss who was bidding with Xiaoyi instantly ate his words after hearing Xiaoyi's offer of 14 million. 14 million, ah. How to calculate how to lose. After all, no one is willing to do things that lose money, so he had to walk away with a gray face, waiting for this boss to leave. Xiaoyi turned around and pointed to the stone he had just spent $14 million to auction, said to Sun Chang, "This stone $8 million to sell you. How about it?" Sun Chang and the secretary beside him were dumbfounded, thinking, what is this person doing? Did he spend an extra $6 million just to be angry with someone else? This is too capricious, right? What's wrong? This stone is not worth $8 million? Seeing that Sun Chang and the secretary were slow to respond, Xiaoyi said with some doubt, "Can't it be that the boss and the stall owner just did a play and tricked themselves? It's not that it's not worth 8 million. Sun Chang was a bit confused and explained, "Why did you spend so much money and then sell it to me cheaply?" "Alas, isn't it because you spent so much money to buy my IC jadeite?" Xiaoyi casually found a reason to snub the two. "Go, what other emerald do you want to buy? I'll cover it all for you." Saying that, Xiaoyi pulled Sun Chang and started sweeping through the market. Sun Chang wanted to refuse, but really couldn't stand the enthusiasm of Xiaoyi beside him, so he had to agree. The entire market, all the jade. Xiaoyi always asked the price directly after the buy. If someone also want to buy, Xiaoyi directly increase the price. Instantly, his behavior again let the whole Jinling City jade market as triggered an earthquake. However, in the end, until Sun Chang cannot ask for so much jade, Xiaoyi is willing to give up. What the hell is this kid trying to do? He lost tens of millions of dollars by doing this. After Xiaoyi left, the secretary touched his head, very puzzled by his behavior, and said to Sun Chang, "Could it be that he recognized the identity of the young master and wanted to flatter you?" Sun Chang frowned and shook his head. He also did not understand Xiaoyi's intention, but he looked at the whole truck of jadeite as very satisfied, smiled and said, "No matter what, this time our Sun group these jadeite raw stone carved into jade, at least a few times more. But this Xiaoyi spent so much money, it's always considered that I owe him a favor." Xiaoyi was on his way to find Jin Yushen, looking at the text message sent from his cell phone. His heart was indescribably pained. This upsell allowed him to make $1 billion. This is $1 billion, ah. What other way to get money faster than this? Xiaoyi cannot think of, but he thought carefully, has been so buy and sell is not a way. Sooner or later one day will be found by the problem, is not to find another career? It is better to start the layout earlier. Xia Yi found Jin Yuxian. The tool Jin Yuxian bought goods into the Bugatti Veyron front storage box is ready to return to the Golden Ridge City, by the way, and then have lunch together. Less than an hour, the two came to the Golden Phoenix restaurant in Jinling City. Although it is not considered the highest-end hotel in Jinling City, but it is also considered quite good. Many large companies will be held in the banquet party here. Xia Yi, two people booked a private room, followed the waiter all the way to the private room and sat down. Golden Phoenix restaurant's private rooms do not have tight doors and windows, are separated by a screen, so the words of the next room the two heard clearly. Have you heard? Xia Yi has been adopted. Xia Yi duo was about to order food when the voice from the next private room caught their attention. Yo, I didn't expect there to be someone with the same name as you, brother. What a coincidence. Jin Yuxian heard the female voice coming from next door and whispered to Xia Yi and teased, but Xia Yi frowned after hearing the words from the next door. How does this female voice sound familiar to him? The voice is very similar to a female employee of their company named Lu Smoke. It can't really be such a coincidence, right? Chapter 24 Private Room Storm. That can still be false. This is a friend of mine saw with his own eyes. Xia Yi, he really has been adopted. I heard it was an old woman. Old and ugly. More than 200 pounds fat. She's 50 years old. He's really ruthless. He's got it in him. I said, Xia Yi, this kid how suddenly can afford to treat close to $200,000 for a big meal. It turns out to be someone who has been adopted? The voice from the next room came again. This time the speaker was two men. Xia Yi heard their voices in an instant. A name Lu Xin, a name Zhang Heng, in the company, and Xia Yi is very bad, not less to find his trouble. It is really a narrow road. Did not think that the staff of the Yinghai company even in the room next to him to run a gathering, just do not know Shinseni is not in, but he thought, Shinseni such a high and cold character, certainly will not be with the subordinates to eat together. But, holy, since it says that I've been adopted by an old woman, this old and ugly woman couldn't be talking about Jin Yuxian, right? After Xia Yi reacted, he looked at the beautiful and attractive Jin Yuxian beside him. Jin Yuxian also held back a bit because she heard the gossip next door. I also don't know how you will feel in your heart when you know that the old and ugly, 200 plus pounds fat woman in people's mouths is you? Xia Yi mentally spat. The thought that Xia Yi had chased me before, I feel sick. I didn't realize that Xia Yi's manly looks could do such a nasty thing. The average-looking Lu Yan continued. Holy, your plastic face. You don't take a piss and look at your own virtues. I'm still chasing you? You are even more shameless than me. After Xia Yi heard Lu Yan's words, his heart was so full of slander that he almost threw his chopsticks in anger. Jin Yuxian beside Xia Yi naturally saw Xia Yi's abnormality and asked with some concern. What's wrong? Are you alright? I can't be angry. The dog bit me. Do I have to bite the dog back? Taking a deep breath, Xia Yi forced a smile on Jin Yuxian. It's fine. I just feel disgusted by someone. Sigh. Why do you think Xia Yi he did that? It seems like it should be poor and scared, right? Zhang Hong spoke again, and although his mouth said so, his eyes were very red. Lu Xin explained the rumors that he had heard before. If I say so, it's okay for you to go on. Money can make the mill push the ghost. Such a big temptation. Really not many people can resist. Think about that rich woman driving a Bugatti Veyron, more than 40 million. Here Jin Yuxian thinks I'm wrong. Bugatti Veyron, the whole Jinling city according to her knowledge, can be so. A Xia Yi, coupled with Xia Ye's name, and his current expression of eating in general, Jin Yuxian had an ominous premonition. So this 50-something-year-old 200 plus pounds old and ugly fat woman is old me? Jin Yuxian reacted and looked at Xia Yi with a shocked and very annoyed gaze. Xia Yi nodded helplessly. Jin Yuxian, who had learned the truth, almost overturned the table, but fortunately was stopped in time by Natsuo. Calm down, governor's sister. Let's listen again first and see what people are saying about you. Seeing that Jin Yuxian was about to lose her temper on the spot, Xia Yi comforted him in time. Right at this moment, the murmurs from the next room resounded once again. Alas, since all of Xia Yi's matters have come to light, I'm not afraid to tell everyone. The reason why I hated Xia Yi so much before wasn't because he was poor. In fact, I've long known about him being adopted by that old and ugly fat woman, and that's why I've been targeting him at every turn. All because I'm not used to seeing this kind of nasty behavior from him. Zhang Hong said with righteous indignation from in front of a table of people, as if Xia Yi really did nothing wrong. I always feel that Xia Yi is not this kind of person. Right at this moment a different voice from the next booth rang out. With my understanding of Xia Yi, he is actually very kind and helpful. Not like the kind of person you guys would say he is. This voice just said words. Xia Yi heard his identity. This is Xia Ye's roommate Li Bing. He is still in the Camping C Company work, assigned in Li Bing, Zhao Xiang, Lu Kai. 3 people a dormitory. 4 people have different personalities, but also have nothing to say. Hearing Li Bing's defense on his behalf, Xia Yi was moved for a moment. Yes, Xiaoye's work is considered the most serious one among us, right? And Dai Hong's character, how you are still not clear, are things we all know well, obviously is the old Greece one. Xiaoye was dismissed by the general manager. 80% is also this old Greece ghost, and now I heard that he committed a crime into the, all of us are relaxed. Xiaoye's roommate Zhao Xiang similarly defended Xiaoye. However, just after his words were finished they were refuted by the rest of the people. Shay, you're his roommate. Of course you speak for him. Maybe you guys are just like him, doing some dirty things in private. Lu Yan rolled her eyes at Xiaoye's three roommates and said disdainfully, besides being an employee of the company, Lu Smoke was also the deputy of the finance department, and I heard that she had an affair with the manager of the finance department. So after hearing her words, Xiaoye's three roommates all clenched their fists, but they didn't dare to squeak. Endure no more. No need to endure anymore. Xiaoye this time is really angry, back flirting with him no matter, but even said his friend brother? Now he was bitten by a dog not only to bite back, but also to break the dog's legs. It's too late for that. Xiaoye and Jin Yuxian said hello, let her eat first. Jin Yuxian naturally understood something from Xiaoye's eyes and nodded. Xiaoye walked to a bank within the downstairs of the Golden Phoenix restaurant, went straight to the second floor, came to the president's room, and took out 1 million in cash. Alright, don't send it, all go back. In order to immediately take out the cash, Xiaoye in this bank remitted 100 million deposits, became a VIP center P. In the governor and the bank staff under the respectful escort Xiaoye left the bank. Mama chicken, this time let me change your dog-eyed bad habits. Xiaoye carried $1 million in cash and panted as he ran to the vicinity of the private room of the Golden Phoenix Hotel. Then he kicked open the private room of the Yinghai Company's gathering, and the people gathered in the private room were about to be furious. But the moment they saw that the visitor was actually Xiaoye whom they had just discussed, they had held back the words in their stomachs. You, how did you come? Lu Smoke's expression is extremely unnatural said. Xiaoye in the end has not been adopted. Her heart naturally understand again, but out of jealousy, and envy Jin Yuxian's beauty, only deliberately make up lies to smear Xiaoye. Xiaoye ignored Lu Yan's words, looked at the crowd and said, yo, are eating? Just a few dishes too shabby right? How not to call on me as an old colleague? I invite you to eat Chapter 25, Distributing Money to Show Off Wealth. The crowd looked at Xiaoye with an expression as if they had seen a ghost in the daytime. Speak of the devil, how come the welfare lottery was not so accurate before? Xiaoye looked at the crowd's expression of weakness. The heart is happy, just behind the back so on their own. The results of their own really appeared. They cannot even put a fart out. Lu Yan saw Xiaoye ignored her, and there was some mockery in his tone and demeanor, so she couldn't help herself on the spot. Xiaoye, you are not welcome here. Please get out. Lu Yan pointed at the door of the compartment and said to Xiaoye, I spoke to you? Xiaoye disdainfully looked at Lu Smoke contemptuously. I came to find my roommate to send them some money. Is there a problem? Said Xiaoye directly picked up the suitcase and placed the $1 million in cash that he had just withdrawn from the bank in front of his three roommates. Take it. I just withdrew it. This amount of money a few brothers to share. If it is not enough, tomorrow I will go to the bank to get some more. Brothers use it first. The crowd was puzzled by Xiaoye's behavior. However, Zhao Xiang opened the box that Xiaoye brought over, and the entire private room erupted into a burst of exclamations. A few people who had spat on Xiaoye before even sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air. $1 million in cash was placed so directly in front of the crowd, and the crowd was dumbfounded. I say Xiaoye, you should not really be. Roommate Li Bing has always been straight to the point. The words have not finished. He realized that something is wrong. Will not finish half of the words swallowed back. Oh, are you trying to say that I was adopted by a rich woman? Don't you understand me? It's more like it for little master to adopt someone else. I also don't know who is blind. Things can't be seen even if it's not enough, but also like to spread blackmail. Xiaoye stood in front of the crowd, bottoming out and mocking. Isn't it just $1 million? What's so great about it? Zhang Heng's dead duck *s mouth hard still unwillingly retorted. The whole face has been red in the face. If there is not really a rich woman who has her eyes on you, but it is just a small staff of our company. Zhang Heng's words just finished. Lu Smoke and Lu Xian's eyes became complacent, waiting to see how Xiaoye this kid eat defeat, and not their own money. What's so good about it? Xiaoye snorted, just as he was about to retort. Jin Yuxian, who was in the private room next to him, came over and pressed his hot body against his own, while using his arm to encircle his neck. Honey, what are you doing here? Did you meet an acquaintance? Jin Yuxian said to Xiaoye in a very gentle manner contrary to usual. Jin Yuxian's appearance. Let all the male creatures in the private room immediately stared wide-eyed. After all, like Jin Yuxian, such stunning beauty cannot be seen often. At once, it also made Lu Yan in the private room look like a village girl, somewhat dwarfed. Xiaoye saw that Jin Yuxian was very cooperative with himself. At that moment, he also immediately reacted, wrapped his arm around Jin Yuxian's waist, and explained to her with a smile, "Oh, isn't this the case that I heard that there were rumors that you had adopted me? I came over to explain." "Ah, how could there be such stupid people? I think they're crazy. It's clearly you who adopted me." Jin Yuxian also deliberately if anything mocked at the people in the private room, but there are a few people who really should have their eyes treated. Lu Yen was so angry by Jin Yuxian's words that she couldn't speak. "Honey, go back to the private room and wait for me. I'll be over in a while." Jin Yuxian nodded and exited the door after hearing Xia Ye's words. Lu Xian and Zhang Heng, on the other hand, looked at Xia Yi with both jealousy and resentment in their eyes. A small staff member who used to be bullied by them in the unit. Why was he living so much more than them now? "Xia Yi, if you don't leave again, do you believe I'll call someone?" Lu Yen stood up from her chair and slammed the table in a cross voice. "I and my roommate to catch up just. This private room always have a tart smell. I still do not want to stay. Besides, this hotel is not your family opened?" Xia Yi rolled his eyes, not taking Lu Yan's words to heart at all. You wait for me. What's so great about having money? I might as well tell you that the manager here is my friend. I'll let him call the security guards to throw you out now." Lu Yen was still very arrogant in the face of Xia Yi. This is no wonder. The Golden Phoenix restaurant is not the average person can afford to spend. If there is no relationship, not to mention the booking of the box here, Xia Yi duo is also by virtue of the identity of the bank president of the Golden Rain Xian. Lu Smoke words just set out not long. The Golden Phoenix restaurant manager called to the door of the private room, said to the manager, "Manager Wang, this time the trouble you. Please call the security guards to help me drive this person out. What is the basis for him to eat in this Golden Phoenix restaurant? Purely a scoundrel." Lu Smoke also thought she was a cutie when she finished talking and secretly threw a wink with Manager Wang in a flirtatious manner. All can know the relationship between the two of them. Manager Wang is not young, all a bit shriveled. He showed a hint of a smile to Lu Smoke, then coldly grunted to Xia Yi, "This gentleman trouble you to go out now. You have seriously affected the other customers dining." "I'm affecting others?" Xia Yi was a bit speechless. Who was the one who first said bad things behind others' backs? I'm still disgusted by it. Xia Yi was the kind of personality that refused to give up easily, and the two sides argued at once. "Security, come take this person and drive him out." Manager Wang seemed to have reached the end of his patience, beckoning to the two security guards in the store, and said, "And how do you guys do your jobs? Can anyone come to our Golden Phoenix restaurant for dinner now? Next time, you won't be allowed to let this kind of little yakuza in." The two security guards nodded their heads coyly in front of Manager Wang and hurriedly agreed. Inside the private room, the expressions of the three of them, Xin, Zhang Heng, and Lu Smoke, were all very pleased with themselves. Zhao Xiang and the other three of Xia Ye's roommates' faces, however, looked very bad, and immediately prepared to get up and help Xia Yi to persuade the fight. Poor people are just rich at first sight. What's so great about it? How can it compare to our Yen sister's hard relationship? Zhang Heng had a villainous expression on his face and said to Lu Yen in a very flattering manner. Manager Wang, on the other hand, straightened his clothes and swallowed his saliva after looking at Lu Smoke's plastic face. He must clean up this little goblin afterwards. But at this moment, a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and extraordinary clothes walked near the Golden Phoenix restaurant's boxes, and saw several men pushing and shoving each other in front of one of the box doors, so he hurriedly walked up. After seeing the appearance of this middle-aged man, Manager Wang immediately became alarmed and greeted him with a bow and said, "Boss, good." This middle-aged man was the boss of Golden Phoenix restaurant, Li Guoqing. "What happened?" Li Guoqing frowned and inquired to Manager Wang. "Nothing much is going on. It's just that there's a person who is relying on people's private rooms to show off his wealth and still refuses to leave." Manager Wang explained. "What? There is such a thing?" Li Guoqing's expression was clearly stunned. This was the first time this kind of thing had happened in their Golden Phoenix restaurant. Chapter 26, A Chance Encounter in a Restaurant. Xia Yi heard the conversation between Manager Wang and Li Guoqing, and immediately retorted, "I'm relying on not leaving? I just finished delivering the money and was ready to leave. It was your Manager Wang who insisted on kicking me out of the restaurant. It's really a big store." Oh, hearing Xia Ye's explanation, Li Guoqing instantly became serious. Then he pulled Manager Wang to the side and said, "I'll tell you. Today I'm having a banquet for an honored guest in the restaurant. No matter what there is, you must deal with it for me. Otherwise, if it causes any repercussions, you can just roll up and leave. Boss, just don't worry." Manager Wang hurriedly nodded his head at Li Guoqing's words, patting his chest and promising the matter. "This gentleman is really sorry. Even our boss told you to leave immediately now." Manager Wang, as if he had been given an imperial decree, condescendingly came in front of Xia Yi and said in a commanding tone. The few people who left messages in the box heard Manager Wang's words. They were even more excited, and they must make Xia Yi lose face. After giving instructions to manager Wang, Li Guoqing was about to return to the box. However, a familiar figure of Xia Yi walked out from the box. Li Guoqing hurriedly bent down and nodded his head in greeting. Young master's son doesn't bother you. It's just that a little thing happened in the restaurant. This person was no other than Sun Chang, who had previously bought a large amount of jade from Xia Yi at the Jinling City Jade Market. Sun Chang frowned when he heard Li Guoqing's words. He had just heard the rattling coming from outside the room that caught his attention, so he wanted to come out and take a look, but it didn't matter. Instantly he and Xia Yi saw each other. He immediately walked over towards Xia Yi. Manager Wang, after seeing Sun Chang walking towards them, he was even more excited and hard to suppress. Even his body was shaking a little. He saw that Sun Chang was dressed in an extraordinary way. His temperament was elegant, and he had a secretary behind him, so he thought that he must be the honored guest that Boss Li was talking about, and that if he could show some performance in front of him there might be a chance to get a reputation. Good day to you, sir. Manager Wang revealed a stiff smile immediately, a 90-degree bend, and bowed at Sun Chang. Xia Yi, after some surprise, but also some playful, he also did not expect to be able to meet Sun Chang here. Only do not know what exactly is his relationship with Li Guoqing. Sun Chang looked at Xia Yi and very warmly extended his hand, shook Xia Yi's hand and said, Mr. Xia is really too coincidental. I didn't expect to meet you here. Due to the fact that Xia Yi had previously sold a large amount of jade to Sun Chang at a low price, even though he did not know exactly what his purpose was, it also gave Xia Yi quite a lot of goodwill in Sun Chang's eyes. What a coincidence. Xia Yi also responded to Sun Chang's words. What are you doing here? Li Guoqing and manager Wang's expressions, on the other hand, were dumbfounded enough to stuff an egg. They didn't expect that this honored guest could be related to this unimpressive kid in front of them, and an ominous premonition was immediately in their hearts. Boss Li asked me to come and talk about the investment regarding this Golden Phoenix restaurant, Sun Chang explained to Xia Yi. Then his words turned to Li Guoqing. However, Boss Li currently seems to have a big problem with your management of the hotel's personnel. I'm afraid that our investment will have to be slowed down a bit more. After Sun Chang's words, a trace of haze flashed on Li Guoqing's face. The flesh on his cheeks trembled slightly, and his eyes were even more enraged. And then his actions left everyone present dumbfounded. Boss Li turned back and slapped a big mouth on manager Wang's face. I'm telling you, if you can't get Mr. Xia's forgiveness, get the hell out of here right now. Manager Wang was blindsided by Boss Li's slap. Lu Smoke, Lu Xin, Zhang Heng and the others were even more uncomfortable, as if they had eaten a fly. As if Li Guoqing's slap was out on their faces in general, hot and painful. Manager Wang now also finally realized that he offended the people who should not be offended, glared fiercely at Lu Smoke, and then bent down to apologize to Xia Yi. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. It's all our problem now. I'll call the security guards to invite these people out. AI. Wait, these few don't need to be invited out. You invite those few out. Xia Yi pointed at his several roommates and then pointed at Lu Yan and the others and signaled to Manager Wang. Manager Wang gritted his teeth and ordered a few security guards to pull and drag Lu Smoke and the others out of the restaurant. How could Lu Smoke and the others be willing to be dragged by the restaurant's security guards while screaming hysterically that they must give Xia Yi a good look? After being kicked out of the restaurant, the three people are still a little unconvinced by Xia Yi. Isn't it just a few dollars? What's so great about it? I still don't care about it. Che also said, what, tomorrow again to go to the Camp C company to send money? He really think that his family time to attract banknotes? Does he really think his family can't spend all the money? I'll see how he'll end up tomorrow. Damn it, I don't believe it either. Today is his lucky day. Tomorrow I'll give him a good look. Yes, I'll show him a good time, the three said in unison, reaching a consensus before leaving. Xia Yi saw that these few annoying flies were finally driven away. His heart was very happy, and Sun Chang exchanged a few pleasantries and left each other's contact information before returning to the box in Jinya Xian to continue eating. After all, a few of his roommates still have to work in the Yinghai company. Do not want to offend Lu Yan and other people too deeply. And Xia Yi said hello, also left one after another. As for Manager Wang, he was naturally fired by Boss Li. After a full meal, Xia Yi and Jinya Xian also returned to the Jinling Mingfu neighborhood. On the other hand, the three people with evil intentions each returned home, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt blocked in their hearts, especially when they thought of the 1 million cash that was just thrown on the dining table by Xia Yi. They were more red-eyed and remorseful. Why did they offend Xia Yi in the past? Or else they could also share a lot of money. Tangled for a long time, the more they thought about it, the more unwilling they were. But it also seems to Summer Night is not so angry. The three together, although the summer wild righteous indignation, but all wait until all alone have regret. Calm down. Lu Yan even tried to edit its text message, intending to apologize to Xia Yi. No matter, for the sake of money, old lady, this face. Don't. Lu Smoke gritted her teeth and pressed the send button of the text message. After Jin Yuxian left, Xiaoyi was bored in the villa and was about to look at Yi Cici's live broadcast, just pulled out his cell phone, only to see a text message sent over. Who sent me a text message? Xiaoyi looked at the note column on the text message, but it was Lu Smoke's snake face, thinking, it won't be that he didn't relieve his anger before, but also sent a text message over to scold me, right? But when Xiaoyi opened the text message, he was dumbfounded. Brother Xiaoyi, I am Lu Smoke. Before those things are not what I want to do. Completely are Lu Xin and Zhang Heng two people with the handle to blackmail me. In fact, from the beginning of you into our camping sea company, I appreciate you. You have a good feeling about you. You must believe what I said. Now I'm out there owing fruit body loan. The situation is very difficult. Payback not my life is over. Xiaoyi, can you help me? You let me do anything. Chapter 27, Text Messages from 3 People. Seeing the content on the text message, after associating it with Lu Smoke's face, Xiaoyi instantly just wanted to vomit. Just when Xiaoyi was ready to pull Lu Smoke black, the SMS alert sounded again. Xiaoyi, I'm Zhang Heng. I shouldn't have said that before. You are all my fault. I shouldn't have listened to Lu Smoke's words. It was all because she told us. In fact, I've always treated you as a good brother. It's not because you're rich that I said that. I'm sincere. I've been under a lot of pressure to pay off my mortgage lately. I wonder if my brother can help me out. Xiaoyi, I'm Lu Xin. Actually, let me tell you, Lu Yan and Zhang Heng have been crazily slandering you behind your back, saying bad things about you. I can guarantee you that I haven't said a single bad word about you. Those words were actually said by the two of them. Because of this I'm now cut off from them. It's really too bad, these people. What do you mean by shameless? Xiaoyi was kind of an eye-opener this time, simply refreshing his cognition. Still sincerely treating him as a brother? Lu Xin and Zhang Heng, two people in the company, cannot be less to Xiaoyi's shoes. Think of ways to fix him. Lu Smoke, not to mention, relying on his relationship with the Ministry of Finance, did not look at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi is too lazy to pay attention to the 3 of them lyric short essay, directly through the black. After the 3 people's contact information all black, Xiaoyi only feels smooth. Holding the cell phone is ready to contact Yi Cici again. The villa's doorbell rang. Opening the door, it was Jin Yuxian, who had just left the villa not long ago. Sister Banker, why are you back again? It's only been a short while and you miss me? Xiaoyi joked to Jin Yuxian and said, I gave you face at the restaurant. Look at how beautiful you are. I suddenly remembered that I had an old cell phone before that I still left in the villa. I specifically came back to get it. Jin Yuxian said and changed slippers and walked upstairs. Xiaoyi looked at Jin Yuxian's figure on the stairs. Wasp waist and arched asterisk buttocks, plus 2 long and slender jade legs make him very difficult, so he had to divert his attention. And Yi Cici's mind to chat is gone, so he had to look at the TV. After a while, Jin Yuxian came down from upstairs, looking a little unnatural, slightly nervous, said to Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi, are you looking at my cell phone? Because when Jin Yuxian went back upstairs to get his old cell phone, just as soon as he opened it, he found that the cell phone was stuck in the album page at that time. He couldn't help but blush, and he slowed down for a while before coming down. Ah, you said your old cell phone? Ah, I swear, I definitely haven't seen the fragrant pictures in your phone. But don't worry, I'm a decent person. Even if there's anything, I'll absolutely bring an artistic perspective to it. Ouch. Jin Yuxing's face became even redder, and with a pout, she chased after Xiaoyi. However, just at this moment, the villa's doorbell rang once again. Jin Yuxian was closer to the front door of the villa and opened the door for Xiaoyi, only to see a greasy young man, holding a large bouquet of flowers in his hands, standing in front of the door. When this young man saw Jin Yuxian, his face immediately piled up a smile, but when he saw Jin Yuxian behind Xiaoyi, as the Sichuan opera change face general immediately furious, Jin Yuxian didn't bother to take care of this young man, and directly closed the door and unlocked it. Who is this person? Xiaoyi saw that Jin Yuxian's attitude was contrary to the usual, and said with some curiosity, Feng Group's eldest son, Feng Hai. Jin Yuxian explained with Xiaoyi without any good humor. Feng's Group? Why did Xiaoyi feel that this name was somewhat familiar? It was not until he heard Feng Hai's name that he reacted to the fact that Feng's Group was a famous company in Jinling City, and had once had a lot of business dealings with Ing Hai Company. And this Feng Hai, like Jin Yuxian, is almost everyone in the upper-class circle in Jinling City knows the thing. But in the early years I heard that Jin Yuxian's sexual orientation is not clear. Feng Hai is a little difficult to start. But coincidentally, I don't know how. Today someone on the street saw Jin Yuxian driving a Bugatti Veyron. It is said that the side also made a white boy. At that time Feng Hai can't help it. So he was a little impatient to make some preparations. Came to Jin Yuxian located in Jinling Ningfu's villa, pretending to visit Jin Yuxian. In fact, want to probe the accuracy of the news. Of course, he didn't know that this villa had already been put under Xiaoyi's name. when he saw Jin Yuxian behind Xia was about to get angry, but unexpectedly ate a closed door. Was Jin Yuxian shut out? Then more annoyed. That man must be Jin Yuxian's adopted gigolo. Hai thought of his own hard years but not the goddess. May have let this white boy took advantage of. The more he thought the more angry. Clang 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 began to smash the door. Must let Jin Yuxian to give him a statement. But sitting in the villa Xia some cannot sit still. This is his villa. In case they knocked bad can do? Xia ignored Jin Yuxian's obstruction and opened the door. When Hai saw that Xia dared to face him, he was stunned, and then said angrily, asterisk 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 you. You're the little white boy that Jin Yuxian has adopted, right? This villa has never let another man in. Give me out. Hai subconsciously grabbed at Xia's collar, but how could Xia let Hai act recklessly? Although Xia didn't know kung fu and had never learned martial arts, but Xia dared to lay his hands on him. From the time he was studying, he had always been the gold medal fighter in his class. There is a saying that the soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of those who don't want to die. Xia lifted up his foot and kicked Hai. This kind of rich second generation who only pretends to be a good fighter. Out of the door. Asterisk 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 mudhorse. You little yakuza, give me a wait. Sooner or later I will ask someone to get you killed. Hai said while patting the dust on his body with great attention to image. However, Hai's shout had just been uttered when a slap slapped him on the face. Hai, you don't take a piss and look at your own virtues either? A rich second generation who only eats, drinks, and has fun also wants to chase after Lao Ma? Jin Yuxian changed her usual airy and elegant image, crossed her waist and stood at the entrance of the villa to scold Hai. However, Jin Yuxian's appearance, in Hai's eyes how to see how beautiful, it is no wonder, no matter temperament, body or appearance. Jin Yuxian is a first-class let a person cannot pick fault. Seeing Jin Yuxian finally willing to talk to himself, Hai immediately collected his anger, transformed into a licking dog general. To Jin Yuxian whispered compliments, Xian, you finally willing to talk to me? But how am I not better than this little white boy? I can give you money if you want it. Why spend money to harbor this kind of person? Consider thinking about me. I'll be damned. What kind of thing are you that you dare to compare yourself to him? Besides, who told you he's my adopted one? Actually, speaking here, Jin Yuxian hesitated for a while, wrapped her arms around Xia and delicately said, actually, I was adopted by him. I've long been his woman. Chapter 28 Rich Aunt. The reason why Hai was frantically pursuing Jin Yuxian was also because he was more or less aware of her background. Definitely not as simple as a usual bank president. Hearing Jin Yuxian's words, Hai's expression froze, as if in complete disbelief. Then Jin Yuxian walked to Xia's side, took his arm, kissed towards his face, and then tenderly said, let's go hubby, let's go take a bath together. Ignore this little cutie. Up. Hearing Jin Yuxian's words, Xia immediately also reacted. Although it is impossible to really take a bath together, but he also has to absolutely cooperate with Jin Yuxian. Alright, I'll help you rub your back. In the villa's door, the moment Xia closed it, Hai's face became extremely gloomy, itching to find someone to catch this pair of dogs and girls right now to ravage them ruthlessly. After entering the villa, Jin Yuxian said to Xia with concern, how is it? Are you alright just now? Thinking that Hai was going to make a move on Xia just now, she was more or less still a little worried. With that loser? How could it be? Thinking about Hai's appearance, Xia was somewhat disdainful. But you told him that you were adopted by me? Don't say that next time. Aren't you pulling hatred for me? Xia said while taking a few steps back with a face full of rejection. He wasn't a cutie pie either. Whether Jin Yuxian had a background or not, he also guessed it. What's wrong? Is it bad to adopt me? I will be very gentle in front of you. Come on, big sister. Don't joke with me. Xia was but sure that Jin Yuxian's identity must be very mysterious. Only when she was sure that Hai had left, did Jin Yuxian drive home from Xia's villa. Xia, who had nothing to do, was finally able to take out his cell phone and contact Yi, but just at this time, his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID on his cell phone, Xia hurriedly answered the call. What's up, Zhao Xiang? The one who called was his roommate. Xia, have you really gotten rich recently? Xia's recent series of moves, no matter if it was making Dai Hong eat his words or punching Lu Smoke's trio in the face, made Zhao Xiang and the other two roommates a bit incredulous. It's all small money. What? Still really think that I'm being taken care of? Xia joked with Zhao Xiang. Not. On the other side of the phone, Zhao Xiang's voice stuttered a little, hesitating for half a day, not knowing what to say. Say it straight when you have something to say. We are all brothers. Don't stutter so much, Xia said to Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang and the other two roommates had a hard time with the cell phone on speakerphone in front of them, as well as the 1,000,000 cash that Xia had given them before. In the end, It was only under the encouragement of the other two roommates that Zhao Xiang mustered up the courage to continue to say to Xia Yi, "It's like this. Xia Yi, if you don't have much money, this 1 million is just to stand up for a few of our brothers. This money you'd better take it away." Zhao Xiang and the other two roommates put the words out, feel much more pain. They can never see so much cash, and it is Xia Yi did not have any requirements to give them. They take the cash back to the dormitory. Even 100 pieces do not dare to spend, until the three of them discussed for a while, intending to still give Xia Yi a phone call to make things clear. Only then did they have this scene in front of them. "What are you saying? How come I can't understand?" Xia Yi frowned, somewhat didn't understand Zhao Xiang's meaning, but after a few seconds Xia Yi reacted. "I understand. Let's do it this way. I'm not going to explain it to you guys. You take Li Bing and also Lu Kai. Come to my house. I'll be waiting for you guys at the Jinling famous mansion. Villa number 6. Hearing Xia Yi said the location, Zhao Xiang and Li Bing, Lu Kai, 3 people, immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Jinling famous mansion, which is Jinling City's famous high-grade neighborhood. Not the average person can afford to live. Zhao Xiang subconsciously asked, "No way. Xia Yi, you bought a house in Jinling Ningfu? Come over. You will all understand." Xia Yi hung up the phone after explaining with his 3 roommates. After Xia Yi hung up the phone, he laid down on the sofa in the living room and began to leisurely watch the live broadcast, waiting for his 3 roommates in the meantime. On the other end, after Zhao Xiang and the others heard Xia Yi's words, they changed their clothes with trepidation and caught a taxi to prepare to go to Jinling Ningfu to look for Xia Yi. After a while, less than half an hour, the doorbell of Xia Yi's villa rang. Opening the door to see the 3 roommates were standing outside the villa. Their expressions were rushed as if they were very nervous. "Come so soon? Come in and sit. Come in and sit." Xia Yi pulled the 3 people into the villa. Seeing the decoration and luxurious furniture in the villa, the 3 people once again broke out into a burst of exclamation of surprise. "Xia Yi, you are so rich now?" Li Bing, who had a more straightforward personality, said, "Sort of. This time you guys finally believe me?" Lu Kai surveyed everything in the villa. Some slowed down. To Xia Yi asked, "Did not see out you kid hidden so deep? Hoping that you used to be pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger?" After Lu Kai's words, the other 2 roommates also looked at Xia Yi with some anger. They were not greedy for Xia Yi's money, but they were a little angry at his concealment. "Don't mention it. I also have money only recently." Xia Yi was afraid that the 3 roommates would swarm around him and beat him up like they did in the previous dormitory, so he quickly waved his hand and explained, "Then you quickly tell me what happened here. Winning the lottery? This is to win a few $100 million in the lottery to live in such a nice villa." Zhao Xiang's eyes were all blown away as he said enviously to Xia Yi, "Where is winning any lottery?" Xia Yi thought about it. He must find a reason that is enough to convince the 3 people before he can. As for the matter that his income will become more, he can't say it to anyone. "It's like this. Although my family doesn't have any money, but my aunt has money." Natsuno thought of an excuse to continue to the 3. How come I've never heard of you having an aunt?" Zhao Xiang recalled carefully and said doubtfully, "That's not true. I have not seen much. She is abroad, is a big entrepreneur, the world's top hundreds of bosses, and no children. This is not retired to give me a share of some money." Xia Yi turned around somewhat vainly, while fiddling with the tea set in the living room, while talking blindly. How come this plot seems to sound familiar? Lu Kai thought, and the other 2's expressions were also somewhat dazed. "Holy, this is too awesome." Li Bin excitedly wrapped his arms around Xia Yi and said happily. Obviously he took Xia Yi's words seriously. "You guys just don't worry about it. All in all, one thing, I'm just not bad at all right now. And there is an important thing. I remember before in the dormitory, we often talk about entrepreneurial things. Now have money have any entrepreneurial goals? We can invest whatever we want. The idea of starting a business is certainly there. I've been thinking about it for years." As soon as Zhao Xiang heard that Xia Yi was planning to start a business, he immediately came to the spirit, and the whole person looked radiant. "If you have an idea, then it's fine. Let's do it this way. Tomorrow I'll give you the money to transfer. You can build it as much as you want." Chapter 29, Digging the foot of the wall. Xia Yi said here, his 3 roommates all look very happy. Finally have the opportunity to start a business to make a big difference. Is to think this kind of opportunity on who can not be happy? The 4 of them sat on the living room sofa and gossiped with each other about other things for a while, but also mentioned Jin Yuxian, but was Xia Yi put off. On the way home, Natsuno's 3 roommates were chatting happily while walking, and even didn't choose to take a cab in order to chat. "Hey, you guys say Xia Yi let us start a business. How much startup capital can we give?" Zhao Xiang asked the other 2 with some curiosity. Hearing Zhao Xiang's words, the other 2 were a little hesitant. Lu Kai touched his head and thought about it, and asked the 2 of them, "I see that Xia Yi has the money to live in a big villa like that right now. so he should be able to give at least $1 million of startup capital, right? I think it's more than that. With the house price of Jinling Mingfu, that house just Xiaoyes is at least tens of millions. No matter how much startup capital Xiaoyi intends to let us take to start a business, it's always more or less a good idea to come up with some plans, Li Bing said to the duo. The other two listened to Li Bing's words. The three of them put their heads together and went back to the dormitory and made a business startup program. The expected capital was 5 million, and 5 million was already more than enough for this program of theirs. Jinling City's northern suburb, Jinling Driving School. Uncle Lin, this really isn't me talking too much. This kid called Xia Yi, he's really not a damn thing. Some time ago, didn't your son Lin Jian go to a Ford store to buy a car? As a result, this Xia Yi gave Lin Xiao a scolding, and arrogantly said that he was Lin Jian's grandfather. Isn't this a disguised scolding of you? Feng Hai was sitting in the office of the Golden Ridge Driving School and told Lin Jian's father one by one about the conflict between Lin Jian and Xia Yi. With a bang, after hearing Feng Hai's words, the middle-aged man angrily took the teacup in his hand and directly dropped it on the ground, scattering the pieces all over the place. Where did the little punk come from? Surprisingly cursing to my head. Don't want to live? Lin Jian's father, Lin Zhang, fumed angrily and coldly said, Uncle Lin, this kid is really too arrogant. With your current position in Jinling City, you have connections if you need connections. You have connections if you need connections. And with this kind of influence from our driving school, can you put up with this kind of person? Must find a chance to straighten him out. Jinling Driving School, not only within a few years has become the largest driving school in the entire Jinling City, almost monopolizing the entire Jinling City driving school market, but also developed into one of the top 500 driving schools in the country, and will soon have the opportunity to go public. However, Lin Zhang did not get even more angry after hearing Feng Hai's words, but instead calmed down a bit, narrowed his eyes and asked Feng Hai, then what kind of background does this kid have? You're not pushing me into a pit, are you? It had to be said that Lin Zhang was very cautious in his dealings. He didn't easily fall for Feng Hai's provocation. Instead, he asked him about Xiaoye's background. I say Uncle Lin, you don't need to worry at all. This kid is just a little white boy. The reason why he is rich is entirely because he is letting someone harbor him. I have long inquired clearly for you. There is not much background at all. Well then, it's really a narrow road. Let's settle our previous scores. Mentioning Xia Yi, Lin Zhang's eyes were almost on fire. This had to start from a previous matter. To the agreed time, Zhao Xiang took advantage of the supervisor did not pay attention to. Secretly at work to Xia Yi sent a text message and asked, why have you not come? Is not it agreed that today we discuss the matter of entrepreneurship? And by the way, hit the supervisor's face hard? Zhao Xiang sent a text message and then hurried to hide the phone. However, the text message was just sent out. Received Xia Ye's reply, on the road. A little traffic jam. Since Xia Yi had not yet obtained a driver's license, he was not able to drive his own Bugatti Veyron to Yinghai Company, so he had to choose to take a taxi. Finally, Shano arrived at the place where he worked before, Camping C Company. Natsuno had just arrived at the company and received everyone's attention. After all, yesterday's incident had already been rumored within the company, and only a rather small portion of the people didn't know about it. However, Xia Yi was too lazy to care about what the other former colleagues thought. Instead, he wanted to know if Shinsini was in the company today. However, the result disappointed him. After arriving at the company, he didn't see Shinsini. He should have gone out to discuss business. Xia Yi, you came. After seeing Xia Yi, his three roommates were very happy. After all, there wasn't much time left to get out of the sea of bitterness. The three of them were also very depressed during the time they worked in Yinghai Company. Usually, in addition to endure the suppression of a few department heads, but also occasionally face the cynicism from Lu Smoke and others, the salary is also very meager. Has long been unable to tolerate Lu Smoke and other three people in the CCIE. Complex thoughts. These three people have their own ghosts. Yesterday, after sending a text messages not with each other, a middle-aged man looked at CIE, walked into the company, frowned and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing here?" He hadn't heard about yesterday's incident. After all, he had been suppressing the employees under him and was not well liked. Who would tell him such a thing? CIE looked at this previous department head Ma Wei with some disdain in his heart. Ma Wei was not much different from Lu Smoke and the others, and also harshly scolded his employees from time to time. So he directly said, "I'm here to dig for a foot in your place." Digging for a foot in the wall? Ma Wei frowned, unsure of Xiaoye's words. What kind of corner can you dig? Is it possible that you've opened a company? With your family's condition? Dreaming? Xiaoye laughed at Ma Wei's cold words, explaining, although it's not open now, but it's about to open soon. I'm taking a few people away now. Oh, I'd like to see who dares to go with someone like you who can't even pay his salary? Ma Wei crossed his arms, his eyes filled with mockery. But just after Ma Wei's words were finished, Zhao Xiang, Lu Kai, Li Bin and the three of them stood up from their seats and started to pack up their things, which on the spot made Ma Wei a bit unable to get down and his face was not happy. What do you three mean? Ma Wei pointed at the three of them and fumed loudly, spitting everywhere. What do you mean? Of course it means quit. Lu Kai made a face at Ma Wei as he put the stuff into his suitcase. Quit? Ma Wei then reacted, pointing at Xia Yi and continued to say to the three of them, you three don't want to follow this kid to start a company, right? Are you guys crazy? I think the one who's crazy is you. Zhao Xiang gave a middle finger to Ma Wei. He had long been unable to stand this disgusting middle-aged greasy man, who usually acted like a government official in the company, and occasionally took advantage of the female staff by virtue of being a supervisor, and went up and down on the female staff. Okay, since you guys are going crazy, I won't stop you. Go to the finance department and settle the bill. Ma Wei snorted at Zhao Xiang's trio and continued, when the time comes, you guys don't get down on your knees and beg me to come back to the company. Chapter 30, punching Ma Wei in the face. Hearing Ma Wei's words, Zhao Xiang's three hands were all stagnant and hesitant as they packed up their things. After all, although the company is not a big company, but in Jinling City, this acre of land, it is one of the companies. Income and treatment is not good, but also better than many people. Even the parents of Zhao Xiang's three people, but also often in front of other relatives and friends, praise their own son is in the Camping Sea Company. If they followed Xia Yi, the three of them would definitely not be able to keep this stable job in Inghai Company. However, Zhao Xiang and the three of them still intended to believe Xia Yi. After all, they had previously acted as roommates to each other and still knew him very well. Plus, they saw Xia Yi's mansion before, and when they thought of this, they immediately had a bottom line in their hearts. Ma Wei became even more irritated as he watched the three of them, Zhao Xiang, still packing up their things regardless after hearing his words. Alright, you three wait for me. In a few days you guys will be ready to go drink the northwest wind. Xia Yi really can't stand Ma Wei's meanness. Before in the company often look him in the eye. Immediately walked out to Zhao Xiang. Three people said, yesterday let you think about what good business plan. How do you think about it? Obviously Xia Yi did not put Ma Wei in the eyes. Zhao Xiang. Three people see Xia Yi asked about their entrepreneurial plans. Suddenly came to the spirit. Became excited. Lu Kai said, yesterday we thought about it for one night, and we already have quite a few plans. Go. Wait for us to go out of the company and slowly talk to you. Let's do it this way. I'll give you $100 million each, so you guys make a big splash and give me a good job. Everyone present, including Zhao Xiang, Lu Kai, the three of them listened to Xia Yi's words and stared wide-eyed. Their mouths could not close for half a day. What? $100 million? $100 million for one person? What kind of concept is this? Yesterday, Lu Yen, Lu Xin, and Zhang Heng, who were still quite unfavorable to Xia Yi, even more so, their eyes went straight. If there was really a regret pill in this world, they were afraid that they would have to grab it even if they had to fight for their lives. The other employees of the Inghai Company have also been staggered. They have heard that Xia Yi is rich, but did not know that Xia Yi has been rich to such a point. They have moved their minds, want to find an opportunity to tie up a bit. Only Ma Wei slowed down after freezing for a few seconds. He did not believe that Xia Yi had so much money. This person must be crazy. At that moment, Ma Wei snorted. $100 million? Ha ha ha, you're dreaming, right? I think you guys are really crazy to think about money. In the sky will fall pies? You three are simply brainless. You guys believe the person who said such stupid things? Stupid or not, don't bother you. You still mind your own business. Maybe in 2 days I will buy this Camping Sea Company. I'm afraid that by then the person who drinks the northwest wind is you? Alas. Ma Wei suddenly sighed, then came to Xia Yi's side with a serious tone, patted his shoulder and said, Xia Yi in fact, I understand you very well. You must have been stimulated by something, right? Take your medication on time and get treated early. I believe your mental illness will get better sooner or later. Xia Yi was like looking at a little cutie, generally looking at Ma Wei. Knowing that these were nothing more than his gloomy and cold words, Xia Yi grabbed Ma Wei's hand away from his shoulder and then said to Zhao Xiang's three people, I'm going to transfer money to you right now to see who's the one with the brain problem. All the employees present watched from the wall and waited for the developments. They also wanted to know whether Xia Yi could actually come up with so much money. Zhao Xiang's three heard that Xia Yi was going to transfer money to them right now. They immediately panicked. If it wasn't for Xia Yi, they might not be able to see so much money, not to mention in this life, even in their next life. Zhao Xiang quickly waved his hand, said to Xia Yi, you must not give me so much money at once. 100 million yuan, which is too much. I take the heart is certainly not down to earth. Not like this. You first give me 10 million on the line. If there is no money I'll manage you to ask for it again. Xia Yi is ready to persuade Zhao Xiang. Let him take 100 million yuan at once. Do more things. But at this moment, Li Bing and Lu Kai also said, "Xia, you don't give us so much money, we don't dare to use it." Just like Zhao Xiang, 10 million on the line. The pre-program can't use 100 million so much. Hearing Zhao Xiang's reply, Xia could only nod and said to the three of them, "Alright then, I'll give the three of you $10 million each first." Seeing Xia and Zhao Xiang's three people talking, Zhao Xiang's three people's things were almost packed up, while Ma Wei had been listening to the four people's conversation from the side. Just now it was still $100 million, and now it's $10 million? At that moment, he laughed more than wildly. To Xia taunted, "Still here to me acting it, not to mention 10 million. I ponder you a million cannot come out it. 10 million what plutonium ah?" See, Ma Wei has been a laughing clown in general. In the side of the crazy talk, Xia was also annoyed. He said to Ma Wei, "If I come up with 10 million so what? You kneel down to me kowtow 3? Okay, no problem." Ma Wei felt that Xia was simply dreaming. How could he possibly come up with $10 million? Thus he was naturally emboldened. However, not long after Ma Wei's words were said, Xia looked for Zhao Xiang's three people and asked for the bank card account number. And then the three people's cell phone text message ringtones rang one after another. Zhao Xiang, Lu Kai and Li Bing have taken out their cell phones to check the text message prompts on the phone. Zhao Xiang, three people wide-eyed. Excited hands are a little trembling, although they believe in Xia's words, but really wait for their bank account each more than 10 million. They are still some incredibly surprised to say. And Ma Wei saw the appearance of the three people, still thought Zhao Xiang three people are in cooperation with Xia acting. However, when he quietly close to Zhao Xiang three people glanced at the content of the text message on the three people's cell phones, at once he was also stunned. Ma Wei's big round face, swollen red and carefully stared at the three people's screen, back and forth several times. Instead of not being able to believe that this is true, it is more like Ma Wei is not willing to believe. Impossible. Impossible. This is fake. This is definitely fake. Did you guys modify the cell phone's note number and me to hoodwink me? Ma Wei pointed at Zhao Xiang's trio as if he was having a seizure and questioned. However, Zhao Xiang and the three of them were only looking at the extra zeros on their bank accounts on their cell phones, and they didn't have the heart to pay attention to Ma Wei, while the surrounding melon eaters were envious. Why didn't they have the good fortune of Zhao Xiang, Lu Kai and Li Bing, who were assigned to the same dormitory as Xia? How about it? Isn't it time to honor your promise now? Chapter 31, Lin Zhang's difficulties. Xia stood in front of Ma Wei with his waist inserted after transferring the account. He had nothing good to say about this kind of old greaseball who would do nothing but oppress the new staff and humiliate his colleagues, and would also see the wind in his sails. What promise? Due to the shock, Ma Wei had long forgotten all about his promise to kowtow to Xia just before. Supervisor. Oh no, it's old Ma. Zhao Xiang thought about it. The three of them weren't going to work in High Company anyway, so they addressed him so directly. Just now you were betting with Xia, saying that even if you can get out $10 million, you will kneel down and kowtow to Xia for 3 times. You forgot so quickly. You are really a nobleman who forgets things. See, Zhao Xiang mentioned the bet between him and Xia just now. At once Ma Wei's face changed, pulled a reason and said, "I didn't see the cash. What makes me say that this money is Xia's? Besides, who knows if the few of you have colluded? I want me to kowtow to this kid." "No way. Ma Wei, you can think too highly of yourself." Xia snorted and said to Ma Wei, "Since you don't kowtow then forget it, but I'll say it in front. It's you who went back on your word. Wait until you have something to ask me in the future. You don't regret it either. I will beg you. You don't think too highly of yourself." Ma Wei completely looked like he couldn't afford to lose, pointing at Xia and shouting with extreme arrogance. The other employees around him were looking at Ma Wei as if they were looking at a dish-a-bag, which made him even more upset, with a nameless fire in his heart that had nowhere to be vented. So angry that his high blood pressure was about to kick in. After hitting Ma Wei's face, Xia and Zhao Xiang left High Company in high spirits. On the other hand, Lin Zhang, because of Xia's things, almost to the driving school's office of the things all smashed all over. He and Xia between the old accounts but also from the previous period of time to say. Some time ago, a good friend of Lin Zhang's movie and television company came to a new staff named GCC. In Lin Zhang a CECC when surprised for heavenly, this is the color of the hungry ghost of him, then decided to bar this ECC to get into bed. But Lin Zhang trusts their own friends and moved a lot of doorway. His plan did not succeed. This ECC's is too difficult to deal with. But this is also suitable for Lin Zhang's appetite. He never liked too easy to get a woman. However, by chance, Lin Zhang learned a news. His friend's company suddenly appeared a rumor. That is, the new staff, Yi Cici's father Yi Guowei is a good gambler, which can be Lin Zhang happy bad, which means that his opportunity has come. After that, Lin Zhang think of a way to find some of the community to do a bureau. Will Yi Guowei design in, so that he owed a debt? Then he took the opportunity to blackmail Yi Cici. If she does not do Lin Zhang's lover, immediately let Yi Guowei pay back the money. If not, then pick off his hamstrings and feet. Under the helpless good, gambling but also short-tempered Yi Guowei not less and Yi Cixi to do ideological work, but Yi Cixi are not agreed. In the Lin Zhang thought he was about to get, immediately can and Yi Cixi when, suddenly Yi Cixi out of money, the arrears paid off. Lin Zhang in many inquiries, it turns out that this money is Yi Cixi from his former classmate named Xiaoye's people, which can be Lin Zhang was furious, if it is not Xiaoye intervened. Perhaps at this moment he has been in the wantonly play with Yi Cixi, so he can be considered to hate Xiaoye. He doesn't care what background Xiaoye has, and he doesn't want to know why he is so rich. Anyway, if someone breaks his business, he must take revenge. As it happens, today Feng Hai came to tell Lin Zhang about the matter of Lin Jian being hit by Xiaoye's face. Even if Feng Hai didn't come, Lin Zhang would still want to destroy Xiaoye's bones before he was willing to do so. Lin Zhang and Feng Hai in the office to discuss up. The two people are equally a stomach of bad water. Intend how to be able to punish Xiaoye this kid. After discussing a good idea, Lin Zhang and Xiaoye made a phone call. Hello, who is it? Xiaoye looked at the unfamiliar caller on his cell phone and subconsciously asked, Xiaoye, come to the Golden Ridge Driving School. Lin Zhang on the other end of the phone whispered, his tone full of unhappiness, as if talking to Xiaoye on the phone was dirtying his mouth. Golden Ridge Driving School? What are you doing at the Golden Ridge Driving School? You haven't said who you are. Xiaoye heard the voice on the other end of the phone was quite impatient, so he asked with the same displeasure. Who am I? I'm the principal of the Golden Ridge Driving School. Why are you talking so much? Come when I tell you to come, or you won't be able to get your driver's license. Lin Zhang hung up the phone angrily after saying his words. Xiaoye heard a busy tone coming from the other end of the phone and only felt puzzled. I didn't ask the banker's sister to help me with my driver's license. Is it possible that there was some kind of accident? Thinking about this Xiaoye although some upset, but think about this Jinling driving school he still have to go. Xiaoye and Zhao Xiang three people greeted. Let them first use the funds in accordance with the program they set up. He took a car and went to the Golden Ridge Driving School. Since it is the principal of the Golden Ridge Driving School, it must go to the principal's office of the Golden Ridge Driving School. Xiaoye just pushed the door and walked in, only to see Feng Hai and Lin Zhang sitting on the sofa. After seeing himself come in, he changed his expression. Slate-faced, his face was quite gloomy as he looked at himself. These two people are 80% trying to gang up on me? Looking at the faces of the two, Xiaoye felt that something was not right, plus he also knew Feng Hai. Having just met him yesterday, he instantly had a general understanding of the situation. Just your ing name is Xiaoye ah? Calling you to make a special trip over. Nothing else? Just want to tell you that you can't get your driver's license. Lin Zhang was sitting upright and slammed the table to Xiaoye angrily. Once he thought of Yi Cixi's matter, Lin Zhang was full of fire. Can't get it? Why? Xiaoye wanted to know what exactly was this Lin Zhang's reason for making things difficult for himself. There's no why. I'm just telling you that not only is it impossible for the Jinling driving school to issue you a license, it's impossible for the entire Jinling city to let you pass the test. You just die of this heart. Lin Zhang took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, spat out a smoke ring after lighting the fire and said to Xiaoye, looking arrogant to the extreme, looks like I've offended you, right? Xiaoye saw this Lin Zhang and Feng Hai two people colluded to deal with themselves. Even the reason did not find too much to treat himself as a little cute, right? Offended? Where is the word offense? All the driving schools in Jinling City are run by Lin Zhang. Say you're not qualified to get a driver's license. You're not qualified. Xiaoye some did not react. So this Feng Hai and Lin Zhang two people even hand together is only to let oneself not get a driver's license only? It's really great. Chapter 32, Buying a Driving School? Then what? Xiaoye somewhat puzzled. Feng Hai and Lin Zhang two people actually want to do? See, Xiaoye does not seem to be a little defeated look. Out of Feng Hai and Lin Zhang two people's unexpected. They thought that Xiaoye to get here, and then will tell him these words. He will be angry feet, storming. Unexpectedly, Xiaoye just had a cloudy and light-hearted look, to which made Feng Hai and Lin Zhang duo have a feeling of a heavy fist hitting the cotton, unable to exert it. Alright, there's nothing, then I'll leave first. Xiaoye saw that Lin Zhang and Feng Hai duo were baffled and unable to speak, and also didn't bother to continue to take care of them. As for the matter of the driver's license, just leave it to Jin Yuxian to get it for him. Lin Zhang and Feng Hai two people were speechless. Why they provoked this person, but couldn't provoke his half-anger? Wait, stop right there. Lin Zhang could not let go of this opportunity to suppress Xiaoye and hurriedly called out to him. Don't you want to know why I specifically called you over? Don't you just want to talk about the driver's license thing? Big deal. I'll just hire a driver. Can you still make everyone in Jinling City without a driver's license? Xiaoye was like looking at a little cutie, generally looking at Lin Zhang and Feng Hai. Lin Jiang took a deep breath after listening to Xiaoye's words and forced himself to control his emotions so that he didn't explode on the spot. He then said, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. 2 days ago you offended my son. I don't know if you have any impression? Lin Jiang did not dare to talk about Yi Cici's matter. If Xiaoye found out that there was something fishy and stabbed it out, then it would definitely have an impact on the image of the Golden Ridge Driving School. Your son? Who is your son? Xiaoye asked back with some confusion. Lin Jian. Oh, Xiaoye slapped his forehead and reacted. So that Shabi is your son? Ah, that's no wonder. Like father, like son. You. Lin Jiang slapped the table. Fortunately Feng Hai pulled back in time. I'm just asking for a statement from you now. What argument? Your own son didn't educate him well. I'm just giving him a lesson. The education fee is waived. I'm not that bad. Hearing that Lin Jiang was Lin Jian's father, Xiaoye raised his interest and sat down on the sofa. This was really hitting the little one to the old one. How my son is educated is my business. Little brat, you think you're great when you have a few small bucks? I told you not to get a driver's license. You still can't get it all the same? Lin Jiang mocked Xiaoye while taking out the tea set on the tea table to drink with Feng Hai and the two of them. That's simple. Can't I just buy your driving school? Xiaoye crossed his legs and surveyed the environment inside the driving school and said with a calm face, after Lin Jiang and Feng Hai, who were drinking tea, heard Xiaoye's words, the tea in their mouths instantly sprayed out. Lin Jiang and Feng Hai looked at each other, then laughed out loud. Feng Hai even laughed back and forth. So a little white boy who was adopted by a rich woman even said that he wanted to buy this driving school? Golden Ridge Driving School is jointly operated by Lin Jin and Feng family together, in which Lin Zhang owns 50% of the shares of this driving school, while Feng Hai's family has 30%, and the remaining are some retail investors who invest. Little, you think you found a rich woman and can just reward people with a few $1 million and call it rich? Do you know how much this driving school costs? Lin Jiang said while he couldn't help but laugh. In his opinion, this what Xiaoye is nothing more than a poor man at first rich, some too inflated. Really think he can do anything? However, Lin Jiang's words fell into Xiaoye's ears. Let Xiaoye heart always feel a little wrong. How does he know his reward thing? But Xiaoye didn't think much about it. How much are you just going to say? Xiaoye also really some curiosity. Since he graduated from the university, he worked in the Yinghai company, and did not understand some of the investment and market quotations. You have to listen carefully when I finish. I'm afraid of scaring you. This driving school construction spent more than 200 million. If you want to buy counting other facilities at least 400 million. You can afford it? Do you think this is a child's game? Lin Jiang looked at Xiaoye rather playfully after he finished speaking. In his opinion, such a large sum of money would definitely scare Xiaoye to death, right? Egu. Scared me. Xiaoye was really a bit startled, but not because of Lin Jiang's words. Lin Jiang and Feng Hai once again laughed. Xiaoye's behavior seemed to them to be that of a poor man who had not seen the world, making the two of them very pleased. Then Xiaoye patted his chest and said to Lin Jiang and also the Red Sea duo, I thought it would take tens of billions, but it turns out it's just 4 billions. What are you smug about in front of me? Not, give you face? Feng Hai this time also cannot help it. A poor boy who was adopted by Jin Yuxian. What to pretend here? The thought that Jin Yuxian may have been this kid on the heart of a nameless fire. Young man, speak or don't be too arrogant. Leave some people, I see you are nothing. Lin Jiang did not put words too obvious. This certain people in Xiaoye seems to 80% refers to Jin Yuxian. How is it arrogant? Xiaoye felt that he was being looked down upon. I'm just being honest. Let's put it this way. If you sell your driving school to me, I won't take advantage of you. Count it as $500 million. Hearing Xiaoye's words, Feng Hai and Lin Jing's duo were really a bit unable to bear it. Lin Jing slammed the table and said to Xiaoye, can you stop blowing awesome? Here I accounted for 50% of the shares. Not to mention 500 million. Even if you 400 million, you can come up with 200 million. You are the largest shareholder in this school. I will immediately sell you the shares now. Xiaoye raised his eyebrows and came to spirit. He didn't have any substantial industry under his name. If he could really buy Lin Zhang's shares with 200 million it would be good. He began to think about the pros and cons of it. Only in the eyes of Lin Zhang and Feng Hai, Xiaoye is simply a white boy who has been adopted. Tens of millions of dollars may still be able to take out, but hundreds of millions of dollars is simply impossible. Lin Zhang, two people see Xiaoye hesitated. Feng Hai immediately came to the spirit. He thought it was Xiaoye bragging cannot go on. Immediately happy like a mating rights of the orangutan in general. The hands and feet dance in triumph. How about pretending to be a bully can't go on, right? Face, right? Still $400 million. Simply laugh off my teeth. Feng Hai stood in front of Xiaoye and still said with great vigor, not to mention Uncle Lin's 200 million shares. If you have the ability, 30% of my Feng family's shares will also be sold to you for 100 million. Oh, are you serious about what you said? Xiaoye raised his head and looked at Feng Hai beside him. If what they said was true, This driving school was worth $400 million. If he bought 80% of the shares for $300 million, it would be considered a suitable deal. Chapter 33, Successful Transaction. Hearing Xiaoye's words, Feng Hai's face was stagnant and his expression became stiff. For some reason, he felt that Xiaoye appeared to be very confident when he said these words. His heart was suddenly somewhat bottomless instead. Feng Hai, what are you afraid of? You really think he has so much money? He's just bluffing you, Lin Zhang still said in an old-fashioned manner. He felt that Xiaoye was only pretending. Grass. Fine. Hearing Lin Zhang's words, Feng Hai gritted his teeth and said fiercely, if you're really capable, just $300 million, and buy out 80% of our equity. That's fine. I'll get someone to look at the contract. Xiaoye prepared to take out the phone and stood up. Feng Hai, you can keep a close eye on this kid. Don't let him run away. This face hasn't been hit enough. Lin Zhang thought that Xiaoye was going to get his feet wet and instructed Feng Hai Dao. However, they didn't expect that the person who arrived at the Jinling driving school after Xiaoye had made the call was actually Jin Yuxian, with a secretary. Isn't this Yuxian's niece? What kind of wind has blown you here? Lin was seeing Jin Yuxian and then his eyes immediately showed a light. If not for the fact that Jin Yuxian was very background, he would have hit on her long ago. Jin Yuxian revealed a subtle smile, then said with some displeasure, isn't this Uncle Lin? I entrusted someone to put my man's driver's license in your driving school, and now this kind of thing has happened. Teasing me, right? Lin Zhang froze after hearing Jin Yuxian's words, followed by Jin Yuxian coming to Xiaoye's side, taking on Xiaoye's arm, becoming very gentle like a little woman. Lin Zhang was dumbfounded, stuttering for half a day before saying, your boyfriend wouldn't be this kid, right? Yeah, what's the problem? Jin Yuxian replied feeling a bit puzzled. Hearing Jin Yuxian's confirmed reply, Lin Zhang couldn't believe his ears. Jin Yuxian, who was as unattainable as a queen in Jinling City, would actually like such a brat? This brat wasn't just handsome. What skills could capture the heart of a woman like Jin Yuxian? Uncle Lin, I heard my man say that you're going to sell this Golden Ridge driving school. Is there such a thing? Jin Yuxian heard Xiaoye's words on the phone, still a little disbelieving, to his understanding of Lin Zhang, but always do not see the rabbit does not spread the eagle, and people are very sinister. How to be willing to do this kind of money-losing business? A mouthful of spittle a nail. Today, Lin Zhang put his words here. If he can afford to buy this Golden Ridge driving school, what if I sell it? Lin Zhang pointed at Xiaoye and said with a strong voice, then let's put it this way. Just go to my bank and complete the acquisition procedures as well as the contract preparation. After Jin Yuxian finished speaking, just like that, the group drove to the bank. After not long, Jin Yuxian's secretary finished drawing up the contract. Xiaoye purchased 50% of the shares of Jinling Driving School in Lin Zhang's hands at a price of $200 million, while purchasing 30% of the shares in Feng Hai's hands at a price of $100 million. When Jin Yuxian finished reading the price on the contract, some crying and laughing, these two people in Jin Yuxian's eyes simply like two idiots. However, after Feng Hai and Lin Zhang signed the contract, then their cell phone text message ringing, the two looked at their account respectively more than 200 million and 100 million yuan. Some dumbfounded. They didn't expect this brat could really come up with so much money. Lin Zhang sat in the chair dumbfounded. The sight of Feng Hai is also not good. Both of them are a little regret. They cannot believe that their shares sold just like that. Now Jinling Driving School almost monopolized the entire Jinling City's driving school market, and the company is about to go public, now in the hands of 50% of the shares. Wait until after the listing at least can be doubled several times, at least can bring more than $1 billion in profits. Feng Hai is even more bitter. Jinling Driving School is their Feng family in these years the only big investment project. The first few years spent a lot of manpower and resources. These years Jinling Driving School finally have a profit, just waiting for a few years on the market, and now surprisingly sold at a price of 100 million. If this let his family know, Feng Hai is considered dead. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Uncle Lin, I can remind you twice, this driving school is sold. Don't try to find Xiaoye's trouble. His background is not something you and I can mess with. Jin Yuxian saw Lin Zhang's expression was very unwilling. After sitting back in his chair and baring his teeth, he couldn't wait to eat Xiaoye, so he voiced out a reminder. This kid has a background? Lin Zhang took a deep breath, reacting and feeling that things were indeed not that simple. Let me put it to you this way. Think about a person so young who can casually come up with a few $100 million now. Could it be an ordinary person? Besides, others don't know my Jin Yuxian's background, don't you also know? Even I am willing to be the woman behind him. Think about it yourself. Then Jin Yuxian saw that Lin Zhang was in deep thought and added, don't judge a person by his appearance. Some people look plain and ordinary, but their background is unfathomable. Hearing Jin Yuxian's words, Lin Zhang was struck by lightning. This kid must have a very deep background. I can't afford to mess with him. This was the only thought that flashed through Lin Zhang's mind. and when he looked at Xia Yi, he swallowed hard and almost didn't dare to look directly at him. Lin Zhang is a kind of concede. What new hatred and old hatred all dissipated. The loss of money is nothing. I am afraid of really messing with the people who cannot afford to mess with, may also bring their own killing disaster. However, although Lin Zhang did not know Xia Yi's background, listening to Jin Yuxian said God, but Feng Hai's background he may be aware of everything. Damn, how could I believe the words of Feng Hai this? Lin Zhang was considered to have Feng Hai and even the entire Feng family on his mind. If he hadn't listened to his words, how would he have lost money to his grandson? After the contract is completed, Xia Yi is lazy to think about Feng Hai and Lin Zhang hard in the thought. In short, he bought the Golden Ridge Driving School at a price of 300 million. Through the eyes of Jin Yuxian look at their own eyes, he knew that this deal is absolutely sure to earn no loss. As for who to do this Golden Ridge Driving School principal and who to manage, their own temporary idea. In short, anyway, now the Golden Ridge Driving School is their own. What they want to do. Just a word. Cool. Wait until Xia Yi complacent left the bank. Feng Hai and Lin Zhang is still sitting in the bank within the people drooped. Obviously did not slow down. When Feng Hai thought about it, intends to return home to explain things clearly with the family. Lin Zhang chased up. Feng Hai, you kid, give me a clear explanation. Is this what you said about not having a background? Lin Zhang dragged Feng Hai, who was walking in front of him, and said to him through gritted teeth, in his opinion, he definitely can't afford to offend Xia Yi now, and the culprit that caused him to sell his shares in Jinling Driving School was this Feng Hai. I say, Uncle Lin, what do you mean by this? Feng Hai, gave you face before I called you uncle. Don't you dare stomp on me. This time, our Feng family has also suffered heavy losses. Feng Hai was also very agitated, and after pulling over Lin Zhang's hand that was grasping at his collar, he said in annoyance, little Yakuza, if I didn't believe your bull I would have offended someone like that? The more Lin Zhang thought about it, the more angry he became and pushed Feng Hai. Feng Hai also couldn't bear it anymore. He had suffered at Xia Yi's hands yesterday, and today he lost such a big deal, but he was afraid of Xia Yi's background and had nowhere to vent, so he also fought back. The two of you back and forth, immediately in front of the bank to fight a mess. The battle is quite tragic. Jin Yuxian sitting in the governor's office, through the glass looking downstairs has broken the head of Lin Zhang and Feng Hai, two people, shook his head inside the heart secretly laugh, but thought of Xia Yi's amazing strokes, cannot help but sigh a little. Surprisingly, through such a small thing, took the opportunity to buy the Golden Ridge Driving School? Chapter 34, Hiring a Bodyguard. Maybe he can really help me? Jin Yuxian pondered secretly after remembering Xia Yi's figure. Xia Yi held the contract he had just signed and strutted down the road with a very smug expression while he learned from Jin Yuxian about the fight between Lin Zhang and Feng Hai in front of the bank. I heard that the two of them had not hit each other lightly and had both been hospitalized. Luckily I ran fast. Xia Yi didn't know that Jin Yuxian had bragged about his background in front of the duo of Feng Hai and Lin Zhang, so he couldn't help but lament when he heard the news. However, very quickly, Xia Yi thought of a problem if he really encountered such a thing. What could he do? He had already been kidnapped by Dai Hong once before, but that kind of small fight Xia Yi didn't take it to heart. But if he really met a more serious problem, he didn't know any martial arts. Thinking of this, Xia Yi changed the idea of preparing to return to Jinling Mingfu, took a car to the recruitment market in Jinling City. After arriving at the talent recruitment market, Xia Yi was confused. He did not expect that there would be so many people here. Pressurized well, a large area. Many human units and company recruiters are here, renting the designated booths in the talent recruitment market, sitting on stools, in front of the table while the opposite side is lined up, all the interview crowd. So, Xia Yi came to the management center of the job market, delivered $5,000 after the venue fee. He rented a stool and table to find a more conspicuous position, and then beside him erected a sign which reads, Recruitment of Female Bodyguards, High Wages and Good Treatment. Then Xia Yi began to wait up boredom. I did not expect this wait as a few hours. No one came up to apply for the job. I have to say that in the line of bodyguards, women can be described as a rare horn, few and far between. However, the people looking this way is quite a lot, but also look at it. Finally, just when Xia Yi was playing with his cell phone, a woman suddenly walked to Xia Yi's booth, and asked Xia Yi in a charming voice, what are the criteria for female bodyguards here? When Xia Yi heard that someone had come to apply for the job, he immediately winced and stood up from the stool, but he looked up and saw that the woman in front of him was dressed in a very bewitching manner, and her clothes were very revealing, so it was obvious that she was a woman who worked in some nightclubs, and he was instantly disinterested. I am hiring a female bodyguard, not a home bed warmer. Look at you this way also does not look like you will protect people, right? Natsuno looked at the woman in front of him and said somewhat timidly, I ask you, you answer. It's not like I want to be a bodyguard. but Xia Yi is still patient and the woman in front of him said, "There is no requirement. Will Kung Fu is a female on the line. What about salary?" The woman continued to pursue after hearing Xia Yi's words. "I'm not bad at money. How much is fine? It mainly depends on how good her hands are." Xia Yi patted his chest and assured with great confidence, "That's fine. You wait, don't ever leave. I'll introduce you to a candidate who can be a female bodyguard," said, dressed very sexy, painted heavy makeup woman stepped on a foot 10 centimeters high heels. Thump, thump, thump away. After the woman left, Xia Yi sat on the stool again, continued to play with the cell phone. He did not expect this woman can bring any suitable bodyguard candidates. However, the cell phone did not play for long. Xia Yi again heard the familiar sound of high-heeled shoes coming from far and near. 80% was the woman who hurriedly ran away before and told him not to leave. So Xia Yi did not raise his head. "Boss, take a quick look. I've got someone for you." Xia Yi was playing a latest mobile game and was playing intensely, but after hearing the woman's words, he still took the time to glance up. However, after seeing the face of the other woman brought along beside the woman, Natsuo was shocked. He hadn't seen such a beautiful and perfect woman. Delicate features, slender and perfect body. None of them were the masterpieces of the heavens, while there was a faint heroic aura between his eyebrows. This is the bodyguard you found for me?" Xia Yi stupidly stood up and asked to the thickly made-up woman in front of him. "Yeah, she's a sister I picked up 2 days ago near the nightclub. Seems to have some memory loss, only remembers her name." Saying nothing, she refused to work in the nightclub. "I asked her what she knew, and she said she knew Kung Fu. And that's true, she's good with her hands." The thickly made-up woman held the amnesiac woman beside her and Natsuno explained, "What's your name?" Xia Yi didn't even dare to look directly at this amnesiac woman's face, simply because her face was simply too perfect looking, with a kind of magic that took the heart. "My name is Longer." Dragon's voice was just as enchanting. "Then what do you know?" Xia Yi was still a little worried. After all, he was looking for a bodyguard. Just looking good would not do. Xia Yi's words just finished, only to see Long Air took out the hairpin in her hair. Full head of green silk scattered down, and then reached out and pointed to a tree trunk in the distance, only to hear a bang sound on the trunk of the tree. Instantly raised wood chips, and a big hole appeared. "My god?" Xia Yi was once again shocked. This is only in martial arts novels can appear in the body. Did not expect such a perfect body actually have such a great strength. Luckily there weren't many people in the talent recruitment market at this time of the day, otherwise it would have to be on the news. "Then what else do you do?" Although Natsuo felt that her hands were definitely enough, but since she could have this kind of kung fu, her other aspects must not be weak either. Racing, gambling, assassination. Listening to the series of skills that Longer burst out, some fine sweat broke out on Natsuo's forehead. It was simply too powerful as well. "Then, do you know how to cook?" Xia Yi felt that it was better to ask some practical ones. The ones that Longer said in front of him, he felt that he couldn't use any of them. "Will." Longer nodded. "I'm telling you, her cooking can be even better than that of a 5-star chef." The thickly made-up woman swore and assured Shano, "It's even better if you can cook." Xia Yi felt that this woman made him very satisfied. "So are you a virgin asterisk?" Xia Yi thought for a moment and asked Longer again. However, Xia Yi's question caused both women in front of him to blush a little. "Bah, I'm introducing you to bodyguards. You can't make my sisters do that kind of thing." The thickly made-up woman spat and warned Xia Yi. Still, Longer nodded in embarrassment. "Ahem, I'm just asking in passing." "Just kidding." Natsuo rubbed his head in embarrassment. "That's fine. From today onwards you'll be my female bodyguard. What are your requirements in terms of salary and treatment?" Xia Yi felt that this kind of talent could not slip away from his hands, and must be pulled together in a hurry. Chapter 35, Being Followed. When she heard Xia Yi start to ask about the salary package, the thickly made-up woman pulled Longer to the side and conferred with her in a low voice for a while. Then the duo walked back. The thick makeup woman said, "First of all, the wage aspect can't be too low. With her stature a month at least this amount," said the thickly made-up woman, stretching out a palm and comparing it to a 5. "Okay, no problem at all." Xia Yi nodded. In his opinion, with Longer's body like this, no matter where he goes the salary will not be low. And in addition to the salary, she also has to take reasonable vacations, at least 3 days of vacation every month. The thickly made-up woman continued to speak for Longer beside her. "Okay, that's reasonable. I'll give her 4 days." Natsuo thought about the big deal if something really came up. It would be better if Dragon's Child didn't go out herself when she was on vacation. Negotiated everything. Thick makeup woman some reluctant and Dragon's Child chat again and again. Let Xia Yi some doubt life. How seems like he with the forced robbery of the people's daughter like. "Well, Longer, I'll leave it to you. You must take good care of her." The thick makeup woman's eyes were red, although she and Longer had only known each other for a few days, but one could tell that the two of them had quite a good relationship. On the contrary, It was Xia who felt a bit puzzled by the thick makeup woman's words. Shouldn't he take care of himself by hiring a bodyguard? But Shano still nodded. There's also longer, she doesn't have any money on her. You're a big boss. Can you pay her a month or two's salary in advance? The thickly made-up woman said for longer. Xia dragged his chin and considered for a moment. His bodyguard has no money on her. She always still has to manage to ask for it. It is also a trouble. So he said cheerfully, that's fine. In a moment, I will use my ID card to help you to do a phone card, and then do a cell phone to pay you 1 million in advance. That is, 2 months of salary. You use it first. Since Longer had lost her memory, she didn't have much luggage other than remembering her name, not to mention her ID card. However, the woman with thick makeup was obviously taken aback when she heard Xia's words, her teeth chattering. What $1 million? Yeah, wasn't it you who said 500,000 a month? Xia turned back. Obviously the two people's ideas diverged. In fact, the thick makeup woman opened the price as only 50,000 a month. In her opinion is already an astronomical figure. Did not think that this boss is so generous. Opened the price of 500,000 a month. The thick makeup woman held back her excitement. Obviously she was happy for Longer. Her expression naturally fell into Xia's eyes, and Xia also understood. However, Xia still intended to offer $500,000 a month. He was not short of money, not to mention that with Longer's ability it would be worth that price anywhere. Right, send me your bank card number by the way, Xia said to the thick makeup woman. At once, the thick makeup woman was confused and did not react for a while. I'll give you $500,000 as well. It's considered to be an intermediary fee for you. After all, you helped me find such a good bodyguard, Xia explained. Instantly the thickly made-up woman fell into ecstasy. Xia told the thick makeup woman the address as well. Nothing he could come over to visit Longer, and at the same time gave Longer a good cell phone card. And by the way, transferring money to take care of everything. They returned to the Jinling famous mansion. You come over. Xia had just returned to the villa and sat on the sofa and hooked his hand to Longer, who still looked a bit rushed as she stood in front of the villa's main door, with an expression that was exactly like that of a hooligan. Hearing Natsuo's command, Longer directly walked over. Sit on me. Xia patted his leg and said very nonchalantly. This time, after a slight hesitation, but still in accordance with Xia's request, Longer sat on his lap. Instantly that soft touch, the body's tight fit made Xia erect. Boss, you have something pinching me. Longer face surfaced a touch of redness. Very shy said. Xia hugged Longer and sat for a while, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of some, but with Longer's body how could it be so easy for Xia to get his hands on him? Xia are anxious out of sweat. Stomach is hungry and grumbling. There is no way, so he can only let Longer stand up, helplessly said to her. Let's go. Accompany me to buy food. Xia handed Longer the Bugatti Veyron's car keys and let her drive. The two of them drove all the way to a supermarket in front of Jinling City and stopped the car. I go. What kind of car is this? The modeling is too exaggerated. A boss in charge of looking at the car in front of the supermarket had a cigarette in his mouth and stared at Xia's Bugatti Veyron, surprised. What do you know? This is a Bugatti Veyron. My god. I haven't heard of anyone in Jinling City being able to afford such an expensive car. The young man beside the old man was just as shocked after giving the old man a disdainful blank look. The oldest master touched his head and continued to ask. What kind of dragon is this? How much does this car cost? It looks like it must be at least a few million, right? A few million? This car starts at least $20 million. The companion beside the youngster jumped out to explain. I wish I could afford a car like this. Wake up. Are you still sleepwalking? How can we afford to drive this car? However, Xia's Bugatti Veyron slowly stopped. The dragon child opened the door. Xia stepped out of the car as once again detonated around the crowd of onlookers exclaimed. Asterisk. Such a beautiful woman to drive for him. Who is this kid? After seeing Xia's appearance, the young man could not help but wonder. However, the young man's words just finished. His mouth let the companion next to him blocked, made a silent gesture and said to him, you can lower your voice. Don't let this rich son hear it. Maybe he is the son of the richest man in Jinling City. Letting you evaporate is just a matter of words. Hearing the companion's warning, the young man immediately sweated. Originally his eyes were glowing as he looked at Longer's absolutely beautiful body and face, but now he realized the seriousness of the problem, and didn't dare to look at it anymore, and immediately slipped away. Let's just pretend to be my girlfriend outside, right? Take my arm. Xia looked around with a gaze that couldn't wait to eat Longer. There was some jealousy in his heart, plus the fact that Longer pretending to be his girlfriend could also better hide her real identity as a bodyguard. Okay. Longer nodded her head obediently and placed her hand under Xia's arm. At the same time Xia began to take advantage of the opportunity again, wrapping her arms around Longer's surplus waist. the two of them walked into the supermarket. Just entered the supermarket. Longer is like a special thing on earth as the grace. It attracted everyone's attention. To the crowd a little denser place. Longer will head attached to Xia Yi's side to whisper to him, "Boss, we are being followed." "What?" Xia Yi was a little hard to place. Xian asked dumbfounded. A total of 8 people. Seems to come from a bad place, with guys in their hands, or rushing the boss. Longer saw Xia Yi some disbelief. Continued to explain for him. Chapter 36, Dragon's Hand. It wasn't that Xia Yi didn't believe Longer's words, but he felt that this was too much of a coincidence, right? He had only just found such a good bodyguard in the afternoon, and right after that, someone was following him? "We were targeted by these people as soon as we left the Golden Mansion of Fame, and they drove with us all the way into the supermarket." However, from Longer's expression, she couldn't tell that there was any tension. She just kindly reminded Xia Yi that in her opinion, these people were nothing more than ordinary people who didn't know any martial arts at all. After listening to Longer's explanation, Xia Yi subconsciously had to turn around to see who was actually following him. "Don't turn your head. It will attract their attention. Let's just continue shopping." Longer carefully tugged the corner of Xia Yi's coat and said, "Oh." Xia Yi nodded numbly and complied with Longer's advice as the two of them continued to shop in the supermarket. Lin Zhen felt that he had been a bit unlucky recently. First of all, some time ago, he was severely punched in the face by a kid who didn't know where he came from in the Force store. So it could be said that he had made a fool of himself. Even so, even if this matter do not know how to let Feng Haigai was known, passed to his father's mouth. Was his father a good burst of criticism? Just this point he has been unable to endure. Has been trying to find an opportunity to pull out this name Xia Yi's kid, ruthless education. But immediately after the more unlucky is, I heard that his father Lin Zhang will Jiling driving school to sell cheaply, and spent 300 million to buy away the Jiling driving school 80% of the shares of the people, and this is named Xia Yi's people. Now his own father, Lin Zhang, because of the fight with Feng Hai, both of them were hospitalized. Lin Zhang even blamed himself for the cheap sale of shares, which made him unable to endure. "Brother Dai, that kid in front is Xia Yi. Your family Dai Hong is the one who let this kid in." Lin Jian and a middle-aged man beside him who was in his 40s or 50s with a scar on his face pointed in the direction of Xia Yi and Longer and said, "Dai Long is Dai Hong's father, but also a small contractor, responsible for several commercial housing development sites in Jinling City and neighboring cities, so he also knows a lot of social loafers, and sometimes helps other people to do a little black work, with a heavy hand. The original is this kid." Dai Long frowned tightly, then his eyes surfaced a touch of keen light. Hit from Xia Yi and Longer walked into the supermarket. Dai Long noticed, after all, Longer is really too attractive to men's attention. That feeling's good. In a while after cleaning up this kid, then get the woman beside him. Dai Long rubbed his hands together and said with great excitement. The few brothers around him including Lin Jian also laughed and gulped hard. To be able to experience this kind of earthly role, living 10 years less would be worth it. However, the supermarket near the people asterisk flow is too big, even if they are bold, but also do not dare to do it in public. And then Lin Jian and Dai Long with Six little brother began to discuss, looking for a suitable time to start. After an hour, Dai Long pursed his lips, laughed even more recklessly, and said to Lin Jian, "It's really heaven helping me. This kid really doesn't know how to die." After Xia Yi and Longer finished buying things and left the supermarket, they surprisingly didn't directly get into his iconic Bugatti Veyron to go back to Jinling Mingfu. Instead, the Xia Yi duo put their stuff on the car and walked to a secluded place where there weren't many people and at the same time were unnoticeable by the surveillance. Lin Jian and Dai Long's group instantly felt that they had found an opportunity. Dai Long made a wink to the Six little brother. According to the plan they discussed, holding the sack around to the back of the dragon child and Xia Yi, two people, ready to use the sack on the head of the two of them. If the plan goes well, set on the two people's head, they will drag the two people into the neighborhood of a no-one alley. Then what will happen is self-evident. But just as Dai Long was getting closer and closer to the Xia Yi duo, it was as if Dragon's head had eyes behind it, and after sensing the murderous aura, she turned back and kicked Dai Long's leg, and the high-heeled shoes that Dragon was wearing directly poked a hole in Ban Long's thigh. Dai Long was kicked out several meters by Longer's kick, still more than that, and at the same time slammed into Lin Jian's body, and the two of them flew out backwards together and fell to the ground, grimacing on the ground with their teeth bared. Longer was just such a plain and simple kick that sent Dai Long and Lin Jian, two men of several hundred pounds combined, flying. Xia Yi was dumbfounded after seeing this scene from the side. Holy, this is too powerful, right? Xia Yi was stumped, but it was good that he had Longer with him today. Otherwise, facing this wave of men, Lin Jian and Dai Long, he would have really gotten into their way. What is this situation? Seeing the two big brothers in the lead being put down by Longer with a kick, Lin Jian and Dai Long's several little brothers were equally dumbfounded. The strength of Brother Long, they know. In the nearby construction site fights, It can be considered unbeatable. And ruthless, how this time lost in the hands of a woman. It must be that Brother Long was careless. Several little brothers' mind floated over this thought. Then several little brother looked at each other and shouted at the same time, as if to give themselves a pep talk. Carrying sticks in their hands, once again rushed over to the dragon child and Xiaoyi. Two people. Longer saw all six little brothers all rushing towards her without the slightest panic. As expected, Xiaoyi did not go out of Xiaoyi's expectation. Longer almost punched one by one. Her body only needed a slight flash to dodge the attacks of several juniors. Even her expression did not change. In less than a minute's time, 6 juniors had fallen to the ground, and Lin Jin and Dai Long generally bared their teeth on the ground and wailed. After Longer put down the 8 people, she came back to her senses. Her expression was a bit puzzled. Due to the loss of her memory, she was doing these things as if it was like her own body's instinctive actions. A book. However, she was still light on her hands, slightly mastered the proportion. If she was willing, these 8 people would simply not be able to scream out a sound. They would disappear from this world. At this moment, there were some passers-by walking by the side of the alley, and saw the scene of Longer violently beating these 8 big men. Holy, is this surely not a movie? I don't think so. We haven't heard of any movie city in Jinling City. Then how did these 8 people fall down so easily? Is it possible that they have weak kidneys? You can't even tell. It's obvious that this woman is too powerful. This is just like a martial arts movie. Why does that guy look so familiar? I remember. He's not the head of a few construction sites in Jinling City. He seems to be called Dai Long. I heard he's a great fighter. Dai Long and Lin Jian and other people lying on the ground heard the whispers of the passers-by after the more shame and anger, if not the body pain, would like to immediately get up now and the dragon fight hundreds of rounds. Chapter 37 Zhang Han's Plan. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Hurry up and take a picture of it and send it to your friends. Everyone will definitely be shocked. Still need you to say? I've already filmed it long ago. Xia Yi to the surrounding passers-by, voice of discussion ignored. His heart only a feeling. That is a word. Cool. This bodyguard was worth it. He wanted to give Phoenix another sum of money. If not for him, how could he have the opportunity to hire such a good bodyguard? Sister Phoenix was naturally the woman in heavy makeup that Xia Yi had been introduced to earlier. Xia Yi happily put his hand on Longer's waist, but this time Longer didn't seem to be as nervous. After Xia Yi was excited for a while, he walked to the front of Dai Long, squatted down and looked at Dai Long and said, I say this one. It seems like I never knew you. We have no past grievances. Why do you want to hit me? Dai Long received a kick from the dragon's child, still hurt a little, breathless, covering the thigh that has bled on. Xia Yi ruthless, not afraid to tell you. I'm Dai Hong, his father. You put my son in jail, do you think I will let you go? The original, you are Dai Hong, that guy, his father? Xia Yi then realized the identity of Dai Long, stood up straight and looked a little surprised. But your son, that is purely deserved. Kidnapping did not kidnap, but also to get themselves in. This kind of thing can blame me? I'm not just a little more money, so people hate me? My son is right. You son of a, just wait for me. I won't rest until you're dead. Try saying that again? Longer's voice suddenly turned cold and her eyes turned red as she walked up to Big Dragon, her powerful aura making everyone present not dare to make a single sound. Instantly, Longer's aura was like the queen of the ice world. Then Xia Yi ignored the 8 people wailing on the ground, and reached out his hand to gesture for Longer to take his arm, and while having a good time, he swaggered back from the scene to the parking lot in front of the supermarket. The two of them got in the car and sped all the way back to Jiling Mingfu. When they arrived at the villa, Longer began to cook for Xia Yi, while Xia Yi came to the living room, sat on the sofa and crossed his legs, honestly watching the TV, feeling happy with his life. Just at this time Xia Yi's cell phone rang, picked up the phone and looked at the number on the phone. Turned out to be Zhang Han, that kid. Hey, what's up? Asterisk 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 boss, you are also too good. Just after picking up the phone, Zhang Han said excitedly on the other end of the phone. What happened? Xia Yi frowned, unsure of Zhang Han's words. Boss, looks like you don't know. The video of that female bodyguard of yours is all over the circle of friends in the entire Jinling City, and that stance is too powerful, worthy of being boss's bodyguard. Zhang Han flattered on the other end of the phone. Oh, so that's how it is. Xia Yi slapped his head before remembering that when he had just had a conflict with Dai Long in the alley near the market, there were quite a few passers-by who had filmed the previous fight, but Xia Yi still didn't forget to smugly say, can your boss's bodyguard not be awesome? Let me tell you, she's still my woman. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Han became even more excited and continued to flatter. This kind of stunning and skilled woman was handled by the boss? It's true that a person with such a wise and powerful talent as boss can handle this kind of woman. Alright, don't continue kissing ass. Say it, what's the matter? Xia Yi had been listening to Zhang Han's boasting and was a bit tired of it, telling him to hurry up and say what's up. Hearing Xia Yi's inquiry, Zhang Han was a little hesitant on the other end of the phone. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that it was unlikely for him to become Xiaoye's brother, as he had previously dealt with Xiaoye together with Dai Hong. But the good thing is that he and Dai Hong in time to draw the line. In the future in Xiaoye's side to do a follower. Running errands to get some benefits is still no problem. Thinking of this, Zhang Han said directly to Xiaoye, "Actually, I heard that the reason why Dai Hong came to find trouble with the boss today was all because of that Lin Jian." "Lin Jian?" Xiaoye asked rhetorically out loud. "Today I only focused on that Dai Long guy, but I forgot about that Lin Jian kid. How did they get mixed up together?" "I also heard from a friend who got the news. He said that Lin Jian's hatred for the boss is not a day or two. From the moment of the S4 store, he hated the boss. Plus I don't know how the boss offended his father Lin Zhang. So the new hatred and the old hatred were added together. And Lin Jian found a chance to look for Dai Long, and also said that things are all the boss's faults. And only then did he make Dai Long hate the boss. It was all encouraged by this kid. It was all egged on by this kid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I said why Dai Long looks like he wants to eat someone when he sees me." Xiaoye came back to his senses after the shock and rubbed his chin and thought, "I say boss must find a chance to deal with this Lin Jian. This kid is just like a stone in a latrine. Smelly and hard. He can't even get rid of him when he's set on him. And I heard him threaten in that small circle of his that he must fix the boss up, but also let your woman in his." Speaking here, Zhang Han hesitated for a moment, somewhat afraid to speak up, but what Lin Jian meant was naturally self-evident. Xiaoye, after listening to Zhang Han's words fire, almost to the hands of the cell phone fell, roared, "Line! Let Lin Jian that kid let the horse over. His father on the trouble to find me. The result is not the loss of the hands of the driving school. He dared to come again, I let him eat and eat a pocket to go. I go." "I heard that Lin Zhang sold the driving school to the boss. Could this be true?" Zhang Han asked cautiously on the other end of the phone. "What else could it be? It's only $300 million and you'd be a fool not to buy it." Xiaoye was very angry at Lin Jian's words and said somewhat unkindly, "Boss is too powerful." When Zhang Han heard that Xiaoye was almost painless about even 300 million, he was even more shocked at the moment, and his heart gained some momentum. "I wonder if boss is interested in cleaning up this Lin Jian," Zhang Han said after hesitating for a while. "Oh, do you have any ideas?" Xiaoye was not interested, but too interested. It wasn't a long-term solution for this father and son to keep pestering themselves, not to mention that they had even insulted his woman with their words. How could that be tolerated? "Let's do it this way, boss. Tomorrow let's go to the Golden Capital restaurant. I'll give my idea to boss." "Okay, as long as you get this done, there will be no shortage of benefits for you." Xiaoye wasn't a stupid person. As long as enough benefits were given, Zhang Han would naturally work for you willingly. After getting Xiaoye's consent, Zhang Han and Xiaoye agreed on a time and hung up the phone happily. Xiaoye sat in the living room although he was facing the TV, but he didn't have much heart to watch on. He was very much looking forward to Zhang Han's plan tomorrow. After a little while longer reminded him that it was time to eat. The two of them came to the table. Shano praised Longer's handiwork. Chapter 38, Preparing to pit Lin Jian. "Longer, come here." After eating, Xiaoye's heart started to be dishonest again. Seeing Xiaoye's look, Longer understood the situation and timidly walked over to Xiaoye and sat next to him. Hiss. She also understands my mind too well. Xiaoye couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. With such a close and caring female bodyguard, what more could a man ask for? Xiaoye's hands gradually began to be unctuous. Longer sat next to him. Her body was a little stiff, but in the end did not move. Xiaoye saw that he did not react. Even more wanton, leaned over and wanted to kiss her. Just at this moment, Longer but fiercely stood up. "Boss, I have to take a shower first." Then she ran towards the villa's bathroom. "Take a bath?" Xiaoye's eyes were glowing. It was hard to believe that Longer had changed her nature today. Xiaoye was wandering back and forth in the living room with wild thoughts. Not long after, Longer finished her bath and walked out of the bathroom, only to see that Longer's hair was wet, and a touch of redness appeared on her face. In an instant, Xiaoye's eyes were straight, and he couldn't wait to bring Longer to the bedroom. After a burst of action, finally came to the crunch. The dragon child looks a little anxious. Eyes are overflowing two hot tears. Suddenly Xiaoye some hesitation. Or forget it. Wait until you are ready to say. Xiaoye took a deep breath, sat up and said with his back to Longer. Although Xiaoye was very direct and also loved to take advantage of Longer, he was by no means the kind of person who forced himself on others. Although he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, but when it came to the doorstep, he always felt that if he forced himself on Longer, he couldn't live with his own conscience. However, just as Xiaoye was about to get dressed, Longer hugged him from behind. "I'll go. This is you forcing me." Xiaoye couldn't bear it, gritted his teeth and turned to meet him. After the two of them woke up, they laid on the bed for a while longer until Zhang Han's phone calls came one after another, and only then did Xiaoye helplessly drive with Longer to the most luxurious and high-class restaurant in Jinling City, Jindu. My god, boss, you're finally here. Seeing Xiaoye's figure appear, Zhang Han hurriedly walked up to greet him and said, at the same time, he also brought Gui Chunlong, who had some previous encounters with Xiaoye, since Longer was a little unwell and her movements were not convenient, so Xiaoye did not let her come down, letting her wait in the car, and came to the entrance of Jindu by himself. Yo, isn't this brother Long? Xiaoye saw Gui Chunlong and greeted him. Don't call me that, Xia Xiao, just call me Old Gua. Gui Chunlong hurriedly waved his hand. He also more or less heard from Zhang Han's mouth that Xiaoye's current strength was not as simple as a small employee. How could he dare to let Xiaoye call him Brother Long? Boss, you can finally come. If you don't come, Lin Jian, that kid is going to come. Zhang Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and said eagerly to Xiaoye, you have an appointment with Lin Jian? Xiaoye frowned and asked. That's not true. I'm going to fix this kid up today. If boss comes a little later, he'll miss the show. Zhang Han explained to Xiaoye while leading him, and the three of them arrived together in a private room in Jindu. So tell me, what are you going to do today? Xiaoye asked the waiter to open a bottle of red wine and asked while drinking it. Gui Chunlong was also very curious. He had arrived at Jindu an hour earlier, but Zhang Han, this kid's mouth was tight and impermeable. Gui Chunlong couldn't get words out of his mouth no matter how much he inquired, and he still had to say that he would wait for Xiaoye to come and say it again. I'll tell you first, Lin Jian, this kid is really not something. Zhang Han began to explain to the two of them. This kid relies on his old man's connections in Jinling City and does whatever he wants all day long. I heard from a friend of mine some time ago that this kid forced himself on a girl, and he did this kind of thing not once or twice. I have a friend has been poisoned by him, but cannot help him, and it's even worse than that. Holy, this is goddamned. Xiaoye and Gui Chunlong were both shocked by Zhang Han's words, and the two of them stared wide-eyed. Then don't sell yourself short. Quickly say what to do about this kid and be done with it. Xiaoye's sense of justice was overwhelming. From the time he was studying, he specialized in fighting for justice. Hearing Xiaoye's urging, Zhang Han looked at the time on his cell phone and continued to say mysteriously to the two of them, Lin Jian, this kid will be here soon. As for how to do it, I'll reveal it to you in a while. Zhang Han's words could make Xiaoye and Gui Chunlong, two people, anxious. If not, Zhang Han stopped. A moment Lin Jian came over. Gui Chunlong was going to knock his teeth out of him, even though he was also a hooligan gangster. But he was only looking for money, so he couldn't do such an underhanded thing. Sure enough, after Zhang Han finished his words, his cell phone rang. Hello, Brother Jian. Oh, sorry, young Master Lin. Zhang Han hurriedly changed his words. I'm waiting for you in the private room that I booked at Jindu. Yes, I'll come pick you up right away. Zhang Han said to Xiaoye and Gui Chunlong after hanging up the phone. In a moment, I'll bring him to the opposite private room. You guys can just look through this glass hole. Zhang Han still refused to reveal what exactly was in his gourd, and ran outside of the Jindu restaurant to receive Lin Jian. "Io, young Master Lin." Upon seeing Lin Jian, Zhang Han hurriedly changed his expression to a complimentary one and greeted him. As for Lin Jian, he parked his car and got down from the car with a glowing face, seemingly putting the matter of being severely educated by Xiaoye and Longer only yesterday behind him. Aha! Lin Jian nodded painlessly, seemingly not taking Zhang Han seriously, if not for the fact that he was willing to invite himself to come to this golden capital to have some fun. Otherwise he really wouldn't be willing to come. Zhang Han brought Lin Jian to the box he had booked in advance, which happened to be right opposite to the box where Xiaoye and Gui Chunlong were. After Zhang Han and Lin Jian were seated, he began to spit out his bitterness to Lin Jian. Alas, young Master Lin, do you know why I invited you to Jindu today? Then tell me, as the saying goes, you can't come to a temple without anything. Is it possible that this Zhang Han really has something to ask him for? I need you to make a decision for me this time. That Xiaoye really isn't a thing. You have to clean him up for me. Mr. Lin, Zhang Han lamented to Lin Jian. Chapter 39, Lin Jian is on fire. However, as soon as Zhang Han mentioned Xiaoye's name, Lin Jian's palms clenched into fists and viciously punched the desktop, saying angrily, "It's this again? Alas, my relationship with Brother Dai. Young Master Lin, you're not unaware of it. It's all because of that brat Xiaoye who got Brother Dai in. It's hard for me." Zhang Han was almost in tears in front of Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't know that Zhang Han had already fallen out with Dai Hong, so he watched Zhang Han's performance in front of him and was convinced. Alright, you can rest assured. Xiaoye, this little brat, I'll get him killed sooner or later, so that he'll never be able to turn over a new leaf. Lin Jian patted his chest and guaranteed with Zhang Han. After gaining Lin Jian's trust, Zhang Han started his rainbow farts again, praising Lin Jian a lot, saying that Xiaoye was just a thug, a turd. Sooner or later he would have to be finished, while Lin Jian was different, praising him for how powerful and handsome he was. It was simply blowing up to the sky and down to the earth. As for those women around Xiaoye, Zhang Han is responsible for helping Lin Jian. Sooner or later have to climb into Lin Jian's bed, said Lin Jian's heart is blossoming. Lin Jian thought that this Zhang Han is simply too much for their own appetites. How to speak so sweet. The two of them drank. Zhang Han blew the more powerful. Lin Jian drink more happy, not a moment's effort. The two killed several bottles of red wine. Of course, most of them are Lin Jian drink. Zhang Han, after all, has a mission in the body. His purpose this time is to get Lin Jian drunk. After drinking almost all of it, Lin Jian felt a bit tipsy. After all, the two of them were drinking red wine, which had a bit of a strong aftertaste. Coupled with Zhang Han's constant bragging, the whole person was a bit fluttery. I heard that young Master Lin also still drugged himself. After the two of them chatted about women's topics, Zhang Han coldly and suddenly came up with a sentence. That's not possible. How could we possibly do such illegal and criminal things? Lin Jian quickly waved his hand and denied. Although he was in a bit of a daze right now, he still retained a trace of sanity in his head. He wouldn't dare to admit such words. No way. Young Master Lin, you haven't even played this before? Zhang Han changed his previous respectful and obedient expression and said with some disdain on his face. Oh, is it hard to believe that you've done it before? Hearing Zhang Han's words, Lin Jian instantly came into the spirit. That's right. Me and a bunch of my brothers often play like this in nightclubs and nothing happens. Then it seems that young Master Lin is still not as good as me in this aspect. Ah, alas. I thought young Master Lin was quite good at playing, but I didn't expect to have even tried this. After Zhang Han finished his words, his expression looked even more disdainful as he rolled his eyes at Lin Jian. Zhang Han's words and expression enraged Lin Jian. Lin Jian slammed the table and said, "Who says I haven't played before? Isn't it just drugging? I've gotten it often." However, at this moment, Zhang Han secretly opened the recording button on his cell phone and recorded all of Lin Jian's next words. Lin Jian, in addition to the nightclub on the girl drug, but also did some more shocking things, and even brought his father Lin Zhang, that play the scale called a big, simply let Zhang Han some unpleasant to the ear. Lin Jian in this side of the impassioned, spittle flying, constantly showing off their achievements, and Zhang Han while he was not paying attention, in his wine glass secretly dropped 2 small pills. Finally, Lin Jian drank some unconsciousness. Zhang Han called him also did not have too much reaction. Zhang Han to rest assured to the next room to find Xia Yi and Guo Chunlong. Xia Yi and Guo Chunlong, who were in the next private room, naturally watched the whole thing and knew that Zhang Han had gotten Lin Jian drunk, and even Zhang Han's drugged movements were clearly seen by the two of them. What did you put some in him? Xia Yi asked with some curiosity after seeing Zhang Han come in. Zhang Han's eyebrows trembled, and mysteriously explained besides Xia Yi's duo, the strongest medicine. This thing can't get out of bed at all without getting his legs soft. Then aren't you cheapening him? Guo Chunlong questioned. You guys just don't worry. Zhang Han then gestured to Guo Chunlong. Come on, give us a hand and get him to the suite upstairs. The two of them, Zhang Han and Guo Chunlong, carried Lin Jian out of the suite, while Zhang Han, fearing that Lin Jian would wake up in the middle of the process, had Xia Yi follow far behind. However, when Zhang Han and Guo Chunlong opened the suite's room, Guo Chunlong and Xia Yi realized that there were 2 other women in the suite, but when the two of them saw the faces of the 2 women through the weak light, it almost made the 2 of them vomit. My mama, where did you get this kind of human extremity? Xia Yi ran to the door of the room and spat at Zhang Han for being simply too hot for their eyes. Hey, don't mention it. This is something I managed to hunt down with great difficulty, and it even cost me $200 for one person. Zhang Han explained to Xia Yi, and then he instructed the 2 charmless Amazons in front of him. I'll leave this person here for you. Serve me well. After Zhang Han and Guo Chunlong threw Lin Jian onto the bed, Xia Yi followed the 2 of them to the next room, which had a huge monitor that played the image of none other than Lin Jian's room. Zhang Han, you're too underhanded with this. Xia Yi and Guo Chunlong understood what Zhang Han meant. This was to bring Lin Jian to his death. He. Zhang Han laughed in embarrassment. By the way, you guys listen to this by the way. Zhang Han played the words he had extracted from Lin Jian earlier to Xia Yi and the 2 of them, instantly making both Xia Yi and Guo Chunlong a little furious. Is this doing anything more than personnel? It was simply the wrath of the heavens and the people. However, just as Guo Chunlong was planning to go next door to settle the score with Lin Jian, immediately afterward the screen on the monitor moved. With the medicinal properties of the drug that Zhang Han had given him, Lin Jian came somewhat to his senses, followed by some spicy images. This image was so hot to the eyes that the 3 of them, Xia Yi, were all a bit unable to look at it. However, the outcome of the matter still made Xia Yi very satisfied. This time, he would definitely make Lin Jian eat his words. The follow-up matters were left to Zhang Han to operate, while Xia Yi returned to his Bugatti Veyron. Are things all done? Longer asked with some curiosity when she saw Xia Yi cheerfully sitting on the co-pilot with a smile. On the way back to Jinling famous mansion, Xia Yi gave Longer a detailed account of what Zhang Han had done, and instantly Longer's face turned a little purple. The next day, a video exploded on all the portals in Jinling City with the title, Extremely Rich Second Generation Lin Jian's Heavy Taste Journey. As for Lin Jian's recording, it was likewise released on the internet by Zhang Han, also under the name of Lin Jian, and to Zhang Han's surprise, both the video and the recording burst into flames. A day or two passed, and by the time Lin Jian realized the news, the entire internet knew about it. Chapter 40, A Strange Trick. It had to be said that the power of the internet in public opinion was incomparably powerful in today's world, and instantly, all the information about Lin Jian and Lin Zhang's father and son had been posted on the internet. All the bad things that the father and son duo had done were also posted online one by one. These included tax evasion, underground money banks, illegal online loans, and even a light body loan under the father and son duo's banner, which was used to blackmail and entice female college students, and even have sex with the father and son duo. See, the network of public opinion continues to ferment. Zhang Han also some panic. He just want a whole Lin Jian father and son duo. I did not expect will stir things so big. Xia Yi also completely did not expect that this Lin Jian father and son duo would do nothing wrong. But with the comfort of his 3 million reward, Zhang Han was sort of relieved. After all, what Zhang Han had done was a good thing. If this was placed in ancient times, how could it be considered as ridding the people of evil? Finally, Lin Jian and Lin Zhang's father and son were taken away by the relevant departments and a case was opened for investigation. All of the netizens were overjoyed. I heard that when Lin Zhang was in the hospital, after hearing the news, he was so angry that he almost passed away. Lin Jian father and son things finally come to an end. But Xia Yi again some difficulties, because Xia Yi used his cell phone to check his account balance, only left with less than 600 million, which could make him too difficult. Now that he didn't have $1 billion in his cell phone, it simply made him feel insecure and thought about what method to make money. Longer, what business do you say to make money? Xia Yi asked as he sat in the living room, holding Longer and watching the TV. Longer heard Xia Yi ask this question, instantly a little puzzled. He himself is not a godly man, and still need to consult his own opinion? However, Longer still thought about it and said to Xia Yi, Jade should make money, right, Jade? Xia Yi touched his head. The matter of pouring raw stones he had done last time, which made him a considerable profit, so how about doing it again? The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was feasible, but this time it was different from last time. Last time his capital was only a few tens of millions of dollars, but this time he still had more or less 600 million in his bank card. But find who to ship is a problem. Last time to find who, this time to find who. Xia Yi simply did not do anything and dialed a number on his cell phone. Inside a huge villa in the provincial city, Sun Chang looked at the caller ID on his cell phone with some confusion. Xia Yi, this name he still has the impression. The last time he was broke close to 100 million. Later this batch of Jade through their own son family named Jewelry House Processing, is considered to earn a pot full of money, but also let himself in front of the old master praised, in front of a few other brethren out of a mouthful of bad temper. But I didn't expect this Xia Yi to beg so quickly. Sun Chang shook his head and picked up the phone. Hello, brother Sun? It's me, Xia Yi. Xia Yi didn't recognize anyone, so he placed the call to Sun Chang anyway. It's brother Xia. What's up? What's up? Sun Chang and Xia Yi exchanged pleasantries. Sun Chang considered clearly before he answered the phone. As long as the things Xia Yi asked for were not too much, he would try to find a way to help him unclutter. However, he didn't expect Xia Yi's next words to dumbfound him. Brother Sun, do you still accept Jade here? Collect ah. Sun Chang did not react at once. After listening to Xia Yi's words, nodded numbly, and then asked rhetorically, Brother Xia does not have goods in his hands. It would not be the recent Jade business, right? But I still have to tell you clearly in advance. I don't want the original stone. I just need the green one. Sun Chang's family's jewelry house. The scale of the large in the whole province is one of the largest, with materials of nature more than the general jewelry house. Then you don't worry. Xia Yi explained on the phone. Still like last time. What jade you fancy, tell me directly. I'll help you take it. Sun Chang on the other end of the phone went silent. He was a bit confused about what Xia Yi meant. Can't it be that he has something very big that he needs my help with? Xia Xiao, what are you for? Sun Chang felt that Xia Yi 80% is something to ask him. Last time broke nearly 100 million is not enough, so this time also want to add some. No reason, it's just that I feel that working with you is particularly pleasant. Xia Yi casually found a reason and said. Xia Yi's words made Sun Chang more certain. He hesitated for a while, and said directly to Xia Yi, if you have something to ask me, it's better to say it directly. I don't believe that pie will fall from the sky. What the hell? Surprisingly, he thought he had something to ask him for help. Pie in the sky is really falling from the sky. A word or not, right? If you want to tell me the location, I'll come right away. Xia Yi also did not know how to explain this matter. Sun Chang once again fell into silence. He had to say that the favor Xia gave him last time was huge. Among the Sun group, he was only one of the heirs. However, because of the profits he brought to the group last time, he was able to steadily surpass his brothers. Hearing Xia say this again this time, he was really a bit moved. Alright, then let's meet at the usual place. Sun Chang was still very bold, gritting his teeth and agreeing things down. Secretary, come with me. After hanging up the phone, Sun Chang said to the secretary, young master's son, I think this matter isn't too risky. This person who is giving away money like this must have other intentions. We are asking for the skin of a tiger. On the way to the Jinling Jade market, the secretary kept advising Sun Chang bitterly in his ear. When Sun Chang and the secretary drove to the Jinling Jade market, Xia Yi had arrived long ago. The secretary didn't have a good face when he was looking at Xia Yi, as if he really had a belly full of bad water. Shall we begin? Xia Yi asked Longer to wait for him in the car, while he himself and Sun Chan walked into the Jade market. Just when Xia Yi had just set foot in the Jade market, the entire market caused a sensation. After all, it hadn't even been a few days since Xia Yi had come to this Jade market last time, and his large sum of money had been a source of amusement for everyone in the meantime. Even many of the few bosses who didn't come to the Jade market to start their business last time regretted to their intestines how come they didn't catch up with such a broad young master. But this time they were going to seize the opportunity. Isn't this Mr. Xia? Come, take a look at my stone. This is the green that just came out yesterday. Give Xia Xiao a discount. Just $8 million. What's that to you, Xia Xiao? Or look at mine. I have not been willing to sell this stone. Waiting for Xia Xiao. Absolutely can be worth $10 million. You guys don't grab it. You're blocking my treasure. It's a stone passed down from my ancestors' family. Mr. Xia. Xia Yi and Sun Chang duo only just stepped into the market. They were surrounded by all the bosses, surrounding the surroundings, have picked up their own jade as if offering treasure, displaying in front of Xia Yi. Chapter 41, The Panicked Sun Chang. These treacherous merchants, Sun Chang and the secretary, two people do not bellyache. They are knowledgeable. Almost every one of these stones asked for more than $1 million. Some even inflated $2 million. But Xia Ye's next sentence burst the glasses of the two of them. Okay, one counts as one today. I'll take it all. The entire Jinling Jade market went crazy. Oldly, hurry up and open the door. Come to the Jinling Jade market. Young Master Xia is here. One of them made a call and said to the other end of the phone, Master, help me open this stone. No, help me open all the raw stones. At once the entire market was busy. Sun Chang and the secretary duo were also a bit confused looking at the scene in front of them. Xia Yi had such a big hand, so what else could be difficult for him? The two of them sat in the rest area next to the Jinling Jade market and pondered hard. How could they not come up with a clue? After a busy afternoon, Xia Yi sold all the stones he bought earlier to Sun Chang at half price. Tell the company to send another big truck to. Sun Chang called and said to the company. His voice was a little trembling, instead of being so joyful. After all, this order is really too big. Xia Yi bought up all 600 million. However, this is not only. Xia Yi spent all $600 million to buy the jade, with $300 million price to sell to Sun Chang, and then continue to buy up. What makes Sun Chang and his secretary puzzled is that when they transferred the $300 million to Xia Yi not only did not feel sad, but instead fell into ecstasy after reading the collection SMS. Sun Chang and secretary double skeptical of life. Is he having a hard time with money? Sun Chang asked with a dull gaze, looking at the secretary beside him. The secretary also had a speechless face and shook his head at a loss for words. Xia Yi was frantically buying, and Sun Chang's pressure was increasing. Sweat was coming out of his forehead. Young master is running out of money. The secretary stood next to Sun Chang and cautiously reminded, apply for funds from home. Sun Chang took out a cigarette and lit it with a slightly trembling hand. But, I'll take care of anything. Even though he was one of the heirs of the Sun family, he hadn't moved such a large sum of money. Just the jades they had purchased from Xia Ye's hands had cost $2 billion, and these jades, even if they were to be immediately resold, would at least earn about $1 billion. He felt that if Xia Yi really didn't have any other purpose, this was like an excellent opportunity for him to enhance the status of the family. But what exactly is Xia Ye's purpose? He really couldn't figure it out, and was tangled up in a way that he was about to go crazy. Finally Xia Yi stopped. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to buy anymore, but the entire Jinling City Jade market had been bought out by him. Should we send more manpower? The secretary suddenly thought of a possibility and said quietly in Sun Chang's ear. As soon as the secretary's words fell, Sun Chang's face turned white. But how do you look at Xia Ye's appearance does not look like a jeweler, instead it looks like a white boy. Plus, call all the security personnel of our jewelry house. In order to be safe, Sun Chang hesitated for a while before still ordering. This meal of buying tired Xia Yi out as well. How is it still satisfactory? Xia Yi came to Sun Chang's front and said with a smile, This was a win-win opportunity, and it was also a sale with huge benefits for their Sun Group. But at this moment Xiaoyi, in the eyes of Sun Chang and his secretary, the more they looked at him, the more they felt that Xiaoyi's smile was unkind. Yes. Sun Chang was dumbfounded, and the secretary was even standing beside him, not daring to utter a single breath and sweating coldly. So be it, I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Xiaoyi and Sun Chang, two people, greeted after very pleased. A jump back to the car. Could Xiaoyi not be happy? This time it was enough for him to earn $10 billion. However, in the eyes of Sun Chang and the two of them, they always felt that this was a danger signal, and even more so, they felt that their goods were going to be looted halfway through the journey. Longer watched Xiaoyi happily return to his seat and asked with some curiosity, "What's wrong? Did the business negotiation come to fruition?" After all, she rather knew nothing about business matters. "It's done." Xiaoyi let out a long breath in the car and then kissed Longer on the face. Longer's eyes widened as she surprisingly did not escape Xiaoyi's sudden attack. "Go, drive the car to a place that's a bit out of the way." "Yes, almost here." Stop here for what?" Longer was a bit puzzled. Just after the car stopped, Natsuo let Longer sit on his body, then flattened the seat and started something indescribable. "Isn't this place a bit not so good? It can't be blamed on me. It's really you're too attractive." Longer still wanted to argue a bit, but Natsuno didn't even give her that chance. On the other hand, Sun Chang and his secretary followed Sun Group's escort car and returned to the provincial capital. Along the way the two of them were on edge, constantly wiping their sweat. If this time they were really robbed of the goods, their Sun Group would suffer a huge blow. What's more, such a large sum of money. But Sun Chang gambled on his heir position to wrestle. If something goes wrong, not to mention inheriting the Sun family, it may be difficult to protect his own life. Seeing the scenery on both sides, fast backwards, the closer to the provincial capital Sun Chang and the secretary's mood will be more apprehensive. However, when the vehicle finally arrived at the Sun family, the first thing the two are immediately out of the car to check the goods. When they found that all the goods are still in the car, the two were soaked with sweat, legs and feet soft, almost a butt on the ground. They knew that this time the bet was right. The secretary was even more tears of joy. After all, if Sun Chang took off, then he will also follow the light. "Ah, Xiaoyi, what exactly are you?" On the other hand, Xiaoyi didn't know that Sun Chang and his duo even thought so. He was just excited to realize his long-time dream. The two of them returned to Jinling's famous mansion. After eating the dinner that Longer made, Xiaoyi couldn't wait to pull Longer to start a new round. For some reason, Xiaoyi felt that since Longer became his bodyguard, his body was getting more and more worked up, and with Longer by his side, he simply couldn't control it. But Xiaoyi didn't spare any effort at all. Instead, he especially enjoyed it. A great battle lasted until almost midnight before it ended. The next day, Xiaoyi woke up and Longer was still lying under the quilt, making him feel a bit ludicrous. Such a capable woman, but so fragile in certain things? Xiaoyi came to the balcony and saw the 10 billion balance in his cell phone. His heart was indescribably beautiful, but at the same time it also triggered Xiaoyi's thinking. His industry still has to be molded earlier to be able to do. At present, the industry under his hands is only a driving school, which has not yet brought him revenue. Chapter 42, Still want to buy a company? After all, it really wasn't a solution to keep relying on this kind of buying and selling. Sooner or later, someone would have to find out something fishy. Who cares? Master is rich now. He can buy whatever he wants, but still really need to discover a few good projects to do so. I just don't know how Zhao Xiang and the others have gotten on with their business ventures. Xiaoyi closed the cell phone, muttered to himself. Then Xiaoyi to Zhao Xiang, three people made a phone call, but unfortunately the three people's phone are in the busy line. It seems that entrepreneurship is really quite costly energy. Not being able to contact Zhao Xiang, three people, Xiaoyi also temporarily put aside the matter of purchasing industry. However, just then he saw the news on the TV. The movie Old Ging Woman is a box office hit and has broken the 1 billion yuan mark in its first week of release. A female host on the TV said in a well-worded broadcast accent, "But what's so great about only 1 billion yuan? I have money in my hand right now." Wait a minute, movie? Natsuno seemed to suddenly realize something. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" Xiaoyi, a slap forehead movie is a good way to make money. A movie shot a good point. Please a few stars. If there can be 1 billion box office, casually turn over a few to his hands, at least a few billion. What's more, even if it is lost, for Xiaoyi, that is not possible to a company. After all, he has a heavenly golden finger. Thinking of doing, Xiaoyi took out the phone and called Jin Yuxian, Guild Master's sister. "Are you free now? What's wrong? Is there something looking for me again?" Jin Yuxian is seen out. "Xiaoyi, this kid is really nothing. Something will always come to find themselves nothing," but did not hear him say to invite themselves to dinner or what to do. "Hey," Xiaoyi giggled and continued, "this is the case. I want to buy a movie and television company. You have the doorway? Buy again? Jin Yuxian was shocked by Xiaoya's words. Didn't he spend $300 million just 2 days ago to buy a driving school? It's only been a few days, and he wants to buy a movie company again? There's no way. Just have money and want to buy some properties. Thinking about his bank balance of 10 billion, Xiaoyi spoke with more confidence. Okay, see what you can do. I'll help you look for it. You wait. Not long after Xiaoyi hung up the phone, Jin Yuxian's phone called again. What a coincidence. There happens to be a movie and television company for sale in our city. Jin Yuxian said to Xiaoyi, "Oh, what exactly is the situation?" It's like this. The chairman of this company committed a crime some time ago and was arrested. All of his shareholdings were transferred to his wife's and daughter's names, and are now being sold. Speaking of which, this matter is also related to the Lin Zheng father and son case. What? After hearing Jin Yuxian's words, Xiaoyi simply couldn't believe his ears. How could the chairman of this movie and television company be related to Lin Zheng's father and son? Lin Zheng's father and son were arrested some time ago. I'm sure you must have heard about it, right? I heard about it. Then what? Xiaoyi could not just hear about it so simply. He was also involved. But this was something he did not want to tell Jin Yuxian just yet. Wait, Lin Zheng father and son's matter wouldn't have anything to do with you, right? Jin Yuxian asked with a hint of suspicion on the other end of the phone. As soon as Jin Yuxian's words fell, Xiaoyi was shocked. Was this woman a fox? Not only did she look like a goblin, her intuition was also terrifyingly frightening. How is that possible? It has nothing to do with me at all. Go on and say it. Xiaoyi hurriedly denied. It wasn't that Jin Yuxian was making unwarranted guesses based on his intuition, but in the business world of this Jinling city, a few bigwigs more or less had a beneficial relationship with each other, or held each other's handles. Can easily bring down a person at the same time, also easy to be brought down. So often well water does not offend the river water, each other peace and quiet. On the contrary, it was a wild man like Xiaoyi, with a mysterious background, who was prone to be fearless and do as he pleased. The chairman of this movie and television company was involved in the light body loan of Lin Zheng's father and son, and I heard that it was not only that. 2 years ago, he subliminally rule a company's starlet, and also caused a murder. This time it was also shaken out altogether, so I guess it's over. Oh, I see. Xiaoyi, who had learned the truth, still couldn't help but curse. This kind of person deserved to be caught. It seems that he had really done the right thing by letting Zheng Han fix Lin Zheng's father and son. That's it then. Help me buy this movie and television company. Wait, you don't even ask what the offer is? Jin Yuxian said to Xiaoyi. What's there to ask? Xiaoyi asked rhetorically. Just do the formalities directly. As long as you think this movie and television company is worth it, just buy it directly. And tell me when you need to transfer the money. I'll transfer it directly to you. Jin Yuxian was speechless after hearing Xiaoya's words, but she was getting used to Xiaoya's style of doing things without asking about the price. Not long after, Xiaoyi received another call from Jin Yuxian. The other party's offer is $270 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? $270 million? Xiaoyi repeated with a frown. What's wrong? Is it too expensive? On the other end of the phone came Jin Yuxian's smug laughter. This was the first time she had seen Xiaoyi get defeated, but it made her happy. However, Natsuo's next words made her laughter come to an abrupt end. This is too cheap, right? I thought it would take at least $1 billion to $2 billion, but it's only $200 million? I mean, don't we have some decent businesses and companies in Jinling City? Xiaoyi was disappointed. Brother, not me saying you. Do you think our Jinling City can produce such a big movie and television company? This movie and television company is also ranked number 1 in our Jinling City. A company like the one you mentioned that can easily cost billions of dollars can be bought in the provincial city. After hearing Jin Yuxian's explanation, Xiaoyi also felt very helpless. Alright. More than 200 million will be more than 200 million to help me buy it. I will transfer money to you now. Why don't you just transfer 300 million? Make it a whole. And the extra 30 million will be counted as your hard-earned money. Put. Jin Yuxian was choking on the water he was drinking after hearing Xiaoyi's words. The tea in his mouth instantly sprayed out. Xiaoyi really doesn't take money as money. This $30 million said to send? It is not that Xiaoyi is simply too much trouble, but he has long taken Jin Yuxian as his own woman. He felt that Jin Yuxian must be a hot potato, so he delayed to start. Coupled with the fact that Jin Yuxian had helped him deal with the matter of the driving school before and had helped him a lot, $30 million was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for him. Alright then, I won't be polite with you, Jin Yuxian said very happily after he slowed down. It seems that following this brother is definitely right. As far as our relationship is concerned, why are you still polite with me? Summer Night said with great bravado. Chapter 43, Inspection. Then are you free tonight? I'll wait for you anytime. No time. Seeing that Jin Yuxian was teasing himself again, Xiaoyi hurriedly hung up the phone after saying that. Xiaoye's talking sound just woke up the sleeping Longer, who lazily lay on the bed and stretched, revealing her snow-white skin, looking at Xiaoye with 10 fingers. At noon, Xiaoye looked at the time. He asked Jin Yuxian to go to the bank to handle the matter of the handover of the equity of the Shanghai Film and Television Company. I have to say that Jin Yuxian do things very efficiently. When Xiaoye came to the bank, Jin Yuxian has been waiting for a long time. Here Jin Yuxian stood in front of the bank president's office door, and waved at Xiaoye. Today Xiaoye did not call on Longer to drive himself. After all, according to his previous agreement with Longer was given 1 day off per week. But this driver's license thing, he has to do it quickly. Always call Longer as his driver is also weirdly embarrassed. But he has become the principal of the Golden Ridge Driving School. To do a driver's license is also just a matter of time. If not for nothing, are you never coming to me? Xiaoye just walked into the bank president's office. Jin Yuxian closed the door with one hand and pressed her warm body in front of Xiaoye and asked, "How could it be?" Natsuo touched his head in great embarrassment while backing up until he was backed up to the wall. "Okay, just kidding with you." Jin Yuxian returned to his desk and took out a contract from the drawer to show Natsuno. "Come on, what do I know about this?" Xiaoye took the contract and only looked at it for a dozen seconds before he was made dizzy by the dense text. In addition to this contract, there was also a transfer of equity of the Golden Ridge Driving School, which meant that legally speaking, the Golden Ridge Driving School had completely and utterly belonged to Xiaoye. Then, under the strong request of Jin Yuxian, Xiaoye accompanied Jin Yuxian to inspect the Golden Ridge Driving School and the Shanghai Film and TV Company that he had just bought. I said, "What's there to inspect about this inspection company? I've already seen it." On the way to the Golden Ridge Driving School, Xiaoye couldn't help but complain to Jin Yuxian. "You can't say that. As the boss of the Golden Ridge Driving School, of course you have the obligation to inspect it, or else the employees under you won't recognize you. That would be a joke," Jin Yuxian said after blankly glancing down. Xiaoye thought about it. This does not seem unreasonable. Sitting in Jin Yuxian's SUV, the two came all the way to the Golden Ridge Driving School. Just after arriving at the Golden Ridge Driving School, Xiaoye saw from afar all the department leaders and employees of the driving school standing at the entrance of the driving school to welcome. So that Xiaoye had not yet gotten off the car. He felt uncomfortable. Then when Xiaoye got off the car, all the leaders and employees of the Golden Ridge Driving School formally broke out into a burst of exclamation of surprise. They did not expect that the new boss of the Golden Ridge Driving School was so young. "Good day, boss." At the signal of one of the leaders, all the employees and other leaders bowed and shouted in unison. This battle directly made Xiaoye sweat a little. "Are you sure we've arrived at a driving school and not some entertainment club?" As Xiaoye walked, he couldn't help but spit out in a low voice in Jin Yuxian's ear. What happened next was unexpectedly simple for Xiaoye. After casually nodding and greeting a few leaders, one of them asked, "I wonder if the new boss has any instructions or work to explain." Xiaoye thought about it and seemed to have nothing to explain to them, waved his hand and said to them, "All right, that's it for today. You guys are dismissed for now. Go and get busy with your own things." Then Xiaoye also ignored the stunned expressions of the crowd and took Jin Yuxian with him, and began to skulk around in the Golden Ridge Driving School. And before Xiaoye's attitude towards the Golden Ridge Driving School was different. Before this Golden Ridge Driving School still belonged to Lin Zhang. Now looking at the Golden Ridge Driving School, this is their own property. So how to look at such a large piece of land, how to feel comfortable, feel friendly. Xiaoye and Jin Yuxian will be the entire Golden Ridge Driving School before and after all visited a whole. Jin Yuxian also did not forget to say in Xiaoye, "Remember what needs to be improved and deal with the place to write down. After this can be conducive to your work." This time Xiaoye is Jin Yuxian words to listen in. Nodded seriously. Jinling Driving School does need to improve the place. After the two visited the Golden Ridge Driving School, they had a lunch together. Then they drove to Shanghai Film and TV Company. The duo had just gotten out of the car when Jin Yuxian received a call and frowned. "What's up? What's the matter?" Xiaoye looked at Jin Yuxian's somewhat serious expression and said with concern, "There's something wrong with an account in the bank. I have to go and take a look now." Jin Yuxian explained to Xiaoye, "That's fine. You go. I'll just visit this Shanghai company on my own." Xiaoye waved his hand at Jin Yuxian, letting her go about her work. Jin Yuxian nodded and handed the document bag containing the two contracts to Xiaoye before driving off. Xiaoye looked at the business description of Shanghai Film and Television Company on the contract while stepping into the front door of the Shanghai Company's building. Just as he walked through the door of the Shanghai Company, he bumped into a woman without noticing. "Do you have eyes?" A girl droned at Xiaoye. "Oh, sorry." Xiaoye looked up, only to see a woman with stunningly beautiful features and a very moving appearance standing in front of him in a professional outfit. The woman was also clearly unwilling to bother with Xiaoye anymore, but just then a security guard from the company building jumped out. "You, talking about you." With the stick in his hand, the security guard pointed at Xiaoye and said quickly, "Apologize to this young lady." Xia Yi frowned and asked rhetorically, is there such a rule in the Shanghai company? People didn't even count. You as a company security guard still care about this? In fact, Xia Yi did not know that he bumped into this woman, Yi Qing, who was also one of the most beautiful women in the entire Shanghai company, naturally won the favor of many Shanghai company employees. The security guard in front of him is not someone else. It is the Shanghai Film and Television Company's security team leader Wang Ming. He has coveted Yi Qing's beauty for a long time. How can he let go of the opportunity to stand up for him? So there was this scene in front of him. I asked you to apologize to this lady. Don't you understand what I said? The security team leader Wang Ming stood in front of Xia Yi very proudly and said impatiently, forget it, it's not a big deal. It was Yi Qing who didn't think much of it and planned to put things to rest, again to avoid owing Wang Ming a favor. She knew that this Wang Ming was very difficult to deal with, and had beaten the ideas of many female colleagues in the company. Only this time if he seized the opportunity, I'm afraid that he would be pestering himself again. Chapter 44 The Joy of Being a Boss. Miss Yi, don't worry. Looking at him, it's 80% that he came to our Shanghai company to look for a girl again. Let him apologize to you today for whatever he says. Wang Ming, where could he let go of this opportunity that was delivered to his door? He said whatever it takes to perform well in front of Yi Qing. I said, are you done? That's fine. This young lady, it was my problem just now. Sorry. Xia Yi saw that this girl was understanding even though she was just a bit fierce, so she said to Yi Qing, forget it, there's nothing going on. I'll leave first. Yi Qing looked at Wang Ming's eyes glowing as he looked at himself, and just wanted to wipe his feet early. No, you think it's over with such an apology? Wang Ming continued to stop Xia Yi from entering the company, and our Shanghai company doesn't allow idle people to enter. Then what do you want? Xia Yi was also impatient. This person blocking himself 3 times was obviously looking for a fight. Recently there have been some cases of things being stolen from our company. I think 80% of it is your doing, right? Wang Ming touched the stick in his hand while looking up and down at Xia Yi. What? Xia Yi was dumbfounded. He didn't think that there were still people who could splash dirty water so well. This kind of tactic was almost catching up with Zhang Han. Okay, then I won't go in. Is that okay? Call your leader to come out. After Xia Yi disdainfully rolled his eyes at Wang Ming, he stood at the entrance of Shanghai company with his waist crossed and said to Wang Ming, what? Just you want to see our company's leader? Are you kidding me? Wang Ming seemed to have heard a heavenly joke and was amused by Xia Yi's words. At the same time, Yi Qing also frowned, and the slightest hint of goodwill towards Xia Yi that had just arisen suddenly vanished. However, after saying his words, Xia Yi also froze. Now isn't the biggest leader of Shanghai Film and TV Company himself? Afterwards Xia Yi still nodded. I'm just looking for your leader. What's the problem? Are you a reporter? The security chief impatiently said to Xia Yi, while keeping a little distance. He had heard about the recent scandal within Shanghai Film and Television. It seemed that because of this matter, even the chairman of their company had been arrested. I'm not. Xia Yi shook his head and denied. Then what makes you enter our company? Is the leader of our company someone who can meet just because he wants to? I'm the security chief here, ordering you to quickly apologize to this young lady and then get out immediately. The security chief said impatiently. If I leave, can you afford to take the responsibility? Hearing Xia Yi's words, the security captain was happy, while Yi Qing on the side frowned her eyebrows even tighter, thinking, why is this person so uneducated? Who do you think you are? A company leader? And responsibility? I pooh. The security chief spat in front of Xia Yi in a very unqualified manner, and it was no wonder that Yi Qing stayed away from this kind of person. Seeing the security chief's behavior, Xia Yi was also speechless. How could this kind of person be a security chief in Shanghai company? Then Xia Yi looked at the contract in his hand, dialed a phone number written on the contract and said, yes, I'm downstairs at the company right now. Please come down for a moment. Okay. After the security chief and Yi Qing saw Xia Yi's action, they were both a little unsure. Could it be that he really knew someone from Shanghai company? The security team leader's face became a little unnatural, but he was still optimistic, thinking that his own aunt was the finance manager of Shanghai Film and Television Company. Even if this kid knew someone, what could he do to himself? Once he thought of his backer, the security chief resumed the same disdain he had before. However, what the security chief and Yi Qing never expected was that after the elevator door on the first floor opened, the one who walked out was actually the company's vice president, Zhou Yongyan. Vice president, the good security team leader and Yi Qing immediately greeted Zhou Yongyan. However, they were selectively ignored by Zhou Yongyan. It was hard to believe that this brat had something to do with the company's vice president. The security chief immediately panicked a bit and suddenly had some ominous premonitions. And Yi Qing's face didn't look too good either. In case he really had a relationship with the vice president, with just a few words, with the attitude she had just had, she would most likely be fired. Her family wasn't very good, and she had dragged a lot of connections to work at Shanghai Film and Television. And the reason why she had just lost her temper with Xiaoyi was because she had only just been harassed by her supervisor, and she was in a bit of a bad mood. However, the thing that the security chief and Yi Qing feared the most still happened. Mr. Xiaoyi, right? Vice President Zhou Yongyan walked up to Natsuno and shook his hand. Yes. Natsuno similarly extended his hand and nodded after shaking it. However, hearing Zhou Yongyan's words to Xiaoyi, it seemed that the two were not very familiar with each other, causing the security chief and Yi Qing to breathe a sigh of relief. But Vice President Zhou Yongyan's next sentence sent the duo to hell in an instant. I didn't expect you to be so young. So Chairman, I'll show you around next. Zhou Yongyan changed into a very respectful expression and said to Xiaoyi, Dong, Chairman? The security chief and Yi Qing were dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place without any reaction. Wait a minute. Xiaoyi smiled. Then he pointed to the security captain and said to Zhou Yongyan, please help me fire this person first. Zhou Yongyan was stunned. How could this new chairman fire someone when he had only just arrived? But then he also reflected over. It must be that this security chief had just offended Xiaoyi. Zhou Yongyan followed Xiaoyi's instructions, changed into a serious expression and said to the security chief, pack up your things within an hour. You are now fired. The security chief was like an ice cave. This is how good a position. It is not easy to flatter their own aunt's husband to get good wages, weekday work and easy, basically to the small security guards under them to do. The whole Jinling city, there is what job is more comfortable than this? But now, such a job is gone. Yi Qing at the side of the face is also very unattractive. Originally out of the very moving beauty, but now because of fear and lips are a little white. As for you, after Xiaoyi looked at Yi Qing's heart violently accelerated. You come to my office for a moment later. After Xiaoyi finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the elevator with Zhou Yongyan. Although Xiaoyi put on a lofty appearance, there was only one feeling in his heart, and that was awesome. If it wasn't for the fact that this Vice President Zhou Yongyan was still standing beside him and had to leave a good impression of a big boss, he would have laughed maniacally. How nice to have your own industry as a boss, and fire whoever you want. No wonder so many people do not want to work. Chapter 45, Establishing Authority. Once he thought of this, Xiaoyi made another important decision in his heart. He felt that the matter of acquiring the industry could not be stopped, and must continue to do so. Will the company up and down all the way around? While visiting Zhou Yongyan while explaining for him, it can be seen that this vice president of the company's business is very understanding, at least work for a long time. And the company's staff were all curious as they continued to sneak glances at the duo after greeting the vice president. Who do you think that young man is? It's quite handsome looking. It can't be a new employee of our company, right? Come on, have you seen which new employee can have the vice president accompany them? I guess it's a reporter. Didn't I hear that the chairman of our company went in? Hush, you cannot blind force * pushed. Careful a moment, the leadership heard you open. The two walked all the way up to the company's 5th floor. The 5th floor is the company's senior leadership office area. The chairman's office is also here. By the way, there is something trouble, you keep my secret. Xiaoyi stood next to Zhou Yongming and said mysteriously, Chairman, please be straightforward. Don't disclose my identity with people within the company. Ha? After hearing Xiaoyi's request, Zhou Yongyan was slightly stunned, then asked, why is this, Chairman? In order to understand this company, think about it. If everyone knows that I'm the chairman, who would still be willing to speak truthfully with me? Xiaoyi casually pulled a reason and said to Zhou Yongyan. However, Xiaoyi was just to continue to experience this feeling of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. To be able to pretend to be so low-key, this kind of opportunity was simply too rare. Listen to Xiaoyi's explanation. Zhou Yongyan suddenly realized, completely believe. Did not expect this new young man, not only rich work, also so careful. Full of promise. Don't worry. Then according to the chairman of the command, we'll never reveal your identity out. The two chatted for a while. Zhou Yongyan exited the chairman's office. Not long after Zhou Yongyan left the chairman's office, a pretty figure walked in. Xiaoyi looked up to see that it was none other than Yi Qing, whom he had met earlier, in the hall on the 1st floor. You came? Xiaoyi said as he sat in his seat, looking at Yi Qing with a smile on his face. Yi Qing looked at Xiaoyi sitting on the chairman's seat, and became more apprehensive. He would not fire himself, right? However, just after Xiaoyi's words were finished, Yi Qing hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyi and said with a crying voice, Chairman, I'm really sorry. I didn't recognize you before. Xiaoyi's heart secretly happy, waved his hand and said, it's okay, from now on everyone is a colleague. There are things that can be communicated properly. Then Xiaoyi put his legs on the table in front of him. His expression was very pleased, but I didn't see it. Your temper is quite big. Natsuno teased as he recalled the scene earlier where Yi Qing was angry at him. However, when Yi Qing heard Xiaoyi's words, she was even more scared. Plus she had been harassed by her boss. All kinds of grievances were added together, and she directly cried out with a wow sound. Now Xia Yi panicked. What is the situation? She didn't criticize her. Don't cry. Just tell me what's wrong. Xia Yi hurriedly walked over to Yi Qing and helped her to sit down on her own sofa. Then Yi Qing told Xia Yi everything about her boss harassing him before. This Chen Yugui is too outrageous, right? It turned out that the company's personnel manager, a middle-aged man named Chen Yugui, relying on his own and the Shanghai Film and Television Company worked for a long time, is considered the company's senior figures, so not only to suppress the company's quite energetic young employees, will be the results of their work for themselves. He also often secretly harassed the female employees of the company, sending some ambiguous and explicit text messages, and sometimes even took advantage of people not paying attention and directly took action. This can't be done. I have to fire him. With this kind of black sheep in the company, how can Shanghai Film and TV develop? Xia Yi thought to himself. It fits that the original chairman of this company was caught in, and the other departments are more or less problematic as well. Alright, you help me call Chen Yugui here. Xia Yi frowned, thinking about it. This kind of person leaves the company earlier. It will be beneficial to the company earlier. But how can I dare? Yi Qing was a little hesitant when she heard Xia Yi's command, standing in place and squirming. If you're told to go, you go. I'm the chairman of this company, do my words not count? Quickly go. Just say that someone is looking for him. After Xia Yi finished speaking, he slapped Yi Qing's butt. Xia Yi was originally a subconscious and unintentional move, and was a little embarrassed on the spot. But I have to say, this hand-feeling Xia Yi has to give full marks. Yi Qing saw that she was taken advantage of, not as angry as before like being harassed by her boss, but instead a little shy, red-faced and exited the office. Seeing that Yi Qing did not get angry at herself, Xia Yi sighed. Alas, how can there be such a big difference between people? After a while, under Yi Qing's leadership, a middle-aged man came outside Xia Yi's office. When this middle-aged man and Yi Qing pushed the door in, they froze on the spot when they saw the young man in the chairman's seat, also known as Xia Yi. The matter that Xia Yi had purchased the Shanghai Film and Television Company. Within the company, apart from the previously fired security guard Wang Ming, only the vice president Zhou Yangyan and Yi Qing knew about it. Who are you? Chen Yugui asked Xia Yi. Who I am is not important. I just want to know. I heard that you harassed female employees in the company. Is there this back? Hearing Xia Yi's words, Chen Yugui fiercely glared at Yi Qing beside him, frightening Yi Qing to take 2 steps back on the spot. Seeing that his usual behavior was stabbed through on the spot, Chen Yugui had quite a broken attitude. No, I said who are you? What gives you the right to sit on the seat of our company's chairman? Little brat. I haven't called security to arrest you yet. What are you yelling at me for? Chen Yugui gave Xia Yi a glance very unconcerned and said, that means there is? Xia Yi asked tentatively. I don't care what relationship you have with the chairman, but I heard that the chairman of our company has already gone in, even if you are his relative. It's useless. I'm a patriarch in this Shanghai company. Know what that means? I've been with this company since its inception. Even if there's a new boss, the company won't survive without me. Xia Yi looked at Chen Yugui with such an arrogant attitude. He was a bit shocked. His heart was even more angry. How can he be more powerful than me as the chairman of the board? That's fine. You're fired. Xia Yi most can't see someone more arrogant than himself. Made this decision on the spot. Chapter 46, Punching Chen Yugui in the face. Chen Yugui was a little confused when he heard Xia Yi's words. His eyes snapped open. Then he laughed maniacally after coming back to his senses. You don't think you really consider yourself as the chairman just because you're sitting in the chairman's seat, right? Do you believe that I will immediately call security to throw you out right now? As Xia Yi watched Chen Yugui's performance in front of him, his hands didn't stop and he secretly sent a text message to Zhou Yangyan, asking him to come over immediately. After waiting for the text message to be sent, Xia Yi looked at Chen Yugui and shook his head, slowly uttering 2 words, don't believe. Chen Yugui was completely enraged by Xia Yi this time, walked to the door of the chairman's office and yelled out, security! Where is the security guard? Come here immediately. Under Chen Yugui's yelling, several security guards immediately came to the chairman's office. That's him. Throw him out and call the police if he doesn't leave. Chen Yugui pointed at Xia Yi and said to the several security guards. A few security guards were also a bit confused about the situation. How did so many things happen today? We just heard that the captain of our security team was fired, and now there is a strange kid sitting in the chairman's office, and he even dared to challenge our company's Chen Yugui? Who doesn't know that he is famous for his arrogance? A few security guards heard Chen Yugui's words and walked up to Xia Yi and said to him, please, don't make things difficult for us. They were also a little worried. This young kid might be a relative of the former chairman. In case they were offended by them, the ones who would be embarrassed would also be themselves. You guys wait a little longer. Xia Yi breezily sat on his seat and said to the several security guards, wait for what? Don't listen to this kid. Chun Yugwa got angry and urged the several security guards. Yi Ching looked at the current scene and somewhat couldn't help but laugh. This new chairman was too interesting. Wasn't this fooling Chen Yugwa? And it was still very handsome. Just when a few security guards were ready to forcefully take Xia Yi away from his seat under the pressure of Chen Yugwa, the company's vice president Zhou Yongyan arrived. However, his first words made the few security guards present and Chen Yugwa dumbfounded. "Chairman, may I ask what's the matter?" Zhou Yongyan said to Xia Yi. If one were to say that the few security guards in Chen Yugwa didn't know what was going on right now, then they would definitely be cuties. "Nothing much, just want to inform about the appointment of positions in the company." Natsuo sat in his seat and said in an old-fashioned manner, "This Chen Yugwa has been fired for harassing and suppressing the company's employees for a long time." As soon as Xia Ye's words fell, Chen Yugwa's face turned purple with anger, and he knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sit in his position as the HR manager. A few security guards heard Xia Ye's words. They were even trembling a bit in fear. It was nothing if they lost their jobs, but the monthly loan could press them to the point where they couldn't breathe. You few security guards forget about it. Later on elect a person from among you to be the new security team leader. Xia Yi thought about it. These few security guards are still quite polite. It can be seen that people are also more honest. After Xia Ye's words, several security guards fell into ecstasy. This meant that each of them had a chance. Even if they didn't have the chance to sit in the position of security team leader, at least they kept their jobs. "Oh yeah, remember to keep my identity a secret." Xia Yi did not forget to instruct with the several security guards, who hurriedly nodded their heads and agreed. Just then Chen Yugwa couldn't listen anymore. "Hoping you're fooling me, aren't you?" Chen Yugwa said while excitedly walking to Xia Ye's front and slammed the table, saying, "How is it that you are fooling you? Your own work style has problems. Isn't it normal to fire you?" Xia Yi did not think. "I told you to leave me. This Shanghai film and TV company do not want to operate." The reason why this Chen Yugwa was so emboldened was because although he had stayed in the personnel department for a long time, he was also in charge of the external business activities of Shanghai Film and Television's work at the same time. Many business negotiations were handled by him, so to speak. As long as the entire Jinling city had business dealings with Shanghai Film and Television, Chen Yugwa knew the management of them. If Chen Yugwa left the company, it would mean that Shanghai would be cut off from a lot of business. Chen Yugwa also said these words, and then pinched his waist, very proudly stood in front of Xia Yi shaking his leg. He really do not believe it. This kid dared to fire him? However, Xia Ye's next sentence made his entire body stiffen. "Why don't a few security guards make a move? This person is no longer an employee of our company. What's the point of having him here?" Xia Yi looked at the several security guards with inexplicable eyes. The several security guards were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect Xia Yi to be so decisive, not even with a hint of hesitation. Under the several security guards pulling and dragging, Chen Yugwa was driven out of the company while screaming. Almost all the employees throughout the company knew about this scene and clapped their hands. Several security guards also returned to their respective jobs, leaving only Zhou Yongyan and Yi Ching as well as Xia Yi in the chairman's office. "Let her take the position of the new personnel manager for now." Xia Yi pointed at Yi Ching and then said to Zhou Yongyan. Zhou Yongyan was slightly stunned and quickly reacted. However, Yi Ching fell into a state where her mind went blank, followed by ecstasy in her heart. She did not expect happiness to come so suddenly. Until Zhou Yongyan exited the chairman's office, Yi Ching reacted with tears of excitement. Xia Yi looked at this stunningly beautiful woman wearing a professional outfit, with the lower half of her body wearing black silk plus high heels, and then in front of her own face almost crying, only feeling a burst of headache. Then Xia Yi pulled her to the sofa again to comfort her well. However, this time Xia Yi was more daring and took advantage of a lot. Yi Ching, who originally wanted to cry a little, became full of shyness, and a lot of fragrant sweat came out on her body. Xia Yi saw that Yi Ching didn't have any intention of refusing. His heart was greatly moved, and his hands were even more unrestrained. However, right at this moment, the knocking sound came from the doorway to interrupt the movements of the two of them. "Please come in," Xia Yi said, while Yi Ching was somewhat flustered as she straightened her clothes, only to see Zhou Yanglian came in and said to Xia Yi, "The chairman's new appointment has been arranged. The handover has been done. The office area has also been changed. Ms. Yi Ching can immediately assume the position of personnel manager." Alas, Xia Yi hard long sighed. The original "just this kind of thing do not bother me" well. However, as Zhou Yongyan exited the chairman's office again, Xia Yi and Yi Ching also calmed down a bit and the atmosphere became awkward. Then Xia Yi let Yi Ching go back to work first, while he himself wandered around the company. Chapter 47, Yi Cici's family situation. However, just as Xia Yi spun around, he suddenly saw a familiar name, Yi Cici. Many of the seats in the Shanghai Film and TV company use name tags with names written on them to make it easy for everyone to recognize each other. After seeing the name Yi Cici, Xia Yi froze. He hadn't been in contact with Yi Cici lately. He didn't know how she was doing lately. but it's more common to rename this kind of thing, so it shouldn't be the same person, right? Then Xia Yi walked to Yi Cici's seat. Xia Yi took a closer look. I didn't expect that this is really Yi Cici's seat. She actually works here? Xia Yi casually found a few employees within the company. Aston realized that Yi Cici had taken a leave of absence in the past 2 days. Xia Yi sat on Yi Cici's seat, as if he could still smell the fragrance of Yi Cici's body. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized that Yi Cici actually had a diary left behind in the drawer. Taking advantage of the fact that all the employees in the company were busy and no one noticed him, Xia Yi quietly stuffed the diary into his arms and then returned to his chairman's office. He felt that Yi Cici's diary must have secrets in it, but he felt it was nothing. His own woman's things were his own things, and it was also a way to understand what she usually loved to do. After opening the diary, Xia Yi did not know how. After seeing Yi Cici's name, his heart fluttered nervously. After looking at it, Xia Yi realized that almost every day Yi Cici would record her usual trivialities in this diary, and was instantly brought into her life by Yi Cici's stories. However, in addition to being touched, Xia Yi also had an inexplicable heartache. This was because Yi Cici was not born to her current parents, but was the adopted daughter of her foster parents. Yi Cici's adoptive father, Yi Guowei, was a gambler with a penchant for gambling, while her adoptive mother, Zhao Yuhua, had a car accident many years ago due to an accident, and afterward became disabled and unable to walk normally, and therefore did not work. And she also had a younger sister, born to her adoptive parents, named Yi Gua. All these things are let Xia Yi cannot imagine. After all, from the high school years, Yi Cici has been their school's campus goddess, so bright and shiny behind the fact that there is such a miserable encounter. Xia Yi looked at one page after another, attracted by the story in Yi Cici's words, and at the same time re-understood her. Not only heartbroken at the same time is also full of touching. There is another thing that makes Xia Yi particularly angry. After reading it is even more furious. The diary records the former chairman of the Shanghai Film and Television Company, and the principal of the Golden Ridge Driving School, Lin Zheng, long-term harassment of Yi Cici, and even threatened her with her father's debt. And the diary also tells how Yi Cici is helpless and afraid. After reading the contents of the diary, Xia Yi sat in his seat for a long time, unable to calm down. Before he took Yi Cici as his woman, and now after reading the contents of her diary, it is even more so that he has a different kind of emotion towards this woman. The more Xia Yi thought about it, the more he felt that Yi Cici needed his protection, and it just so happened that the diary also recorded Yi Cici's home address. Out of the Shanghai company's door, Xia Yi came a cab, and did not intend to greet Yi Cici, ready to give her a surprise. Xia Yi first went to the supermarket to purchase some things. He did not intend to arrive at Yi Cici's home empty-handed. What Xia Yi did not expect was that when he followed the address recorded in the diary to the neighborhood of Yi Cici's home, he was a bit dumbfounded. Yi Cici's home address was in the neighborhood of Jinling City, and the environment was very dirty and messy, like a slum area, even worse than the conditions of Xia Yi's old home. I didn't expect Yi Cici to live in such a place. After seeing the environment here, Xia Yi couldn't help but lament in his heart. Arriving at the courtyard of Yi Cici's house, just as soon as he entered the door, Xia Yi saw a 6 or 7-year-old little girl. Her little face red, dressed very plainly. The old clothes on her body could be seen to have been worn for a long time, washed white, but they were very clean. She was squatting on the ground, pinching a small person on the ground with water and mud. This should be the younger sister Yi Cici mentioned in her diary. Yi Gua, what's your name, little sister? Xia Yi was afraid that he was looking for the wrong person just in case, but still asked this little girl. My name is Yi Gua. The little girl immediately stood up when she saw the strange man in front of her walk into her family's yard and said somewhat timidly. After Yi Gua answered Xia Yi's question, her eyes couldn't help but wander over the shopping bag Xia Yi was carrying in her hand. Yi Gua's eyes naturally fell into Xia Yi's eyes. He placed the shopping bag in front of Yi Gua and smiled. Take it and eat it. It's all bought for you. Yi Gua heard Xia Yi's words, immediately reached out and touched the things in Xia Yi's hand. She hadn't eaten snacks for a long time. However, Yi Gua seemed to have thought of something. Just as she was about to take Zeno's things, she flashily reached her hand back and put it behind her back. My sister said you can't just accept things from people you don't know. It was obvious that Yi Gua was usually a very well-behaved child, and her actions very much warmed Xia Yi's heart. I'm a good friend with your sister. This time especially to see her. Don't worry, take it and eat it. Xia Yi touched the head of Xia Yi Gua and said to her, right, where is your sister? Is she not at home? Hearing Xia Yi's words, Yi Gua instantly thought of something that made her very sad. Tears welled up in her eyes. Sister is sick, high fever, it's been a long time, and mom can't get down to cook. It's all making Gugwe starve. Xia Yi instantly frowned. Go, take me to see your sister, Xia Yi said while holding Yi Gua and walked into Yi Cici's home. The duo had just entered the home when they heard a middle-aged woman ask out loud, Guire, who's here? Then under Yigua's leadership, Xia Yi came into a room. On the bed, Yi Sisi was lying down, her face white, while beside her was sitting Yi Sisi and Yigua's mom, Zhao Yuhua. After seeing Xia Yi, Zhao Yuhua looked a little nervous when she saw Xia Yi's extraordinary clothes and immediately asked, "Which one are you looking for?" "I'm Yi Sisi's friend. My name is Xia Yi. I'm here to find her," Xia Yi explained as he looked at Yi Sisi, who was running a high fever on the bed. "Ah, you are our Yi family's benefactor." Zhao Yuhua immediately became agitated when she heard Xia Yi's words. "Sisi has told me that it's all because the benefactor gave our family so much money that we escaped this." Zhao Yuhua was about to stand up and bow to Xia Yi while saying that, and Xia Yi quickly held her back. Then Xia Yi's hand touched to Yi Sisi's forehead, and this touch scared him as well. "How come it's so hot and still not going to the hospital?" Xia Yi frowned seriously. Chapter 48, to the hospital. Speaking of this, Zhao Yuhua was even more close to bursting into old tears. The money that the benefactor lent us was all taken and lost by that gambler in our family. Hearing Zhao Yuhua's words, Xia Yi gritted his teeth. Yi Sisi and Yigua were really unlucky to have such a father. "Let's go. I'll send Yi Sisi to the hospital." Xia Yi said that he was about to carry Yi Sisi from the bed, but right at this moment, Zhao Yuhua stopped Xia Yi. "Great benefactor, you have already helped us a lot, but we can't go to the hospital. The family really has no money." Zhao Yuhua's words made Xia Yi even more distraught. "Auntie, don't call me any benefactor, call me Xia Yi if you don't mind. Not to mention that with me here I can still make you guys pay for it? Hurry up, if it continues to burn like this, it's really going to burn people out." Hearing Xia Yi's words, Zhao Yuhua was in a hurry. She was also really poor and scared. However, when Xia Yi lifted Yi Sisi's quilt, he almost had a nosebleed on the spot because Yi Sisi was only wearing an undergarment. Luckily he held back in time. After dressing Yi Sisi, a group of 4 people took a taxi and came to a hospital in the neighborhood. The doctor was also shocked after taking Yi Sisi's temperature. "Why are you guys sending someone in now? If the fever continues like this, you'll burn your brain out." The doctor scolded Xia Yi and the others. "Don't mess with those useless things. Hurry up and prescribe medicine." Xia Yi became even more anxious after hearing the doctor's words and slammed the table. "Yo-ho, I said you guys are quite horizontal for delaying the patient's condition, right? What's wrong? Want to make a doctor-patient dispute here in my place?" This doctor's temper was also quite big. Seeing Xia wildly angry, he couldn't help but frown and said, however, after a minute passed, "Get out of the way. All get out of the way. If you delay the patient's condition, I'll fight you all." The doctor, who had just been angry with Xia Yi, was sweating profusely as he pushed Yi Sisi's hospital bed and rushed to the front. The 2 nurses who were previously on duty in the next ward were also very enthusiastic and surrounded both sides of the hospital bed. The reason is very simple. Xia Yi gave 3 people a person transferred $100,000, and also said, as long as to let Yi Sisi healthy discharged from the hospital, there are rewards behind. Instantly these 3 people cannot wait to take Yi Sisi as a mother to provide. It just so happens that Xia Yi, because of the previous back Yi Sisi to the hospital, some of the waist flashed to see so many people concerned about Yi Sisi's condition. He also counted down the heart. Xia Yi used some money to get the experts from the emergency department to Yi Sisi's hospital room for consultation. A few experts, like grabbing credit, argued for half an hour, almost fighting, and finally came to a conclusion that Yi Sisi was only suffering from fever caused by gastroenteritis, and that she would get better after taking antipyretics and anti-inflammatory drugs. Xia Yi issued a bonus. A few doctors left happily. Xia Yi pondered whether it is time to have a hospital of their own. No matter what, Yi Sisi's body was not in serious trouble. It was a good thing for him. "How are you feeling?" Xia Yi came to Yi Sisi's hospital room and said to Yi Sisi, who woke up leisurely, just now when those doctors were so noisy. It would be strange if Yi Sisi didn't wake up. However, Yi Sisi had just woken up and was clamoring to go home. She was afraid that Xia Yi would break the bank for her again. "Well, you'd better get some rest." Xia Yi pressed Yi Sisi on the hospital bed and pacified her. Just then Yi Guo on the side had her stomach growling, making Zhao Yuhua unable to help but roll her eyes at her, and Yi Guo's expression was somewhat ashamed. "Don't blame the child. Small children are just growing up. Where can they go hungry? I'll ask someone to bring you something to eat," Xia Yi proposed. "Don't. It's better for me to go home and make it for them later." Yi Sisi sat in the hospital bed as thin as a swimmer, but Xia Yi didn't pay attention to Yi Sisi's words, dialed his cell phone and called Zhang Han. "Zhang Han, go to Jindu and order some meals to be sent to the 3rd hospital of Jinling City, emergency department. Be quick." Okay. Boss's orders will be followed immediately. "But boss, do you want spicy or non-spicy food? Szechuan or Cantonese? How many people? Is 6 dishes and 1 soup okay? Why do you talk so much? Can patients eat spicy food? There are 4 people in total. 6 dishes and 1 soup is fine." Xia Yi said somewhat speechlessly. On the other side of the phone, Zheng Han slapped his head and explained. Ouch. Right. We are too excited to hear the boss's command. Some concern is messy. Okay, don't blindly BB. Quickly send it. Good Lu. Immediately too. After receiving Xia Ye's command, Zheng Han has been wearing clothes, before the whole Lin Zhang and Lin Jian father and son duo, so that he got a lot of bonuses from Master Xia. The recent life can be nourished, and Zheng Han's side of the bed is lying on a clothed woman. The two just still passionate, but did not expect this. Zheng Han took a phone call to leave, immediately complained, I said you want to do what to go ah? Don't ask so many questions. Didn't you hear it? Boss's call. If you still want to eat well, wear good clothes, and reap benefits from me. Cut the crap. After Zheng Han got dressed, he called to order food while rushing to Jindu in a hurry. Xia Ye's phone just hung up not long ago. Zheng Han drove to the third hospital in Jinling City, just in case, afraid that the meal does not fit Xia Ye's taste. He also ordered 2 more dishes, and hired 2 waiters to send the meal together to the entrance of the ward. Xia Yi received the meals into the ward, and closed the door, letting Zheng Han go back first. When Zhao Yuhua and Yi Cixi's sister, Yi Gua, saw this large table in the ward, dishes they had never seen before, they were a little confused. Hurry up and eat. Xia Yi picked up his chopsticks and touched Yi Gua's head, but besides Yi Gua, Zhao Yuhua didn't dare to move her chopsticks and looked at Yi Cixi. Eat? Yi Cixi was a bit saddened by this scene, her eyes brimming with tears, and she blamed herself very much for not letting her sister and mother live a good life. Hearing that Yi Cixi also agreed, only then did Zhao Yuhua and Yi Gua, mother and daughter, start moving their chopsticks. Immediately afterward, the ward was filled with Yi Cixi's younger sister Yi Gua's sounds of amazement. This little one had never eaten such a delicious meal before, and appeared to be a bit childish, not forgetting to praise the meal as she rolled it around the table. Even Zhao Yuhua and Yi Cixi also praised Jindu's meals, until Yi Gua ate with a bulging tummy. She still licked her lips as if she couldn't get enough. Xia Yi was very emotional about this scene and said to Zhao Yuhua as well as Yi Gua's mother and daughter, why don't we do it this way? You guys move to my villa in Jindu famous mansion and live there, so that you can all eat such meals in the future. How can this work? You've already helped us a lot. Zhao Yuhua hastily shook her head after hearing Xia Ye's words, waving her hand in rejection. Chapter 49, Crash. I'm not poor anyway, it just so happens that that house is too small for me now, so you guys can move over and live there, and you can take care of each other in the future. What do you think, Guar? Xia Yi looked towards Yi Gua. Yi Gua heard Xia Ye's words, thought for a moment to shake his head, a moment to nod his head. Also do not know how to be good. By the evening, Yi Cixi's condition was almost better. Xia Yi also returned to Yi Cixi's home with the 3 of them. Then Xia Yi still proposed that they pack up their things and move to Xia Ye's villa in Jiling Mingfu now, but it was rejected by Zhao Yuhua. Zhao Yuhua said that they couldn't leave now, and that they would have to explain to Yi Gua Wei no matter what. This makes Xia Yi very speechless, have no choice but to temporarily give up the intention of persuading them to move to the villa to live. On the occasion of leaving, Yi Gua was very reluctant to let go of Xia Yi. This brother came up and grabbed his hand and said to him, why don't you stay at our house for one night? I'll sleep with mom, and you'll sleep with your sister. So young to be able to assist? Xia Yi was shocked. Yi Gua's childish talk made Yi Cixi blush. However, Xia Yi still refused. He was too embarrassed to do that to Yi Cixi in someone else's home, not to mention that Yi Cixi's illness was not completely healed yet. Under the eyes of Yi Cixi's 3 people, Xia Yi left Yi Cixi's house, and had just walked to the entrance of the alley near the slums, when a silhouette suddenly scurried out from one side. There was also a huge gas mask on his face, staring Xia Yi. Dragons not by his side today. However, it was only after the somewhat slightly chubby man ripped off the gas mask that Natsuo was able to catch his breath. Boss. After Zhang Han ripped off his gas mask, he ran to Xia Ye's side. I'll go. It's you, kid. Why are you wearing such a big mask, pretending to be a god? Xia Yi said as he straightened his clothes. The air around here is too bad. There just happens to be a gas mask in the car. I'll use it. By the way, boss, was it Yi Cixi's house you just went to? Zhang Han followed behind Xia Yi. How did you know? Xia Yi turned around and frowned before asking. Actually, boss, I followed you guys right after you were discharged from the hospital. Only that, boss, you didn't agree, so I was too embarrassed to show up. Zhang Han touched his head in embarrassment and said with a shy face. It had to be said that Zhang Han was now doing his best as Xia Ye's lapdog. Yeah, what's wrong? I'll go. Boss is awesome. Xia Yi had just finished speaking when Zhang Han started bragging again. I heard that Yi Cixi is a woman that the previous chairman of Qianghai Company and Lin Zhang spent 9 cows and 2 tigers to not get. I didn't expect that it was taken care of by the boss again. This you also know? Xia Yi looked at Zhang Han somewhat speechless. This Jinling city, there are things you do not know? He. Boss is overstating it. Look at boss's background, I don't know. But to say that I heard that Yi his father, Yi Guowei, is a rotten gambler, owes a lot of money outside, which makes Lin Zhang two people seize the handle. But I've heard that I don't know how Yi Guowei recently got a sum of money from where, is now getting away with it outside. Hearing Zhang Han's words, Xia Yi understood. No wonder Yi Guowei wasn't at home. So the money he gave to Yi before was all taken away by this Yi Guowei. Do you know where he is having a good time? Xia Yi asked Zhang Han. If boss wants to know, I can know. Zhang Han gave Xia Yi a guarantee. Xia Yi stroked his chin and pondered for a while. It was Yi Guowei who had been such a good gambler, it was nothing. But he couldn't be allowed to keep dragging down Yi mother and daughter. He had to find an opportunity to knock him around. Have to say Zhang Han saw Xia Yi's heart. Tomorrow. I'll be able to give the boss an accurate answer tomorrow. That's fine. This matter should still be left to you, or the old rules do it right and there will be a heavy reward. Yes. Hearing Xia Yi's words, Zhang Han instantly came into the spirit, stood at attention in place and gave Xia Yi a salute, then sent Xia Yi back to the villa. Of course at night, Xia Yi, who returned to the villa, could not help but have a fling with Longer. The next day, Xia Yi was woken up again by Jin Yuxian's phone call. What is brother doing? Jin Yuxian said on the other end of the phone. Xia Yi sleepily scratched his head and said without a good mood, sleeping? Is there something wrong? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Jin Yuxian said petulantly. Xia Yi was really convinced by this siren-like woman, and his sleepiness was almost worn away. He sat up from the bed and said, Auntie, what's the matter? You just say it. It's like this. The matter of the Golden Ridge Driving School still needs you to take another look. Earlier, you were told to prepare some modifications. Now the whole driving school is waiting for you to implement the change program. They don't even dare to do business before you go. Xia Yi was speechless. How did purchasing a driving school also buy himself trouble? Everything has to worry about himself? That's fine. I'll go over later, said Xia Yi to hang up the phone. No way. You have to go now, Jin Yuxian urged over the phone. However, Xia Yi still hung up the phone. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Longer beside him, who was like an elf, he became excited again. A big battle was about to start. 20 minutes later, when Xia Yi was hard at work on Longer's body, suddenly his bedroom door was pushed open, only to see Jin Yuxian standing at the bedroom door with wide eyes, stunned by the scene in front of him. And Xia Yi man was also dumbfounded as if he had seen a ghost, and his body suddenly froze. Even the dragon child, also cheeks red, shyly hid into the quilt. A few minutes later, Xia Yi and Long Air dressed, came to the villa's living room. Jin Yuxian looked at the two of them with a meaningful look, so that Xia Yi and Long Air two people are very embarrassed. Previously, after Jin Yuxian called Xia Yi, he saw that he hung up the phone very angry, coupled with the fact that he also had a copy of the spare key that he had forgotten to give to Xia Yi. So he drove his own car and shot his way there, not expecting to see this scene. I say brother, you really know how to hide a golden house, Jin Yuxian said to Xia Yi in a nonchalant manner. Ahem. In order to hide his embarrassment, Xia Yi clenched his fist and coughed, then introduced the two of them to each other. This is my bodyguard, Longer, and this is the president of the Golden Ridge branch, Jin Yuxian. Jin Yuxian put on a very dignified expression and stood up from the sofa, shook hands with Long Air and introduced herself. Hello. I'm Xia Yi's adopted woman. Xia Yi, who was drinking tea, was choked and almost spat out a mouthful. I'm the woman of Xia Yi. Longer also frowned. She had never been so hostile to any woman before, and felt that this Jin Yuxian was simply a bit inexplicable, and similarly introduced herself. Chapter 50, Modifying the Program. The two looked at each other with gazes that were practically about to spit fire. Alright. That what? Aren't we going to driving school? Seeing that the two seemed to have a tendency to intensify, Xia Yi hurriedly interrupted. Then after Jin Yuxian blankly glanced at Xia Yi, she picked up her bag from the sofa and headed out the door, with Longer planning to follow closely behind. Longer, you don't have to go. I'll give you a day off today. You can rest in the villa. Xia Yi rushed to hold Longer's hand and said gently to Longer, No, I'm not resting today. For the first time, Longer rejected Xia Yi's proposal and prepared to go to the underground garage to drive the car out. It made Xia Yi just feel a big headache. The three of them came together to the Golden Ridge Driving School, and this time the outside of the Golden Ridge Driving School was similarly filled with leaders and employees of the Golden Ridge Driving School. Welcome, warm welcome. Outside the Golden Ridge Driving School, the employees and leaders began to greet up. The front row of several leaders but changed into a very enthusiastic expression, while it is obvious that the employees in the back rows simply look listless to this kind of formalism. Xia Yi was not in a good mood, seeing this scene even more angry. Who is the person in charge of organizing this greeting event? Xia Yi got off the car and stood in front of several driving school leaders and asked. A middle-aged man very flattering from a few leaders came out, said respectfully to Xia Yi, I do not hide from the chairman of the board of directors. These things are all arranged by me. Then excitedly rubbed his hands. Alright, next time you'll just roll up and leave. Xiaoyi glared at this middle-aged man, then striding into the Golden Ridge driving school. And Jin Yuxian and Longer still have some anger. Each other who also do not treat who. The two did not communicate. Xiaoyi did not know what to do for a moment. Simply do not bother. Began to modify the Golden Ridge driving school program. Xiaoyi dismissed all the employees and let them return to their workstations, and then began to inspect it accompanied by several leaders. How long has this car all been bought? Xiaoyi looked at the rows and rows of coaches in the driving school and asked a few leaders. Back to the chairman's words, the entire Golden Ridge driving school has only been constructed for a few years. These cars were bought at that time, and they are all quite new, and have only been used for less than 4 years. One of the leaders explained to Xiaoyi. Alright then, replace all of them and get rid of all of this batch of cars. Xiaoyi had an idea with a wave of his hand. Ha! Several Jinling driving school's management were all dumbfounded. The coach was well maintained and had no problem using it for 10 years. One of the management reacted, nodded and said, okay, then all listen to the chairman of the arrangement. In buying new coaches. Aha! Xiaoyi nodded and then said, let's go with Mercedes-Benz BMWs on the brand. The group of leaders of the Golden Ridge driving school were dumbfounded again. Buying a Mercedes-Benz BMW? Wasn't it too extravagant for the specifications of the Golden Ridge driving school? How much money would this cost? What's more, Mercedes-Benz BMW doesn't have a coach. One of the leaders raised this confusion again. That's not simple. If we don't have one, we'll spend money to find them to customize it. Money is not a problem. Our goal is to build the best and most upscale driving school in the country. From our here out of the students can all boast that they have driven a Mercedes-Benz BMW. What kind of experience is this? What do you say? Xiaoyi's words immediately let all the leaders into a deep thought, and even some skepticism. How to feel, Xiaoyi said, as if a bit reasonable? And this runway, it also needs to be changed. Xiaoyi took another look at the road surface pressed with asphalt in the Golden Ridge driving school, although it still looked very new. But how do you look at it makes Xiaoyi feel out of place. The runway is also replaced? Another leader stood out and carefully asked Xiaoyi, change? Must be changed. I always feel that this runway is missing something. After Xiaoyi finished speaking, a group of leaders began to look at each other again. The Golden Ridge driving school has been hosting for a few years now, and they didn't feel that this runway was missing something exactly. I see. Xiaoyi suddenly came to a realization and explained to the several leaders, the specifications of this runway don't work. It doesn't have that kind of atmosphere. Then dare I ask the chairman, what exactly is the atmosphere? It's necessary to build our driving school's runway according to the specifications of F1, the world's Formula 1 championship. Xiaoyi waved his hand. He finally knew what his driving school's runway lacked. The crowd of leaders were dumbfounded. This new chairman couldn't be a cutie, right? Who would build their driving school to F1 specifications? How much would it cost? How many places in the country can host an F1 race? Alright, we're done with the runway issue. Xiaoyi nodded and carried his hands behind his back. If the driving school's runway was changed to that, it would definitely make him feel satisfied. Then chairman, I have a question. The leader who was responsible for organizing the greeting event before stood out and said to Xiaoyi, what's the matter, you just say it. Everyone speaks freely. I have to say that Xiaoyi has a leadership style, while walking in front of the dragon, walking while saying, if in accordance with the chairman of the program, coaching cars and runways are replaced, then our building should not also be changed, said this leader pointing to the office building of the driving school center. Xiaoyi followed the direction of his finger and instantly his eyes glistened. You're right. You're so right. If our runway is built according to Formula 1 specifications, and the coaches are all Mercedes-Benz BMWs, then this building definitely can't match. Let's do it this way. This building is also pushed down and rebuilt. Several leaders this time really confused. Together with everything to be rebuilt, the new chairman spent 300 million to buy a piece of land? You guys quickly implement it down. Calculate how much these things cost. Give me a plan. Then I'll transfer money to the finance and accounting department side. Xiaoyi nodded as he spoke. He felt that if he really renovated the top and bottom of the Golden Ridge driving school according to his plan, it would be just around the corner for the Golden Ridge driving school to become the best driving school in the country. However, the group of leaders did not disperse. They felt that Xiaoyi was playing a joke on them. What are you guys waiting for? Take action. I must see the offer within a week. Only after hearing Xiaoyi's urging did the crowd slow down and leave. Xiaoyi felt that a few big proposals were pretty much dealt with. As for the environment and hardware equipment of the office building, he would wait until he saw the plans. When he returned to the parking lot, he saw a scene that made his jaw drop, only to see Longer and Jin Yuxian, two of them talking and laughing together. Where was the half hostility from before? To be able to have this kind of development, it is simply out of his expectation. This is too beautiful. It is hard not to have a chance. For himself? Chapter 51 Yi Guowei. Xia Yi happily walked up to the duo. You guys are chatting quite happily. Ha, but the duo, Longer and Jin Yuxian, ignored Xia Yi as if he was air. Xia Yi froze. What was this situation? Then Xia Yi found several more opportunities to participate in the two women's conversation. But the two women still seemed nonchalant. But no matter what, as long as there was no quarrel between Longer and Jin Yuxian, it was the best situation for Natsuo, Guildmaster's sister. Do you think I should buy an airplane? After returning to Jinling famous mansion, Xia Yi, who was alone on the sofa and somewhat bored, asked Jin Yuxian, buy an airplane? Why do you suddenly want to buy an airplane? Jin Yuxian finally answered Xia Yi's question. Airplanes are big, and they're also faster than a car. Not to mention that I've never been on an airplane before. Xia Yi said carelessly. Suddenly he thought of another problem and asked Longer, by the way Longer, do you know how to fly an airplane? Will. Longer nodded. That's great. Let's do it this way. Sister Xin Chang, why don't you help me buy an airplane? This way in the future, not only can you car shock, but you can also bring dragon. Take you guys to airplane shock. Just think about it. Xia Yi discussed to Jin Yuxian. Hey, give you to the United States? Airplane, we do not have here. Have to go to the provincial city to buy. Jin Yuxian explained. That's fine. It's better for you to go and buy it for me. How much money I'll transfer directly to you? Xia Yi waved his hand and directly finalized this matter, making Jin Yuxian very speechless. Xia Yi himself in the villa and Longer quickie, he became an errand boy, saying what she would not do. Help you buy can. You have to promise me a condition. Jin Yuxian said to Xia Yi, don't say one condition. I'll promise you all 10 conditions. Xia Yi sat down on the sofa with a big smile on his face, to which Jin Yuxian promised with a full mouth. Let Longer accompany me. Jin Yuxian said as he held on to Longer. What? Longer accompany you together? Then who will warm me up at night? Speaking here Xia Yi didn't dare to say it down. Alright, then let Longer accompany you. Just like this. Jin Yuxian took long air and headed to the provincial city to buy a plane for Xia Yi. After Jin Yuxian and Longer left, Xia Yi was very bored alone in the empty villa, and while Xia Yi was preparing to go to Shanghai Film and Television to have some fun, his phone suddenly rang. Hello boss? Are you home? Zhang Han asked. I'm at home. What's wrong? Xia Yi instantly came into the spirit. It couldn't be that Zhang Han had inquired about Yi Guowei's news? Then boss you open the door. I'm at your door. I'll go. Why don't you just knock on the door? Xia Yi was speechless came to the front of the villa and opened the gate. Sure enough Zhang Han was standing in front of his house. Didn't this just see two women go out? Sorry to disturb the boss. Zhang Han said with embarrassment. By the way, why does one of the women feel so familiar? Who do you mean? Jin Yuxian? Xia Yi frowned. Longer Zhang Han had seen it before. The woman in his mouth could only be Jin Yuxian. Misty grass. The boss is still really her? Zhang Han was stunned and marveled while walking into the villa with Xia Yi. What's wrong? You know her too? Xia Yi was a bit puzzled. He didn't expect that Zhang Han's path was really wide. He knew everyone. That's not true. In Jinling City, there are a few people who don't know Jin Yuxian. Ah, then tell me what happened to her. Xia Yi said with some curiosity. Alas. Zhang Han sighed and started to talk to Xia Yi about the Jin girl's matter. Actually, this woman. Right. It's quite not easy. By the way boss, you know Jindu, right? Aren't you talking nonsense? Xia Yi said with some impatience. Jindu is a place he has been to several times. Plus it is the most upscale entertainment place in the whole Jinling City. How many people in Jinling City don't know Jindu? Jindu was run by Jin Yuxian her mom. Zhang Han revealed the secret. Ha! Xia Yi was shocked didn't think that not only was this place related to Jin Yuxian, but it was Jin Yuxian's family's property. Boss you did not think of it. And Jin Yuxian's father in Jinling City background is very hard, is a social person, very early out of the mix. We're all mixed, can be said to be the biggest big brother on the road. No matter which road, have to give his father a face. Lin Zheng's kind of background is not even worthy of his father's shoes. Zhang Han continued to talk to Xia Yi about Jin Yuxian's background. No wonder then. Xia Yi suddenly realized. And I heard that Jin Yuxian's parents divorced a long time ago. Plus she was also quite rebellious and very lonely inside. So she dropped out of school as a teenager and came out to fight on her own. One of the biggest bars in our Jinling City is opened by Jin Yuxian herself. All these backgrounds together, that's why no one dares to touch her. After finishing Zhang Han's words, Xia Yi couldn't help but have a trace of sympathy. Old Dalian so cow woman. Is it hard to be all? Zhang Han asked tentatively. It's good that you understand. Xia Yi gave Zhang Han a look between men after, complacently leaned back on the sofa, uncrossing his legs. Grip grass. It's true that even the most bullish woman can't be as bullish as the boss. It's true that only such a brilliant and imposing boss can conquer this kind of woman. Zhang Han started rainbow farting again. but this time Xia Yi enjoyed it very much. After talking about this topic, Xia Yi asked Zhang Han again, so how about letting you inquire about Yi Guowei? Oh, right boss, I forgot about it if you didn't mention it. I came here this time is to tell the boss. I inquired into the news of Yi Guowei, that old boy. He has recently been in a leisure and entertainment club named Infinity Activities. I heard that he can spend a lot of money in it. Yes, you're fast enough. Xia Yi happily slapped Zhang Han's shoulder and praised. Yesterday, he was asked to inquire about Yi Guowei's news. Today even where Yi Guowei was and what he was doing were all intended to him. It had to be said that the information was really good. Go, take me to meet that Yi Guowei. Good. Zhang Han nodded. And in the afternoon, he also got into Zhang Han's car, and the two of them traveled all the way to the leisure club that Zhang Han had mentioned before, Infinity. However, the decorations of this kind of leisure and entertainment clubs were all pretty much the same, looking similar to a palace, and with the colorful lights, it made people a bit excited. Zhang Han asked Xia Yi to wait for him in the rest area first, while he first went to find out where Yi Guowei was now. Sitting on the sofa in the rest area, Xia Yi waited for a while and played with his cell phone with some boredom. Just after playing for a while, Zhang Han's voice came from his ear. Boss, Yi Guowei is here and, halfway through speaking, Zhang Han stammered, somewhat unable to continue. Chapter 52, The Earth on Earth. Why are you kids so abrasive? If you have something to say, just say it, Xia Yi urged, and there might be an old acquaintance. Boss, don't be too surprised later. Zhang Han's words had just finished when a lean man in pajamas walked over towards them and sat down opposite Xia Yi. The man looked to be in his 50s, and a bright gold necklace around his neck was as thick as a finger. There was also a gold watch on his hand and a gold ring on his finger, and the whole man looked like he was full of violent anger. Zhang Han whispered in Xia Yi's ear and reminded, this person is Yi Cici's father, Yi Guowei. Xia Yi was shocked. Yi Cici's family environment is not something he has not seen before. It is already difficult like this, while his dad, Yi Guowei, is wearing gold and silver in the bath center, so dashing? In an instant, he was furious. At this moment, Yi Guowei suddenly walked towards Xia Yi and Zhang Han, handed them 2 cigarettes and sat next to them. After Xia Yi took the cigarettes and lit them up, Yi Guowei began to talk to the two of them. Little brother, first time playing here? Yi Guowei saw that Xia Yi was dressed in an extraordinary way, and at a glance, it was high-grade goods, so he started to talk to them. Ah, yes. Xia Yi forced himself to hold back his anger and said with a somewhat unnatural look, and Xia Yi's look fell in Yi Guowei's eyes, more like a fledgling who went to a bath center for the first time for great healthcare, and the smile on his face grew even more. It's fine, this bathing center, Yi Guowei said while pointing, but a friend of mine opened it. It's equivalent to saying that I'm also the boss here, you know? In the future, if you come here to play, as long as you mention my Yi Guowei's name, not to mention giving you a discount, you can get it for free. Yi Guowei crossed his legs, lit a cigarette and said very proudly, then it looks like old brother's environment should be good, right? Xia Yi falsely flattered on the side, how can I say it's good then? It's quite good. Mentioning this, Yi Guowei's looked more complacent. Tell you this, I have my own factory, the assets are not much, just a few billion, and manage a few thousand workers. The house bought in Jinling Ningfu, our city's largest Jinling driving school, also has my shares. Xia Yi speechless, this person really bragging or not with drafts, but also specifically to their own body porcelain? Does he not recognize who he is? Just as Yi Guowei was still blowing up and down, he suddenly saw a silhouette and shouted intimately in that direction. Smoke! Here! Xia Yi subconsciously looked over in the direction that Yi Guowei shouted, and when he saw the person's face clearly, the person was dumbfounded. No wonder Zhang Han had told him to be a little prepared before. Wasn't this person Lu Smoke? He did not expect to see her in such a place, even wearing such thick makeup. Clothing is also so exposed. Lu Yan walked over after hearing Yi Guowei's call and sat very intimately on Yi Guowei's lap, calling out with the same intimacy, Brother Wei, you're here, and then also kissed Yi Guowei's cheeks fiercely. It's all been said. Let you not call me Brother Wei. Brother Wei's outside. Yi Guowei seemed to be very dissatisfied with this name, and then fiercely pinched Lu Yan's waist. If it wasn't for Xia Yi's fear of letting Yi Guowei see what was going on, Lu Smoke would have screamed out on the spot. However, Xia Yi's reaction still let Lu Smoke see. Then Lu Smoke saw Xia Yi, but also sat on Yi Guowei's lap dumbfounded. You, how are you here? Lu Smoke tongue all knotted, stuttering, staring shocked. Originally Xia Yi still had a trace of doubt. Now Xia Yi is even more certain. This person is really their camping sea company staff Lu Smoke. What Xia Yi did not expect was that she also seemed to have a close relationship with Yi Guowei. What's wrong? You two know each other? Lu Smoke's reaction fell into Yi Guowei's eyes and said suspiciously. Lu Smoke immediately became very flustered, face extremely unnatural, and Yi Guowei explained, this person he is my cousin. Lu Smoke while explaining while madly giving Xia Yi winking hints. Seeing Lu Smoke giving him hints, Xia Yi also reacted. In line with the attitude of not doing anything wrong, Xia Yi reluctantly cooperated a little. Ah, it's cousin Ah, why are you here? Xia Yi extremely perfunctorily pretended to be shocked. Hearing Xia Yi's cooperation, Lu Yan let out a long breath and continued. Haven't asked you yet. Why did you come to such a place? Be careful to let your mom and dad know, and not break your legs. And break my legs? Xia Yi was also convinced when he saw this acting skill of Lu Smoke that was like a movie queen. He intends to disgust Lu Smoke and said to Lu Smoke, wasn't this the cousin's husband who brought me here once before? By the way, why haven't I seen cousin-in-law? How has he been recently? Xia Yi's words confused Lu Yan, and Yi Guowei also reacted at once. Frowning, what? You're married and still selling out? Lu Smoke also reacted. The heart of the gas cannot face or fake smile. With Yi Guowei explained, Io, you do not listen to him, this kid loves to talk nonsense. That is one of my previous boyfriends? He called smooth talk. Hey, by the way, how come I haven't seen my cousin's nephew? He should be in elementary school, right? Xia Yi added in a timely manner. I go, you have a child so early, didn't see it at all. Yi Guowei was once again shocked. Zhang Han, on the other hand, was suffocating on the sidelines, and if it wasn't for Yi Guowei's presence, he would have been stumped with laughter. Brother Wei, don't listen to his nonsense. Are you still not clear if I have a child or not? He just likes to joke. Lu Yan pacified Yi Guowei. That what Brother Wei? Why don't we go to our room first? Brother, you also hurry home. Then Lu Smoke whispered something in Yi Guowei's ear, making Yi Guowei smile with joy. Okay, as long as you serve brother comfortably, I'll give you a few hundred more. Then Yi Guowei proudly wrapped his arm around Lu Yan's waist and walked towards the room. Yi Guowei and Lu Smoke entered the room, and Xia Yi in the hall sighed. Alas, don't you think this Lu Smoke is doing quite well in our Enghai company? How come it's suddenly like this? That's right, how come he was sold to the bathing center? Zhang Han was also a bit emotional. I guess Lu Smoke's light body loan just can't be paid back. That thing is harmful. Lu Smoke's light body loan hasn't been paid back yet? Xia Yi asked rhetorically. Don't mention it. Who in our Enghai company doesn't know about Lu Smoke's light body loan? That thing rolls over in interest. When can it end? To be honorable on the outside. Now we know what happens. The gods cannot save Alas, boss, I take you to see also seen. We are walking or what? Zhang Han asked. Chapter 53 Gray Places. Forget it, you go first. I want to poke around a bit more about this Yi Guowei, but you've done a pretty good job with this. Xia Yi was satisfied and directly took out his cell phone and transferred $1 million to Zhang Han. Boss is awesome. Call me anytime if you need anything. Zhang Han thanked him profusely while walking out of the Infinity Club. I have to say that the sofa in this lounge was quite comfortable. Xia Yi was just a little bit tired after a busy day today. Lying on the sofa, he fell asleep without realizing it. I don't know how long it took. Someone woke up Xia Yi, who was sleeping soundly. Xia Yi opened his eyes, only to see that a woman was standing beside him, still dressed in revealing clothes, rubbing her hair. Cousin, what are you waking me up for? Natsuo said deliberately. Come on, there's no one around right now, so don't put on a show. Lu Smoke sat beside her lower eyes after wiping her hair and said after lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. Wasn't that you asking me to cooperate with you? Alright, I know you despise me now. There are so many entertainment clubs and bathing centers in our Jinling city. You came here. You wouldn't have come here specifically to see me make a fool of myself, right? I don't have this kind of fetish. I'll bully whoever bullies me. But we can't do such things as beating up a falling dog. Although Xia Yi described Lu Yan as a dog, Lu Yan didn't get angry, but instead asked calmly, then why did you come here today? I want to ask you about this Yi Guowei. Xia Yi moved slightly closer to Lu Yan and whispered to her, Brother Wei? Lu Yan frowned. Yi Guowei, does he usually gamble? Xia Yi continued to ask. Gambling? And he's been taking me with him every time he gambles lately. And I just heard him say after he finished that it seems like there's a bigger gambling game tomorrow. Then let's do it this way. Xia Yi thought about it and Lu Smoke discussed, since I have called you cousin, let's talk about a deal. Tomorrow if this Yi Guowei still take you to gamble, you quietly bring me with you. And I don't do anything, just go to take a look at how about it. Xia Yi's words made Lu Yan even more puzzled. Xia Yi looked up and down and said, what's there to see? Do you want to go gambling? I advise you not to. How much money you have in that kind of place? You will lose it all. Then don't worry about it. Aren't you short of money? How about this? As long as you help me do it, I'll give you money. How's that? Give how much? 1 million? Lu Yan, but I heard that no matter how much money Xia Yi gives, the minimum is 1 million to start with. Xia Yi pondered for a while and Lu Smoke discussed. 10,000. What? Only $10,000? Lu Smoke was disappointed with Xia Yi's offer. Then you do it or not, right? No, Why is it so little when it comes to me? There's no such thing as cutting the price, right? Lu Yan was a bit unconvinced. Okay, then if you don't do it then pull back. I'm looking for someone else. Xia Yi said that he was going to slap his butt and leave. Line. 10, 000 on 10, 000. I am now in a hurry to pay back the loan. Can pay back how much is how much it. This way tomorrow when Yi Guowei calls me, I'll call you and you'll follow me. Xia Yi and Lu Yan discussed for a while to finalize things. Then Xia Yi returned to the villa. Xia Yi looked at his house empty. Longer and Jin Yuxian went to help him buy an airplane. The long field with no desire to sleep. For Xia Yi, it was simply a kind of torment. But just then, Xia Yi thought about his plan for tomorrow. Still need to prepare something just in case. Thinking about it, Xia Yi dialed Zhang Han. Boss, why are you calling me? Zhang Han on the other end of the phone was excited. In his opinion, as long as Master Xia was calling him, there must be something, and as long as there was something, there must be a favor to be had. There's a bureau tomorrow. Are you interested? Xia Yi asked. Yes, as long as the boss commands, then there must be. Zhang Han answered with his mouth full, but he was not an adventurous person, and then asked, but, what exactly are we going to do tomorrow? Xia Yi then told Zhang Han what he and Lu Yan had discussed earlier. Zhang Han on the other end of the phone pondered for a while and assured Xia Yi, don't worry boss, I shall get this done. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. Only after hearing Zhang Han's assurance did Xia Yi hang up the phone. The next day, Xia Yi came to the place where he had an appointment with Lu Yan, not long after he received a phone call from Lu Yan. Then he saw Lu Yan and Yi Guowei walking down from a car. After seeing Lu Yan and Yi Guowei, Xia Yi also followed closely. Dragon is not by his side. Xia Yi how to think how no bottom. Not to mention to go to the underground gambling house, this strange and dangerous place. So he called Zhang Han last night to let him closely behind him. Zhang Han is also afraid of any accidents. So the light on the Guochun loan, which lets Xia Yi completely put down the heart. Xia Yi followed the two to a chess room. Unlike ordinary small chess rooms, there were luxury cars parked outside this chess room, making Xia Yi somewhat staggered. If this were to be in the past, picking out a car at random would be something he wouldn't even dare to think about. The least would be an Audi. Xia Yi saw Yi Guowei with Lu Yan into the chess room. He also followed in. Just after walking into the chess room, he saw a middle-aged fat man with a rather kind look walk over, like a Maitreya Buddha, and greeted Yi Guowei. Why did Mr. Yi just come today? The people below are waiting anxiously. Inside please? Yi Guowei saw this fat man and he greeted. Also touched his hair after a very pretentious said, alas, no way. Just had a few 100 million project. Really cannot leave. This is not. As soon as the deal is immediately over. This makes in the distance secretly heard the words of Yi Guowei. Xia Yi straight rolled his eyes. Then Xia Yi saw this seems to be the gambling house steward of the middle-aged fat man pulled open a curtain. And after this curtain, it is a dark door. Push open the dark door suddenly become open. It must be said that the underground gambling house in this small chess room was indeed made very hidden. The underground gambling house is much more open than the outside. The decoration is also very exquisite. Inside the Pai Gao, dice, mahjong, Texas Hold'em, play anything. Inside the crowd is also a variety of people. There are men and women. There are old and young, but at least they are all very rich. Ping chess room outside the parked luxury cars can also be seen. A few people who were waiting for Yi Guowei saw Yi Guowei arrive and seemed to be particularly facetious as they stood up and greeted each other, saying, Mr. Yi is here. Yi Guowei seemed to be very pleased with this set, and proudly waved his hand with everyone. Xia Yi saw the scene, also found a place to sit, secretly looking toward Yi Guowei's table. Yi Guowei's table. After the people are ready, the card game officially began, each of them in front of a lot of bills. There is $1, 5, 10, the largest denomination has 20, but that's all, not even 50. Chapter 54, Cheating. How do you play so small? This made Xia Yi a bit puzzled. He didn't believe it. If they really played such small cards, winning in a day would not be enough to fill up the limousine outside with gas money once. One could only say that what they were betting on was definitely a big bet that was not allowed to see the light of day. Furthermore, Yi Guowei had lost millions of dollars here, and even almost mortgaged Yi. How many years of playing such small cards would it take to lose that much money? Then the card game officially began. 3 people playing cards. Xia Yi also played as the unusual landlord. Yi Guowei's card Xia Yi saw clearly, simply some miserable, with the phone number like, JQK. Yi Guowei once did not touch, not to mention A2. The card type is also not coherent. A straight cannot get together. The card is bad like this, but also to play it? In this way, Yi Guowei lost several dollars one after another. Finally, when Xia Yi saw some sleepy, Yi Guowei finally touched a good card. It revitalized even Xia Yi, who was originally a bit drowsy. If this deck of cards to let Xia Yi to play, basically must grab the landlord, but Yi Guowei just do not grab. So also just, Yi Guowei even played the wrong card. This is in the distance peeping Xia Yi anxious stomping feet. This is really addicted to big card skills poor. And looked at a few. Xia Yi really looks some meaningless, coupled with the underground gambling house is impermeable for a long time. Pandemonium came to the outside of the manor, and previously responsible for the management of the underground manor of the middle-aged fat man. Greetings, ready to take a breath of fresh air. What's wrong, little brother? Don't find it interesting inside? The kind-eyed middle-aged fat man struck up a conversation with Xia Yi. No. Xia Yi quickly waved his hand. I'm not used to it inside, so I came out. Looking at you, it's your first time here, right? Natsuo nodded. That's normal. Fatty continued. A lot of people are not used to coming to our gambling house for the first time, but after coming a few times, they can't stop. The middle-aged fat man still said with a smile. By the way, how was the situation inside when you were just inside looking in? Xia Yi thought for a moment. There are losses and wins, but I see that they are playing quite small, and the losses and wins are just a few dozen dollars. Although Xia Yi felt that the underground gambling house was definitely not as simple as it appeared to be, but he still intended to set the words of this middle-aged fat man. Sure enough, just after Xia Yi finished his words, the middle-aged fat man laughed out loud. Where are the tens of dollars? Ah, that's hundreds of thousands. Ah, Xia Yi froze. If it was a few dozen dollars of cards, would they have to come to our underground bookmakers to sneak around and play? Each dollar represents $10,000. Losing a few dozen dollars, that would naturally be the same as losing a few $100,000. Hearing Fatty's words, Xia Yi came to a realization, and the fat man chatted. A couple of Xia Yi fell into a deep thought. Since learning that Yi Guowei good gambling things, Xia Yi has been looking for how to cure his gambling addiction. After all, this thing can be really harmful to people. Mulled over half a day, Xia Yi also did not figure out what clues to sit outside the manor rest area. Some worry in his intention to make a phone call to Zhang Han. Let him help. Think of the time Yi Guowei embraced Lu Yan from the underground manor out. How was it? Did Mr. Yi win or lose this time? The middle-aged fat man saw Yi Guowei come out. Very facetious, walked up and asked specifically. It's not bad, it's only $180, Yi Guowei said while looking very complacent. Hearing Yi Guowei's words, Xia Yi was a little shocked. On this technology can still win 800,000? It is not possible that the opposite side of the water? The other people also gray face one after another from the underground manor came out. Some middle-aged fat man did not greet, and drove a luxury car to leave. Yo, can Mr. Yi today good luck how? Still come this afternoon? The middle fat man handed Yi Guowei a cigarette and helped him light it. That must be gambling, this thing must be a drum. This afternoon while the luck is good to win him a few million. Yi Guowei continued to say. Yi Guowei and Lu Yan left to eat, preparing to fight again in the afternoon. Xia Yi also took this opportunity to find Zhang Han and Guo Chunlong. The two casually found a nearby hotel, booked a private room. Why don't we call the police to end this underground manor this afternoon? Xia Yi proposed to the duo after telling them about the matter. Boss, it's a bit inappropriate for us to do this, right? Zhang Han frowned. How is it inappropriate? You tell me instead. Xia Yi clasped his hands in front of his chest and asked Zhang Han. We also don't know who the boss behind this underground manor is? Isn't this smashing someone's business? It's a bit inappropriate to offend rashly. Zhang Han advised Xia Yi. Xia Yi and Guo Chunlong both thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Then what's your idea? Guo Chunlong was also anxious. Using his brain was the thing he was least good at. Let me think again. Really, cannot we still temporarily wait and see what happens? Besides, this Yi Guowei is a good gambler. Not for a day or two. It's not so easy to quit. If we want to remember him, we have to help him break the root once and for all. Zhang Han said Xia Yi and Guo Chunlong. Two people feel lower body slightly cold. By the afternoon, the three of them had not yet discussed a solution, and Xia Yi also planned to go to the underground manor first to think of another solution. However, when Xia Yi came to the underground manor, found that Yi Guowei actually did not play landlords in the underground manor of a small cubicle, and the other three people played mahjong. Lu Yan is still sitting next to him. It must be said that Yi Guowei's mahjong skills are not very good, but still play with great interest. Just after Xia Yi watched Yi Guowei play a few rounds of mahjong, the underground manor above the chess room outside suddenly came a group of punks. They do not come in, just smoking. Dry waiting seems to be waiting for someone. Several small gangsters and the leader of a person also gave the middle-aged fat man made a wink. And then the middle-aged fat man came to Yi Guowei and other people playing mahjong outside the cubicle, slipped around and returned to the chess room. Seems to be in the transmission of what signal? This makes Xia Yi vaguely feel a little odd. Always feel that something is not right. Frowning tightly. Suddenly Yi Guowei and others playing mahjong in the cubicle came from the clamor, smashing tables, slamming chairs louder and louder, and the group of punks waiting outside the chess room. heard the commotion also ran into the underground manor. Xia felt that the situation was not right and rushed over. Just as he walked near the cubicle, he heard shouting and cursing from inside. Grass, cheating to my head. Let's see if I don't finish you off today, a man said loudly. Xia squeezed in from a bunch of onlookers, and was seeing Iwagwa being pressed on the table by a few punks, with his hands behind his back, and was currently unable to move. Chapter 55. Lu Yan was also scared out of her wits and screamed from the side. What are you guys doing? Why are you hitting people when you're fighting properly? Quickly let go of him. Xia also realized the seriousness of the problem, immediately also anxious, no matter how to say, he has always taken Yi Sisi as his woman. Yi Guowei is no longer good. That is also considered his father-in-law. Wait, stop first. What are you guys doing? Xia Yi managed to squeeze in and said to the crowd of punks, as well as the man Li Baohua, who was originally sitting across from Yi Guowei and had big gold teeth. What business is it of yours? Where did you pop out from? Dare to meddle in my business? You think your life is too long, don't you? Li Baohua very arrogantly slammed the table and scolded. I say, even if you want to make a move, tell us what he actually did, right? Xia Yi stopped the crowd and said while confronting a group of punks. Do what thing? You give me your eyes wide open to see clearly. Then Li Baohua pointed at the mahjong on the table. Xia Yi followed the direction of Li Baohua's finger and saw 540,000 appear on the tabletop. This old boy dares to cheat in front of me. Look carefully. 140,000 even has a different color on the back than the other four. If I don't finish him off today, I'll write my name Li Baohua backwards. Li Baohua looked angry and slammed the table across the road. Xia Yi took a closer look. There are indeed 440,000 behind the flower color unity. Only one looks a little different. Do not look closely, cannot really see. Grip grass. Li Baohua, you have to talk about evidence. Who cheated? Being pressed on the table, Yi Guowei couldn't stop shouting and cursing. I kind of understand. Together with Li Baohua you find people to gang up on me, right? I'm screwing you? Li Baohua said. A palm reached Yi Guowei's face and slapped. Can't you see? The colors of these cards are different and you're saying I'm screwing you? All present give me listen well. Today this surname Ji does not leave a finger. Do not want to leave this. I only want my share of the money on the table, and we'll split the rest equally. Li Baohua words are very provocative. This desktop money adds up to a few hundred. According to the rules of the manor, that is a few million. Even if Li Baohua collected some money back, the rest is enough for everyone to share. Each person at least can be divided into a dozen or $200,000. Hearing the words of Li Baohua, the underground manor several face more hideous people also stood up, walked to the cubicle near. Xia Yi had a trace of ominous foreboding and asked in a whisper in Lu Yan's ear, did you just see Yi Guowei cheat? No, I have just been sitting next to him, he really did not cheat. Lu Smoke anxiously explained for Yi Guowei he didn't want any human life to happen in front of his eyes, not to mention that he might even put himself on the hook. Everyone listen up, it's this Yi Guowei who broke the rules first. It's no wonder Li Baohua, hit him hard, scrap him now, Li Baohua said with a strong voice. Then a group of punks who came down from the chess room before, don't know where to feel out some sticks in their hands. The leader also felt out a knife from his pocket to give Yi Guowei a broken finger. Li Baohua, you dare, grass. Yi Guowei struggled desperately. His voice even brought out a hint of crying. He was almost scared to pee, where he had seen this kind of scene, but he is still pressed on the table, still cannot move. Yi Guowei has long been alcohol and sex out of the body, skinny as a hemp pole like, which have the strength to resist the two young men behind the tiger back and waist. Stop. Xia Yi stood out. If he didn't speak out again, Yi Guowei would really let someone give him a waist. He didn't care what Yi Guowei would do to people. He was just afraid that Yi Sisi would not feel good in her heart if she knew. I said, what is your kid's relationship with him? If you jump out again, believe it or not, I'll bring you a piece to waste. Li Baohua pointed his finger at Xia Yi and said fiercely, no, you said he cheated. I just want to know how much money he cheated you. Xia Yi frowned and asked, what's wrong? It's hard for you to give him, still say it. Not afraid to scare you to death. He pitched me a few $1 million. Li Baohua mentioned this matter. Still looks very angry, eyes are a little red. Hey, only a few million, I thought it was something big. Xia Yi said disdainfully. What are you pretending with me? You little brat? Do you believe that I will waste you now? Li Baohua called in a lot of people, talking to look full of energy, very arrogantly looked at Xia Yi. Don't believe. Xia Yi stretched out a finger and waved it, full of care. Xia Yi's action will Li Baohua enraged. Even Yi Guowei he did not care. Said to Xia Yi, okay, good boy. Today I do not waste you, I will call your grandfather. He is really your grandfather. Li Baohua's words just fell. A group of people fishtailed into the underground manor house. The leader of the two people is Guo Chunlong and Zheng Han behind a huge with a large piece. Cannot enter the manor, are standing outside the chess room. Saw the leader of the Guo Chunlong, Li Baofa suddenly froze. Simply some cannot believe their own eyes for several seconds before stuttering. Dragon. Dragon brother? I did not expect. Li Baofa looks 50 or 60 years old, and Yi Guowei about the same age, but called the 30-something Guo Chunlong as brother Long. The scene is also very funny. You guys came at the right time. Xia Yi saw Guo Chunlong and Zheng Han arrive with a group of people. His heart was immediately energized. I'll give each of you $10 million afterward. Hearing this figure, the people inside the underground manor all sucked in a breath of cool air, while Guo Chunlong and Zheng Han, who had just had a fierce look on their faces, immediately changed to a complimentary look, and hurriedly said, "Thank you, boss. I say Li Baohua, you're powerful now. Who do you want to abolish at the drop of a hat? It seems that this Jinling city's acreage is all under your control, and you've got the guts to do it? How dare you want to kill my boss?" Guo Chunlong stood in front of Li Baohua with his hands clasped, glaring at Li Baohua and said. Li Baohua saw that Guo Chunlong, one of the most prominent figures on the Jinling City road, was standing behind this kid just now with a rather respectful look, and was a bit puzzled. "What, brother Long? You said this kid is your boss?" Li Baohua felt as if Guo Chunlong had played a big joke on him, still in disbelief at his words. Just as Li Baohua's words left his mouth, a loud slapping sound rang out. One of Guo Chunlong's slaps fiercely slapped Li Baohua's face, making the right half of his face all red. "How did you talk to my boss?" "No, not, dragon, brother Long. There's also this one." Li Baohua also finally came back to God, where there is just that arrogant look. Very abashed, continue to say, "To listen to my explanation. Is this old boy? He first out of 1,000. This can't be blamed on me." Li Baohua. Li Baohua pointed at Yi Guowei and said, putting all the blame on his head. Chapter 56 Education. This matter also lets Xia Yi feel some head. After all, as long as Yi Guowei really out of 1,000, that is, he is the loss of reason. Li Baohua, even if he wants to do him, that is only according to the rules of the road to do things. But then Guo Chunlong's words immediately let Li Baohua face like ashes. "I just heard a message from below. It is said that today a certain person is going to find a rotten gambler surnamed G Trouble, set up a game and tends to pit a sum of money from him. I said that this person would not be you, right, Li Baohua? This matter is not Guo Chunlong is intentionally pit Li Baohua, but they just saw a group of punks, ready to rush into the underground manor here. Someone will wind up revealing to Guo Chunlong. It is really no coincidence. No, there is no such thing. Brother Long." Li Baohua, seeing things fall apart, the few gangsters he called around him were also nervous. Their hands were shaking a little. They are standing in front of them, but brother Long, what kind of character is this? Then things will be simple. Xia Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If it is really Yi Guowei cheating, then things will be difficult to do. Just now is not you said that if you don't clean me up today, you will call me grandpa? Now you can start. Li Baohua was afraid of Guo Chunlong, but he was completely unconvinced that this kid could really be Guo Chunlong's boss, and when he saw that he asked him to call his grandfather, he was a little annoyed at that time as well. "I don't care what kind of relationship you have with brother Long, but I advise you to be a man of honor and neat in the future. Don't take things too far," Li Baohua said with a somewhat unnatural face. "I do extreme?" Xia Yi laughed. If he did not come early today, Guo Chunlong to protect himself with backstage, I am afraid that he would have been done by this Li Baohua with Yi Guowei. "And you also come here for me." Xia Yi is talking to Li Baohua, with the afterglow saw a figure is sneaking outward, want to wipe the oil on the bottom of the foot. After Xia Yi came together, one of Guo Chunlong's juniors immediately grabbed him and threw him over to Li Baohua. "This matter has nothing to do with me. This boss, you have to distinguish who's right and who's wrong." This person was none other than the steward of this underground manor, a middle-aged fat man, who was still smiling and explaining at this moment. "Nothing to do with you?" Xia Yi frowned. "Just Guo Chunlong said, but it is clear that this Li Baohua, if there is no relationship in this manor, how dare to set up the whole Yi Guowei, and this middle-aged fat man 80% and Li Baohua have relations." "Oh," Xia Yi snorted, "looks like you take me as a cutie. Smash their field. Dare to bet so big. All thrown into the Bureau for a Good Education and Reform. You dare." Middle-aged fat man sees Xia Yi want to smash his field before the smiling expression is also gone. Some fuming step forward seems to use the momentum to Xia Yi and others to be shocked. "Do you know who covers our field? You dare to move?" The middle-aged fat man bottomed out to Xia Yi and others said. Hearing this, Xia Yi still didn't change his face, but it was Zheng Han and Guo Chunlong who hesitated a bit. "I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The field was opened by boss Lin Zhenglin before. If you dare to smash his manor, you'll be in for a treat when he's out of the wind," the middle-aged fat man threatened. But after hearing the middle-aged fat man's words, Zheng Han and Guo Chunlong both covered their stomachs and laughed so hard that they couldn't breathe. And even Xia Yi felt that some people couldn't help but laugh. "How dare you mention Lin Zhang?" Xia Yi laughed. "If you don't mention him, maybe you can still keep the sun. If you mention him." The middle-aged fat man swallowed a mouthful of water fiercely, and had a trace of ominous foreboding in his heart. Give me to smash this place. All the things, not a single thing to stay. In the immediate alarm, say that in addition to opening an underground gambling house they are also involved in the black. Xiaoyi waved his hand, and the brothers Guo Chunlong led immediately rushed up. Li Baofa and the middle-aged fat man still wanted to resist, but was swarmed by several Guo Chunlong's men to dry over on the ground, and then the whole manor was filled with the sound of wailing. Brother Long Long, stop fighting. Ouch. I was wrong. Never mention Lin Zhang again. I'll go. Don't hit my face. Ah. A few hours later things were over. The middle-aged fat man as well as Li Baofa, and a few of the punks in the manor were all taken away, and Xiaoyi unexpectedly by the relevant departments awarded a Good Citizen Award, and even came to the reporter, in Xiaoyi's strong request, refused to interview. People are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being strong. Xiaoyi does not want to show off these wind. Okay, this thing you also counted to help me. Lu Smoke was immediately released because she had nothing to do with this gambling game, and Xiaoyi stood in front of her and said, only Lu Yan's current state was somewhat not very good, just suffered a shock at the moment, looked very haggard. How much of your light body loan is left? Xiaoyi asked. There are still 4 or 500,000 left. Lu Smoke thought of his light body loan, like a huge stone in the heart, suddenly bit his lip and said, that's fine, give you $1 million to take and pay it back, said Xiaoyi transferred $1 million to Lu Yan. Thank you. Lu Smoke's eyes were wide open, his mouth couldn't close, and immediately after reacting, the whole person was restored as if he was glowing and hastily bowed to Xiaoyi. Don't borrow any light body loan in the future. Be a good person. Waiting for Xiaoyi to take Guo Chulong and Zhang Han, 2 people left. Lu Yan still stood in place looking at the back of Xiaoyi left with a complex expression. On the other hand, Xiaoyi and the others came to Jindu together, intending to celebrate. Alas, I say this old boy can really not see the coffin. This time he was sent in. I don't know if he can be reformed successfully? Zhang Han said to the 2 of them while pouring wine for Xiaoyi. The old boy in his mouth naturally refers to Yi Guowei. Xiaoyi didn't leave any mercy. He caused Yi Cici mother and daughter to live that kind of life. It's only right to send him in for a reflection. The rivers and mountains are easy to change their nature. I think it's really hard to say about this. Guo Chunlong didn't seem to be optimistic about Yi Guowei's rehabilitation, and continued to ask Xiaoyi, but boss, you said that Lin Zhang has gone in, and there are still so many minions following him outside? I don't know. Xiaoyi shook his head, not realizing that Lin Zhang's power was beyond his expectations, even involving underground gambling houses. Since Longer and Jin Yuxian went to the provincial city to help Xiaoyi purchase an airplane, Xiaoyi was also very bored, and there was nothing to talk about after Guo Changlong and Zhang Han, so he drank a little bit of wine and returned to Jinling Mingfu alone. Xiaoyi opened his cell phone, searching for Yi Cici's body. Better or not? Should we call him to Jinling famous mansion to have some fun? After hesitating for a while, he was about to call Yi Cici, when the doorbell of the Golden Mansion rang. Xiaoyi opened the door of the villa, only to see Jin Yuxian is standing outside the door. Chapter 57, Jin Yuxian's sister? Didn't you go with Longer to buy a plane? Where is Longer? Xiaoyi stuck his head behind Jin Yuxian and looked around, but he didn't see Longyear's figure. What airplane? Who is Dragon's child? Jin Yuxian frowned, confused by Natsuo's words. Only then did Natsuo notice that the Jin Yuxian in front of him seemed to be dressed very differently from usual, but for a moment, he couldn't tell what the difference was. Guild leader's sister. Are you pretending to be confused with me? Xiaoyi did not have a good mood. Walking towards the villa, did not look back and said, Shinchu? Oh, that's my sister you're talking about, right? I'm her twin sister, Jin Yuming. This woman who looked almost exactly like Jin Yuxian said, sister? Only then did Natsuo turn back to look at Jin Yuming, only to see that this person who called herself Jin Yuxian's sister was indeed a bit different from Jin Yuxian. In terms of dress, Jin Yuxian's dress had always been more mature and her makeup was more demonic, while Jin Yuming was dressed very innocently as a schoolgirl. So it was no wonder that it always made Xiaoyi feel that something was wrong. How come I've never heard that she has a sister? Because I've been studying abroad and now I'm doing my doctorate. My sister said that she went to the provincial city and asked me to join you first in Jinling City. Jin Yuming seemed to be very unrecognizable as he spoke and took off his shoes and changed into slippers to enter the villa. No, I say you're also too self-acquainted, aren't you? You are also not afraid that I am a bad person? Xiaoyi looked at Jin Yuming a little stunned. How to treat his home as if it was her home. Jin Yuming said uncaringly, my sister knows a lot of people from all walks of life. She is willing to let me come to you. Must be assured of you. Besides, this was her home before. It's not like I haven't been here before. After saying his words, Jin Yuming lay down on the sofa with a big honk, leaving Xiaoyi speechless for a while. However, it must be said, Jin Yuming and his sister Jin Yuxian after all as a pair of twins looks and body are exactly the same. the same exquisite features, the devil's body. However, this aspect of temperament really cannot be changed. Still let Xia Yi feel a little uncomfortable. Jin Yuming had just sat down when her stomach rumbled, causing her to make a big red face. But soon he stood up and walked to the kitchen and started rummaging around in the refrigerator. What are you looking for? Natsuno felt a little amused. As expected, Jin Yuming quickly closed the refrigerator door even more unhappily and said to Xia Yi, "My sister said you are a godly man. How come there is nothing in the refrigerator? I just got off the plane. I'm tired and hungry." Listening to Jin Yuming's complaints about herself, Xia Yi decided to tease her. "Alright then, take you out to eat." Saying this, Xia Yi picked up the car keys that were placed on the coffee table in the living room. Jin Yuming's eyes lit up when she saw the Bugatti Veyron's car keys. It seemed that her sister Jin Yuxian didn't lie to her. This one named Xia Yi was still very powerful. However, 10 minutes later, Xia Yi brought Jin Yuming to a fast food restaurant outside of Jiling Ningfu, and after ordering 2 portions of covered rice, he also disregarded Jin Yuming's grudging eyes, and ate by himself. "You just came to bring me to eat this?" Jin Yuming man was dumbfounded. "Yeah, what's the problem?" Natsuno asked back with a slurred mouth as he ate. "Just to eat fast food here. Huh? And it's just very walkable from the neighborhood. So why did you bring your car keys?" Jin Yuming queried. "Can't I just put the car keys on my body to feel more secure? Besides, I don't have a driver's license and can't drive a car. What are you thinking?" Xia Yi stifled his laughter and said to Jin Yuming. Jin Yuming was speechless, although she wanted to be angry with Xia Yi, but her stomach was indisputably growling again. The two of them returned to the villa after eating. On the way back, Jin Ming didn't even pay attention to Xia Yi. After entering the villa, Jin Yuming found a guest room and dove in headfirst. Alas, ultimately too young. Xia Yi shook his head. Jin Yuming didn't take care of him. He was also too lazy to use his hot face to stick his cold ass. After returning to his room, he picked up his phone and casually looked for a website, intending to watch something to pass the time. But just as Natsuo had just posed, and hadn't had time to plug in his headphones, the door to his room was violently pushed open by Jin Yuming. "Bathroom I can use, right?" Jin Yuming asked once she pushed the door open. However, the next second she saw that Natsuno's clothes weren't on, and suddenly her ears turned red at the roots. "Bastard! Shameless! Pervert!" Jin Yuming screamed and slammed the door hard again. "Inexplicable, right you? This is my home. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you're a woman." Xia Yi exclaimed. This Jin Yuming is really casually intruding into other people's rooms and still have a reason? Suddenly frightened by Jin Yuming, Xia Yi was not interested anymore, and fell headlong on the bed, ready to huff and puff. Jin Yuming went back to her room and didn't dare to take a bath. She was afraid that Xia Yi, this pervert, would do something untoward to her. However, by 1 o'clock in the night, Jin Yuming were tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. Because of the jet lag, she had already slept for a while on the airplane, plus she had some slight cleanliness fetish. After thinking about it, she quietly went to the guest room door and opened it a crack. This looked around. He should already be asleep, right? Jin Yuming hesitated for a moment, then picked up her clothes before gently making her way to the bathroom, still intending to take a shower before taking off her clothes. But at the same time, Xia Yi, who had always had a good quality of sleep, suddenly woke up. At night he had drunk a lot of wine with Guo Chunlong and Zhang Han, and now he only felt his bladder swelling, fumbled to put on his slippers, and came to the bathroom on this floor in a daze. Why did the lights forget to turn off? Xia Yi, who slept a bit blinded, did not return to his senses for a while, forgetting that there was one more person in the house, and thought that he had forgotten to turn off the light when he went to the restroom earlier. But push open the door. Originally still some sleepy-eyed Xia Yi, suddenly eyes wide open, and at the same time there is a scream resounded through the clouds. Ah! Jin Yuming was sitting in the bathtub of the bathroom, and at this moment was parting without hanging. That what? I'm sorry, I didn't know you were taking a bath. Xia Yi was so embarrassed that he hurriedly turned his back and exited the bathroom, although he felt that Jin Yuming's body was simply too perfect, and in his heart, he remembered those hot photos of Jin Yuxian that he had seen before, and he suddenly had some different feelings. You dead asshole! Jin Yuming screamed in the bathroom, and then started to curse again and again, changing the words. Xia Yi made a big red face, but at this time, constantly being scolded by Jin Yuming, his heart also gradually rose in fire. Chapter 58, It's all a misunderstanding. I'm going here, but it's my house. Besides, I told you, I didn't mean it. Natsuno defended outside the bathroom. I don't care. You're a gangster plus a scoundrel and a peeping Tom. How could my sister trust someone like you? I'll tell my sister about you later. Xia Yi finally got angry after hearing Jin Yuming's words and pushed open the door to the bathroom. However, Xia Yi didn't do anything to her, and came to a place only a few meters away in front of her, took the bath towel all in his hand, and then walked to the bathroom door again, and said to her, "Apologize to me." However, Kim Youngmin didn't listen to Natsuno's words and was still screaming uncontrollably. Finally, after a minute or two, Jin Yuming's voice was muffled before she finally stopped. However, Natsuo was still standing in front of her. "I know it's wrong." Jin Yuming's voice was as thin as silk, all with a hint of crying, like a mosquito screaming, coming out of her mouth with such a sentence. Xiaoyi saw Jin Yuming and himself apologized, also hurried to see the slope down. He also afraid that he could not restrain himself and made any mistakes. After returning the towel to Jin Yuming, Xiaoyi hurriedly ran all the way back to his room and locked the door behind him. As expected, 5 minutes later, a stormy attack came from outside Natsuo's door. All sorts of things were picked up by Jin Yuming and smashed onto Xiaoyi's room door. "Rascal, you come out," Jin Yuming said while smashing and still somewhat unrelieved. However, in the room, Xiaoyi had long ago laid into the quilt and blocked his ears with a pillow, ignoring the shouts outside Jin Yuming's room, waiting for the room outside. Originally like the stormy attack, finally gradually some stop. Xiaoyi a hand to push the door open, waiting until Jin Yuming wanted to say something else, but she had already been picked up by Xiaoyi and slapped on the back. "Let you smash my family's things. Let you make a mess," Xiaoyi said rhythmically with his mouth while beating. I don't dare anymore. I won't make a scene." At this moment, Jin Yuming was really afraid. Now that a lonely man and woman were sharing a room, she really shouldn't bully Xiaoyi. "Okay, it's fine to let me stop. You go and clean up the outside of the room for me." Xiaoyi sat on Jin Yuming and demanded to him. "Good, whatever you say." Jin Yuming finally gave in and pleaded with his mouth. But just as Jin Yuming began to clean up the house, while cleaning up, the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Suddenly put down the things in her hands, squatted and sat on the floor bawling, crying more and more ferociously, suddenly making Xiaoyi in the room panicked. Xiaoyi cannot see a woman crying in front of him, came to the living room, saw Jin Yuming crying, that called a sad. So Xiaoyi quickly squatted in front of Jin Yuming and comforted. Okay, you don't cry. I clean up, okay? I'm really scared of you. Now you're the grandpa. You go and rest." Jin Yuming saw that Xiaoyi was finally willing to give in, his own momentum gradually gaining the upper hand, and then complained, "It's not all your fault. You looked at people naked. What's wrong with them losing their temper a little?" Alas, Xiaoyi heard Jin Yuming's words and sighed repeatedly. "This is really a sin, and from today onwards, you will be responsible for me." Jin Yuming wrapped the bath towel around herself a little tighter again and said to Xiaoyi, "What?" Xiaoyi's eyes widened. "I'm responsible for you. Did I hear you right? You studied in Eagle Country. Shouldn't it be very open there? So what if it's open there? I am very conservative. Then how are you going to be responsible? Let's roll in bed right now," Natsuno asked rhetorically. "Pa, you're thinking beautifully." Jin Yuming spat at Xiaoyi. "Letting you be responsible isn't doing this. In the future, when I'm sad you'll be responsible for making me happy. When I want to eat something delicious you'll be responsible for buying it for me. Oh, I kind of understand. So you are treating me as your subordinate? Anyway, I don't care. You've seen it all and you still want to renege? Okay, I won't renege, okay?" Natsuo was cleaning up while mumbling. "I said how come you are not as generous as your sister? Look at what he asked me to do to him, I won't do it. Look at you again. How come you are so petty? Besides, I didn't mean to do it. My sister is my sister. I am me. She can be different from me. Since childhood, what wind and waves he has not seen outside. Besides, he even let you do what you dare?" Jin Yuming continued and Xiaoyi to put up a fight. Xiaoyi saw Jin Yuming underestimated himself and immediately retorted. "Who says I don't dare? Alright, this is what you said." Jin Yuming stood up and crossed his waist in front of his lower eyes and continued. "When my sister comes back, I'll see if you dare. Okay, I'm a nail with a mouthful of spittle. I'll do what I say." Xiaoyi think losing is not losing. Say what, this is a man's face problem, which cannot be lost. In short, in Xiaoyi here Jin Yuming is considered to have received a satisfactory answer. Happily went back to their own rooms, as if what happened before had not happened at all, leaving Xiaoyi alone in the living room to clean up. After working until 1 or 2 in the morning, Shimajetsu returned to his room to continue sleeping, but early the next morning he was woken up by a woman. "Lazy pig, stop sleeping now." Jin Yuming slapped Natsuo's cheek and woke him up. "What for?" Xiaoyi looked at the time on his cell phone. It was only 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. He was instantly convinced. He really wanted to find Jin Yuxian to settle the score. How did he get such a tortured goblin more than her to come to his house? "I'm hungry. Quickly get me food," Jin Yuming said as she stood by Xiaoyi's bedside. Xiaoyi let out a long breath, wanting to get angry but holding back. He took $10,000 and stuffed it into Jin Yuming's hand, then fished out the Bugatti Veyron's car key from his clothes and threw it to her. Chapter 59, Lin Zhang comes out. "Drive and buy it yourself. Eat whatever you want. Xia Yi said and then fell headfirst onto the bed again, covering her head with the quilt. Although Xia Yi didn't help her get it, but Jin Yuming looked at the car keys in her hand and immediately got happy, bouncing out of the villa. However, Natsuno hadn't slept for long again when a phone call once again woke him up. My god, I'm really convinced. What's wrong with you again? Xia Yi picked up the phone and said without a good mood. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Han heard the complaints from Xia Yi's mouth, and with a somewhat embarrassed hee smile, he said, "Boss, you worked hard with your sister-in-law again last night, didn't you? Get up my ass. When I think of last night's events, Xia Yi is angry." This Zhang Han still had the nerve to ask, "What is the matter? Quickly say. Do not say I hang up the phone." "Ah, don't, boss," Zhang Han said hurriedly on the phone. Then his tone became very serious. "Boss, I have a bad news for you." Hearing Zhang Han's words, Xia Yi's sleepiness disappeared for half a minute, frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Zhang came out. "What?" Just after Zhang Han's words, Xia Yi immediately bounced up from the bed. After committing so many offenses, he can still come out? Why? Alas, Zhang Han sighed, and then told Xia Yi the matter. Lin is inside to push all the things. All the things are shifted to his son Lin Jian. Lin Jian was sentenced to 20 years, and this old boy, nothing happened. After 2 days will be able to come out. I'll go. Hearing Zhang Han's news, Xia Yi was shocked. Always heard that the son pits the father. This is still the first time to see the father pits the son. And I heard that Lin Jiang also let out a word, said that this time out to be immortal with the bossu. Zhang Han hesitated for a while, but still told Xia Yi about this matter. In fact, the biggest contributor to getting Lin Jiang and his father and son in at that time was Zhang Han. To say that Zhang Han wasn't scared would be a lie. So as soon as he heard that Lin Jiang had shifted all the blame to his own son's head, and that he himself had nothing to do with it and was about to be released, Zhang Han panicked. But he didn't expect that the first person that Lin Jiang threatened to retaliate against was not himself, but his own boss Xia Yi, which made Zhang Han somewhat unprepared. Ha ha ha. Xia Yi got energized after hearing Zhang Han's words. This Lin Jiang even threatened to take revenge on me? Fine. Then let him come over. Let's see who can play with who. Xia Yi was very confident. At the same time in his heart there was some anger. For the bad things Lin Jiang had done, he knew quite a lot, not to mention arresting him once, even if 10 times is not too little. However, just such a person, even want to find his own trouble? Well, you don't panic. I'll cover for you if anything happens. You also think about it. Let's think of a way to make him go in and never come out again. Of course, the benefits will naturally come to you. Xia Yi also guessed Zhang Han's thoughts and comforted him. Thank you, boss, Zhang Han said busily on the other end of the phone. Xia Yi felt that Lin Jiang was a scourge. He had to think of a way to completely subdue him once and for all. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Han's heart was much more solid. Xia Yi lay on the bed originally intended to sleep for a while, but because Lin Jiang this matter let him toss and turn how can not sleep. Just at this time, he suddenly heard a faint roar. Xia Yi came to the window to look at the direction of the roar, only to see a black dot-size object is in the air, gradually become bigger and bigger, flew to the small area of the Jinling Mingfu. The other residents of Jinling Mingfu also looked from their balconies and rooftops, following the place where the airplane landed. A helicopter? There are still people in Jinling Mingfu who are so rich? Xia Yi queried. Wait, this airplane shouldn't be owned, right? Xia Yi thought about it and put on his clothes and walked along the place where the airplane landed. Jinling Mingfu is Jinling City's most upscale neighborhood. Inside the people who live are also non-rich. Is equipped with a helipad? But so far Jinling Mingfu, there is no one who has purchased a helicopter. Sure enough, from the helicopter far away, Xia Yi saw 2 women. On the driver's seat of the airplane, a valiant, stunningly beautiful woman wearing headphones and sunglasses. The airplane was steadily parked on the tarmac of the Jinling Mingfu. On the other hand, next to the driver's seat, another woman looked delicate and charming, wearing a professional suit, indescribably charming. It was none other than Longer and Jin Yushen. Holy, it's really my own airplane. Xia Yi looked at this pilot G-170 commercial helicopter. His eyes widened, and there was only one feeling in his heart, and that was cool. And all the residents in the Jinling famous mansion were also watching this scene. Who is that? So rich? This one helicopter costs quite a bit of money, right? Isn't this the latest series of Pilot? I've heard that this commercial helicopter costs more than $100 million. I've never heard of such a rich man in Jinling Mansion. This must be the richest man in the city. I've never heard of the richest man in the city having the money to buy an airplane. I'll go. This is too powerful. And those 2 women. What kind of person would have to be able to pick them up? When the helicopter's engine gradually calmed down, Longer also came down from the airplane with Jin Yushen. Longer, it's really hard for you this time. Looking at the big airplane in front of him, Xiaoye's heart was so beautiful that even the troubles caused by Lin Zhang's affair before were somewhat eliminated, saying that he hugged Longer tightly in his arms. Dragon with Xiaoye's sudden embrace also made shy. Xiaoye remembered that bold idea in his heart, and couldn't wait to pull Longer up now to realize it. However, a female voice suddenly spoke out. What's wrong? I'm not working hard? This airplane business was at least negotiated by me. Why are you so biased? This person was naturally Jin Yuxian, who stood beside Longer. You also worked hard. You also worked hard, said Xiaoye, pulled over Jin Yuxian's hand to hug her as well. But this time Jin Yuxian's entire body froze. She had been trying to find ways to tease Xiaoye before, but Xiaoye did not even touch her with his fingers. But this time, after being hugged by Xiaoye, there was suddenly an indescribable feeling in her heart. She only felt that her heartbeat was accelerating, and her entire body was blushing. What's wrong with you? Xiaoye looked at some wrong Jin Yuxian. Seems to be different from the usual face, or a little red. It will not be a fever, right? Or is the fear of heights not suitable for airplanes? Natsuno's concern made Jin Yuxian more nervous. It's okay. Jin Yuxian pretended to be dashing and walked in front, while Xiaoye had a puzzled look on his face, then wrapped his arms around Longer and followed. Chapter 60 Driving School Meeting. Back in the villa, Xiaoye was still immersed in the joy of having purchased a large airplane, and it had to be said that a man's joy was sometimes really simple. Jin Yuxian was going to return the money to Xiaoye, before Xiaoye let Jin Yuxian buy the airplane, and gave Jin Yuxian 500 million at once. In addition to the helicopter, I also bought a private airliner, but that airliner needs to be scheduled for delivery a few months later. It cost a total of $48 million. Jin Yuxian and Xiaoye explained. And private airplanes are more troublesome. We don't have a decent airport runway in Jinling City, and applying for a route is more complicated than a helicopter. Xiaoye nodded. After all, there are not many people who buy private airplanes in the country. An airplane is not something you can just buy. However, Xiaoye waved his hand and said boldly, it's okay, the airplane ran to Jinling City did not. We can fix it ourselves. Jinling Driving School is not next door to an extra piece of open space. There is time to buy it and change it into a private airport. No matter what, the airplane is bought first. As for the extra money, Xiaoye didn't want it. Or the old rules, the extra money is considered to be private money for you. How to say is also my woman. Xiaoye said to Jin Yuxian half jokingly. The hard-earned money that Xiaoye gave to Jin Yuxian alone made Jin Yuxian not far from being a billionaire. However, this time Jin Yuxian listened Xiaoye's words in, and had an indescribable happiness in his heart. By the way, let me tell you something. After the joy, Xiaoye somewhat seriously remembered what Zhang Han had told him earlier and said to Jin Yuxian, Lin is about to come out. What? Jin Yuxian was also somewhat in disbelief. After all, something that big could still come out. This was something she hadn't expected. Any ideas? Xiaoye patted his thighs, signaling Longer to sit up, and then said, this time I want to make him never come out again. Okay. Jin Yuxian thought about it and intended to help Xiaoye think of a solution as well. Just as they were conferring, a woman walked into the villa with a brisk pace, humming a small song on her lips. The three of them looked over at the same time, only to see that Jin Yuming had returned from outside, with many uneaten meals packed in her hands. Sis? Upon seeing Jin Yuxian, Jin Yuming appeared happier, but immediately became honest. Although the two were twins, but Jin Yuxian had been working in society for a longer time, so many of her ideas were more mature than Jin Yuming's. Therefore, Jin Yuming wasn't even afraid of her mom and dad, but she was afraid of this older sister who could control her. Did you come back last night? Jin Yuxian looked at the time on her cell phone. She knew exactly when this sister of hers came back from abroad and when she booked the ticket. Aha! Although Jin Yuming was happy to see her sister, she still nodded honestly. How was it? She didn't cause you any trouble here, did she? Jin Yuxian looked at Xiaoye again and asked Xiaoye. Hearing Jin Yuxian's cross-examination, Jin Yuming's heart was in his throat and he frantically gave Xiaoye a wink, signaling for him to keep his mouth shut. Cough cough. Xiaoye coughed, looking at Jin Yuming's nervous expression with some amusement, but still did not say anything about Jin Yuming's nonsense last night. However, Jin Yuxian had at least been in the society for so many years. One look at the eyes between Xiaoye and Jin Yuming, he knew that there must be a problem, so he said to Xiaoye rather playfully, Xiaoye, you wouldn't have done anything to my sister, right? Did you eat her up? No. Before Xiaoye had a chance to speak, Jin Yuming's head shook like a rattle drum, the same way she knew that if she said there was nothing it definitely wouldn't make her sister believe her. So Jin Yuming pulled an excuse and said, he just touched my hand last night. But Jin Yuxian didn't believe her sister Jin Yuming's words. Every time she lied she would unconsciously put her hands behind her back, just like now. Yes, 8. What should have happened? What shouldn't have happened all happened. Natsuo looked at the Jin Yuming in front of him and only felt amused, so he made up something. You are a rascal. Jin Yuming heard Xia Yi say so, and remembered last night's things, simply angry to a place to glare at the eyes but could not say anything. In the future, the two of you sisters will also follow me and eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. Xia Yi heart simply don't too good. This like flowers like jade, two sisters plus their own dragon child. This life is simply more comfortable than the emperor. Bah, you just dream. Then who asked me to take charge last night? Xia Yi immediately asked back. This sentence blocked Jin Yuming's mouth again, and he was on the verge of crying out in anxiety. The two of them fought another war of words. Finally Jin Yuming still can't beat Xia Yi's thick skin and lost the battle. Xia Yi and Jin Yuming also argued some tired, lying on the sofa to watch TV. It is Jin Yu Xian and Long Air, like this lively atmosphere at home, so they made a meal. The four people ate a beautiful meal together. At night, Jin Yu Xian and Jin Yuming stayed together in the guest room to chat, while Longer still slept with Xia Yi. This made Xia Yi's beautiful dream somewhat shattered, but after not seeing him for a few days, it was still Longer who played. The next morning, Xia Yi received an unfamiliar phone call. After connecting the phone to realize that the original is a department leader over the Golden Ridge Driving School called. Let Xia Yi, the chairman of the board of directors, to go to the Golden Ridge Driving School to guide the work. As for the previous Xia Yi proposed changes to the proposed program, they also do almost a piece of let Xia Yi look at. Xia Yi and Longer came together to the conference room of the Golden Ridge Driving School, and the debriefing began. Hello leaders, chairman. The staff member who reported the work stood on the podium and said very solemnly. At the same time he also looked very nervous. Some fine sweat came out on his forehead. Okay, no need to make it so official. You just speak directly. Xia Yi waved his hand. He hated the bureaucracy, making himself look like a small leader. Then the reporting staff opened the projector and started to show the program he designed. After the display was finished, Xia Yi applauded and praised. Good. It seems that there are still capable people in our driving school. What's your name? Hearing Chairman Xia Yi's praise, this reporting staff immediately looked more apprehensive, and excitedly said, back to the chairman. My name is Yang Ming. Well, not bad. In a moment you go to the finance to receive $100,000 bonus. Hearing Xia Yi's words, all the leaders present including Yang Ming were shocked. Just like that they earned $100,000? My god, this chairman is too generous, right? Yang Ming was even so excited that he was almost about to shed hot tears. His family's situation has always been bad, so he worked especially hard just so he could buy a house in the city and let his family live a good life. Chapter 61, Chao Wei's face. When he heard that the department leaders will be the chairman of the revision to do to himself, he did not sleep well overnight. After that, he even worked overtime, racking his brains to design the program, just to make the effect good at the same time, but also to maximize the cost savings. But right at this moment, Xia Yi suddenly frowned and opened his mouth. But I always feel that this program is a bit wrong. Hearing Xia Yi's words, Yang Ming instantly had a straight drum in his heart. What he was most afraid of was that Xia Yi would be dissatisfied. However, although Xia Yi felt where it is wrong, but for a moment and cannot say, sad face straight into difficulties. Several departmental leaders also began to talk to each other, discussing exactly where the problem is. Suddenly Yang Ming timidly opened his mouth and said, Chairman, is it a problem with the cost? After Yang Ming's words, Xia Yi slammed the table, startling everyone present. Right, what you said is so right. It's the problem of cost. Xia Yi finally came to a realization. His heart was much clearer. This problem was in the cost. No wonder he had been feeling unavailable. Yang Ming swallowed a mouthful of water, intending to explain to Xia Yi. In fact, he had already made several versions of the design before, but as soon as he took it out, he let the department head shoot it down. The reason was that the cost was too high, and this was the problem that had been making Yang Ming think hard. So the main improvement of the several versions of the design program after that was to save as much as possible on the cost. Actually, what about this cost? Yang Ming was about to open his mouth but was interrupted by Xia Yi. A few department leaders who were a bit red-eyed towards Yang Ming before could not help but sneer in their hearts. Do you really think that money is so easy to earn? 100,000 bonuses are just a handful? The cost of the problem you do not solve. The chairman of the board of directors, not to mention give you a bonus. Maybe later find an excuse to open this kid. However, Yang Ming's next words once again shocked everyone present. Yes, this cost is simply too cheap, Xia Yi said. Everyone present, including Yang Ming, gazed at Xia Yi and wondered, did I just hallucinate? As the saying goes, cheap, no good goods. Good goods are not cheap. If the cost is too low, how can it meet the specifications of our driving school? Xia Yi continued to say to everyone, and everyone in the room froze in their tracks as he said his words, unable to return to their senses. What was the cost of your design program just now? Seeing that everyone was silent, Xia Yi asked Yang Ming again. Yang Ming froze, looked at the cost labeled on his design program, and truthfully said, Around 120 million. No, way too low. Xia dismissed Yang Ming's cost on the spot. Let's do it this way. Go with a budget of $300 million. This matter will be given to you to be responsible for. If you do a good job, the bonus will not be small. Xia made a decision on the spot. Yang Ming even instantly fell into ecstasy. $300 million project, what does this mean? That will come to say that they are also responsible for such a large project. However, after the decision was made, several other departmental leaders of the Golden Ridge Driving School immediately had their own ideas. A $300 million project, if done according to Yang Ming's current program, it would only take more than $100 million, and casually take some benefits from it. It would be a chance to become a billionaire. Although Yang Ming knew in his heart that he himself definitely wouldn't do this, it didn't mean that others wouldn't. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of such a large amount of oil and water? Why did it favor this kid Yang Ming? Instantly, some people did not want to do it. I object. I'm also against it. Instantly the conference room of the Golden Ridge Driving School became noisy. Shut up, Xia shouted with a slap on the table. Who's against it? Give me a reason. Xiaoye's aura shocked the crowd, but the first person who just objected, Chao Wei, still objected with a stiff upper lip. How can a brat like him be in charge of such a big project? Out of the attitude of being responsible for our Golden Ridge Driving School, we can't let him be in charge of it for any reason. Oh, then who do you think should be in charge? Xiaoye glared at Chao Wei and said, I think how it should also be our company. Seniority, older management, right? Then thinking of the huge benefits of the $300 million project, Chao Wei hardened his head and recommended himself. I don't think there's anyone in our company with more seniority than me, right? Chao Wei's words caused the leaders of the other departments in the company to stare blankly. Then what your words mean is that I, as the principal and chairman of the driving school, don't have the right to assign anyone in charge either? Xia Yi laughed, hoping that he had bought the Jinling driving school and paid for the renovation himself, but his own words still didn't count? Anyway, I don't agree with the chairman's opinion. Chao Wei didn't dare to say anything more, but still said unwillingly, all right. Xia Yi slowly nodded. After seeing Xia Ye's reaction, Chao Wei was instantly thrown into ecstasy. Could it be that this kind of good thing was really going to come to his head? Since you don't agree, then you should hire another job. I believe that a person with such an opinion like you is hot everywhere. Xia Yi looked at Chao Wei with disdainful eyes. This kind of old man who had been in the Jinling driving school for many years, what kind of calculations did he have in his heart? Do you really think Xia Yi couldn't see it? He is responsible for the fake, from which to reap benefits. Greedy for his money is true. Xia Yi's words instantly made Chao Wei's face red with anger, and some of the leaders of the other departments immediately lowered their heads, not daring to make another sound. However, this Chao Wei, besides wanting to be in charge of this project, there are some other small plans. Really think you Xia Yi are some kind of great guy? Alright, I'll tell you this. I'm quitting. After saying his words, Chao Wei stood up and slammed his pen on the ground, while shouting to the other department leaders, this new chairman, I've long seen him as disagreeable, dictating and not listening to the opinions of the general staff at all. For the sake of this project, let's resign collectively and see what he can do to us. The leaders of several other departments were interested in each other's cause. In order for this $300 million cake not to fall on the head of this brat Yang Ming, they also stood up and agreed, right, we won't do it either. If he's capable, let him run the driving school alone. Let's all leave and see what he can do. He really thinks he's rich. He's in heaven. He doesn't know how to use people. I think this Yang Ming too. He must be Xia Ye's relative, or else how could such a good thing fall into his lap? Standing on the podium, Yang Ming's heart was not good either. Just now it was as if he was in the middle of heaven, but in an instant he fell into hell. Now the reason why such a thing happened, as if the trigger was all caused by him, suddenly he felt very guilty and very self-blaming. Chao Wei looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, his heart straight sneer. In fact, he followed Lin Zheng around for many years, although Lin Zheng's driving school was bought by Xia Yi, but he did not go. Chapter 62 Mother's Call. According to Lin Zheng gave him instructions, looking for an opportunity to Xia Yi to empty, and then encourage the company's backbone of the collective departure of employees, into an empty shell of the performance of the Golden Ridge Driving School is bound to decline. Then Lin is sending people to take the opportunity to smear the Golden Ridge Driving School. I have to say, if the implementation of the plan down, the Golden Ridge Driving School must have suffered heavy losses, was suppressed cannot be turned around. In front of us is a perfect opportunity. But Chao Wei he still underestimated the hearts. The leaders of Jinling Driving School were about to leave the conference room and resign. Only most of the staff and a few leaders remained in their seats, not listening to Chao Wei's advocacy. Right at this moment, Xia Yi suddenly opened his mouth and said, very good. It seems that our Jinling Driving School still has loyal and reliable employees. The employees and management who continue to stay in Jinling Driving School, their wages will all be tripled. and the time is not limited until they don't work in our Jinling driving school. Hearing this news, those employees and management leaders who did not leave the conference room have cheered. Long live the boss. Long live the chairman. Principal, you are our family, simply our regenerative parents. And those employees and management leaders who were ready to leave the conference room have paused. How could this happen? This was completely different from the scenario they had expected before. They had thought that Xiaoyi would bitterly beg to give them a wage increase and let them stay, but they didn't expect the situation to be the opposite now. Xiaoyi glanced at those employees and management who were ready to leave. The expressions on their faces were simply agonizing, as if they had been constipated for several days, and a few of them even had purple faces. However, they had also all listened to Chao Wei's encouragement, and now all of them regretted it. A few of them even looked up at Chao Wei with indignant eyes. How about this? Those who decide to stay now will also double. Xia Yi said again. At once several employees and management leaders ran back to the conference room and sat down again. To know that the salary in Jinling driving school is not low. The leadership, management generally have more than 10,000. If doubled that, how are more than 20,000? What kind of work can be done in Jinling City to have $20,000 a month? They ask themselves. With their ability in Jinling City, they may not be able to get such a high salary in their whole life. Not to mention that some employees were only living on a few $1,000s, but this doubling would be different. More than 10,000 a month, which was higher than the salary of many white-collar elites. Boss, I lost my temper. It's all because I was encouraged by Chao Wei. My head got hot before I got confused. Boss, I'm sorry. In fact, I didn't even think of leaving the company. The company is our bread and butter. How can I give up? Chairman, I just went out in order to call them all back. It's not that I want to leave the company at all. Okay. Xia Yi waved his hand at everyone, signaling everyone to be quiet. And now everyone had returned to sit in the conference room, with only one exception, and that was Chao Wei. He was the one who took the lead in proposing to leave the Golden Ridge driving school. With his salary if doubled, then a month can get more than 100,000 a year down to more than $1 million. Enough for him to work hard to save several years. Now he is standing at the door of the conference room to leave or not, stay or not. The scene is very embarrassing. Let's put it this way, Chao Wei. Xia Yi said to him, if you come back now, how about I give you 5 times your salary for a month? Really? Chao Wei was skeptical, but his face had eased up quite a bit, and he didn't have that angry look from before. Yes, not only will it be doubled 5 times, but it will also give you a car and a room. Xia Yi waved his hand and continued to say with great vigor. Immediately everyone's envious gazes surged towards Chao Wei. What level would it take for such treatment to be enough in a normal company? Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Chao Wei was like a pug, running back to the conference room in a happy manner. Although he was following Lin Zhang's orders, but now that there were benefits in his hands, it would be a waste not to take them. Anyway, this Xia Yi is like an idiot. The money is generally sent out. He does not pick up this cheap. Heaven is hard to tolerate. Chao Wei heart to Xia Yi slandered. And I'll give you 2 more wives. What do you think? Xia Yi said with a sneer. Chao Wei only reacted at this time, slammed the table and said angrily, so you're playing with me? Who am I fooling if not you? Xia Yi gently stepped back the boss chair, crossed his legs and continued to Chao Wei. I think you'd better return to your master Lin Zhang's embrace earlier. Let's see if he can give you this treatment. You! Chao Wei pointed at Xia Yi and was furious. It turned out that he knew about him being under Lin Zhang early on. Well, take your time. Xia Yi actually, since he bought the Golden Ridge driving school, he had long ago checked the background of several leaders of the driving school. Even Zhang Han had called himself and told this Chao Wei that he had recently traveled back and forth to the bureau to visit Lin Zhang many times, and Xia Yi could not be clearer in his mind about the relationship between the two. Chao Wei was so angry that his lips turned white, and he was thrown out of the Golden Ridge driving school by a few security guards. Then things became extraordinarily smooth. Yang Ming are continue to be responsible for the refurbishment of the Golden Ridge driving school project. For Xia Yi forced to give their trust, Yang Ming is even more thankful, cried bitterly, to ensure that the task must be completed well. Never cut corners. The work of the Golden Ridge driving school is almost arranged. Xia Yi took a car and returned to the Jinling famous house. However, just after arriving at the villa, Xia Yi received a call from his parents. Although Xia Yi, like Yi Cece, was not born to his current parents, the old couple was no different from his real parents in his eyes. As soon as he received the phone call, Xia Yi heard his mother say on the other end of the phone with a hint of crying, "Son, come back and take a look. That Zhang Debiao again to our home to make trouble. He said what also let your sister married to him. Xian'er this year is only 18 or less than. Still in high school how can you get married? Besides, we don't know what kind of person Zhang Debiao is. We can't let him ruin your sister, because this is your father is angry and sick." What? Xia Ye's brows furrowed. Zhang Debiao? Xia Yi thought hard for a while before finally remembering this person. So it was him? Okay, Mom, you wait, I'll be right back. Isn't it just a Zhang Debiao? I'll come back to clean him up. He's just a fart in my eyes now. My son is different from before. Mom, don't worry, Xia Yi assured his mother strongly. Now it was most important to appease the emotions of the family, followed by cleaning up Zhang Debiao. Okay, then son, come back. Your father and I will wait for you at home. Chapter 63 Zhang Debiao. Hearing that his mother's mood had stabilized a lot, Xia Yi also let go of his heart. After hanging up the phone, Xia Yi headed upstairs. Longer? Xia Yi softly called out. What's wrong? Did something happen at home? Not only was Longer a good fighter, she was also more perceptive than normal in many ways, and she heard Zeno's conversation from upstairs. Aha! Xia Yi nodded heavily, although he had already pacified his mother, but the matter at home could not be slowed down. In case he really let this Zhang Debiao make a mess at home, or what happened to his own two old men, then even if he did something to Zhang Debiao, it would not help. Longer is the first time to see Xia Yi's face so serious, and Xia Yi casually packed some items, driving to Xia Yi's old home, Tower Bridge Town, Longtu Village, the east end of the village of a private repair house. It is Xia Yi's parents as well as his younger sister Xia Mingxuan's residence. The old couple had worked hard for most of their lives. In addition to providing Xia Yi and her younger sister Xia Mingxian with education, they had saved up a sum of money to repair such a house. At the moment, outside the courtyard of the private repair house, there is an Audi S6L top model parked. To say the least, also spent 7 or 800,000. Although this car is everywhere in the big city, but in this kind of remote township is already considered to be the existence of the back of the people. This car is exactly what Xia Yi's mother said that Zhang Debiao's car. At this time there are two people standing outside the door of Xia Yi's parents' house. One of them is the about 30 years old man, with bright gold necklaces, gold rings, hair dyed dark green, with hairspray on the back of the head, and the other is also with a gold chain, but compared to the side of the 30-year-old man, it is thin circle. At the same time his arms, legs are full of tattoos, but the tattoos look very rough, like kindergarten children's painting in general. The former of these two men was Zhang Debiao, while the latter was Zhang Debiao's dog leg Xia Chang. To say the least, this Xia Chang was also considered a distant relative of their Xia family. I say the fourth cousin you will agree to it, our brother Biao, not to mention in our Dragon Head village, is the whole Tower Bridge town that is one of the rich. Cousin, what's the situation of your family? Can't we know it in our hearts? Just marry that little girl Ming Xian to brother Biao. Xia Chang was persuading Xia Yi's parents. No way, my daughter Xia Mingxian can't possibly marry him. Xia Yi's father, Xia Zhangwo, said in a loud voice as he slammed the table. Xia Chang glanced back at Zhang Debiao, realizing that Zhang Debiao's face was rather unpleasant after hearing Xia Yi's father, Xia Zhangwo's rejection. He continued, fourth cousin uncle, just listen to my advice. Brother Biao has said that if he marries your daughter how can he give a bride price of several tens of thousands of dollars? Taking it to subsidize some household expenses is better than anything else. Xiangzi, if you still recognize your fourth cousin uncle as a relative, leave immediately, Xia Zhangwo said while coughing several times due to anger. I say you old man, don't give your face away. Zhang Debiao finally couldn't help himself and stood up and rolled up his sleeves to lash out. I'm telling you, I'm going to take your Xia Mingxian. In this Longtu village, I'm the emperor. No matter who comes, it's useless. You. Xia Zhangwo was so infuriated that his breathing was a bit irregular and hurried. Frightened, Xia Yi's mother rushed to his side and patted his back, even her hands shaking slightly. Fourth cousin there's really no need to be angry about this. Marrying your family Mingxian only has benefits Your Xia family from now on is also considered a sparrow standing on a branch to become a phoenix. A good thing. Xia Chang is still not dead set on seemingly getting himself a wife, and continues to try to persuade the Xia family's two elders. These two people sing the white face, a person sing the black face, but no matter what, Xia Zhangwo never agreed. As for his daughter Xia Mingxian why cannot marry? This thing only too old no. Finally Zhang Debiao lost patience with Xia Zhangwo in front of him, picked up the tea that Xia Yi's mother had poured earlier and slammed it on the ground. I'll tell you old undead, today if you don't agree to this marriage of mine, not to mention the legs and feet of your two old men, even if it's this house of yours, I'll tear it down for you. Zhang Debiao finally revealed his fong face and said hideously. This was not Zhang Debiao intentionally staring the Xia family's two old men. The reason why Zhang Debiao had a bad reputation was precisely because he had not done few of these heinous things in the area of Longtu village in Taxia town before in order to get the benefits to help people out demolition, and accidentally made a big deal, but he used the money and connections to smooth out. And Tower Bridge town, Longtu village area are farming. Farmers are honest people, the most afraid of this kind of society, not less by Zhang Debiao and other people's bullying. Xia Zhangwo heard Zhang Debiao's threat, on the spot to get up and Zhang Debiao fight, but just at this time outside the yard, from far and near the roar of the engine, the entire village of Longtu village of the eastern end of the village, only Xia Zhangwo family a private repair house, this car to find who naturally self-evident. Xia Changhart has a trace of ominous foreboding, to Zhang Debiao's ear and said, listen to the sound of this car should not be cheap it could not be that this Xia family knows what rich people? However, Zhang Debiao pushed Xia Chang away, impatiently saying, is this a relative of your family? You say you don't know? If it wasn't for the fact that you are more or less related to this Xia family, could I bring you out? Yes. Xia Chang saw Zhang Debiao's face was not happy, he did not dare to say more. After thinking of a reason, he hurriedly said, it must be that this Xia family has borrowed money from whoever they want, and they come to the door to collect the debt. It must be, debt collection? What kind of debt? Right at this moment Xia Yi brought Longer into his family's old house while asking rhetorically. The Xia family's two old men were thrilled to see Xia Yi returning. Xia Yi was the backbone of their family, and after seeing him, their hearts were much more solid. Son you finally came back. Xia Yi's mother was even vaguely teary-eyed. Zhang Debiao and Xia Chang were quite disdainful after seeing Xia Yi, but after seeing Longer, both of their eyes straightened up like two hungry wolves. My mama, is this a heavenly fairy coming down to earth? Biao, brother Biao, I've never seen such a beautiful woman before, Xia Chang said while also wiping his saliva. Zhang Debiao's reaction was even more exaggerated. After violently swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he ruthlessly said, damn, today I'm considered to be worthwhile. Say anything to get this woman. Zhang Debiao's words naturally fell into the ears of Longer, who had a hint of killing intent in her eyes instinctively on the spot, but it was quickly concealed by her. Chapter 64, Driving Away Two People. Zhang Debiao said to himself and came to Xia Yi's face, condescendingly saying to Xia Yi, kid, if I remember correctly, you are the son of these two old things from the Xia family, right? Who are you? Xia Yi frowned and looked at this green hair with a bad mouth and asked rhetorically, me, brother Biao. Zhang Debiao patted his chest in triumph and said, you are Zhang Debiao? Xia Yi hadn't returned to the village for a while, plus he had little contact with Zhang Debiao, almost nothing, so naturally he didn't recognize him for a while. Yo, can recognize you brother Biao seems? Zhang Debiao saw Xia Yi recognized his look more unbearable. In the courtyard after wandering around, and walked to the courtyard door sneak a look at the Bugatti Veyron Xia Yi. Two people drove back suddenly froze. Mixed good this what car? Doesn't look cheap rent it? Zhang Debiao continued to flaunt his power in the Xia family, then walked to the front of the dragon. And you this woman, brothers make a discussion, give your chick to brother Biao me, from now on I'll cover your Xia family, how about it? Don't say I didn't give you a chance, there are plenty of people who want to flatter me Zhang Debiao. Zhang Debiao said to himself, after seeing Longer, he even couldn't leave Longer's body with a glance, a nameless fire in his body. However, just after Zhang Debiao finished his words, Xia Yi gave Longer a look. If not without Xia Yi's authorization, Longair would have already beaten this Zhang Debiao all over the place. After getting Xia Yi's consent, Longair immediately couldn't help but come in front of Zhang Debiao. Zhang Debiao this also thought it was Xia Yi agreed. At that time the heart that beauty cannot wait to sing a song. As for Xia Chang on the side, his heart was both envious and jealous, and his fists were clenched. When will he be able to become such a person as brother Biao? When can he have such a beautiful woman? But the next action of Longer made everyone present, except Xia Yi were all shocked. Longair slightly jumped up, then in the air aside, a back swing leg, while Zhang Debiao kicked out of the yard outside. Xia Chang is even more people stupid. Just now he froze in his heart, full of envy and jealousy of Debiao, but the next second found that Biao disappeared. Just disappeared? Until Xia Chang heard the wailing sound of bared teeth coming from outside the courtyard. He only reacted, holy, is brother Biao okay? Brother Biao. Xia Chang hurriedly ran out. Xia Yi and Longer also came to the front door. Grip grass, dare to find someone to beat me up? You little yakuza, blinded by lard. I'll immediately go find someone to kill you now. Don't think that I'm looking at your sister, looking at your woman. I won't dare to touch you. Zhang Debiao had managed to catch his breath and stood up from the ground, pointing at Xia Yi and said, Longer used some dark force for this kick, and didn't intend to kick Zhang Debiao to death. Otherwise it would be bad if he caused a fatality. But Zhang Debiao should not be able to bend down for a few days even if this kick goes down. Xia Yi coldly laughed. My sister will not marry you even if she marries a dog, and also if you dare to touch my woman. The next time you come back you won't be allowed to go back so easily. Good, have the balls. Remember what you said. Zhang Debiao can mix in this area of Tower Bridge Town. Obviously is not a rash. Knowing that he can't beat this absolutely beautiful woman besides Xia Yi, in Xia Chang's support, limping onto the Audi S6, His mouth still can't stop screaming and cursing. I say cousin you really don't know what's good for you this time. Xia Chang sent Zhang Debiao inside the car. Still not dead. You said the family is living in such a tight situation. Why bother for a breath? And life is not good. You look at what brother Bill is driving. Can we find a second car in our village? My car is not bad, said Xia Yi pointed to his Bugatti Veyron, more than $20 million to buy. Saying this, Zhang Debiao and Xia Chang glanced at each other, then the two of them hilariously laughed. Ha ha ha, just such a car, more than $20 million. You are fooling the ghost. Really think I have not seen the world? Zhang Debiao was on the verge of bursting into tears of laughter. Mocking Xia Yi, Longer rolled his eyes. He was simply speechless to these two. Xia Yi shook his shoulders and said with both hands, if you don't believe it then it doesn't matter. I say you're such a little yakuza. I heard that you went to the city to work for a few years, but you didn't learn anything else. But you learned to blow your brains out, didn't you? Maybe this pretty chick next to you is also from some kiln. Zhang Debiao eyes flashed a flash of jealousy. Since they cannot get, in addition to find ways to get, but also desperately denigrate. However, this time there is no Xia Yi's consent. Long Air directly walked up, opened the car door and grabbed Zhang Debiao's collar and then slapped on Zhang Debiao's face. Well played. Xia Yi applauded at the door, cheering for Long Air. After a few minutes, Zhang Debiao's face was swollen like a pig's head. His teeth were knocked out a few times, plus his dark green hair was all spread out, like a pineapple. Alright, you pair of dogs wait for me. Zhang Debiao didn't dare to stay for a moment longer, letting Xia Chang sit on the car and then drove out far away with a kick of the gas. When Xia Yi and Longer returned to the house, they only saw that the faces of the two oldest members of the Xia family were filled with worry. Son, why don't you go back to the city first? This pretty girl beat up Zhang Debiao. He definitely won't stop. Xia Mother held Xia Yi's hand and said very anxiously. Although Xia Jiangwo didn't say anything, he nevertheless lit a cigarette and silently took a puff, obviously also in a heavy mood. But after Xia Yi saw this scene, his heart was very touched. The two old men obviously thought that they couldn't afford to offend Zhang Debiao. Even if they beat him, they thought of letting themselves go out first to avoid the trouble, and the two of them would bear the burden. Don't worry, Mom, with my current strength as well as Long Air's stature, they don't dare to do anything to me, as well as this pretty girl is also my woman, called Longer. Although Xia Yi didn't explain too much, but Xia Mother naturally took Longer as their Xia family's daughter-in-law, and carefully looked at Longer again, looking at Longer very embarrassed, seeing such a beautiful girl child become her son's daughter-in-law. Xia Mother's face, which was still sad just now, instantly became full of smiles. However, Xia Jiangwo still looked worried and said to Xia Yi, son, what if this Zhang Debiao comes over again later? I heard that he has a lot of people under him, and his hands are still black. Can our daughter-in-law handle it? Xia Yi had just finished the introduction. Xia Jiangwo had already called Longer daughter-in-law, instantly making her make a big red face. Don't worry, with Longer stature dozens more are useless. Chapter 65, The Boss of Bosses. But where exactly did you get this car? Xia Jiangwo pointed at Xia Yi's Bugatti Veyron and asked Xia Yi, Dad, just don't worry, I'm not the same as I was, now I have money. Xia Yi said, suddenly realized that he had forgotten a very important thing. Then he picked up his cell phone and transferred 5 million to each of the two old men. It's not that Xia Yi can't afford to give up, but he knows that once he takes out too much money, his parents will definitely worry that their money is not coming from the right way, and will definitely not accept what they say. And one person's 5 million should be just right. But Xia Yi this period of time, after all, big money used to, did not think of 5 million for an ordinary, even some poor family, is how big an astronomical figure. Sure enough, after the two oldest members of the Xia family saw the transfer information on their cell phones, they were instantly confused. Son, are you doing something illegal outside? We can't take this money. Xia Mother grabbed Xia Yi's hand and instantly didn't let go, saying bitterly, Mom, your son has made money. All this money is legitimately earned. Then, Xia Yi casually pulled a reason. First said that he used his salary to buy a welfare lottery in Jinling City, won a few million. The money Xia Yi did not spend all, but used as an investment. Millions of investment gained a lot of income, instantly let Xia Yi earned a pot full of money, and now less than a few tens of millions of assets. Xia Yi is really dare not put their assets said too much, for fear that the two old men cannot afford to pass out again. That trouble can be big. Their sister Xia Mingxian must be in their own fight is not. After hearing that Xia Yi now has tens of millions of assets, the two old people are still a little incredulous, slow to slow down. But what Xia Yi did not expect is, Xia Jiangwo after hearing Xia Yi has tens of millions of assets to Xia Yi education, but son, you make money to make money, but you have to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy a more than $20 million of car? Money doesn't come easy. Longer snickered at the side. It's okay, Dad. Xia Wild was afraid that his father, Xia Jiangwo, would read about himself again. and hurriedly explained, "Immediately there will be another large sum of money. To say the least, I can still earn a few tens of millions of dollars. In fact, it's quite easy to have money to do business. There are many channels." Upon hearing this, the poor lifetime Xia Zhangguo immediately came to the spirit, asked rhetorically, "Oh, is that so? Then you quickly tell me about it." Then Xia Yi began to talk to Xia Zhangguo about how to get rich and how to use money to make money. Listening to the two old people are very interested. After listening to Xia Yi talk about how to make money, Xia Zhangguo was unable to digest such a large amount of information for a long time, so he sighed and said, "Alas, our son is really outstanding. Good." Xia mother, on the other hand, blankly glanced at Xia Zhangguo from the side. "Look at how much better your son is than you." "Who said that?" Xia Zhangguo immediately blew his beard and glared. "Back then, I saw that this kid will definitely be successful in the future, and this alone shows that I have vision. You can pull back. If you did not go out to drink, on the way back to the roadside picked up our son, can bring him back, letting you pick up a great bargain, and you're still selling yourself short." Xia mother continued to retort, all right, don't mention it. In short, we can live a good life from now on." Speaking of this, the faces of the two oldest members of the Xia family were overflowing with happy smiles. However, just at this time, the bustling crowd from the outside walked to the Xia family's courtyard. The mouth cannot stop shouting, vaguely audible, said that the Xia family to be demolished. The first two people were also carrying a stretcher, and on the stretcher was lying Zhang Debiao, who had been kicked by Longer. "It's them, it's this pair of dogs." After a group of 20 to 30 people walked into the Xia family's courtyard, Zhang Debiao squirmed from the stretcher with difficulty, and then pointed his finger at the Xia Yi and Longer duo. Next to the stretcher was a middle-aged man in his 50s, looking big and stocky. This man was Zhang Debiao's father. "Zhang Guanlong, you two are the ones who beat my son up like this, right?" Zhang Guanlong's voice was very hoarse and his tone was very cold. He was known for being brutal and protective of his calves in the Longtu village generation, as well as taking on a lot of demolition work. Even some of the demolition tenants' money was released into his hands because they had offended him, so it was evident that his background was deep. "Yes, your son's mouth stinks. Discipline him for you." Xia Yi before and his father Xia Zhangguo spoke half a day of business. The fragrant rice on the table, he did not move a few chopsticks. At this time, just have time, clamped a bite of rice, began to eat up the meal. "Ha ha ha." Hearing the words of Xia Yi, Zhang Guanglong laughed angrily. From Zhang Guanglong, 30-something years old, to start a family now, or the first person who dares to talk to him like this. Usually as long as he walks in the area of Taqiao Town Longtu village, passers-by see him have to take a detour. "The son of the old man needs you to teach? Today, all of your Xia family will have to kneel before you want to make amends with my son, or else you won't be able to walk out of here. And your family's daughter Xia Mingxian, my son married, you won't get a penny of the bride price." Zhang Guanglong continued to clamor. Seeing his father, Zhang Guanlong, stand up for himself, Zhang Debiao, who was lying on the stretcher, couldn't help but feel beautiful in his heart, and a smile spread across his face. Hearing Zhang Guanglong's words, the Xia family's two elders immediately panicked. Xia Zhangguo, after making some thought struggle, picked up the side of the stretcher, is going to rush up and Zhang Guanglong fight for his life. However, the good thing is that by Xia Yi timely stopped. "I say, mom and dad, you can rest assured. Just with these 20 or 30 people also want to beat the dragon child? Even a few times more would not be a match for Dragon's son." Xia Yi returned to his seat again, still sending rice to his mouth, full of concern. "Brother Tiger, please," said Zhang Guanlong, clapping his palms. A man with a stout figure, straight waist and a scar on his face, walked out from the crowd. However, this man named Tiger, after seeing Xia Yi's face, he was instantly dumbfounded. Even the cigarette held in his mouth fell to the ground. "Old boss." Tiger's eyes widened as he hurriedly walked over to Xia Yi's side, bowed his waist and nodded his head in greeting. This scene stunned everyone present. The 20 to 30 people brought by Brother Tiger were also completely dumbfounded, and Zhang Guanglong was even more confused. "Which one are you? And, are you a stutterer?" Xia Yi looked at the man named Tiger in front of him and touched his head, somewhat unsure. "Me boss Xia, you forgot that day in the underground manor. I was right behind our boss, Brother Long. Even our boss dragon called you elder. Then you are not the boss's boss." Tiger's expression became very respectful, but he knew how much energy the Xia Yi in front of him had. Zhang Guanglong was a bit puzzled and muttered, "When did he become Brother Long?" Chapter 66, beat the two violently. "I poo." Tiger spat and continued, "Just by you, Zhang Guanlong, how the hell do you dare to call yourself Brother Long?" Zhang Guanglong instantly lost his voice, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. "What the hell is wrong with this Tiger, brother?" Tiger carefully looked at Xia Yi's face. This is the person who made his own boss. The entire Jinling city is one of the most important figures. Brother Long also obeyed the character. Where would he dare to make a move? "Oh, it's you." Xia slapped his head. This named Tiger he did not mention it cannot remember. Mention it really some impression. Especially the scar on his face lets Xia remember. Hey, since we are all family, don't what Xia boss, we are all brothers. Come sit over here. Xia waved with Tiger. Tiger was so excited to hear the words of Rain that his face turned red. It was called an excitement. Hurriedly trotted all the way to sit next to Xia. Very formal. No, I said that brother Tiger. Zhang Guanglong frowned. He looked for brother Tiger to come. Let him help to break a few legs of the Xia family only. How instead? He went to call himself a brother with others? However, before Zhang Guanglong's words could be uttered, he was interrupted by brother Tiger. Shut up, brothers in hand. Give me Zhang Guanglong and Zhang Debiao's father and son a hard beating. Enough for 10 minutes. I'll be responsible for anything that happens, said brother Tiger, took out his cell phone and even set a countdown timer. Zhang Guanglong stupid. What is the situation? Zhang Debiao is also stupid. Even more immediately then rolled down from the stretcher, to crawl from the Xia family bugger. However, the brothers in the hands of Tiger quickly reacted. Immediately dragged Zhang Debiao from the courtyard gate into the courtyard, but also greeted Zhang Guanglong with fists. The two were beaten on the ground to beat. All of a sudden the yard was left with the sound of flesh and skin collision, as well as Zhang Guanglong, Zhang Debiao father and son howling. Egu, I was wrong. It's me who had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhang Guanglong begged for mercy while wailing on the ground. I won't marry anymore, okay? Zhang Debiao had already eaten a kick from Longer, and now he was even more beaten and rolling around. You have a nice cell phone. New model? While Tiger's brothers were teaching Zhang Guanglong, Zhang Debiao's father and son, Xia struck up a conversation with Tiger. Hey, speaking of which, it's still thanks to Boss Xia's blessing. Brother Tiger wiped the screen of his cell phone while explaining with a smile. This cell phone, or after that day in the underground manor, Brother Long gave us a bonus to buy. In the final analysis this money is still considered to be bought by you, Boss Xia. Who paid for it? Tiger laughed while handing a cigarette to Xia who had finished his meal and lit it. His hand was slightly trembling. After all, he had promised Zhang Guanglong to clean up Xia's family before. Where did he know that this was a big water that washed away the Dragon King's temple? Had he known that this was Xia's old home? Give him 100 guts he wouldn't dare to come. And now he was afraid that if Xia settled his scores after the fall, then he would have to be wasted. Hey, you also don't call me what Xia boss. Call people old. This way, you're slightly older than me by 2 years. I'll still call you Tiger. Just call me by my name Xia. Xia said to brother Tiger after taking a drag on his cigarette. Tiger instantly froze, not expecting that this boss of the boss who called the shots in Jinling City would be so nice to talk to and so approachable. And the most important thing was that he even called himself brother Tiger? My god, if this were to be told to his brothers on the road in the future, how dignified would it be? Brother Tiger quickly waved his hand and refused. No, our statuses are different. How can I directly call you by your name? No, brother Tiger, are you treating me as an outsider again? We're still considered old folks, right? If I tell you to call you, you call me. Xia glared and pretended to be angry. Instantly, Tiger was frightened. Okay, then I'll listen to everything you say. Nonetheless, Tiger couldn't stop the beauty in his heart. Right, brother Tiger, how did you come to Dragon Head Village? Xia asked. After all, brother Tiger was previously hanging out with brother Lung. How come he came to such a remote place after only 2 days of work? This is brother Long's order, Tiger explained. The old manly who was previously in charge of the entire Tota town is getting old, not suitable for fighting and killing on the road anymore, and it's time for him to retire. I happen to be from Longtu village, and I've been working under brother Long for some years, so brother Long said to let me come back and take over for a while, and I'll return to Jinling City when I have a suitable candidate. After listening to Tiger's explanation, Xia then understood. The two people and gossiped a few sentences. Xia on the Tiger brother said tentatively, Tiger, this trouble you a few things? As long as I can do, on the knife mountain under the frying pan also help you do. To say that before the Tiger is still afraid of Xia's background, now it is really to him really convinced. No wonder the dragon brother also have to call him boss. So big background of people even a little frame are not, especially good to get along with. Admire Xia from the bottom of his heart. If afterward my parents are not willing to leave here, and still want to live in Longtu village, no matter who you send over to manage the acreage of this Tokyo town in the future, please help to take more care of it. After pondering for a while, Xia said what was on his mind. After all, Xia still need to deal with a lot of things in Jinling City. It is not possible to stay on the side of the parents. In case of a little something to get into trouble, there will always be a time when they cannot take care of. Now please Tiger, exactly played this kind of idea. You just put 1,000,000 hearts. This matter is on me. I have the widest network under brother Long. almost all the brothers I know. No matter who comes, I will greet them for you, Tiger said while patting his chest and assured, which made Xia Yi let go of his heart. Just then, Tiger's cell phone rang, and the 10-minute countdown passed. The brothers under Brother Tiger heard the ringtone, and they all got tired of fighting and started to move around in place. On the other hand, Zhang Guanglong and Zhang Debiao's father and son were lying on the ground. At this time, they had already been beaten to the point of dizziness, and were somewhat unable to tell who was who. Brothers have worked hard. Xia Yi stood up and said to the group of men brought by Brother Tiger. Most of Brother Tiger's group of men were local to Longtu village, and were not clear about Xia Yi's identity, but seeing that Brother Tiger was all respectful to this man, they immediately responded collectively as well. Serve the boss, leaving Xia Yi speechless for a good while. How about this? Xia Yi took out his cell phone and said to Brother Tiger, I'll transfer 4 million to you. There are more than 20 brethren here. One person is 100,000, and there's 1 million for you. Listening to Xia Yi's words, Tiger stretched his neck and froze for a long time, and hastily waved his hand and said, No, just made such a big misunderstanding. It was originally our fault. How can we still let you pay for it? Chapter 67, Xia Yi sends money. Then you're not treating me as a brother if you don't take it. Xia Yi said again. Tiger's 1,000 thanks. Xia Yi transferred the money to him. Immediately a crowd of brothers also boiled. Amidst the cheers of boss is great, Tiger led his brothers to drag Zhang Guanglong's father and son out of Xia's house. After leaving the Xia family, one of the brothers came to Brother Tiger's side and asked in a low voice, Boss, what exactly is this person's origin? The other brothers were also a bit curious and surrounded Brother Tiger. Are you blind? Brother Tiger knocked the man's head and asked him rhetorically. I just had that kind of attitude in front of him. What kind of person do you guys think it could be? A big background? The other brother wondered. Big? Tiger laughed disdainfully after hearing this little brother's words. You guys know my boss, Dragon, right? Hearing Tiger's words, a group of junior brothers nodded their heads. Even though they were in such a remote place as Longtu village, they had all heard of Jinling City's Brother Long's great name. Who wouldn't want to go to the city and make their way there? If you can meet Guo Chulong Dragon Brother one side, that is even more death without regret. A bunch of juniors were fantasizing when Tiger spoke up again. He's Dragon's boss. What do you guys say? After Tiger's words, the crowd of juniors all sucked in a breath of cool air, and there were even a few juniors who almost exclaimed in shock. Shut up, Tiger barked. From now on, whenever you see him in Dragon Head Village, you have to be polite and courteous, got it? The crowd of juniors nodded their heads. Xia's parents were in a state of daze the entire time. Such a dramatic scene, they would never have dreamt of it. However, what Xia's parents didn't expect was that Xia not only solved Zhang Guanglong and Zhang Debiao's father and son but also brought a chance to the whole Dragon Head village. After eating and drinking, Xia and his parents chatted about the family. As for his sister Xia Mingxian and the school residents, so did not have the opportunity to go home. The next day, came to the village council of the village. Let the broadcasting station make an announcement on his behalf. Then the whole village almost came to Xia's door. Xia moved a table as the desk he used to study with, and moved a chair to sit in front of the house, just waiting for who come to the door to consult. And all the villagers in the village were surrounding Xia at this time, discussing a lot. You guys say that this couldn't be the latest type of scam, right? This kid Xia used to look quite honest. Who knows? Some of the scammers nowadays are really indefensible. Maybe Xia learned the hard way when he went to the city. Don't mention it. Last time a relative in the next village was cheated out of $5,000 for sending a text message. A whole $5,000. Xia ignored the surrounding chatter and didn't take it to heart. After all, he was here to do good. If this patience is not there, then don't do it. And the reason why the entire Longtu village villagers are talking like this is precisely because of that message released by Xia. As long as there are difficulties, come to the east end of the village in front of Xia's house. Xia will give money depending on the situation, regardless of the return. They are all farmers who have been working in the ground for their whole life. Where have they heard of such a good thing? Simply more exaggerated than pie in the sky. So there is now this scene. Xia waited patiently. He believed that as long as there was one person who was willing to come and try, then he would help the entire Longtu village villagers in trouble. But I heard yesterday that the new boss of our village, Brother Tiger, is treating this Xia like a god. I heard that too. I don't know if it's true or not. My son told me yesterday that he searched the price of Xia's car on the internet, and heard that it costs more than $20 million. Over $20 million? Really? It can't be an empty shell. I haven't seen it running. Right in the middle of the endless chatter of the people around, a person suddenly pushed a wheelchair and came in front of Xia. That, Xia nephew, I heard that you give money, right? This man pushing a wheelchair stammered and asked Natsuno, ignoring the jeers of the people around him. Xia listened and thought for another half day before he realized what he was talking about. Uncle Li? Seeing the person who came, Natsuo was stunned. Then his expression became very happy again. How is Uncle Li's family these days? To say that Uncle Li, he was one of the most easily mocked and bullied people in Longtu village. When Uncle Li was young, his legs were crushed because of a car accident, and the village's medical technology at that time was insufficient. Coupled with the fact that Uncle Li's family was poor, he could only choose to amputate his legs. Since then, he could not work on the ground, and began to do some needlework for others in the village. A big man doing needlework. Because of this matter, he was not less ridiculed by other villagers behind his back, and his wife cannot stand. A few years ago and ran away with someone, and now the child is in elementary school. The father had a stroke a few days ago, and now lying at home with no money to go to the hospital. There is really no way out. Heard Xia nephew to send money, which is intended to come to try. Xia's impression of Uncle Li is stuck in many years ago. Once he fought with someone, was torn clothes, afraid to go home to let mom and dad found. So Xia found Uncle Li, who didn't charge him a penny at the time, and carefully mended his clothes for Xia, and also told him not to fight with others, and to study hard. This incident has been unforgettable to Xia. Hearing what happened to Uncle Li during this period of time, made Xia's heart very difficult. If he had money, the first time to return to the village, maybe Uncle Li's father would not be lying at home unable to be saved until now. Uncle Li, I'll transfer money to you right now, and take Grandpa Li to the doctor right away. Saying that, Xia intended to make a payment to Uncle Li, in order to let the other villagers in the same village also believe in his good intentions. Xia specially turned on the hands-free function of Uncle Li's cell phone. Then, after Xia finished transferring the money, a remittance message came from his cell phone. A mechanical textured female voice said, "The current balance of your account is $1,003,875. At once, the entire village was abuzz. My mother, I didn't expect Xia to really get rich. Now evenly dishing is following the light. 1 million a whole million Xia said to give it. Then he has to be rich to what extent whatever. I'll go talk to Xia first. No, let me go first. Maybe it'll be gone if we're late." The villagers argued, almost starting a big battle. Quiet. Xia didn't know where he borrowed a loudspeaker and shouted to all the villagers. Opportunities are equal for everyone, in no particular order. Come one by one. If you cut in line and argue again, you will be directly exempted from the qualification. Xia's words immediately let all the villagers quiet. The scene from the noisy food market instantly become really fall audible. Chapter 68 Xia's plan. However, what made Xia unexpected was that all the people who came to manage him to ask for money were scrambling to sell their misery, and the sight of handing out money seemed to have become a misery-selling conference. Xia, my family is living in old misery now. You must help me more. A middle-aged man was splashing on the ground, not knowing where to get the chili pepper rubbed into his eyes, crying bitterly on the ground, but Xia had smelled that chili pepper smell on him a long time ago. Uncle Zhao, if I remember correctly, your family is the first batch of 10,000 yuan households in our village, right? Xia's memory is good. Recalled, and I remember when I was a kid, you were the first one to install a TV in our village, and after that, I didn't often rub the TV at your place to watch it. Yes, the family is in the middle, Uncle Zhao said with a rather unnatural look. It's a recession now, and the family is so poor that they can't even cook. Can't make ends meet? This watch on your body at least have to 10,000 right, looks like or just bought. Pawned to go? Xia very playful said. After hearing Xia's words, Uncle Zhao hastily covered his watch with his hand, knowing that this is considered to be wearing a gang. Alas, I say Uncle Zhao, not that I'm stingy. After all, in the past in your home to watch TV, you have not driven us, but the money to give too much, in addition to wastefulness, will also wear down the enthusiasm of human labor. So, I give your family 300,000 subsidies. You see how? Xia said tentatively, and said so righteous. But to say wasteful, Xia is really not wasteful, only too extravagant. Okay. Uncle Zhao hastily put away the acting, stood up and nodded, and then beautifully received 300,000, contentedly left. Next for the words of the villagers, Xia will ask one by one. Some really cannot figure out the situation. Let the dragon child door to take a look, or ask their parents' opinion. A morning down, there has been the vast majority of the villagers have received Xia's money, only a few. In the village neither love labor, people and lazy and slippery. At the same time there are bad habits of people, will be Xia refused. Such was the case with this one right now. For example, Xia, you don't know how miserable I am. My old mother left, it's been more than 10 days now, and there's no money for a burial. She's also got some strange disease, and there's no money to treat it. Huang Liangkai, I saw your mom working yesterday. Why can't you wish her well? That's right, you've gone too far, haven't you? And what kind of disease do you have? The disease of poverty? The villagers laughed out loud when they heard the man's tirade. Anyway, if you don't give me the money, I'll just stick around. The man who was spouting at this moment was called Huang Liangkai, and contrary to his name, was not a good talent, but instead specialized in stealing chickens and dogs. This person is addicted to gambling. This is also even so, but also often so unclean hands and feet, stealing other people's family finances. Every time was found or not recognized. There was even a time when he was caught, peeping at women going to the toilet outside the village women's public restroom, is a notorious old hooligan. At this time, Huang Liangkai was lying in front of the lower eye, and said that he was relying on anything. Can someone help me carry him away? Xia Yi frowned and said with a displeased expression. The Xia Yi at this moment was not the same as when he had just returned to Longtu village. Now he was the great benefactor of the entire Longtu village, and his popularity was limitless. As soon as Xia Yi gave the word, several strong men from the village came out from the crowd. A few grabbed Huang Liangcai's feet, a few grabbed Huang Liangcai's shoulders, and threw him into a river not far from Xia Yi's house. After the little episode, Xia Yi continued to start his work. Finally Natsuo gave almost the whole village different amounts of money according to the degree of family difficulties. But Natsuno felt that this was not enough. Want to get rich, far from relying on a moment of money, but rely on long-term labor and wisdom. After pondering for a while, Xia Yi had another rough idea. Xia Yi began to call all the villagers of Longtu village again. This time as soon as he heard that Xia Yi had called everyone to put down their hands and run to Xia Yi's house. Folks, I have an important thing to announce with everyone. Xia Yi's words finished and cleared his throat, and all the villagers were also looking very nervous and apprehensive. They did not know what kind of surprise Xia Yi would bring to them again. From now on, as long as everyone sends out fruits, vegetables, as well as raising chickens, ducks, fish, and all kinds of livestock, I will buy them all at market price. After hearing Xia Yi's announcement, the crowd was dumbfounded, because this wasn't exactly heavenly good news for them. They supplied their own things to the outside world, also all at market prices, selling who is not selling. Since Xia Yi, you have helped us so much, in the future we will sell all our things to you. One of the villagers took the lead and said, causing the crowd to agree. But Xia Yi how to feel that the villagers' reaction is not as excited as they imagined. Is it possible that he did not say the words clearly? Xia Yi thought for a moment, and then organized the language of what he had just said and said it again. I am trying to tell everyone that from now on, I will purchase everyone's agricultural and sideline products and all kinds of commodities according to the retail price sold in the market. Do you understand? Xia Yi felt that this was the only way to make things clear. However, just after Xia Yi's words fell, all the villagers in Longtu village erupted into a cry of surprise, instantly blowing up in front of Xia Yi's house once again. What did I hear correctly? Xia Yi, he wants to take the retail price that the market sells for to purchase our stuff? Gosh, how is Natsuno going to make money if he does that? I think he must just want to do good. Good man, what a great good man. The villagers all rejoiced and celebrated, and a good number of them even shed hot tears. It is no wonder that they are excited. For example, take the fruit. The wholesale price out of a few cents a caddy, but because of transportation costs, damage on the road and other factors, the retail price in the market can reach several dollars. And if they can take this price to sell to Xia Yi, this means that their monthly income has doubled more than 10 times. Not only Longtu village. Soon, Xia Yi's deeds spread throughout the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages. Instantly, he was on fire. However, Xia Yi does not want to be famous in his hometown. His purpose is to drive all the villagers to become rich. After all, teach a man to fish, not as good as teach a man to fish. Next, Xia Yi intends to open a chain of supermarkets. The entire village of Longtu after the acquisition of agricultural and sideline products, the use of his golden finger to sell, they not only make money, but also to bring the entire head of the village out of poverty and become rich. That night, Xia Yi also organized a lottery activity. Draw the corresponding number in the lucky box will be able to receive the corresponding amount of money. The least is 10,000 yuan. The most is 10 million yuan whole. Chapter 69, Farewell. So the whole village could hear constant shouts of surprise and ecstasy this night. And the lucky winner of the $10 million draw was a middle-aged man named Zhang Yingquan. This person Xia Yi also know, honest, often help in the village, is notorious warm-hearted. Upon realizing that he had won $10 million, Zhang Yingquan burst into tears on the spot. Son, I can help you marry a daughter-in-law. Our family, surprisingly, can be rich this day. But to say, this incident is saddening. A year ago, Zhang Yingquan's son found an object. The woman because of the man's family's economic conditions and do not agree to marry. And Zhang Yingquan's son in a fit of anger and he fell out. And for this reason ran away from home so far whereabouts unknown. Hearing Zhang Yingquan's encounter, Xiaoyi also some sighs. But I have to say that Zhang Yingquan is also generous. Took the money after not long. He announced immediately in his home to organize a banquet. Buy the village's best ingredients. The village young and old can go to his home to eat. Everyone went to Zhang Yingquan's house to celebrate and have fun. And the whole village had a happy atmosphere. However, there was a person who called Xiaoyi into the house. This person was none other than Xiaoyi's father, Xia Zhangwo, and at this time, his face was a little worried. What's wrong, Dad? Xiaoyi saw his father frowning and said with concern, Son, I know you have money, also know that you are now developed, want to help the difficult villagers in the village, but your money according to this spending method, it won't take long to use up. Xia Zhangwo worried for Xiaoyi. At this time, Xia's mother also came out, and also advised Xiaoyi, our family is not stingy, but there are too many villagers in our village, and you will soon run out of subsidies like this. It turns out that the too old man is worried that Xiaoyi will not be able to earn all the money. Indeed, in the eyes of outsiders, Xiaoyi is doing this is completely unproductive. They cannot earn a penny, but for Xiaoyi, this is a win-win opportunity. In order to eliminate the doubts of the two old men, Xiaoyi intends to showdown with his parents, but he still does not dare to tell all of his savings. Actually, right, Mom and Dad, I still have some money. Xiaoyi was a little embarrassed. You child. As soon as Xia mother heard Xiaoyi's words, she knew that Xiaoyi was being dishonest again, and there must be a lot of things he was hiding from them. Mom, don't get angry first. Actually, right, I still have $1 billion or so, Xiaoyi explained. After hearing Xiaoyi's words, the two old men froze in place, as if they had lost consciousness, which scared Xiaoyi. Mom and Dad? Are you guys alright? The two old men let out a long breath and finally came back to their senses under Xiaoyi's call. Okay, Dad won't talk too much. It's good to know that you still have money. Xia Zhangwo somewhat unhappily took Xia mother out for a walk, and in the process digested the news that had just surprised the two of them. It must be said that since Xiaoyi helped the villagers and became the village's great benefactor, the status of the Xia family's two elders had also risen, and wherever they went, as long as there were villagers who saw them, they would greet them warmly. Even the vegetables they occasionally bought and carried in their hands, there would be villagers who would help carry them back home, and they couldn't mention how much they enjoyed this feeling. The matter of Zhang Guanglong, Zhang Debiao's father and son going up to the Xia family to cause trouble was also dug out by the villagers. At once, this matter was widely rumored in the entire Longtu village, and the father and son duo became the object of everyone's criticism. After all, everyone was afraid of the two of them before, and the power of unity is infinite. Plus they are now without the backing of the people on the road. As long as they go wherever, will be thrown rotten cabbage, rotten eggs. In the past, the rotten cabbage and rotten eggs in Longtu village were directly thrown away or fed to pigs, but now they can't afford to give up. Every household has prepared some, specifically reserved for Zhang Guanglong and Zhang Debiao's father and son. For the development of Longtu village, Xiaoyi made another series of subsidy policies. All the villagers in Longtu village were grateful to hear the downstream policies, and they also wanted to collect donations to build an incense temple for Xiaoyi, and from now on they would take him as a bodhisattva. Xiaoyi desperately refused to convince all the villagers. This kind of thing he cannot afford. Finally resolved the matter of the Dragon Head village. Xiaoyi plans to return to Jinling City with long air. Xiaoyi also experienced what send-off. Since Xiaoyi left the Xia family door, was all informed of the news of the villagers were surrounded. Xiaoyi and Long Air duo is surrounded by water, and these days, the villagers because of Xiaoyi's good deeds, but also not less incidentally praise the Dragon Child. That will be praised by the Dragon Child as the sky there is no underground, as the Bodhisattva in the world, the general people beautiful and kind-hearted, so that the Dragon Child shouted to eat, and later on, the Dragon Child do not dare to come out in public. At this time to see the Dragon Child, the villagers began to praise again. Xiaoyi while slowly riding in the car, while constantly saying goodbye to the villagers, by the way, also received a lot of gifts. After an hour or two, Longer managed to drive the car out of Longtu village, and the whole Bugatti Veyron was piled up, like a small mountain of local specialties. Even Xiaoyi's neck was full of garlic, eggs in his legs, and chickens and ducks in his hands. How could he look at it? 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 Not only that, whenever Longer drove the car to stop at the traffic light, all the passers-by naturally couldn't help but look at such an expensive luxury car like the Bugatti Veyron, but they could all see an unusually bizarre scene, as the Bugatti Veyron also contained a large white goose that Zhang Yingquan had sent up. It was different from the chickens and ducks sent by the other folks. This big white goose was a living creature. Zhang Yingquan had raised it for many years and couldn't sell it. This time he gave it to Xiaoyi. The big white goose has been in the car called non-stop. Helpless, Xiaoyi can only open the car window. The goose head out. Therefore everyone looking at the Bugatti Veyron could see a man on the passenger side with all kinds of local specialties and a big white goose with its head sticking out. I go, what is this? There are still such strange tycoons in our Jinling city? The taste is also too unique, right? You don't understand. It means that people got rich selling local specialties. It's called not forgetting one's roots. Xia Yi naturally heard the comments of the surrounding passers-by. If not for the fact that his hands were really empty, he would have given this passerby a middle finger. Finally, Xia Yi and Longer Duo finally returned to Jinling Ningfu. The commotion in their car also attracted the security guards of Jinling Ningfu. After all, from a long distance away, the security guards of the Jinling famous mansion could hear the goose call coming from Xia Yi's car. With the help of the security guards, Xia Yi and Longer began to unload the goods, putting the things that the townspeople sent into the villa one by one. In the past 2 days, Jin Yuxuan and Jin Yuming, two sisters, have been living in Xia Yi's villa. Heard Xia Yi back, they stepped on slippers, stomp 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 stomp, ran downstairs, saw the scene in front of them, also dumbfounded. Chapter 70 Appointment. Didn't you say you went back home? Jin Yuxian asked as he looked at Xia Yi. Yeah, Xia Yi replied as he was busy with the things in his hands. Then your parents are in the food market business in your hometown? Jin Yuxian asked again once more. Hey, don't you dare mention it. Just thinking about the way those passers-by looked at him earlier, Xia Yi's heart didn't feel good. After putting everything away, Xia Yi was so tired that he couldn't straighten his back and paralyzed on the sofa in the living room. Xia Yi had just rested not long before another call came in. Hello, which one? Boss, how come I didn't answer the phone calls to you for the past 2 days? I thought something had happened. Zhang Han said anxiously on the other end of the phone. I've been busy these past 2 days. What's wrong? That old boy Lin Zhang came out. Zhang Han explained to Xia Yi. Xia Yi slapped his head. In the past 2 days, due to family matters, he went back to his hometown. He almost forgot about Lin Zhang's matter. He didn't expect that in just 2 or 3 days of work, he had already been acquitted. It seemed that the matter of dealing with Lin Zhang must be put on the agenda earlier. Boss, let's come out and get together sometime to discuss this, right? Zhang Han proposed on the other end of the phone. Okay. Xia Yi nodded his head and agreed, but on second thought, he once again said, let's forget about today. I'm exhausted enough today. Tomorrow. Xia Yi hung up the phone, continued to watch TV in the sofa lying up. In addition to Lin Zhang's matter, Xian Yi sought about the acquisition of byproducts as well as fruits and vegetables and other foodstuffs from the old folks. After all, from Longtu village to Jinling city also has a short distance. Logistics problems, store problems, as well as personnel. He needs to consider one by one. The more he thought about, the more Xia Yi felt big head. Now he found that the most critical problem is that there is no one available at hand. In addition to the Golden Ridge Driving School to be responsible for him, Shanghai Film and Television Company side he also needs to manage. Lin Zhang this kind of sooner or later thinking about the people who want to organize him. He also have to watch out and worry about. And now there is a chain of supermarkets, as well as the village to acquire the matter. These things up as a big mountain, are almost pressures Xia Yi a little breathless. Longer, due to sitting all the way with all kinds of fowls, felt the smell is very big, ran to the upstairs bathroom to wash up. Of course Xia Yi's smell is even bigger. After a while, Natsuo was lying on the couch and realized that there was a person sitting behind his head. He subconsciously raised his head and rested it on this person's thigh, closing his eyes to enjoy this feeling very much. However, when he opened his eyes he realized that this person was actually Jin Yuxian. He was instantly flustered. However, Jin Yuxian seemed to have read Xia Yi's mind and didn't dislike the smell of Xia Yi's body, asking, "What's wrong? Is there something bothering you?" Facing Jin Yuxian's question, Xia Yi told the troubles in his heart. After all, since Xia Yi had the heaven-defying golden finger, his money was constantly increasing at a crazy rate, but at the same time the work and problems brought about were also becoming more and more complicated. It wasn't simple. After listening to Xia Yi's worries, Jin Yuxian felt that it wasn't a big problem. He said to Xia Yi, "It's not just a matter of you handing things over to the right person to do it." Hearing Jin Yuxian's words, Xia Yi sat up from the sofa and said, "If it's so easy for me to find the right person, then why am I still worried?" Several of Xia Yi's roommates had contacted him, and now several of them were still in the startup phase, and were too busy with the work at hand. Xia Yi thought several times, is it better to simply let them not start their own business? Directly give them to manage a ready-made company? Then thought better of it. After all, entrepreneurship has always been the dream of a few of them. It is better to let them let go of it. Then are you short of money? Jin Yuxian asked. Ha ha ha. Mentioned this, Xia Yi laughed. I lack everything. Lack of time, lack of women is not lack of money. Xia Yi's words immediately caused Jin Yuxian a blank stare. Bah, you still lack women? We already have 3 in our villa. Do you still think it's not enough? Xia Yi lay down on the sofa with a big smile. How can that be counted? Only Longer is my woman now. Of course I'm talking objectively. What's wrong? Do you want to become worthy of the name as well? Xia also didn't know what was wrong with him lately. When facing Jin Yuxian, his guts unexpectedly became bigger. Before he never dared to joke with Jin Yuxian about this kind of thing, probably because of the relationship between the two of them. They were already familiar with each other. You think of beauty, since you don't lack money, then just give things to people who are assured that it's not fine, and you don't have to worry about the income. Just don't make a mess for your company, Jin Yuxian said while picking up the fruits on the coffee table. Jin Yuxian's words made Xia Yi instantly frown. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Anyway, he didn't expect these companies to really create much profit for him. Wasn't he still relying on his heaven-defying golden finger? Thinking of this, Natsuo began to think about the right person. Xia Yi walked to the balcony and looked at the address book on his cell phone to dial a number. Is there something again, boss? Just command. Zhang Han said to Shano. How about letting you run a company? Interested? The first person Xia Yi thought of was this kid Zhang Han. Although this kid was a bit oily, but in some ways, he was very truthful. At least when he wanted money, he would behave quite directly. Therefore, Xia Yi was not afraid of Zhang Han causing any trouble for him, but instead, he would probably manage the company in a well-organized manner, and thus it was quite possible for him to receive the reward money here. After listening to Xia Yi's words, Zhang Han fell into silence on the phone. After a few seconds, Zhang Han stuttered, Lao, boss, what kind of company is it? You still don't know about the few industries in my hands? How about this? You go in charge of the Golden Ridge Driving School. Starting tomorrow, you are the new principal of the Golden Ridge Driving School. Xia Yi and Zhang Han said, Ah, no way. Boss is making me the principal of a driving school. I've never done it before. Zhang Han looked very embarrassed on the phone. Then will you do it or not? If you don't do it, I'll hand it over to someone else. Of course, First said, when the principal of the Golden Ridge Driving School, you have to be fully responsible for, not let you always sit there, every day to see on the line. But you don't have to worry about the salary. The ordinary leaders there are tens of thousands of dollars a month. You will naturally not to mention. That's fine. Zhang Han agreed. I'll go tomorrow. In fact, Zhang Han also has his own small plan. Xia Yi also can probably guess an understanding. Zhang Han is afraid to stay in the driving school all day so that the opportunity to help their own errands will be less, so that the disguised income will also be reduced. Chapter 71 The New President. That's why Xia Yi specifically explained that he didn't have to be in the driving school all the time, which made Zhang Han relax. After hanging up the phone, Xia Yi thought of another candidate to manage Shanghai Film and TV Company. CC, how is it? Is your body better? After Xia Yi hung up Zhang Han's phone, he called Yi Cici again. Xia Yi went back to his hometown in the past 2 days, and in between, he and Yi Cici also texted each other and chatted. Hearing Yi Cici say that her own father, Yi Guowei, was arrested into the bureau, her mood was very complicated. As soon as the mention of Yi Guowei, this prospective father-in-law, Xia Yi all brain ache. Immediately in Yi Cici chat about something else. Today, on the other hand, it was about the Shanghai Film and Television Company. Xia Yi was very direct and asked Yi Cici if she was willing to be the president of Shanghai Film and Television Company. However, when Yi Cici heard that the Shanghai Film and TV Company was now Xia Yi's property, she was stunned. Even the co-workers around Yi Cici, seeing Yi Cici's dumbfounded look, were amazed. If she didn't estimate that she was still in the company, she almost had to scream out. Combined with the fact that she had now become Xia Yi's employee, my god, Xia Yi, you even bought our company? Yi Cici is still a bit in disbelief. Looking around her co-workers, they are all busy after asking in a low voice. Yeah, how about that? You still haven't answered whether I'm willing to be the president or not. Xia Yi stood on the balcony and asked very proudly, looking at his helicopter in the distance, rather like an emperor choosing his minister. This, Yi Cici hesitated. Even the silence was longer than Zhang Han. To say that really do not want to sit on the president of this position is false. Who is not willing to be on top of other people? Who is willing to be a small staff all the time? Is his own ability to be able to handle it? Xia Yi naturally also guessed her heart. To Yi Cici comforted, rest assured, do not need you to make much achievement, and now the same. Every day to punch the clock to work on the line. Anyway, I have money for you to do whatever you want. Besides, of all the people I know around me, only you know the most about this, and you've worked in the company. It's simply perfect. Hearing Xia Yi's words, Yi Cici let out a long breath and nodded her head in agreement. Good, then I'll be flattered. But Xia Yi, I can make a deal with you. You're the one who said that you won't blame me in case I lose money. Having gotten Xia Yi's assurance, Yi Cici finally put her heart down. Yi Cici just hung up the phone. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman, crossed her waist and cursed, Yi Cici, you've grown up, right? How dare you answer the phone during work hours? 2 days ago, you said you were sick. Fooling the ghost? In the future, even if you are sick, You have to fall in the company. This person is the leader of YCC's working group, usually has a big temper, and is also very harsh. Obviously, this team leader did not realize that she was lashing out at the future president of the company. The next day, when Zhou Yangyan announced that YCC was the new president of Shanghai Film and Television, all the employees in the company were stunned, and the few colleagues who were on good terms with her before did not fail to brag about it everywhere, while some people who had offended her, such as the previous team leader, were stunned. Although being the president of Shanghai Film and Television Company, the treatment is much better. The salary will naturally not be less. YCC's mother Zhao Yuhua and her own sister Yiqua also do not have to live in such a shabby civilian area. However, YCC did not indulge in joy. Looking at the independent office area, which was several times larger than the original, that is, the president's office, felt an inexplicable pressure. Quickly relaxing, YCC threw herself into her work and began to look at the company's annual report and some related documents. Just then the door to the president's office rang. "Please come in," YCC said after taking a deep breath. Having just sat in the position of president, it was hard for her to sit still. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous, but what she didn't expect was that the person who came was the team leader who was angry at her yesterday. President. The team leader changed from yesterday's arrogant and domineering appearance and became coy, bowing her back and taking small steps into the president's office. YCC frowned when she saw her. Then she understood something in her heart and said to her with a smile, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" "That what? President, I want to explain to you. In fact, yesterday I didn't mean to be angry at you, only." Speaking here, the team leader couldn't go on. She was also very remorseful. How could she be so unlucky? Soon she thought of a reason and continued to explain to YCC. "It's just that there was some sudden situation at home yesterday, and my emotions were not under control all of a sudden. That's why." The team leader wanted to continue explaining, but her words were interrupted by YCC raising her hand. YCC said to her, "Well, don't worry, I won't let some personal grudges affect my work, not to mention that you've been working in this company for many years. However, you are usually a bit fierce. I hope that in the future, do not bring your personal emotions to work, try to control yourself. If there's nothing else, go back to work." Hearing YCC's words, the team leader was still apprehensive. "No way, she just forgave me? Not angry at all?" The team leader was somewhat in disbelief. Therefore she was still uneasy and said, "President, then I'm really going back? Go back and work well." YCC waved her hand and continued to read the documents in her hand. The team leader, on the other hand, looked grateful. At her age she still had to want to go back out to find a stable job. It was like a difficult task. Just returning to her own office area, the team leader was only able to regain her senses. But then, she heard some gossip. "I really can't figure out how YCC can be the president of our Shanghai Film and TV company. Is it possible that she has some background? Maybe she was in the same situation as in the TV series, just starting from the bottom, in order to get in touch with everyone. It's a good thing I didn't offend her before. As I see it, YCC must be having an affair with our new chairman, right? This is the position of the president of Shanghai Film and TV company. This little vixen is really good. We have not even seen the face of the new chairman and she has already gotten into bed with the new chairman, the last one to speak, before in YCC the same group. Looks also have a bit of beauty, while replenishing the makeup, while the heart is very not jealous of said." However, her words were heard by the group leader, who came in front of her and slapped her desk, startling the woman. "Work time is not for you to put on makeup. If you keep chewing your tongue back there, get out of the company immediately." The team leader changed her previous attitude towards YCC and simply became the #1 advocate for YCC in the company. Lashing out. Chapter 72 Office Fury. Yes. Team leader, I know I'm wrong." Seeing that the company's tigress was fuming, the woman hurriedly bowed and admitted her mistake before making the team leader subside some of her anger. On the other hand, after Xia Yi handed over the two companies to YCC and Zhang Han, he had nothing to do, other than having to deal with Lin Zhang in getting the supermarket. There was almost nothing else to do, so he was playing with his cell phone in the villa. During this time he received 2 phone calls. No need to guess, they were the 2 people who had taken over the 2 companies respectively. YCC did not less with Xia Yi spit bitter. Became the president of the Shanghai Film and Television Company can be much more than a small staff hard, almost no rest time. In Xia Yi good comfort and then put into the work. The other one is Zhang Han. Sure enough, Zhang Han did not disappoint Xia Yi's expectations. Zhang Han had just entered the Golden Ridge Driving School, and more or less encountered some obstacles, but his tongue had subdued the group of veterans in just a few words. Now those departmental leaders of the company are all obedient to Zhang Han. Looking at him is simply more afraid than to see Xia Yi. When Xia Yi was playing the game on his cell phone, he received another call from Zhang Han. "Didn't you just call me not long ago? Why are you calling again?" Xia Yi was interrupted from his game, and muttered to himself with some irritation. Hey, what's up? Natsuo asked. Boss, I want to tell you something. You have to be mentally prepared, Zhang Han said in a rather serious tone on the other end of the phone. Hearing Zhang Han speak to himself in this tone for the first time, Xia Yi was a bit curious, so he hurriedly asked, Speak, what is it? Lin Zhang died in a car accident. What? Hearing Zhang Han's words, Xia Yi was shocked and jumped up from the bed. Say that again? Lin Zhang is dead? It's true. The people have all been sent to the funeral parlor, Zhang Han confirmed on the other end of the phone. Then how did he die? Xia Yi was still a bit incredulous. He was still thinking about how to deal with Lin Zhang in the past few days, but Lin Zhang suddenly just disappeared? Traffic accident. Had a car accident. The person died on the spot. The hit-and-run driver escaped, and is now being investigated everywhere, Zhang Han explained. Xia Yi listened to Zhang Han's words for a while before coming back to his senses, and still looked somewhat shocked after hanging up the phone. Lin Zhang had first grudged him because Xia Yi had made Lin Jian's face hang in the 4S store, and after that, it was even more because Lin Zhang coveted Yi Cici, so he went out of his way to fix Xia Yi, and Lin Zhang this death. Xia Yi and his grudges will be cancelled. After thinking about it, Xia Yi went downstairs again and told Jin Yuxian about it, and Jin Yuxian also sighed when he heard it. This person has done so many bad things. Just die like this. It's simply too cheap for him. Sigh. But this is good. I don't have to be racking my brain thinking about dealing with him. After finishing with Jin Yuxian, Natsuno returned to his room. But when he returned to the room raining, his mood was very bad again. It seemed that Serenity's death made his heart very lost. Why am I feeling this way? Natsuno said to himself. Can't it be because I lost an opponent? When did I become so aggressive? Thinking about it, Xia Yi couldn't figure it out. So Xia Yi looked at the time to the Shanghai Film and Television Company off time. Xia Yi took Zhang Han handed himself a new driver's license, sat on the Bugatti Veyron. See, the Dragon Child opened so many times. He himself did not drive once. Want to try this car to drive up exactly what kind of feeling? Sure enough, as soon as Xia Yi stepped on the gas pedal, this more than 20 million Bugatti Veyron catapulted out like a rocket, instantly shocking Xia Yi. But soon he adapted to the driving feeling of the Bugatti Veyron and operated with ease. In 10 minutes, Xia Yi drove to the downstairs of Shanghai Film and TV Company. No more, no less, just right. Xia Yi looked at the time on his cell phone. It was the time when the staff company was off duty. Then he parked his car and sneaked into the Shanghai Film and TV Company like an agent. Xia Yi walked with his head down, and not a single person greeted him. It was obvious that none of the employees within the company recognized him either. Not to mention that they didn't even know who the new chairman of the company was. But right at this moment, a middle-aged man and Xia Yi obviously froze after brushing past, then turned around and shouted, Dong! Xia Yi quickly turned back and made a gesture of silence, and Zhou Yongyan hurriedly shut his mouth and responded with a knowing look before walking away. Yi Cici still did not leave after work, staying in the president's office of Shanghai Film and Television Company to continue working. After all, for her, a person with only 1 or 2 years of work experience, suddenly sitting in the position of president, it really made her a bit frazzled. Being the worker that Yi Cici put in, the door of the president's office was suddenly knocked. Yi Cici frowned and looked at the time on her watch. At this point in time, the company's employees should all be gone pretty much, except for some of the security guards who still stayed in charge of the company's security. Yi Cici frowned, obviously a little unhappy for being disturbed, and said, Please come in. However, after the door was pushed open, a figure walked in, and Yi Cici instantly relaxed her frown. Why are you here? Yi Cici said as she looked at Xia Yi happily. To see how our president is doing at work. Xia Yi flirted with Yi Cici. It's all because of you. Look at the documents on my desktop. I guess I won't be able to finish reading them in the next 2 days. Yi Cici purposely raised her small mouth and complained to Xia Yi. Those who can do more work. Yi Cici was about to say something. Just then she suddenly frowned and bared her teeth and grunted. What's wrong? Xia Yi hurriedly walked to Yi Cici's side and said with concern, It seems like I've been sitting for too long. My shoulders hurt a little. Yi Cici explained. Then let me press it for you in this way. I have learned massage. Xia Yi didn't care if Yi Cici agreed or not. He walked behind Yi Cici and pressed her shoulders. You don't say, it's really quite comfortable. After letting Xia Yi press for a while, Yi Cici said in a cozy manner. But as Xia Yi pressed, he suddenly felt his body temperature rise a bit, and Yi Cici in front of him felt the same. The moment the two people looked at each other, there was suddenly a feeling of sparks intersecting, and after locking the door in the office, the two people made out. After a cloud and rain, Yi Cici lay in Xia Yi's arms and rested for a while before putting on his clothes. While Xia Yi looked at the traces in the office, what he didn't expect was that Yi Cici was also the first time. Xia Yi's heart gained great satisfaction. Before he had Longer, and now he had Yi Cici. Now they both became his women. which was something he didn't even dare to think about before. But Xiaoyi could guarantee that he treated both of them with sincerity. Chapter 73 The Meeting. Of course, both of them didn't expect that the two of them would be in the office. After having sex, Cece even looked shy when facing Xiaoyi. The two of them rested and everything went downstairs with the intention of going downstairs. Cece walked in a somewhat odd position and let Xiaoyi give him a carry to the car. The two of them on the way to the restaurant. Cece swallowed. Seems to have something to say to Xiaoyi. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Xiaoyi, who was driving the car, noticed that Cece was a bit off and said to her, regret? Xiaoyi joked with Cece. Regret what? Obviously Cece didn't react, but after her words came out of her mouth, she realized what Xiaoyi's mouth regret was referring to, and hit Xiaoyi, saying, hate it. I do have something I want to ask you, so you can help think about it. Who's with whom between the two of us? Just say it straight, Xiaoyi said after looking at Cece. Luli is preparing to organize a class reunion. Did she invite you? Cece said the matter to Xiaoyi. Luli? Cece repeated, frowning after this name that made him feel somewhat familiar, and carefully recalled before saying, ha, it's high school classmate Luli. Right, if you don't say it, I'm going to forget about this person. Luli was Xiaoyi and Cece's high school classmate. She didn't invite me. My high school classmates and I rarely contact each other. What's wrong? She invited you? Xiaoyi asked Cece rhetorically after thinking about it. This is also very normal. Due to the high school era, Xiaoyi's family is average. The results are not good. In the class is very inconspicuous, belongs to the kind of existence that is easy to be forgotten. Yes. As soon as this was mentioned, Cece looked a little hesitant. She then said, I am just thinking, in the end to go or not. In fact, my high school classmates and I don't have much contact, but there are one or two good girlfriends who play well, and occasionally will be a small gathering. Most of the other classmates I don't have any impression. This is not simple. See how you think. Want to go, just go. But I don't have a good impression of Luli, this person, Xiaoyi said to Cece after recalling a bit more. Hearing Xiaoyi say this, Cece instantly didn't want to go, and said to Xiaoyi, forget it then. I'd better not go. I'm not very familiar with her either. Don't, Xiaoyi said in a busy voice. If you want to go, go. Don't change your mind because of me. But seriously, it's true that high school classmates haven't seen each other for many years. I do have one or two that play well. Then why don't you come with me? Cece thought of an idea and said tentatively, that's fine, but people didn't invite me, so it's a bit inappropriate to just go, right? Xiaoyi and Cece arrived at the restaurant they had reserved, and after closing the car door, Xiaoyi said to Cece, what's wrong with that? You're not only my high school classmate now, but now you're also my boyfriend. Mentioning this, Cece was slightly embarrassed, but Xiaoyi, who heard this, was instead a little blissed out, and immediately agreed to the matter. After the two finished eating, had wanted to turn around, but Cece, first woman, action is a little inconvenient, or intend to talk about another day. So Xiaoyi sent Cece home and drove back to Jiling Mingfu alone. As soon as he returned home, he found Jin Yuxian sitting in the living room watching TV, while Longer and Jin Yuming didn't know where they had gone. Where are Longer and your sister? Xiaoyi asked Jin Yuxian while changing his slippers. Longer said she wants to teach my sister 2 self-defense techniques. Especially foreign countries are more chaotic and not yet as safe as domestic. She also uses them, and is studying upstairs. Jin Yuxian explained to Xiaoyi. However, I suddenly found a problem. You sold this house worth Xiaoyi said to Jin Yuxian. What do you mean by that? I didn't understand. Xiaoyi sat down next to Jin Yuxian and said to her, think about it, you sold this house to me. As a result, you live here, your sister also lives here, which is equal to this house is still yours. So aren't you earning tens of millions of dollars for nothing? Then you mean to drive me away? Jin Yuxian feigned anger and was pulled back by Xiaoyi in a hurry. Don't. I'm joking with you. You're getting more and more unable to joke now? Xiaoyi said rather helplessly. That's for sure. Just think about it, you bought a villa and bought 1 for 1. Buy 1 get 1 free? Xiaoyi was uncertain about Jin Yuxian's words. Then tell me about my freebie? The real thing is me. Where can you find such a gentle and virtuous woman? Jin Yuxian boasted to Xiaoyi. Come on, you're the only one who's gentle. However, just after Natsuo finished spitting out his words, he regretted it a little, because Jin Yuxian had an expression that wanted to eat people, making Natsuo instantly wipe his feet. On the second day, Xiaoyi came to Shanghai Film and Television Company. It wasn't that Cece's work had any problems, but that he was planning to cast a movie. After all, the production cycle of a movie isn't short. It's better to make preparations earlier. Then he called all the senior leaders of the company to the conference room, intending to hold a meeting to discuss the issue of movie preparation. Xiaoyi and Cece were already sitting in the company's conference room, and asked his secretary to go with Zhou Yongyan. notifying the heads of each department to come over for the meeting. Shanghai company is very large. A round of notification down. Wait until you can formally meet. At least half an hour plus the meeting is Xiaoye's temporary decision, so this time may also be a little longer. Instead of sitting in boredom, Xiaoye sat on the main seat in the conference room and chatted with Yicece about one thing or another. At this time, the door of the conference room was opened and in walked a man with a greasy head and a small white face. The degree of white face was almost catching up with Xiaoye, only to see that as soon as he entered. Upon seeing Yicece, he immediately changed into a fawning and attentive smile, and said to Yicece in a very pretentious voice, "President Yi, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." This person was one of the managers of the post-production department of Shanghai Film and Television Company, and his name was Zhu Zhang. The fact that Shanghai Film and Television Company had an additional beautiful president had been rumored throughout the company, but very few people were able to see the legendary beautiful president with their own eyes, and were able to catch a glimpse of her face. In addition to the previous, and Yicece sit closer to a few departmental group colleagues, and like Zhou Yongyan such a company veteran level of senior management, coupled with Yicece to the Shanghai Film and Television Company did not have much time. Most other people are heard only, but this Zhu Zhang is a long time ago no Yicece. Before Yicece has not been Xiaoye appointed as the president of Shanghai Film and Television Company, he has heard that the company came to a very beautiful new employees. He also once went to Yicece's department nearby to secretly observe. It can be said that he has been coveting Yicece for a long time. Chapter 74 Chairman of the Board. Yicece didn't put up the stance of a president when she saw that even though she gave him a greeting, she said to Zhu Zhang, "Hello, please sit down." But just at this moment, Zhu Zhang saw Xiaoye beside Yicece, immediately frowned, thinking, who is this kid? Can't it be that he is Yicece's boyfriend? At that moment, his original somewhat attentive demeanor all became gloomy. Yicece, but Zhu Zhang wants to chase to the woman. After all, looks so beautiful is just, or now Shanghai Film and Television Company's president. If you can chase her, at least less struggle for 20 years. Like Zhu Zhang such a head or grinding the tip. Also want to climb up the person. How can not be moved? What's more, if he really chased after Yicece, then when he said that his girlfriend was the president of the company, he didn't worry about people saying that he was a softie. Instead he felt doubly honored. Now Xiaoye's appearance filled him with a sense of crisis. In just a moment, Zhu Zhang's mind associated with a lot. If this person is Yicece's boyfriend, then he must make him lose face. So Zhu Zhang thought of an idea and glared at Xiaoye. Who are you? Who are you to sit on the main seat of our company's conference room? Get the hell up. Zhu Zhang did it on purpose. In his opinion, this man must be Yicece's boyfriend or a closer friend. After all, he had never seen Xiaoye in the company before. If Yicece introduced who Xiaoye was to Zhu Zhang, then he wouldn't have the chance to capitalize on it. Therefore, Zhu Zhang must suppress Xiaoye before Yicece introduced Xiaoye's identity, and it would be best if he couldn't get off the stage again in front of the other leaders of the company. Right at this moment, Zhou Yongyan and other company department leaders came to the conference room one after another, including Yi Cheng, the head of the personnel department appointed by Xiaoye before. They and Yicece naturally heard Zhu Zhang's words and were about to introduce Xiaoye's identity to Zhu Zhang, but were interrupted by Xiaoye raising his hand. Xiaoye is not a fledgling brat anymore. Xiaoye had long ago found out how dirty Zhu Zhang's eyes were when he looked at Yicece, while looking at himself was very gloomy, and what he was harboring in his heart was naturally self-evident. After understanding Zhu Zhang's thoughts, Xiaoye laughed as he said to Zhu Zhang, "You just said that you want me to roll up from the main seat, right?" "Yes." Zhu Zhang saw that the other leaders and department heads of the company had also come to the conference room, and he became even more arrogant. "Not to mention that you are not an employee of our company, right? Why do you stay in our company? Troublesome irrelevant people to go out first." After saying this, Zhu Zhang's face was very pleased. He was not afraid of not giving face to Yicece. After all, even if Yicece helped Xiaoye to round up and introduce this as her friend, Zhu Zhang could also use his ignorance as an excuse. At the thought that he had suppressed a love rival, Zhu Zhang's mood instantly eased a lot, and between his brows and eyes he was unable to hide his happiness. "What if I say I'm not going out?" Xiaoye crossed his legs and said to Zhu Zhang. Zhu Zhang heard Xiaoye's words and was directly dumbfounded, searching for how this person could be so shameless. At this time, even some of the other department heads within the company had some unnatural expressions on their faces. They didn't know what was going on in the company and began to talk to each other. Who is this man? Why can he be so arrogant? Seeing that he's quite close to the president, I guess he's a friend of the president? But why did Zhu Zhang from the post-production department get into a fight with this man? Don't mention it. I've heard that Zhu Zhang often talks in the post-production department about how he's going to catch up with our company's president sooner or later. So it couldn't be because he's jealous and got into a fight with him, right? Zhu Zhengjian's employees within the company were talking about it, and all of a sudden it was as if he had someone to back him up. He planned to drive Xia out of the company and hit him hard in the face. If you don't leave I'll call security. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with the president. I just want to tell you, you don't deserve it. Xu Zhang stood in front of Xia with his waist crossed, as if he was a big cockerel that had won a fight and was clamoring. I'm not worthy? I'm not worthy. Could it be that you are? Xia was also a bit confused. Why was this Xu Zhang even more arrogant than himself? Whether I'm worthy or not, it's none of your business. Being broken by Xia's heart, Xu Zhang's face was a bit unnatural. In short, you and our company's president are not suitable. How unsuitable? Tell me? Xu Zhang was simply going to be mad by Xia. He shouted, just like you. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. You still want to pick up the president of our company. How much do you earn a month? 3,000? 5,000? Do you know what kind of company our Shanghai film and TV company is in Jilin City? President, don't blame me for talking too much. It just so happens that I have a few words to say to you while I'm at it. As the president of our company, it's better not to come into contact with this kind of person. I think he is just harboring evil intentions, seeing your president's identity before deliberately looking for an opportunity to approach you. President, you must think carefully. Xu Zhang was still not relieved after finishing Xia and turned to Yi Cixi to remind her. However, Yi Cixi, who knew Xia's identity, including Zhou Yangyan and Yi Qing in the conference room, looked at Xu Zhang as if he was looking at a little cutie. General, have you finished your words? Xia saw that Xu Zhang had finished his long speech and asked. Seeing Xia's cloudy appearance, Xu Zhang froze again. Could it be that his suppression was not strong enough? After saying so many words, how come he didn't feel ashamed at all? Just then Xia suddenly spoke. He pointed at Zhou Yangyan and said, Vice President, what is this person for? The Vice President is also what you call him? You ask the Vice President to tell you, and the Vice President tells you? Who do you think you are? Chairman of the board? Zhu Zhang laughed, exasperated in front of Xia, but Zhou Yangyan's next words made him stay on the spot. Chairman, this person is a departmental manager in our post-production department. Zhou Yangyan came to Xia's side and introduced him after bowing slightly. Dong, Chairman? Not only was Zhu Zhang dumbfounded, everyone else in the conference room was also a bit unresponsive. No way. He's the new chairman of our company? It looks so young. This is something to see. This Xu Zhang is usually like a little cutie. He doesn't do his job properly. He's full of tricks. If it's not for his connections, he could be the manager of the post-production department. I told him to get a kick out of it. This time he's kicked the iron plate. Right, Chairman? I really didn't mean it. Zhu Zhang still can't realize the seriousness of the problem. Hastily went to Xia's side, changed into a complimentary expression and hastily explained. Chapter 75, Making a Movie. No need to explain. You're fired. Xia still said to Zhu Zhang in a lighthearted manner. Yi Cixi is his own person. He even dared to covet. Who would he expel if not him? Not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves thinking. What? Zhu Zhang stuttered. He and the company crawled and fought also have a period of years. Only weekdays pay attention to maintenance. Although already 30, looks like more than 20 years of young boys in general. Xu Zhang saw himself so offended. Xia, the job cannot be saved. In order to leave a trace of face to say later, he said in a fierce voice, okay, you give me to remember. He said he was going to turn around and leave the conference room in a rage. Xia would not let this person leave so easily after pointing some fingers in front of him. Vice President, please call 2 security guards to watch. If he takes longer than 3 minutes to pack up his things, throw him out of the company. Xia said to Zhou Yangyan. Xu Zhang's face was even more suddenly green. 3 minutes and 3 minutes. How could he possibly finish packing up the things in the company? As expected, 3 minutes later Zhu Zhang was carried by 2 security guards and thrown out from the company's gate. After resolving the storm, the other company management's face is not very good. Xia saw this scene and thought, is not he did too strong? So he changed to a more affable expression and said to everyone, introduce everyone. I am the chairman of the company. As long as everyone works well and doesn't look for trouble from me, I can still get along with everyone. Hearing Xia's words, the company's group of managers all thought in their hearts, now that they know you are the chairman of the company, who still dares to look for your trouble, isn't that making things difficult for themselves? Then everyone took their seats one after another, and the meeting began. What about me this time? I want to cast a movie. What's the best opinion about the subject matter? Xia thought about it and asked to the company's group of people. After hearing Xia's words, everyone fell into deep thought, and finally it was Zhou Yangyan, the vice president of Shanghai Film and Television Company, who was the first to speak up and said, Chairman, according to the market conditions of the movie market in the past 2 years, the most profitable ones are still the youthful campus themes or some urban romance themes. Oh, why is that? You tell me. Xia changed to a more comfortable position on the boss chair and let Zhou Yongyan continue. Everyone in the company was sitting upright, straightening their backs. Only Xia was half reclining on his chair. The scene was indescribably comical. Right now these two subjects are very marketable. Plus the cost is very low. Apart from the actors' fees and the staff's salaries, there are almost no post-production costs. But at the box office it can usually reach hundreds of millions of dollars as well. Zhou Yongyan and Xia explained. After hearing Zhou Yongyan's words, Xia understood. Indeed, the operating costs of urban themes in some romance films were much lower compared to other similar war themes and action themes. However, Xia thought about it again and continued to ask, then if a movie's box office is to reach 1 billion, how much investment is needed roughly? Hearing Xia's words, everyone present looked at each other in disbelief. Shanghai Film and Television had never invested in a movie that would reach 1 billion at the box office, and he didn't think that this new chairman would have such a high goal as soon as he arrived. Zhou Yongyan also thought about it and continued to say to Xia, if the box office is to reach 1 billion yuan, then we have to invite some big stars. Our company has invested in several movies before, all of which were dominated by other large-scale film and television production companies. In addition to investment, we basically participate in the dividends, of course, but also lost money. It turned out to be like this, but Xia didn't want to invest in any other company or movie. If he wanted to make it, he would make it himself. Xia pondered for a while and said, let's make our own movie this time. The expected box office of the movie will be set at 1.5 billion. Xia's words immediately made the whole audience clamor. 1.5 billion? That was a box office that could only be reached by the nation's major movie and television companies, and there was no guarantee that it would achieve such a good result. But Chairman, in terms of the movie's investment, to have a box office of 1.5 billion, the investment would have to be 1 or 200 million. Zhou Yongyan continued to say to Xia again. Xia had spent more than $200 million on buying Shanghai Film and Television before, which was not a small amount. Now this is just not long past, and then invested in the movie. He is worried that Xia cannot afford such a large cost. But Xia's words shocked everyone again. Only 1 or 200 million dollars? That's not much of a problem. I just bought a plane 2 days ago, all for more than 100 million. Xia continued to recline on his boss chair and said to everyone, at once. Xia's words were like throwing a huge stone into a calm lake, and the entire conference room suddenly clamored. My gosh, our chairman is so rich? I'm afraid our new chairman's strength is no worse than the boss of our nation's largest movie and television company, right? This time, it looks like our Shanghai Film and TV company is going to do something big. Not only all the management present, even Zhou Yongyan and Yi Qing were a bit dumbfounded. They also didn't expect Xia to have so much money despite looking so young. Then what topic does the chairman want to choose? Zhou Yongyan said to Xia after he came back to his senses. Do we have a ready-made script in our company? Xia asked casually. Yes, Yi Cc replied. Then he took out a few copies from the pile of materials beside him and placed them in front of Xia. These were all prepared by Yi Cc before the meeting. Xia said and picked up the script and read it. Everyone present also held their breath, waiting for Xia to make a decision. Xia casually turned 2 pages of the first script and lost interest. Urban romance theme, not his favorite. Then he took the second book. The second book was somewhat attractive to him. The name was also very interesting, called The Taoist Buddha, but it was probably an immortal cultivation theme. Xia put it aside and entered the pending area. The third book, on the other hand, allowed Xia to make an instant decision. This script made Xia all mesmerized, and finally took a look at the cover, only to see 3 big words written on the cover of the script: Avanti. The story was roughly about Earth invading an alien planet. A race named Avanti existed on the alien planet, and in the end, the male protagonist turned into an Avanti and the female protagonist who was an Avanti fell in love. This script is good, Xia said after tasting it. When Zhou Yongyan saw the name on the script, he said to Xia, if we want to make this movie, it might be a bit troublesome. This is a big production. With our company's special effects technology, it can't be made. Chapter 76 Calling. It's fine. For the special effects piece, let's spend money to find a Hollywood team to do it, Xia explained to Zhou Yongyan. His words once again made everyone sweat. Sure enough, this new chairman is rich and powerful. Looking for a Hollywood team to do the special effects, it can cost a lot of money. As for the director, do you have any candidates? Xia stroked his chin and continued to Zhou Yongyan. Zhou Yongyan replied, this depends on the director's schedule. But chairman, do you want to use a domestic or foreign one? Let's use a domestic one. How about Li Quan? Does he have the time? I heard that he won an Oscar 2 years ago for a movie called The Fantastic Drift of Junior Bing, so the technical aspect should be no problem, right? As soon as he heard Xia mention Li Quan's name, the whole room boiled even more, not realizing that as soon as the new chairman came, he was going to use a director who had won an Oscar. Zhou Yongyan was also a bit nervous. He didn't expect Xia Yi to play such a big game as soon as he arrived. Our company does have contacts with some stars. Such a big director has not worked together before. We still have to find someone to contact his business team before contacting it. Okay, then this matter you will explain down. See if he has time without time to let me talk about this matter. Xia Yi continued to instruct. Okay, Chairman. Zhou Yongyan recorded the matter. Then star-wise, which stars have we worked with before? Xia Yi was tired of lying down, so he simply sat up and rested his chin as he continued to ask. Before we invested in a few movies that we participated in, the stars are Zhao Dehua, Lu Jieluan, Chang Yunfa, Zhou Long. Zhou Yongyan looked at the past information and read out one by one. Oh, Xia Yi instantly became interested. We've also worked with so many big names? These are all from top Asian stars. I've adorably watched Zhou Long's action movies before. Mentioned this Zhou Yongyan. Some embarrassed, said, before we invested in a few big productions, but each movie our company only invested a few million. But the contact information of these stars, our company still have. As soon as he heard this, Xia Yi's interest was even more winning. That's a good feeling. Call them now and let them come to act in our movie Avanti. Everyone present was silent. They thought Xia Yi was joking. Chairman, are you serious? Zhou Yongyan asked with some disbelief. No wonder Zhou Yongyan couldn't believe it. After all, these top stars, the remuneration for a single movie would be tens of millions. Even tens of millions wouldn't be an exaggeration. To call so hastily would inevitably seem a bit too hasty. Then how about this? You give me your phone number. I'll call. Xia Yi said to Zhou Yongyan. Seeing that Xia Yi was so sure, Zhou Yongyan flipped through the address book on his cell phone and sent the agent numbers of several stars to Xia Yi. Xia Yi instantly became excited. These stars Xia Yi had grown up watching their movies or listening to their songs, and did not expect to have the opportunity to contact them now. Xia Yi looked at the number that Zhou Yongyan sent to him and hesitated for a while. Who should he call first? Xia Yi thought about it, or first call Zhao Dehua. This male star not only plays well, won the movie star, the song is also good, especially Love You for 1,000 Years and Forget the Fire. Until now Xia Yi occasionally still listened to. Xia Yi dialed the number with a hint of apprehension, and when the phone was connected, the voice of a middle-aged woman on the other side, who thought that she should be Zhao Dehua's agent, asked over the phone, "Hello, may I ask which one of you is this?" Everyone in the conference room did not dare to squeak at this time. Xia Yi froze and didn't know how to answer, but he still said, "May I ask if you are Mr. Zhao Dehua's agent?" "I'm the chairman of Shanghai Film and Television." After hearing Xia Yi's words, Zhao Dehua's agent on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. It was no wonder. Shanghai Film and Television Company was not considered a large domestic film and television company. It was normal to not be able to think of it for a while, but Zhao Dehua's agent was still very polite and said, "Hello, may I ask what's the matter with you? Is there a business cooperation? It's like this. I have a movie on my side. I hope Mr. Edward Chiu can participate in the shooting." Xia Yi and Zhao Dehua's agent explained. Hearing that it was a movie, Edward Chiu's agent obviously froze again and continued, "I'm sorry, Mr. Edward Chiu has rarely taken on movies in the past 2 years. If it's an activity in another area, we can consider it." Hearing Zhao Dehua's agent's words, Xia Yi was a little disappointed, but this was true. It was indeed rare to see Zhao Dehua have any movie works in these 2 years. However, Xia Yi was still a little undaunted. After all, it was also his idol since childhood. Xia Yi continued, "In terms of script, Mr. Edward Chiu don't have to worry about it. We can change it, and in terms of remuneration, it's even better. Feel free to make an offer." Hearing Xia Yi's words, Mr. Edward Chiu's agent was speechless. This must be another rich man from somewhere, thinking that a few tens of millions of dollars is too much. So Mr. Edward Chiu's agent said, "I'm really sorry, let's work together again when we have the chance in the future," said Zhao Dehua's agent was about to hang up the phone. Xia Yi was anxious and said to Zhao Dehua's agent, $50 million, how about a movie's remuneration? On the other end of the phone, Edward Chiu's agent was obviously stunned when he heard this figure. The people in the conference room were even more incredulous. Their eyes widened, and those who were drinking tea sprayed everywhere. This new chairman of the board of directors is not too much money is money, right? $50 million just splashed out. $50 million? That's a very scary figure for a big star. This gentleman, are you serious? May I ask how to address him? Zhao Dehua's agent obviously became serious in his tone as well. Then of course I'm serious. Just call me Xia Yi. How about this? I'll call you back after discussing with Mr. Zhao Dehua. Do you think it's okay? Zhao Dehua's agent continued. Yes, it's perfectly fine. Is Mr. Zhao Dehua next to you? Can you give him the phone and let me say a few words as well? Xia Yi excitedly proposed. Yes, please wait a moment. Zhao Dehua's agent said. After a few seconds, a voice that was very familiar to him came from Xiaoya's phone, a voice that he had only heard on TV before. Hello, this is Zhao Dehua. Hello Mr. Edward Chiu. I'm a fan of yours. Your There's a Way can be too classic. Definitely consider participating in our movie. Having heard Edward Chiu calling him, Xiaoyi became even more excited. Chapter 77, Auction. Xiaoyi chatted with Zhao Dehua for a while longer before hanging up the phone. However, the people in the conference room, one by one, were all in a dull mood. How did they feel that their new chairman wasn't trying to make a movie, but rather chasing after a star? But just then, Xiaoyi asked Zhou Yangyan, how much is Mr. Zhao Dehua's film fee usually? Zhou Yangyan was similar to the others in the conference room, a bit out of body at this time, and after hearing Xiaoyi's words, he came back to his senses and thought about it and said to Xiaoyi, about $20 to $30 million? That's fine. Xiaoyi was relieved. He was afraid that $50 million was a little low. If the previous pay was $20 to $30 million, then $50 million should be 9 out of 10. Xiaoyi's heart is beautiful, and continued to look at the address book on the phone. While looking at Xiaoyi, his mouth muttered, this J. Lu, just don't let him act in the movie. I've only seen his head before, but his songs are really good. Like what? Hot Terrace, Xinghua Touch Porcelain. Let him come to create the theme song for our movie. Saying that, Xiaoyi called J. Lu again. The crowd in the conference room was once again dumbfounded. While waiting for the call to be connected, Xiaoyi asked Zhou Yangyan again, how much does he ask for a song? Around 5 million. Zhou Yangyan thought about it and said to Xiaoyi again, that's fine. These are all small amounts of money. However, this time it was the one known as Lu Dong, J. Lu himself, who answered the phone. Hello, which one? Lu Dong's very recognizable voice instantly let Xiaoyi know his identity. May I ask if this is J. Lu? Xiaoyi still said to J. Lu just in case. I am. Lu Jieluan said. My site is Qianghai Film and TV Company. My name is Xiaoyi. There is a movie that wants you to compose a theme song. The price is at $10 million. Are you willing to consider it? Xiaoyi opened the door and said. While the other end of the phone, Lu Jieluan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this person to be so direct. He said with his mantra, ouch. Not bad. Then it's a deal. Xiaoyi and Lu Jieluan happily reached a cooperation, and chatted again about the theme song, and Lu Jieluan planned to come to Jinling City afterwards and talk to Xiaoyi face to face. Xiaoyi happily hung up the phone. After that, Xiaoyi called Zhou Long, Chang Yunfa, Sun Bingbing and others one by one. However, some of them were busy and seemed to have no schedule, but then when they heard Xiaoyi's offer that was too high to be true, they were all moved. In this way, Xiaoyi on the phone to finalize the cooperation with a number of big-name stars. The budget also spent out a lot. Just these stars pay. Xiaoyi's budget is more than 200 million. After the phone call, Xiaoyi intended to continue the meeting, but he looked at the expressions of all the management of the company seemed to be a little off. Even Yi Cece beside him seemed to be frozen as if she was frozen. What's wrong with all of you? Xiaoyi said while tapping the table. All of them only regained their senses after being slapped like this by Xiaoyi. They had to say that they were too shocked by Xiaoyi's actions just now. Tens of millions of dollars in Xiaoyi's mouth. As if it was just like a few dollars. Where had they seen such spending? Before the chairman of the Qianghai Film and Television Company, even if the investment to participate in the shooting of a movie to spend 10 million, the entire company's senior management have to meet to study 2 or 3 weeks, not only to analyze the market to invest in the film, but also to make a careful calculation of the budget, and even sometimes disagree with the company's executives can be in the conference room because of a few million budget to fight a headache, which is like Xiaoyi so out of their own pockets hundreds of millions of things so finalized. But even so, Zhou Yangyan still said to Xiaoyi, Chairman, this movie thing still hope you carefully consider it. There's nothing to consider. Xiaoyi said in a painless manner. Anyway, my cooperation has already been promised. Everyone should still think more about the work regarding the preparation of this movie and prepare properly. Everyone was speechless. If this lost money, then Xiaoyi would still be hurt? This was several $100 million. But Xiaoyi is not worried about losing money. This kind of luxury lineup, even if they get together to play mahjong, recorded into a movie can have 100 million box office, right? If it can reach $100 million, with Xiaoyi's heavenly golden finger, it is impossible to lose money. Then Xiaoyi about the movie preparatory work on the know-nothing. Well, thanks to Yi Cece, he returned to the Jinling Mingfu. On this journey Xiaoyi's heart could not be more beautiful. However, an hour later, a Bugatti Veyron drove on the main road of Jinling City and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Xiaoyi drove the car with Jin Yuxian and was sitting in the Bugatti Veyron. While waiting for the red light, all the vehicles grabbed the positions on both sides of the Bugatti Veyron, almost causing a traffic accident. Finally a Mercedes-Benz grabbed the position on the left side of the Bugatti Veyron, and then hurriedly took a look into the Bugatti Veyron. only to see the driver's seat sitting on a young man, beside a woman with a stunning look. Mercedes-Benz owner thought to himself, if my family is also so rich, it would be good to drive this kind of luxury car in their own life cannot open, beside a woman who cannot chase their own life. This is what kind of God's life. Xiaoyi knows that the owners of the nearby cars are looking at their side. The heart is also lazy to pay attention to. The green light is on. Xiaoyi a small throttle. Will these car owners ruthlessly left behind? 20 minutes later, Xiaoyi and Jin Yuxian arrived at the largest auction house in Jiling City. This auction house was opened by the Sun family in the provincial city, and Sun Cheng, who had crossed paths with Xiaoyi and talked about 2 business deals before, and at the same time was also scared by Xiaoyi, was a member of the Sun family. It must be said that the Sun family is indeed very energetic. In various industries are involved. This auction venue is even more remarkable. Due to the Jiling city near the sea, so many large-scale auction will choose to carry out here. However, when Jin Yuxian slowly from the Bugatti Veyron down, a valuable evening dress, with the body of the value of the jewelry, the whole person set off as the goddess who landed in the mortal world, immediately attracted the auction site everyone's attention. After all, with Jin Yuxian's background, coupled with her stunning beauty, the elite celebrities of the entire Jiling city, all of them have been coveting her for a long time. However, this time, Jin Yuxian did not come to the auction site alone. Everyone found that Jin Yuxian also held a young man's arm, and this young man is the Bugatti Veyron's owner Xiaoyi. What surprised everyone even more was that Jin Yuxian never showed up in public with a male companion. Chapter 78, Wu Tianyu. My god, the sun has come out of the west today. Why would Jin Yuxian bring a man here? Who knows? Didn't I hear that Jin Yuxian has no interest in men? If I say so, this man's identity is by no means ordinary. Otherwise how could Jin Yuxian treat him like this? They were all curious as to what this man's identity was. On the contrary, Xiaoyi was uncomfortable being watched by all the gazes. He had been stared at uncomfortably by those car owners when he was driving before, and now that he had arrived at the auction site, it turned out to be the same again. What's wrong, brother? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Jin Yuxian naturally sensed Xiaoyi's discomfort and softly teased in Xiaoyi's ear. However, everyone present, seeing Jin Yuxian being so intimate with a man, were jealous in their hearts. It's not all because of you, having to make me accompany you to such a hellish place, Xiaoyi complained in a low voice. Things still had to start from an hour ago. Xiaoyi had originally reached a cooperation with a group of stars and happily returned to Jinling Bank. As a result, just as soon as he arrived home and changed into slippers and sat down, he was approached by Jin Yuxian. The reason was because there was an auction in Jinling City today. Jin Yuxian had to go to attend. However, she said whatever she wanted to bring Xiaoyi with her. No way. That kind of ghost place. What are you asking me to go for? Xiaoyi just finished his work and came home, lying on the comfortable leather sofa in his own home. He didn't want to move at all. Then are you going or not? Jin Yuxian threatened Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi laughed when he saw Jin Yuxian treating him this way. If you want me to move, you have to give me a reason, right? You said such a big auction. How can I not bring a male companion? Besides, the only man I know there who can hold his own is you, right? Jin Yuxian euphemistically bragged to Xiaoyi. Governor's sister, I found that I really need to reacquaint myself with you. I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. After Xiaoyi heard Jin Yuxian's words, he still felt very flattered in his heart. How's that? Now you can promise me, right? Jin Yuxian's face was full of expectation towards Xiaoyi. Right? Don't go. Don't go. Why don't you just don't go either? Natsuno still waved his hand, ready to pull out his cell phone and play a mobile game for a while. Cut. Jin Yuxian rolled her eyes at Xiaoyi, and with a bitter face, pulled Xiaoyi's clothes and pouted. Then you really don't go ah. I heard that tonight's auction will have one of the world's largest diamonds. I heard that it's worth a few $100 million. I'm not trying to open up my eyes to go and join in the fun. What? Really? Xiaoyi instantly came to the spirit. From the sofa jumped up. Plus he could not see the woman to him pampered. Then of course it's true. Will I still lie to you? Thus, this is why there is this scene now. But Xiaoyi still has some regrets. It seems that he is really not suitable for a lively place. Just as the duo had just walked into the auction venue, two men suddenly walked up at Xiaoyi and Jin Yuxian. One of the slightly older, wearing a black suit, looks quite handsome as a successful man named Wu Tianyu. Is the provincial city people, operating their own family worth billions of dollars of companies, and beside him a younger only about 20 years old man, is Lin Jian's own brother, is also Lin Zhang's youngest son, named Lin Bo. Wu Tianyu came to the front of Jin Yuxian and said very enthusiastically, Jin, big beautiful girl, today you can be considered to be late. Wu Tianyu was one of Jin Yuxian's group of suitors. Due to his busy schedule of taking care of his family business all year round, he was rather busy, and rarely had the time to be able to come to Jinling City to see and pursue Jin Yuxian. But it wasn't a secret that Wu Tianyu liked Jin Yuxian. My man just picked me up and wasted a bit of time in the traffic jam on the way, Jin Yuxian explained to Wu Tianyu. Hearing this, Xia instantly secretly rolled her eyes at Jin Yuxian. Where was the traffic jam on the road? It was clearly that Jin Yuxian had said she wanted Xia to accompany her to the auction venue, and as a result, Xia had finished packing, and Jin Yuxian was still grooming herself before she came late. Plus in such a public occasion to say that he is her man, this is not to take himself as a target? Saying anything Xia didn't want to do it, but just then he vaguely felt his waist eating pain. Jin Yuxian's hand secretly pinched his waist, instantly making his words stifled. However, when Wu Tianyu finished listening to Jin Yuxian's words and looked at Xia, his eyes were full of hideousness. If it wasn't for this kind of public occasion, he couldn't wait to find someone to tear Xia apart immediately. Wu Tianyu still wanted to say something but Jin Yuxian did not continue to take care of him, holding Xia's arm into the auction site. At this time, Wu Tianyu beside Lin Bo thought of an idea. In the sight of Wu Tianyu incited the fire and said, Wu Young must not be angry. Do not have to and this kid in general. I have heard that this kid is a rich man. The original is a poor man, but do not know how. Suddenly rich, live up villas, drive a luxury car. However, I recently realized that the original was adopted by Jin Yuxian. My brother is to let him get in. Oh, Wu Tianyu felt that things are somewhat interesting, and continued to ask, are you sure that this kid was adopted by Jin Yuxian, and has no background at all? Wu Xiao, this is 1,000 times true. Lin Bo was not willing to tell Wu Tianyu the truth of the matter. He did not mention a word about Xia spending his own money to buy the driving school and movie company. Xia got his own brother in. His own family's driving school was bought by Xia, and his own father was released from prison with great difficulty, only to be involved in a car accident. All of this in Lin Bo's opinion all thanks to Xia. How could he tell these things to Wu Tianyu? It was all for the sake of pulling hatred for Xia. He couldn't wait for Xia to die, so he wanted to use the knife to kill others. If he could use Wu Tianyu to get rid of Xia, then it would be the best. But he had just finished his words and was ready to see Wu Tianyu's reaction. Wu Tianyu blindsided him with a big mouth. Immediately Lin Bo's face was hot and painful. Half of his face swelled up high. Wu, young Wu, what do you mean by this? Lin Bo was instantly panicked. It's hard to believe that Wu Tianyu knows the truth of the matter, and his own lie was broken by him? Then what the hell do you mean? I can't even compare to a little white boy with no background? Wu Tianyu was like a furious lion, viciously looking at Lin Bo and said, I'm sorry young Master Wu, I said the wrong thing. Lin Bo hurriedly apologized and at the same time, he let out another breath in his heart. Fortunately it wasn't for him to notice anything wrong. As for Wu Tianyu, naturally, he seemed a bit unimpressive, but not to mention this Lin Bo, even when his old man Lin Zhang was alive, he was still a younger brother to the Wu family. Chapter 79, Brother you again? But this Xia, I will make him regret everything he has done. Wu Tianyu took Lin Bo, and after taking out his anger, he walked into the scene, and Lin Bo also covered his face and followed, while his eyes surfaced a touch of resentment as he looked at Wu Tianyu's back. Wu Tianyu found a seat that was not far away from Xia and Jin Yuxian. Lin Bo also sat beside Wu Tianyu. He felt that the things he had said to Wu Tianyu before were not enough, and that he had to continue to encourage him to take Xia to task. Xia sat for a while. The auction has not officially started. In the auction site some bored to play the phone. Just after opening his cell phone to enter the game, he was snatched over by Jin Yuxian. What are you doing? Xia asked to Jin Yuxian. Don't play. The auction will have to start in a while. Besides, who plays with cell phones here? Jin Yuxian said to Xia. Okay, I'll go to the restroom, said Xia. Stood up and walked to the restroom at the auction site. However, right in the restroom of the auction, Xia met an old acquaintance. Brother Xia? Sun Chang said with some disbelief after seeing Xia. Yo, it's you. You're here too? What a coincidence. Xia also smiled after seeing Sun Chang. This was one of the key people that made him sit on $10 billion now. Speaking of the last time Xia made so much money from Sun Chang back and forth, and after Sun Chang safely returned to the Sun family, together with his secretary, he was relieved, and at the same time realized that their worries were redundant. And after this, Sun Chang's position in the Sun family, because of this matter, rose high. The Sun family old man was more and more satisfied with Sun Chang, and felt that this kid was simply a born to be a businessman material. He had never heard of being able to buy so much good quality jade at such a cheap price. The head of the Sun family, that is, Sun Chang's father, was also very happy, and publicized this matter. Not only in the Sun family, it can be said that after this battle, the entire jade world in the provincial capital knew about Sun Chang's handiwork. But after that, Sun Chang wanted to find Xia several times, to thank him severely, but could not find a suitable opportunity. As for Xia's motives, Sun Chang cannot understand and do not want to. In his view, the most likely is Xia Yi is a rich tycoon. To put it simply, is that Xia Yi is full of nothing to do? However, he did not expect that he would bump into it here this time. Brother Xia, I didn't even thank you properly for what happened before. You shouldn't have come here because of that diamond this time too, right? Xia Yi became a rich man with no shortage of money in Sun Chang's heart, so 80% of the time, he also came for the diamond. Hey, let's not mention the word thank you, it's all fate. The main thing is to come to see. That brother you? Are you here for the diamonds? Xia Yi asked Sun Chang. Not exactly. Sun Chang explained to Xia Yi. This auction venue was built by our Sun family. The family asked me to be in charge of this evening's auction. At the same time, there is some interest in this diamond, to see if I can shoot it down to give it to my sister, to do her bar mitzvah. The two chatted. A young girl with a moving appearance walked out from the auction venue, greeted Sun Chang. This person should be the sister in Sun Chang's mouth. Xia Yi looked toward the young girl, instantly attracted, only to see Sun Chang's sister's features are exquisite, not very old, but very beautiful. The body is not like a 17 or 18-year-old girl at all. The development of the bumpy, a head of long hair, is like a waterfall. This is my sister. Sun Chang introduced to Xia Yi, followed by the same introduction to his own sister. This is brother Xia Yi Xia. He is a very mysterious tycoon. Hello, I heard my brother say that you are very mysterious. He rarely compliments people like that. Sun Chang's sister made a face at Sun Chang before shaking hands with Xia Yi. It's your brother who exaggerated. Xia Yi laughed, then turned his head to Sun Chang and said, but brother, what is the approximate price of this diamond? Hearing Xia Yi ask about the price of the diamond, Sun Chang thought for a moment and said, it's not very easy to say. The auction house side is not my responsibility before, but I also more or less a little understanding. As far as I know, this diamond is indeed very rare, at least can be auctioned to 500 million. More than that I don't dare to say down the line. Oh, so it's like this. Xia Yi inquired about the diamond from Sun Chang's mouth, and his heart had a bottom. However, after Xia Yi saw Sun Chang, he couldn't help but fight in his heart somehow. Thought of the two transactions done before in Sun Chang. Xia Yi moved a brain, said to Sun Chang, why don't we do it this way? We two are not the first time to know. We all brothers if you believe, I might as well so that this diamond you don't shoot. I'll shoot. Shoot, how much do you think you can pay? I will sell this diamond to you how? After hearing Xia Yi's words, Sun Chang froze. Brother, you again? Sun Chang was dumbfounded. The previous two times Xia Yi bought jade for him. The first time is okay. The first time can be Sun Chang scared enough. This has not properly thanked Xia Yi. He wants to shoot things for himself again? When will he be able to pay back such a big favor? Xia Yi saw Sun Chang some reluctance. Heart also some doubt, asked, brother, how? You are not willing? Not unwilling. Sun Chang became difficult. He felt that he owed Xia Yi is too much. The expression on his face is as difficult as constipation. And in the sight of Sun Chang's sister, this is also the first time to see Sun Chang such an expression. After all, the Sun family in the provincial city is how the status, needless to say, coupled with the Sun Chang this time is the Sun family of the same generation in the wind of the existence of the infinite. Who saw the Sun Chang in the provincial capital shall not call a son brother, but this person in front of him, Xia Yi, let his brother call his brother is just. How can he make him so embarrassed? What was that? Xia Yi frowned. Let's do it this way. Why don't I shoot it down? What price do you think is right? I'll give it to you, okay? Sun Chengdu was on the verge of tears and said to Xia Yi. He felt that the favor he owed Xia Yi was just too big. He hated to let Xia Yi pick up the bargain once. How could he have the cheek to take advantage of Xia Yi again? No way. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. If you don't agree, then you are disowning me as a brother. It's a deal. Xia Yi had a stern face, then turned around and left towards the auction site. However, Xia Yi's inner heart was excited. If Sun Chang doesn't agree, isn't that cutting off my path to wealth? I won't give him a reason to refuse. After seeing Xia Yi leave, Sun Chang and his sister were both a little dumbfounded. Sun Chang's sister even whispered, no wonder brother you said he was mysterious. It's really hard for people to figure out. Chapter 80. A gentleman doesn't take away people's favorites. Not long after, the auction finally began. Auction on the treasure, traditionally are that of few, although precious, but also cannot be considered what rare. The goal of everyone here is the grand finale, the diamond. However, there are also a small number of people are not interested in the diamond. Among them there is Jin Yuxian, a person. How much wealth she has, she herself is also clear. In so many rich businessmen will not stand out. That diamond she did not have the ability to shoot. She is for another thing that is extremely important to her to come. That thing is related to her. She was bound to get it. When the host had come to the center of the stage, everyone began to watch what exhibits were on top of the stage. After all, the diamonds hadn't even started yet. so it was good to see these little uninteresting contraptions to relieve their boredom first. Please present our first exhibit, the jadeite jade tower. The carvings are lifelike and vivid. Starting bidding price of 100,000. Each time the minimum increase of 20,000. Now begin. The words only fell, and then the price increase began. Xiaoyi couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jin Yuxian. How about it? Interested? But it's just an ordinary piece of jade. It's not carved by some famous master. What's the interest? It's the auction house that sells everything. I don't know if it's looking down on us or belittling itself. Jin Yuxian disdainfully looked at the exhibits in front of him. A group of uneducated guys in the surrounding area were still clamoring. It was really annoying. Xiaoyi did not say anything, but only laughed lightly, then looked at Lin Bo. Just such a not-so-good lot, but his eyes were glowing, when it was really an uneducated one. Although Lin Bo has not called the price, but the chest seems to be waiting for an opportunity. Lin Bo, considering the lack of money on his body, he did not dare to take a shot at the back of those exhibits, only to look at some of the front. All the people who came here today are either rich or noble. If you want to integrate into this circle, you have to show your face on this auction house. One more friend and one more road. Finally, when the exhibit was called to 240,000, and no one went to shout the price, Lin Bo slowly opened his mouth. 600,000. Recently my mother wants a jade ornament. She said that jade is the most nourishing, so everyone is going to grab it with me. After all, a piece of filial piety. Lin Bo's appearance, as if he was shooting an extremely valuable thing. Not bad. Filial piety is commendable. It's true that there is no son of a tiger under a tiger's father, and this is a generous offer. This jade is an appetizer, not carved by a famous artist, not an antique. There is no deep meaning. Simply look good. Don't say 600,000. Is 500,000 is not worth it. Really not. Out of Xiaoyi expected Lin Bo will shoot this exhibit, but the bid is high. He did not expect Lin Bo will not know goods to this point. Noticing that Xiaoyi was looking at himself, Lin Bo couldn't help but look back provocatively. Sure enough, he is a poor boy who has never seen the world. Only $600,000 made him look at himself like this. Thinking of this, Lin Bo despised to look at Xiaoyi. The appearance seems to say, poor, have not seen so much money yet. Looking at so beat up Lin Bo, Xiaoyi cannot help but frown. Do not want to take care of people, but to send the door to let you abuse. This should be called a psychopath? Or pervert? 3 million. Xiaoyi did not even think, directly increased the price. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Bo indifferently. He would like to see how to do. Once this price was shouted, the whole room was silent and abnormal. Everyone did not expect this to happen. An ordinary jade ornament, actually bid $3 million. Have no money to spend? Whether or not he has no money to spend, but this time the Lin family has run into a tough opponent. After all, for filial piety, not to get can be unfilial. When Xiaoyi shouted this price, all his plans were completely disrupted. He had to consider the money he had brought with him, as well as the words he set out in advance. Once he couldn't buy it himself and became the laughingstock of the circle, how could he inherit the family business and how could he go about integrating into the circle? If his father knew about it, I was afraid that the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking like this, Lin Bo couldn't help but clench his fists and shouted loudly, $3,200,000. Listening to Lin Bo's words a bit false, Xiaoyi couldn't help but turn back and hook his lips slightly, then turned his head. 5 million. Holy! Lin Bo couldn't help but curse in a small voice. He wouldn't dare to call in the price now. He only had 5,770,000 on him. He wanted to buy 2 collectibles, not for this unknown jade alone. Lin Bo couldn't help but be quiet. He couldn't afford to hitch his money here for the sake of face. Wu Tianyu looked at Lin Bo. This obviously if down the momentum, could not help but open his mouth. How not to shout? Would have been to rely on Jin Yuxian to the top of the white boy. Send up the opportunity to let you abuse. How do you not? And he barred a bar. 5 million for the first time. After all, it's a little white boy. In case he doesn't shout, doesn't raise the price upwards, I'm not set in it. You also know I don't have much money. Lin Bo had the panic. After all, looking at Xiaoyi so chesty, he always felt that things were not as simple as he imagined. 5 million for the second time. Damn, you goon. It's the second time. You don't have money. Don't I still have it? Have you forgotten what my status is? Wu Tianyu stared tightly at the golden hammer in the host's hand. If this third time knocked down, there would be no chance to abuse this kid. Hearing Wu Tianyu's words, Lin Bo had a bottom in his heart. 5 million third. Slow down. Really, what kind of demons and monsters also dare to call the shots with grandpa? 5 million is it? I'll offer 6 million. If I don't give you a lesson, you won't know the heights of heaven. With Wu Tianyu's support, Lin Bo completely let go. Even this shouting was very courageous. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Bo, as if he had suddenly changed into a different person. he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, then gently opened his mouth. 7 million. Old man $10 million. Lin Tao stood up excitedly, as if he wanted to overwhelm Xia Yi in terms of momentum. It was only this time that Xia Yi stood up from his seat and courteously turned around. $10 million to buy a jade ornament. How generous. Gentlemen don't take away people's favor, so this jade belongs to you. What the hell do you mean? Playing with me? Don't say play so hard. After all, I don't have this fetish either. One sentence caused the crowd to laugh. Lin Bo's face was green for a while and white for a while. Surname Xia, you give me a clear explanation. What's going on? It's not much. It's just that I feel a little bit that I'm not very friendly with your Lin family anymore. Last time at the car dealership, I wasn't very friendly to your brother Lin Jin, causing him to make such a big scandal. In fact, my heart is full of resentment, so I thought that this time if I take away someone's favor, it's also not what a gentleman does. Xia Yi said in a very friendly manner, quite a feeling of having gotten a bargain. Chapter 81, 200 million. Xia Yi had money and naturally could afford to pay this price, but the Lin Bo just now was too wrong. Obviously, he stopped and did not want to shout, but when he said the third time, he was suddenly like a chicken blood. If there is no one behind the guidance, how can? In that case it is better to use a trick. Counterattack. Wait until you are in the mood to stop abruptly. I would like to see how you end. $10 million for the third time. Sold. Small golden hammer finalized. No regrets. A pendant that pulled down the auction house's grade was finalized at 10 million. The Lin family's son really made a good start for this auction. Xiao Wu, help me. As promised, I don't have much money. I'll only pay my share. You'll pay the rest for me. Bah, I let you just barge in. Who knows you were shouting in like you don't want money. What's the matter? I don't think you want to barge in, but you want to borrow my hand to buy it. I'm not that stupid. I'll solve the problem myself. Looking at Wu Tianyu, this completely do not want to care. Lin Bo completely panicked. He did not know what he should do. Young Wu, aren't you screwing me over? You said you helped me out. Then what to do now? I'm punking you. Your mouth is long on you. What you say is if I'm in charge. Anyway, I can't help you with this mess. Wu Tianyu directly turned around and leaned back, closing his eyes, not wanting to be seeing what was in front of him. Lin Bo completely panicked, seeing that Wu Tianyu also looked like he didn't care. But everyone was looking at themselves. What should they do? $10 million? Just how brain dead was he to do this? Young Lin, then you see that this object will be placed at the backstage for you? The host said courteously. Wait, just now I'm a bit blinded. I'm going to think about it. This object, maybe I don't really need it. Lin Bo didn't know what he was talking about, but he clearly knew that he couldn't ask for this. However, not anticipating this kind of thing to happen, everyone was silent. Even the host who had seen big scenes didn't know how to react, even wondering why such a thing was recruited. Young Lin, there's a saying on the chessboard that there's no regrets when you drop a coin, and there's also a rule in this auction house that after 3 taps, there's no regrets. If young Lin does this, he's breaking the rules. Right, young Lin, this is a place to look around, not a place for children to play house. These two heirs of the Lin family are really interesting. One is in jail and the other is short-sighted. Lin, old man, this family big business. I'm afraid that none of the younger generations can handle it. Hearing the sarcastic voices around him, Lin Bo became more and more flustered. He had come to enter this circle to make a name for himself, not to lose face for the Lin family. Lin Bo could only nod his head and let the host get backstage, while he himself rushed out to make a call to his friends. The host, after getting good, will start the second exhibit. This exhibit is a period of years of jade, good glass species. Carving is a very bizarre and similar to some kind of totem-like things. For this jade, even if it is a good glass seed, but with the previous seems to be no difference, only the shape is a little weird. Natsuno did not understand the purpose of this. However, Jin Yuxian beside Xia Yi looked at this piece of jade pendant of weird shape, bit his lips. Since this piece of jade pendant was taken on the stage, Jin Yuxian's eyes have never left it. Starting bidding price is $5 million. Each increase is $300,000. The host's voice had just fallen. $5 million. Jin Yuxian immediately called out. Xia Yi looked towards Jin Yuxian beside him. It was rare to see her so active. However, right at this moment, Wu Tianyu, who was sitting near Xia Yi and Jin Yuxian, also raised the price at the same time. 8 million. For this piece of jade with strange shape, Wu Tianyu has long inquired about it. So for Wu Tianyu, this jade pendant can be said to be a must-have. 10 million. Jin Yuxian also did not let the slightest direct increase in price. But in Xia Yi's opinion, Jin Yuxian's behavior is somewhat different from usual. The quality of this piece of jade is good, but far more than 10 million this price. Even Xia Yi himself, this half-layman, no. Jin Yuxian, how will not be clear. $15 million. Wu Tianyu glanced at Jin Yuxian, coldly smiled and raised the price again. $20 million. $30 million. $30 40 million. The bidding from both sides climbed all the way up. 85 million. Jin Yuxian suddenly shouted out such a number at the same time. This was also the limit of what Jin Yuxian could pay. $90 million. Wu Tianyu still bid nonchalantly, but after Jin Yuxian heard Wu Tianyu's offer, his face turned a little white while he clenched his teeth. Xia Yi finally couldn't help but look at Jin Yuxian and curiously said, "How come this thing is important to you?" Jin Yuxian's gaze remained deadlocked on the jade pendant and nodded in the face of Xia Yi's question. "You have no money?" Xia Yi saw that Jin Yuxian's face was not quite right, and at the same time, he did not raise the price. He could not help but be curious. "Where is the private money that I gave you so much before? My mom's hotel operation had a bit of a problem. Gave her a portion of it." Jin Yuxian gritted his teeth and explained with Xia Yi in a hard-headed manner. $90 million for the second time. Just then the host started the countdown. Just as the host was about to say $90 million, third time, Xia Yi raised his card and directly called out, $200 million. At that moment, the audience was in an uproar. I go, "Who is this person? This is the first time I've heard of such a bidding." I didn't hear it wrong. He just directly called 200 million. That's more than doubled. I've never heard of this kind of character in Jinling City. He should be a rich man from outside the city, right? Even Wu Tianyu, who was originally full of confidence, was dumbfounded after hearing Xia Ye's offer. 200 million. Even if they let their entire Wu family can come up with 200 million in cash, I'm afraid it's also very difficult. The reason why Wu Tianyu dared to bid so much today is entirely because he got hold of the information of the jade pendant in advance, and temporarily mortgaged some of his assets. At that moment, Wu Tianyu's face turned a little green. At the same time, he looked fiercely at Lin Bo beside him. Didn't he tell himself that this Xia Yi was the little white boy that Jin Yuxian had adopted? How could he be so rich? Wu Tianyu's plan was instantly disrupted. Originally full of confidence, this time he also has no bottom. To know Wu Tianyu but beforehand to do a detailed plan, is to take this jade pendant. He knows this piece of jade pendant to Jin Yuxian how important, but let him never expect it is halfway out of a biting gold. Xia Yi suddenly stood out. $200 million one time. The host called out from the stage. Chapter 82 Buying Diamonds. Wu Tianyu's face turned a little green, and the way he looked at Xia Yi, he was itching to eat him. 200 million twice. Wu Tianyu glanced at Xia Yi, and then glared fiercely at Lin Bo beside him. Looking at Lin Bo's heart, he got up and prepared to leave. 200 million three times. Sold. The small golden hammer in the host's hand fell. Xia Yi successfully auctioned off this weirdly shaped jade pendant, and all the gazes in the room couldn't help but look towards him. Jin Yuxian was even more excited, appearing to cry with joy, hugging Xia Yi and giving him a kiss on the cheek. Ahem. This made Xia Yi a little embarrassed. This big public, to kiss back before kissing, besides, to buy something for his adopted woman. It's nothing, thank you so much. Jin Yuxian covered her mouth and said, still not having gotten over this surprise, you don't understand the significance of this jade pendant to me. And somewhere, the secretary who had previously purchased the jade with Sun Chang, came to Sun Chang and his sister and said mysteriously to Sun Chang, young master, I've inquired about it and Jinling City has never had such a person, but I've heard that a mysterious tycoon has recently appeared in Jinling City who has returned from overseas, so I'd say it's 80% him. It was only then that Sun Chang and his sister Sun Yor came back from the shock they had just experienced. No wonder this kid doesn't treat money as money, so he has such a big background. Sun Chang slapped his head and said with a sudden realization, immediately after the main event of this auction came, it was the diamond that Sun Chang and Jin Yuxian had both talked to Xia Yi about before. The diamond was placed in a transparent glass safe and was pushed onto the stand by the two ceremonial ladies. When the diamond appeared in the center of the venue, it instantly attracted everyone's attention, including both Xia Yi and Jin Yuxian, who couldn't help but look towards the diamond. Indeed, this diamond was just too dazzling, emitting a light blue bright light, and looked incomparably brilliant under the illumination. Everyone present began to whisper and talk about this diamond. Today is finally not in vain, can be regarded as an eye-opener. How much does such a large diamond cost? This diamond is too beautiful. I just don't know who can auction it. I think a diamond like this would cost at least several $100 million, right? In the midst of the crowd's chatter, the host began his introduction. In Xia Ye's opinion, after the host's very wordy introduction, the bidding began. $300 million to start. Each bid shall not be less than $10 million. $300 million. Someone bid just after the host finished speaking, and immediately the atmosphere of this auction reached its highest point. 400 million. 500 million, 600 million, although each time the bidding shall not be less than 10 million, but the offer is almost always 100 million increase, because everyone knows in their hearts, the price of this piece of diamond is far more than this number. Finally, after a few bids, the offer for this diamond stopped at $940 million. And the one who quoted this number was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, and many of the people who had been bidding with him before had also fallen silent. After all, $940 million was by no means a small number. $940 million once. Everyone felt that with this diamond being auctioned at such a price, it should be in this foreign man's pocket, and no one would raise the price again. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign man sipped his tea and looked equally confident. 1 billion. Xia Yi, who was sitting beside Jin Yuxian, directly opened his mouth, and instantly the atmosphere of the entire auction house was once again ignited. My God, isn't this the rich man who spent $200 million on the jade pendant earlier? I didn't realize that he still has money. 200 million has already been spent, and now he wants to spend $1 billion on diamonds? Then it's hard to say about this situation now. Maybe he can really auction this diamond. This is too Tycoon. Not just everyone present. Even the expression of the foreign man who had previously bid $940 million became stiff. His expression froze, but soon this foreign man came back to his senses. $1,011 million. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign man clenched his teeth and still opened his mouth. $1,100 million. Xia Yi called out in a breezy manner. $1,011 million. The foreign man raised his card again, adding another $10 million, which was already the last bottom line he could afford. However, Xia Yi raised the price again. 2 billion. This in Xia Yi bidding foreign man is simply to collapse. He or the first time in the auction venue encountered this kind of people, which buy things 100 million plus. He had no choice but to give up. After the figure of 2 billion was Xia Yi burst out, the whole field, and then no one dared to bid. After all, Xia Yi is really too strong. Every time you add 100 million as if you add a piece of money. Who dares to compete with him? Eventually the diamond fell into the hands of Xia Yi without any surprise. Jin Yuxian was also dumbfounded. Although she always knew that Xia Yi was rich, but she did not know that Xia Yi was rich to this extent. Spending $2 billion to buy the diamond still didn't hurt, and was still talking and laughing with himself. But what could be expected was that after this auction was over, Xia Yi's name would definitely resound throughout the rich and powerful circle of Jinling City. As the auction came to an end, many dignitaries came to congratulate Xia Yi. Congratulations were fake. Wanting to find a chance to flatter Xia Yi was real. There are many tycoons, but most of them have fixed assets, and those who can casually take out more than $1 billion in cash to buy diamonds. How many people in the country can do it? However, Xia Yi does not have time, and they are not grinding. He is to sell the diamonds to Sun Chang. Of course, if smashed in the hands of no matter, the big deal is to find an opportunity to sell it again. But Xia Yi is not interested in diamonds. That is only women like. Soon Xia Yi found Sun Chang in the backstage of the auction. Brother, how? According to our previous discussion, this piece of diamond 800 million sold to you, right? After Xia Yi got the diamond, he said to Sun Chang. Sun Chang is not the first time to know Xia Yi's tactics. The same thing, Xia Yi bought the original stone when he did it to him 2 times, but he is still a little uneasy. To Xia Yi confirmed too. Brothers, are you sure that this piece of diamond to 800 million to sell to me? Instantly you will lose 400 million. We are brothers. Don't say such a strange words. Xia Yi patted Sun Chang's shoulder and said, I make friends most care about fate. This means we have fate. Xia Yi now is not that lie to speak unnatural primary stage. This kind of brotherhood words he now readily available. Even Sun Chang was impressed by Xia Yi's sincerity, and said with a grateful face, Good, Xia Yi, I'll make you my brother. From now on, your business is my Sun Chang's business. Chapter 83 Golden Phoenix Restaurant. A brother like Xia Yi was simply too rare in his opinion. However, when the remittance of $800 million was transferred into Xia Yi's bank account, Xia Yi was simply a little happy. Xia Yi did not make much of a stop, and after exchanging pleasantries with Sun Chang again, he and Jin Yuxian came to the parking lot and got into the Bugatti Veyron. Brother, what exactly is the origin of this friend of yours? As the two of them, Sun Yuer and Sun Chang, watched Xia Yi's car gradually drive away, Sun Yuer asked Sun Chang. I don't know either, Sun Chang said. Even though it wasn't the first time this had happened, Sun Chang was still a little confused. Then why did he do it? Sun Yuer was still a bit greatly confused. Sun Chang and his secretary looked at each other before saying, maybe this is the tycoon that none of us can understand? Shouldn't it be? Sun Yuer suddenly thought of a reason. Could it be that he's trying to woo me? That's why he bought this diamond and asked you, brother, to give it to me as a yearly gift. But he's afraid that we'll find out? It had to be said that Sun Yuer had a big brain. Her words directly made both Sun Chang and the secretary somewhat speechless. However, Xia Yi, who is already driven on the road, does not know what Sun Yuer and Sun Chang think. His heart is still thumping non-stop. That is because this time he sold the diamond to Sun Chang after directly let his bank card balance became 16 billion. What is the concept of 16 billion? I'm afraid that the entire Jinling city can't find a second tycoon who can get so much cash, right? It is no exaggeration to say that Xiaoyi is now the first person of his age to start a business from nothing. Of course, this starting a business from nothing is a bit of an exaggeration. Or is it because of that heavenly golden finger of his? But with this $16 billion, Xiaoyi was completely confident in building a business empire of his own. Thank you, Xiaoyi. On the way back to the villa, Jin Yuxian solemnly said to Xiaoyi, "Hey, it's not just $200 million. It's all small money." Hearing Xiaoyi say that, Jin Yuxian's mood still could not be calmed for a long time. "How about it? Want to find a place to celebrate?" Jin Yuxian said to Xiaoyi. "That's fine. It just so happens that I'm hungry," said Xiaoyi. Drove the car to a nearby Golden Phoenix restaurant. Coincidentally, this Golden Phoenix restaurant, they had been here before. The food here tasted quite good. Soon the duo booked a private room and sat in the restaurant ready to order food. After ordering the food, the two of them feasted in the room, and a few of the seafood made Jin Yuxian rave. Several other dishes were also coming up one after another, in the middle of which Xiaoyi even prodded a little. "Don't say it. The dishes here have some flavor, even better than Jin do," Jin Yuxian said to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi listened to Jin Yuxian's words and asked rhetorically, "By the way, I did hear that Jindu is your mom's property?" "Aha." Jin Yuxian nodded and did not hide it, admitting it. "Kyoto clubhouse my mom opened more than 10 years to this point today." Jin Yuxian words let Xiaoyi sighed. Some people born with a golden spoon, if not their own heavenly golden finger. I'm afraid I still can't see company dry 7 to 8 life. Just at this time, Xiaoyi and Jin Yuxian, two people's private room door rang. "Please come in," Xiaoyi said. "I'm sorry to disturb the two honored guests for dinner." The person who came was a middle-aged man wearing a hotel uniform, and the name tag on his chest had the 3 big words "Manager Zhou" written on it. Xiaoyi questioned, "What's the matter?" "I am Zhou Gang, the manager of Golden Phoenix Restaurant." Manager Zhou first introduced himself, then he piled on a smile, rubbed his hands and said, "I'm very sorry. The steamed rainbow trout you ordered just now has already been booked by other customers first, due to the fact that the waitress who ordered for you two just now is a newcomer and doesn't know about our ordering system, so it caused a misunderstanding, and this dish is no longer available." After saying the words, Joe just waited for the two's reply. Although the heart is very difficult, but this excuse he is 100 times tried, because just next door to the private room of the young Lu, ordered the steamed rainbow trout. Lu is the entire Jinling city, one of the famous second generation of the rich. "Zhou Gang, how dare to offend? I heard that the Golden Phoenix restaurant's previous manager Wang, precisely because of the offense of a mysterious rich second generation, by the boss Li Guoqing, to be fired." Helpless, just while not serving food, Zhou Gang came to Xiaoyi, two people in the private room. Thus the current scene came about. "You mean to say that you're going to let this steamed rainbow trout go to someone else, don't you?" Xiaoyi wasn't a brat who was new to society. This kind of used lame excuse was good enough to bluff himself. Xiaoyi frowned and said with some disdain, "I just asked that waitress of yours, and she said that the dish would be served right away. But as a result, now you're telling me that this dish has been reserved by other customers. Do you think I'm going to believe that?" Zhou Gang was a bit embarrassed after hearing Xiaoyi's words, but he still forced out a smile and said to his lower eyes, "I'm really sorry. That dish was booked by Mr. Lu, the youngest of our Golden Ridge City." Zhou Gang's face was piled with smiles. As long as one was slightly mixed up in Jinling City, who didn't know young Lu? Zhou Gang's intention of these words became obvious. Obviously wanting to take the identity of Lu Xiao to press Xiaoyi. How could Xiaoyi not hear it? Even Jin Yuxian beside him frowned. "What young Lu? Don't recognize," Xiaoyi said with a slight smile and some fire in his heart. But Xiaoyi also really didn't recognize any young Lu or young Li. His head was big when he heard it. "Because this dish was booked by Lu Xiao, so I can't serve it to you guys. I'm really sorry." Although Zhou Gang still had a smile on his face, his attitude was very strong. He saw that Xiaoyi didn't even recognize Xiao Lu, so he must be a swollen face who invited a beautiful woman to come here to eat and pretend to be a pussy. "If you tell me the truth, maybe I will agree." Xiaoyi thought about it. He and Jin Yuxian had already eaten several dishes, lest the steamed rainbow trout was nothing. Instead, it was this Zhou Gang's attitude that made him furious. "But I'm telling you, you're using such a poor excuse to trick me. I'm going to eat this dish even if I say so." Xiaoyi put down his chopsticks and clasped his hands in front of his chest as he looked at Zhou Gang and said. Zhou Gang was obviously stunned after hearing Xiaoyi's words. He did not expect this brat to be so cross. However, in Zhou Gang's opinion, this was obviously because there was a beautiful woman present, and Xiaoyi had intentionally hardened himself in order to save face. But compared to Xiaoyi, Zhou Gang was even more unwilling to offend Lu Xiao. "I'm really sorry. This steamed rainbow trout is really not available. You two please enjoy your meal." "Don't bother," said Zhou Gang, lazily ignored Xiaoyi and exited the private room.